Chapter 301. After returning to Ziyuan Star, Bai Fu did not go out for several days. During the day, she directed little Bai Fu and little Hei Fu to produce colored prayer cards and feeding sacrificial scepters in the factory of Pure Land. Occasionally, she would walk around the street when she had free time, and she would smile when she saw the players being exploited by her, but showing a happy smile on their faces. Everyone has a bright future. At night, she originally wanted to exchange ideas with the Lord of the Oath, but Anya sent gifts to her room every night these few days, and the packaging was different every time, and she would occasionally change the packaging during the gift-giving process. Well, she didn't have anything important to do anyway, so sparring with Anya was sparring, and communicating with Anya was communicating. Come on. Bai Fu held a coming-of-age ceremony for Anya very carefully. Although Anya, who used to follow her and call her the boss, was still ordinary, she was now a real adult. Cypress flew around Anya several times. Why does your face look wrong? It's a little too rosy. Are you sick? Anya waved her hands. You know nothing. What do you mean by sick? This is clearly because you eat too well and take too much tonic. Cypress asked doubtfully. Eat too well? What did you eat? Let me have a taste. Anya looked disgusted. No, if you want to eat, go buy it yourself. Cypress flapped her transparent thin wings vigorously. Wow, why are you so stingy? You don't even want to give me any food. Don't forget that I have contributed a lot to your success today. No matter what Cypress said, Anya just refused to give her anything, which made Cypress very angry. Until Bai Fu passed by. What are you arguing about? Cypress flew over and told her what had just happened. Anya, Bai Fu, Did she get that from eating? Bai Fu stuffed a few candies into Cypress's mouth. Anya was just teasing you. That's not what she ate, but what she got from excitement. The Empire and the Supernova Corps are about to reach a cooperation. In a few days, the Supernova Corps will send a batch of supplies. Some of the things in it can be used by you and Anya. Cypress, ? Really? Why do I feel like you are lying to me now? If Anya really didn't eat anything good, would she be so proud? Cypress wanted to ask something else, but Bai Fu was in a hurry to go to a meeting, so she had to give up. After saying goodbye to the unreliable pair of Anya and Cypress, Bai Fu came all the way to the Rust Legion's base. Just now, a new message came from the Empire, saying that the identity of the person who leaked her information to Titan Industries has been found. So who is that person? Sword Emperor and Dimitri shook their heads helplessly, then sighed. Srick, a member of the Senate, and also the last-generation heir of the Valxi family. Bai Fu was shocked. After hearing this, she immediately understood why Sword Emperor and Dimitri looked so listless. In the Imperial Senate, there are 5 special honorary places. These 5 places are reserved for 5 families that have made outstanding contributions in the 30,000-year journey of the Empire. These 5 families are collectively called the Glorious Families. The famous Emperor Ignatz in the history of the Empire once swore by the Cosmic Void that as long as the reborn Empire still exists, and as long as the Cosmic Void still exists, the Empire will ensure that the 5 glorious families will be glorious forever. This oath is still engraved on the Eternal Star Monument of Emperor Ignatz to this day, and countless people go to pay homage every year. Now more than 7,000 years have passed since the death of Emperor Ignatz. Although the 5 glorious families have long since withdrawn from the ranks of the top wealthy families in the Empire, the successive emperors and the Senate have never treated them unfairly. Honor, give them full. Honor, give them more. The opportunity to make money, occasionally give them a preference. It can be said that the treatment enjoyed by these 5 glorious families in the Empire is not necessarily comparable to that of most imperial rulers. And the reason for their decline is not because the Empire or a certain force within the Empire suppresses them, but mainly because they themselves cannot cultivate super-absolutes. Without super-absolutes, how can they not decline in thousands or even tens of thousands of years? The Valxi family mentioned by the Sword Emperor and Dimitri is one of the 5 glorious families, and it is the oldest one. Long before the Rebirth Empire was renamed, that is, before the first year of the Empire, the ancestors of the Valxi family followed the ancestors of the Imperial family to conquer the starry sky. Slick, the last generation heir of the Valxi family, and his family's interests are completely tied to the Empire. As the master, he will soon be able to accept Bai Fu's guidance and have a good chance of advancing to the super ultimate. So why did he betray the Empire? The people of the Empire couldn't figure it out. After figuring out Slick's identity, Bai Fu couldn't figure it out either. This doesn't make sense. Can Titan Industries offer a higher price than the Empire? No way. Sword Emperor, Dimitri, and Bai Fu don't believe that Titan Industries can offer a higher price than. helped Slick advance to the Super Ultimate. A higher price. Could it be that Slick was threatened by Titan Industries? Faced with Baifu's question, GND and Dimitri shook their heads. I can't think of what Titan Industries can use to threaten him. Did he commit a crime? He has a certain right to be exempted from punishment. Her relatives were threatened. The Empire investigated and didn't hear of such a thing. Besides, if he was really threatened, he could just report it to the Empire and let the Empire find a way to save him. Then they got the wrong person? Baifu guessed. Dimitri said, we investigated all the insiders, and only he suddenly ran away, and he ran away on the day you and I were attacked. Before leaving, he told his family that he had done something that seemed wrong. His family didn't know what he was talking about at the time, but now, His Majesty is very angry, and is considering revoking the name of Glorious of the Valxi family. How could he not be angry? If the news had not leaked, the Empire would secretly promote a large number of overlords to Super Absolute. At that time, even if Titan Industries and Supernova Corps joined forces, the Empire would be able to fight. Now, the Empire's ascension path has been interrupted. The Supernova Corps and Titan Industries have come out to cause trouble, and the Apostle Holy City will definitely take action after receiving the news. Glory, I'm so naive. Baifu can already imagine the Emperor of the Empire cursing. This Emperor may have been dreaming of becoming a greater Emperor than Emperor Ignatz the Great. As a result, if it weren't for the name of glory of the Valxi family, Baifu felt that the Emperor might have resorted to knife cutting. So what are you going to do now? Dimitri said, the Empire has sent someone to hunt down Slick, but catching him is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to find out why he betrayed. This is very important. Your Majesty and other elders will be uneasy if you don't figure this out. Even the heir of the glorious family has rebelled. So what about the others? Did they actually betray the Empire, but have not been exposed yet? Dimitri explained that for this reason, the Empire accelerated the cooperation negotiations with the Supernova Corps, and wanted to put pressure on Titan Industries together with the Supernova Corps to make Titan Industries explain what kind of ecstasy they used on Slick. I see. No wonder you said you were going to cooperate with the Supernova Corps just a few days later. Baifu suddenly realized. She thought this was very strange. Is Slick really a rebel of Titan Industries? There must be a very important mission here. The reason why the mission has not been triggered yet is probably because she does not have enough information. Thinking of this, Baifu, who was not very interested in negotiations, took the initiative to apply to intervene in the negotiations with the Supernova Corps and even Titan Industries. The Empire was happy to see this. She personally participated in the negotiations, which saved the Empire a process of passing messages, and the Empire could be more bold during the negotiations. Finally, on the eve of the celebration of Baifu's promotion to the Supernatural, the Empire finally signed a cooperation agreement with the Supernova Corps. The two parties agreed to carry out comprehensive defense cooperation in the Dark Domain. This cooperation agreement will last for 3 years. Whether it will continue after 3 years depends on the actions of the Apostle Holy City. Baifu is more concerned about the benefits she can get. The agreement stipulates that the Supernova Corps will give her the same high authority as in the Reborn Empire, and her various special treatments will be fully aligned with the Empire, and the price she needs to pay is much less than when signing the same agreement with the Empire. This is the strong request of the Empire. We were the first to contact Baifu, invest in Baifu, and reach a comprehensive cooperation with Baifu. If your Supernova Corps can get the same treatment as us, then we are not the first in vain? After arguing several times to no avail, the Supernova Corps finally accepted the Empire's request. The day after the agreement was signed, the Supernova Corps sent a transport fleet to deliver the promised things to Zuyuan Star, and issued an internal notice that the leadership of the undead participating in the Dark Domain exploration plan would be transferred to the Silent Court. This order caused an uproar. What the hell? The players who saw the news were dumbfounded. Is there still such an operation? No, if you think about it carefully, it seems quite normal. After all, the official announcement said that Baifu is the protagonist of version 2.3, and Digger G has also analyzed it before, saying that version 2.3 will be the version where players will shine. Now that the Supernova Corps has handed over the command of its players to Baifu, isn't it paving the way for the arrival of the 2.3 version? Most of the players, whose factions have been temporarily changed, cheered excitedly. Although it is good to follow the Supernova Corps, it is obviously more fun to follow Baifu, who is known as the super backer of the players. Moreover, the plot has developed to this point, and it is obvious that a big task is coming. However, there are also a few players who frowned. They stayed in the Supernova Corps because they were unhappy with Baifu. Now let them accept Baifu's command? What a joke. Some of these players directly withdrew from the camp. Another part of them thought of becoming spies, joining the silent court, eating Bai Fu's food, using Bai Fu's food, and then when the Apostle Holy City came, they would directly surrender to the Apostle Holy City to pit Bai Fu. Hee. So cool. Bai Fu didn't know whether they were happy or not. She only knew that after this wave, she would be able to accumulate enough experience to complete the first divine transformation. Eat my food? Eat your experience first. The players were in a commotion, and so were the NPCs. This order from the Supernova Corps sent a signal that they were on the same side as the Reborn Empire. Oh no, the situation in the Star Sea seemed to be changing drastically. Some people were watching the show, some were uneasy, and some were angry. The most intense reaction was naturally from Titan Industries, which wanted to contact the Supernova Corps to deal with the Reborn Empire together. Damn it, Draenor, the president of Titan Industries, was about to have his head split. What to do? Cold dish. Fuck you, Fitz, you bastard actually ran to the Reborn Empire. When Draenor was angry, the negotiators of the Reborn Empire and the Supernova Legion had already arrived, and there was no way to end the attack on Bai Fu. Facing the offensive of the Reborn Empire and the Supernova Legion, Draenor had no words to say. Titan Industries was not capable of dealing with the Reborn Empire and the Supernova Legion at the same time, and now two of Titan Industries' supermasters had been captured. It can be said that Titan Industries now has no hard capital. Draenor was almost bald from thinking about it, but he still couldn't think of a good solution. Just like the assistant of the Supernova Legion, Titan Industries did not consider asking the Holy City of Apostles for help. The three cosmic civilizations that have explored the universe have formed an extremely awkward relationship in the struggle that lasted for more than 20,000 years. They all wished that the other party would die, but they always relied on one or two of the other parties. They broke up and got together for many years, and had awkwardness and happiness. This matter is also recorded in the book History of the Empire's exploration of the Star Ring Island. More than 10,000 years ago, in the Age of Advance, the Empire encountered the cosmic civilization superpower Garden lurking in the Dark Domain while exploring the Dark Domain, and could not defeat it despite its best efforts. At that time, the Empire was actually in a very bad situation. If any of the Supernova Corps or Titan Industries attacked the Empire from the side, the Empire would most likely fall into ruins. However, they did not do so. Instead, they accepted the Empire's invitation and joined the Empire in attacking the Superpower Garden, and finally destroyed the Superpower Garden. Bai Fu felt that any of the three cosmic civilizations probably had this idea: they can lose, but only to the other two. If an alien civilization steals the fruits of victory, wouldn't it make all their struggles over the past 20,000 years a joke? In this way, around Galliani and Shuechuan, the three cosmic civilizations fought each other for nearly 20 days. During these 20 days, Bai Fu was basically eating melons all the time. In the end, she could hardly eat any more. The rulers of the three cosmic civilizations, Chao Ju, all knew each other, and they had fought each other many times. When they had a meeting, the scene was like a vegetable market. That is, the three parties did not sit face to face, but held a meeting in a virtual space. Otherwise, Bai Fu thought someone would really run outside to fight. Finally, after a difficult struggle, the three parties reached a clause that everyone could barely accept. As a bystander, Bai Fu made a lot of money. She estimated that after she completely digested the materials sent by Titan Industries, she could almost upgrade the Sacrifice Scepter to a cosmic treasure. It must be a cosmic civilization. It can produce so many good things with just a little effort. Bai Fu felt extremely relieved. Speaking of negotiations, there is one thing that must be mentioned. During the talks, the representatives of the Reborn Empire demanded that Titan Industries must hand over Slick and explain the method of luring Slick. This request directly confused the people of Titan Industries. Hand over Slick? No, when has Slick been here with us? As for luring Slick, it has never happened before. How can we explain it? At first, the Reborn Empire thought that Titan Industries was just being stubborn, but after the United Supernova Legion put pressure on them several times, they finally figured out that things were not what they thought. You don't know who passed the message to you. Did you activate other spies to confirm the information was true after receiving the message? The Reborn Empire is increasingly confused about what Slick is doing. Since he is not a spy from Titan Industries, is he a spy from the Holy City of Apostles? Bai Fu gave the Reborn Empire a suggestion: give the undead a mission to find Slick. When it comes to finding people, the undead are not as professional as your agents, but as long as Slick appears in their field of vision, they will definitely find him. She was so sure because Slick was now the mortal enemy of the Reborn Empire. As long as Slick appeared in front of the players of the Reborn Empire camp, the big red name would definitely attract the players' attention. Although the people of the Reborn Empire did not understand the principle, they chose to believe it since Bai Fu had said so. After all, it didn't cost much to assign tasks to the undead. Next, it would depend on whether these undead could really give them some surprises. On the third day after the negotiation ended, Bai Fu found that the hidden task evolution tree of ability 2 that she had triggered for a long time had finally become available for submission. Since she had an absurdly large number of players under her command, and most of them were A level to S level, the reward for this task was directly raised to the highest level. 1 billion experience points, special talents and supernatural garden connection plus 30. Bai Fu decisively submitted the task. After submitting, she drew a new talent, Supernatural Genius, which can enhance the mastery of supernatural powers and the effects of supernatural powers. She did not have supernatural powers, but she could use the copied supernatural skills through the supernatural evolution tree map, so this talent still had a certain effect. Bai Fu actually cared more about the connection degree of the supernatural garden. After completing the task, her value increased to 40. Then, she triggered Supernatural Evolution Tree 3, which required her to advance to the Master. The task rewarded 1.5 billion experience and 30 connection points. She clicked Submit Task on the spot. You triggered the hidden task Supernatural Evolution Tree Final. A new prompt appeared again. The last part of the series of tasks seemed very simple. You just had to go to the Supernatural Garden for pilgrimage. The location of the Supernatural Garden was directly marked on the map. But Bai Fu was keenly aware that this mission was full of dangers. The mission rewards 10 billion experience points, and the connection degree is plus 30. This is 10 billion experience points and a cosmic treasure. Even for Chao Ju, this reward means a huge risk. There's probably something in the Supernatural Garden, or in other words, after she enters the Supernatural Garden, something bad will happen to her in the outside world. It is better to wait until the first divine transformation is completed before going to the Supernatural Garden. Bai Fu was not in a hurry. The Supernatural Garden is good, but she has to live to use it. She closed the task panel. A few days later, the Titan Industries spacecraft arrived at Ziyuan Star. Titan Industries came to deliver compensation and compensation materials, and took Galliani and Xuechuan away. Knowing that they could finally leave, Galliani and Xuechuan were so excited that they almost cried. Why did you become like this? Everyone looked at Galliani and Xuechuan in astonishment. Bai Fu looked innocent. Don't blame her, blame the Beast God. It was the Beast God who tortured them. Come and play often when you have time. Bai Fu waved at Galliani and Xuechuan, almost frightening them to death. Still playing, or you die. The two who had just reshaped their bodies quickly fled into the spaceship. They didn't want to see Bai Fu again. Not long after Galliani and Xuechuan returned to Titan Industries, a message suddenly came from the Dark Domain. The exploration team of the Supernova Corps discovered a civilization in the Dark Domain. This civilization was attacked by the Apostle Holy City. After contacting the exploration team of the Supernova Corps, this civilization sent out a distress signal. Here it comes, the great cosmic war mentioned in the trailer. All the players were excited. Chapter 302. The discovery of the Supernova Corps made all civilizations that have explored the universe nervous. The location that the exploration fleet arrived at was 1 billion light-years away from the border of the Supernova Corps. 1 billion light-years, it sounds like a very far distance. But you have to know that the longest point of the smallest star zone ruled by the Supernova Corps is 900 million light-years. That means the advanced troops of the Apostle Holy City are only 1 star zone away from the Supernova Corps, and only more than 2 billion light-years away from the border of the Reborn Empire. Bai Fu opened the game map. Through the positioning of Sui Shi, she had figured out the approximate location of the Apostle Holy City headquarters. Although she couldn't calculate how far it was from the Reborn Empire, it was definitely more than 2 billion light-years away. Otherwise, those adventurers and criminals who had ventured into the Dark Realm would have discovered the Apostle Holy City long ago, and it wouldn't have been the Saints' turn to come out and cause trouble. The Apostle Holy City suddenly moved so close to the explored universe. It seems that it has already launched an active attack. Bai Fu's face became extremely solemn. The good news is that she was promoted to the Super Absolute before the war, and the experience she had accumulated during this period was almost enough for her to trigger the first divine transformation. The bad news is that the Apostle Holy City came too quickly. Despite her help, the Reborn Empire has too little improvement, and the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries have not improved at all. Can they win? It feels a bit difficult. After all, there are people like Rufus and Painter watching outside. Although Slick, who suddenly betrayed the Empire, is just an ordinary overlord. He is likely to have an extremely dangerous quest line. Sure enough, a world with active players is bound to be full of disasters. Let's fight first. If the three cosmic civilizations cannot defeat the Apostle Holy City, she can just take a group of players to a more distant starry sky to play Dark Domain Survival. With her current strength and reputation, she will not lack players to follow her. As long as there are players following her, she can definitely squeeze out experience from them, and with this experience, she can continue to upgrade. Whether I can surpass the Lord of the Oath, or even Yuani depends on this wave. Bai Fu's eyes flash with dazzling light. The Great Cosmic War, a war between cosmic civilizations. In this level of war, even the overlords and supernaturals are at risk of falling. Once ordinary people are involved in the war, their deaths are counted in units of planets. There is no doubt that this is a huge crisis, but there are opportunities in the crisis. The rewards for the Dark Domain Exploration mission can be described as generous, and the rewards for the Great Cosmic War mission must be even more tempting. With more than 20 million high-level leaks in her hands, she didn't dare to think about how much benefit she could gain from this war if she planned properly, for fear that she would faint from thinking too much. After closing the game map, Bai Fu immediately contacted the Rebirth Empire to learn about the specific situation. The civilization invaded by the Apostle Holy City is called the Tubu Civilization, a very pure technological civilization. The Tubu Civilization is the undisputed overlord of the starry sky where it is located. About a month ago, a mining fleet belonging to the Tubu Civilization encountered the fleet of the Apostle Holy City in the depths of the Starry Sea. At first, the mining fleet thought they had encountered blind interstellar pirates. After asking in vain, they took the initiative to attack the fleet of the Apostle Holy City. But soon they realized that these were not ordinary interstellar pirates, but opponents they could never defeat, because the shells and energy beams they fired were intercepted halfway before they even touched the shields of the opponent's ships. How were they intercepted? A strange-looking guy flew out of the spaceship, opened his mouth, and sucked hard. In an instant, shells, energy beams, interstellar dust, and even a mining ship were sucked directly into his mouth and disappeared without a trace. Faced with such a monster, the people of the mining fleet were desperate. To their surprise, the people of the Apostle Holy City let them go and asked them to take a message to persuade the Tubu Civilization to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would not take long for the main fleet of the Apostle Holy City to arrive and launch an attack. The Tubu Civilization refused. At that time, they did not realize how terrible the Apostle Holy City was. They thought that the Apostle Holy City had only taught a mining fleet a lesson. Although the means were very special, it was not surprising. As long as our God-level masters launch an attack, everything will be fine. In fact, the God-level masters of the Tubu Civilization were only natural disaster-level superpowers, while the Apostle Holy City directly dispatched several overlords and several Virgin Mary-level mobile fortress ships. The first large-scale battle between the two sides ended with the fleet of the Tubu Civilization being split into two by the charge of the fortress ship, and then quickly defeated. When the exploration fleet of the Supernova Corps unexpectedly came near the Tubu Civilization, the capital star of the Tubu Civilization had already fallen, and only a few troops were left to fight guerrilla warfare with the Apostle Holy City. According to the captain of a guerrilla fleet of the Tubu Civilization, the reason why the Apostle Holy City attacked the Tubu Civilization was mainly because of the black hole in the galaxy where the capital star of the Tubu Civilization was located. The Apostle Holy City planned to build a gravity collection base in that black hole to provide energy for the ultra-long-range Stargate. Obviously, the Apostle Holy City intends to use the Tubu Civilization as a springboard to attack us. Their speed of action was beyond our expectations, but we were lucky. We captured their movements not long after they entered the Tubu Civilization. Dimitri pointed to the map in front of him and explained. So now what we have to do is very clear. We must prevent the Apostle Holy City from building a Stargate in the Tubu Civilization. Once this Stargate is opened, the Apostle Holy City's large forces will be able to reach the front line at a very low cost and very fast speed, and the situation will be very unfavorable to us. Bai Fu agreed with what Dimitri said. If things really turned out as Dimitri said, even if she went all out and kept instructing the masters and transcendents of the three cosmic civilizations who were at a bottleneck, it would be difficult to reverse the decline. Even if she was promoted to transcendent, she would have to wait for the time to complete the awakening task. The time required for other masters and transcendents to break through would only be longer than hers. Have you already negotiated? Dimitri said. It's been negotiated. Your Majesty, and the chief of the Supernova Corps, and the president of Titan Industries, held a meeting not long ago. The three civilizations will each send a special combat force to the Tubu civilization to do their best to stop the Apostle Holy City. For this reason, the Empire even used the dimensional cube to directly eliminate the black hole of the Tubu civilization. As for you, my suggestion is to leave Zuyuan Star and go to the Empire Mother Star immediately. The Apostle Holy City must have known that you can help Chaojue complete the transformation of divinity. Once they get the chance, they will definitely attack you. It is too dangerous to continue staying on Zuyuan Star. Go to the Empire Mother Star? That's fine. Bai Fu nodded. Anyway, she has Hei Fu as her clone, so even if her real body is on the Empire Mother Star, she doesn't have to worry about missing the mission. The real body goes to the Empire Mother Star to instruct the Lord and Chaojue, and waits for the Empire's virtual realm development plan to be officially launched, and then the clone stays outside to do the main task of version 2.3, dual-threaded parallel. Perfect. Then let's go as soon as possible. Bai Fu is a man of action. After making an appointment with Dimitri, she issued an emergency notice that night and dispatched a large number of spaceships to temporarily relocate all the people on Zuyuan Star to Ulysses Star to prevent them from dying tragically due to the war. Afterwards, she formed another expeditionary force, which was led by Hei Fu, who she controlled. The members included Ying Fu, Anya, Fei Yi Cixia, Yulia and others, as well as a large number of players. The destination of the expeditionary force was Tubu civilization. After she explained the situation to the three cosmic civilizations, she received the main quest released by the game. You triggered the main quest Tubu battle. Quest introduction. Quest objective, branch 1. Establish a position. Establish your own position in the Tubu civilization and ensure that the position does not fall within 13 days, and reward 500 million experience points, branch 2. Defeat the enemy and kill the master or super in the Apostle Holy City camp. The reward depends on the number of kills, branch 3. The statue collapses and destroys the statue class mothership of the Apostle Holy City. The reward depends on the contribution, branch 4. Black hole annihilation. Clear the black hole in the center of the Tubu galaxy, destroy the stability of the space near the black hole, and prevent the Apostle Holy City from establishing a super long-range Stargate. The reward is the special title Beyond the Black Hole, and the rest of the rewards depend on the contribution, branch 5. Recover the homeland and restore the entire territory of the Tubu civilization. The reward depends on the contribution. Note 1. Completing branch 4 within 13 days will trigger the hidden mission reward. Note 2. After 13 days, the difficulty of this mission will automatically increase. Countdown 311:59:59. Note 3. This main mission is a faction war mission. Your performance will affect the final direction of the entire war. If your faction wins the final victory, you will receive additional rewards. Please do your best to shine on the battlefield. This mission can be said to be the most complicated mission Bai Fu has received in recent years, especially notes 1 and 2, which made her look confused. The difficulty of the mission will automatically increase after 13 days. What does this mean? Considering that this item is related to destroying the black hole, she is increasingly confused. Will the Holy City of Apostles send reinforcements after 13 days? Or will the black hole mutate after 13 days? Or will something else happen after 13 days that will affect the Battle of Tubu? Bai Fu read the mission back and forth several times, and also read the information that Dimitri sent her several times, but still could not find any clues. In this case, it would be difficult for her to warn the three cosmic civilizations. How to warn them? Saying that she can predict the future and that a disaster will happen in 13 days? This is too general. If there is no targeted arrangement, such a warning is meaningless. The three cosmic civilizations listened to her and sent troops to the Tubu civilization, but the disaster ended up in the three cosmic civilizations. What should they do? We can only fight and watch. Bai Fu shook her head. This mission said that there were still 13 days left, but in fact, there was not that much time left for her. After all, she had to deduct the time for traveling. Fortunately, the supernova core was already urgently building a star gate to the vicinity of the Tubu civilization, so she only needed to spend 4 days on the road at most. That means I still have 9 days to complete the task. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. After closing the task panel, Bai Fu immediately summoned all the players willing to participate in the battle to board the ship. During the boarding process, she made a simple pre-war mobilization speech. Although it was just a formality, she deliberately pulled a group of live broadcast robots to broadcast the entire mobilization process on the largest live broadcast website in the explored universe, making this mobilization meeting particularly ceremonial. This war takes place far away from us, but it is closely related to each of us. The Holy City of Apostles is a civilization that pursues absolute hegemony. They will conquer every piece of land they see, and they will force the people of every piece of land they arrive at to believe in what they believe in. They call this returning to the embrace of God. What do you think? Bai Fu looked around and said nothing. She gave the players enough space to discuss. After a full minute, she took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, I don't know what everyone thinks, but I, Bai Fu, cannot agree with the shitty philosophy of the Apostle Holy City. The loud and clear voice echoed in the spaceships and live broadcast rooms. Everyone who heard this was stunned. Wait. What did they hear? Shit? Bai Fu continued to speak. Yes, in my opinion, the philosophy of the Apostle Holy City is shit. Return to the embrace of God? Fuck you. Are they worthy of claiming to be God's spokesperson? They are just a bunch of motherless things. A group of thugs who spread natural disasters wherever they go. To deal with such thugs, preaching is meaningless, and negotiation is impossible. The only way is to fight them, and hit them until they feel pain. Are they a natural disaster? Bullshit. From today on, we will tell them. We will tell the entire universe. We will tell every corner where wisdom appears that we are the natural disaster, and the natural disaster is specifically aimed at them. Let's go! Bai Fu slapped the podium, then turned around neatly, and her silver-white ponytail swung past the camera, like a sharp blade out of its sheath. A knife. Then he slashed out. Big earthquake. Unexpected. Bai Fu's mobilization meeting was really unexpected. Fuck, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time that Fu Fu has cursed in front of people. As a master of. Bai Shui, Digger G widened his eyes in surprise. Shit, hack your mother, no mother fart. The offensiveness of these words cannot be described as high, but you have to know that these words came out of the mouth of Bai Fu, the Bai Fu who has been praised as a saint for nearly 20 years, but has never collapsed. The Apostle Holy City is so valuable that it can make the terrifyingly well-mannered Bai Fu so angry that she swears. Awesome, this is a qualified cutscene. If all cutscenes in the future are of this quality, I will never skip it for a second. What is the plot skip button? So cool, so cool. Fu Fu is so cool when she swears. Oh my god, Bai Fu directly attacked someone's mother. Is this true? Swear more. I like the tone of Fu Fu when she swears. It's so interesting. The players in the spaceship, the players waiting in the live broadcast room, and the players who saw the news in the community were all agitated at this moment. Fu Fu is right. The Holy City of Apostles is a natural disaster? You are just bragging. In this game world, there are many things that can be called natural disasters, but the real natural disasters are only them. From entering the game with version 1.0, to entering the Starry Sea with version 2.0, to the current version 2.3, it has been 20 years of ups and downs. Now, it is time to announce the true strength of the fourth calamity to the world. 1, 2, 3. Countless spaceships followed by Fu's flagship and rushed into the depths of the starry sky. When the spacecraft's engine roared, the entire explored universe was also shaken by Bai Fu's speech. Is this the passion of young people? However, passion has a price. The immortals will not die. But what about you, Bai Fu? Do you think she can live until the end of the war with the Apostle Holy City? On a distant planet, the tiger-headed man asked the painter beside him. The painter said expressionlessly, No. The tiger-headed man was quite surprised. Are you so sure? The painter said, Because I won't let her live until that time. The tiger-headed man gave a thumbs up. Good. Ambitious. I'm optimistic about you. On the spaceship. Looking at the excited players, Yulia couldn't help but twitch her lips. Bai Fu's sincere expression actually made the undead so excited. This was too outrageous. If these undead knew that Bai Fu's expression just now was actually her true self, I wonder what they would think. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Bai Fu giggled. Not only did she prepare a touching speech for the players, she also prepared a TV station for them. Just now, she applied to establish a TV station. This TV station is responsible for broadcasting the heroic performance of players in the Battle of Tubu. She will regularly ask Xiao Bai Fu to interview outstanding players to help them improve their reputation in the entire explored universe and make them superstars in the eyes of NPCs. Players play games just for fun. It's fun to play to your heart's content, to get a lot of rewards, and to become a celebrity in the game that is sought after by thousands of people. Bai Fu believed that this move would definitely stimulate the players to rush forward. The faster and harder the players rushed, the more experience they earned. The more experience the players earned, the happier she would be at that time. In short, just do it, 4 days later, Bai Fu led the fleet across more than 10 billion light-years and finally arrived at the Tuba Galaxy. At this time, the flames of war had already spread throughout the entire Tuba Galaxy. Under the attack of the Apostle Holy City, the government of the Tubu civilization had already collapsed. In order to deal with those guerrilla fleets, the Apostle Holy City deployed a large number of true spirit puppets on various planets in the Tuba Galaxy. The existence of these true spirit puppets made the guerrilla fleets dare not land rashly. If the spacecraft could not land, it would not be able to replenish various supplies in time, and the situation was precarious. According to a guerrilla fleet connected to the supernova core, there are 2 Calamity-class spiritual puppets on the planet in front of us. Bai Fu looked at the virtual screen in front of her and nodded. This planet is good, the location and environment are very good, very suitable for setting up positions. 2 Calamity-class? Ha! Calamity-class can easily beat S-plus class and S-class superpowers. But what if there are a million S-class superpowers standing in front of him? Bai Fu turned her head and looked at Anya next to her. Send a million undead people down to strengthen the 2 Calamity-class spiritual puppets. Chapter 303. Grey Wind Star is a planet located at the edge of the Tuba Galaxy. Although it is at the edge, Grey Wind Star is not backward. It is one of the bases for the Tubu civilization to conduct external exploration. The Tubu civilization has built here for hundreds of years, making it far more prosperous than the former Zuyuan star. However, all this has become a thing of the past with the advent of the true spirit puppet released by the Apostle Holy City. The huge natural disaster-level true spirit puppet traveled across the earth. Wherever it passed, the wind and clouds surged, lightning and thunder roared, the earth turned over, the mountains collapsed and turned into valleys, and the basins and valleys rose and turned into mountains. Ruins, ruins, ruins everywhere. Cities, villages, ports. Everything has turned into ruins. In order to save their homeland, where they have lived for decades, the residents of Grey Wind Star rose up in resistance. They tried every possible way, but it was useless. There was no way. The gap between them and the natural disaster-level true spirit puppets was too big. There were not many S-level superpowers in the entire Grey Wind Star. As for weapons, some weapons on Grey Wind Star could indeed hurt the natural disaster-level true spirit puppets, but these weapons were too heavy, and the natural disaster-level true spirit puppets smashed these weapons into pieces in a few strokes. What can I do? Nothing can be done. The gap from S-level to natural disaster level cannot be crossed by just a passionate roar. It requires systematic knowledge, extraordinary talent, and time accumulation. For the residents of Grey Wind Star, all this is obviously out of reach. It seems that the only way waiting for them is to disappear with the wind. I don't believe that there will be a turnaround. I will never give up like this. I can't beat those monsters now, but it doesn't mean I can't beat them in the future. I will bet my life. Under the collapsed beam, a young boy who was still immature shouted fiercely at his companion. He had shouted similarly countless times, so his companions did not respond. If shouting slogans could kill those alien monsters, Grey Wind Star would have restored peace long ago. He should think about whether he can survive tonight. The 2 big monsters have not come out to cause trouble recently, but they have created a large number of small monsters, which poses a great threat to the survivors of Grey Wind Star. You guys. Alas. The young man sighed helplessly. Of course, he could understand his companion's thoughts, but people always have to have some hope to live. He looked up, and his eyes were dazzled by the sunlight. When he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that a spaceship emerged from behind the clouds. No, not 1, but 2 or 3. Fuck, what's going on? The sudden exclamation scared the companions beside him. Nessus, what are you crazy about? What if you suddenly shout and attract those small monsters? The companions stood up cursing, and when they looked up at the sky, they cried out in the same way as Nessus. What the hell? At some point, thousands of spaceships with shapes that made them feel completely unfamiliar appeared densely under the clouds. Where did these spaceships come from? Could they have been summoned by those monsters? Nessus was restless, and at this moment, a rustling sound came from a pit in the left front, as if something was rushing towards them quickly through the pit. Oh no, it's a monster attracted by the sound. Nessus reacted very quickly, but his body couldn't keep up with his brain. He just turned around, and before he could take a step, he saw a small monster jumping out of the pit, with sharp claws reflecting the sunlight, piercing straight into his pupils. Is it over? A momentary mistake ruined himself and his companions. The feeling of regret surged from the bottom of his heart like a tide. However, the claws failed to pierce him after all, because the next second a deep purple beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, shot in from the top of the monster's head, shot out from the monster's tail, and melted the earth into a deep hole. The monster's body continued to move forward by inertia, and was about to fall on him, when another white shadow, wrapped in a hurricane, smashed down, and with a bang, the monster was smashed into countless pieces. The earth trembled and dust flew. Nessus lost his balance and fell to the ground. He supported the ground with one hand, then slowly raised his head. At this moment, he saw white spots of light flying out from the spaceship in the sky one after another, like meteors, like rainstorms, covering the entire sky, and impacting the hearts of everyone who saw this scene. Gulu. Nesius swallowed his saliva, turned his head stiffly, and looked at the stranger standing upright in white combat uniform on the monster's corpse in horror. You are? Oh my god, strong luck talent, this is the protagonist's appearance. The stranger put his face in front of Nesius, stared at him for several seconds, and shouted at the air. Come here quickly, I think I found the protagonist of this planet. Just a dozen seconds later, a large number of strangers suddenly came from the sky and from the surroundings. They gathered around and pointed. Fuck ye, you're so lucky. How do we deal with him? Send him to a safe place first? Send him what? Take him with you. He's the protagonist. With his lucky aura, our profits will definitely not be bad. Okay, take him with you. Nesius was confused. He didn't understand how these strangers understood their language, and he didn't understand the deep meaning of what these strangers said just now. He only knew that he was pulled up, and then someone threw a combat uniform and a gun to him. First of all, we are not your enemies. We are here to deal with those true spirit puppets. Secondly, put on your clothes, take your guns, and follow us. Finally. No! There is no need for a last. You are here to deal with those monsters, right? I will go with you. Nesius put on his combat uniform at the speed of light and joined the combat team composed of Digging G and others. To be honest, at this moment, he did not think that Grey Wind Star could really be saved, because the two true spirit puppets left too deep an impression on him. He had expectations again and again, and then again and again, he watched the two true spirit puppets smash his expectations. Pain. Too painful. At this time, Nessus's idea was very pure. Let's fight. Whether we can win or not, we will fight, otherwise he will be crushed by the despair sooner or later. In this way, he followed Digging G, Gaiawofu, Patrick and others, and killed all the way to the true spirit puppet's nest. Boom boom boom, from the village ruins to the city ruins, from the city ruins to the jungle, and from the jungle to the city ruins again. When he saw the monster nest standing not far away, Nesius couldn't help but wipe his eyes. Damn, he really wasn't dreaming. He followed this group of strangers for more than 700 kilometers in just half a day, killing them along the way. No. It's completely unclear. Nesius only remembered that he was shooting non-stop. No matter how many small monsters blocked the road, they couldn't stop them from being torn to pieces even for a second. What is the crushing momentum? This is the crushing momentum. Could it be that Grey Wind Star is really saved? Nesius looked at Gaiawofu beside him. Gaiawofu said, you don't have to do anything next. Just watch, those two boss-level monsters are not something you can deal with. Nesius nodded subconsciously. He stood there and watched Gaiawofu and others leave. Then, he saw the most shocking scene in his life. It was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, the originally quiet city ruins were filled with earth-shaking shouts. Various voices intertwined, like thunder. In the midst of such thunder, people emerged one after another from the city ruins to every corner. There were so many of them that the streets could not accommodate them at all. So some of them flew into the sky. What was outrageous was that as they approached the monster's lair, even the vast sky seemed to have difficulty accommodating them. They squeezed into white hemispheres one after another, surrounding the monster's lair. Then, beat her to death, 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. Nesius, who was standing outside, had no idea what was going on. He only heard shouts and explosions. He saw the earth shaking, and the sky polluted by all kinds of strange lights. No, buddy, isn't this how you beat monsters? Nesius was stunned. This was a brand new version he had never seen before. Even in his dreams, he had never imagined such a scene. Originally, he was quite worried about Gaiawofu and others who brought him here, but now. Fuck, this thing has so much health. I only hit it 0.07% of its health just now, and this dog thing can actually recover health. Quick, give it a blood-depleting buff. If it keeps recovering blood, we can't fight it. Please, let me fire one shot. I just want to get some basic rewards. The players rushed forward frantically, not afraid of the attacks of the true spirit puppets. All the players who participated in the battle knew that the two true spirit puppets in front of them were very powerful, but they could never withstand the impact of 1 million of them. After all, they were only natural disaster level, and they would be killed by them sooner or later. So, what they should consider now is not tactics, not skill combinations, but how to rush to the boss and hit the boss before it dies. If they rushed too slowly and the boss died, they would not get the quest reward. Charge. Kill. Some players who rushed fast even accidentally rushed into the open mouth of the true spirit puppet, and then they shot the true spirit puppet's mouth hard before they died. Some players saw that the ground and the sky were occupied, and they directly made holes in the ground, and then suddenly emerged from the ground and hit the true spirit puppet's skin swallow hard. Faced with such an unreasonable attack, the two true spirit puppets were beaten and screamed. They also resisted violently, but there were too many players outside. They were exhausted after a while of violent fighting, and the number of players rushing over was still so large that there was no end in sight. Woo! After 2 consecutive painful groans, the two true spirit puppets, who killed countless people on Grey Wind Star, fell to the ground. At this moment, there was no intact place on their bodies. They died. Although they were not killed by foot repair, the way they died now was more miserable than being killed by foot repair. Great! The players who successfully got the reward cheered. Fuck. Those who failed to squeeze into the front row poured their anger on the remaining small true spirit puppets. Thus, the Grey Wind Star restored peace. After learning that the big monster was dead, and the small monsters were killed in one day, and even the corpses could not be found, the survivors on the Grey Wind Star were all dumbfounded. What is going on? Nessus, who watched the whole process, didn't know. Family members, who would understand. Every day he looked forward to the arrival of a hero, and occasionally dreamed of becoming a hero. Today, the hero finally arrived, but this hero was completely different from what he imagined. The hero came, and there were 1 million of them. Whose legend has so many heroes, and whose legend looks more weird than monsters when they fight? Nessus was in a mess in the Wind of Joy. But he didn't hate this feeling. To deal with these brutal monsters, he had to fight back fiercely with such horrific means that could make the monsters feel desperate. Let me join you. I want to be a warrior like you. Nessus expressed his wish. Become a warrior like us? I'm sorry, this is impossible. I don't look down on you, but we are special. But I can take you to see our Legion leader. She is a great person. I think she should be able to show you the way forward. Digging Princess brought Nessus to Baifu. On the flagship of the Silent Garden player core, Nessus felt even more shocked. Undead? There are still 20 million undead on the spacecraft. Baifu, who commands these undead, can crush the monsters that turn Grey Wind Star into hell with just a flick of her finger? The extraterritorial civilization that manipulates monsters is more terrifying than Baifu. After watching the promotional video played by Baifu, Nessus felt that his entire worldview had been reshaped. Faced with such a terrible opponent, do you still think you should continue to fight? Nessus stared at the white-haired woman opposite him, who was as beautiful as a painting in his eyes even though her race was completely different from his. Is the enemy terrible? Very terrible. Just counting the difference in rank between the two sides made his body tremble uncontrollably. However, fear would not wear out his fighting spirit, otherwise he would have been lying down and dying long before these heroes arrived. A group of strangers are fighting for his civilization, so he is even less likely to retreat. And he also heard that many people in other civilizations that were attacked by the Apostle Holy City did not surrender, but gathered together to form the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance to continue fighting against the Apostle Holy City. Yes, I want to continue fighting. Please give me a chance to follow you. Nessus's face showed an unprecedented serious expression. Baifu nodded. Very good, since you are willing to take this difficult road, then from today you will follow Ichi and Teresa. They have similar experiences to you. They will teach you how to become a qualified superpower from the beginning. I sincerely hope that one day in the future you can become a master or even a superpower, and use your own strength to point out the future for your own civilization. Nessus knelt on one knee and bowed his head devoutly. Thank you, Lord Dark Lord. Before that, you are my beacon. The above is the course of our first war after arriving at the Tuba Galaxy. Patrick, Conviction and other undead showed their bravery and fearlessness in the battle. Nessus showed the perseverance and courage of the Tuba people. Facing powerful enemies, they did not retreat. The Apostle Holy City is terrible, but this kind of terror cannot knock us down. We will do our best to build a high wall in the dark domain to block the offensive of the Apostle Holy City outside this wall. The newly built TV station broadcasted its first program. Bai Fu personally served as the news host and introduced the players, and Nessus who performed well in the battle to all the viewers. This program caused a great response. The troops of the three cosmic civilizations fought, with the main force of the Apostle Holy City on the front line. The videos sent back were mostly fleet bombardments and dominations. It was difficult for ordinary people to see anything from these videos. At most, they could just look at the battle report. The video prepared by Bai Fu focused on the surface of the earth. All of this was closer to ordinary people, and naturally it was easier to resonate. Moreover, the news host was Bai Fu herself, which made it even more attractive. NPCs were very excited after reading the news, and some ambitious people even thought about joining the silent courtyard. Players were also very excited after reading the news. Oh my god, there is such a new trick in Victory Settlement, seeing Patrick and others appearing frequently in the news. Both guild players and individual players were very envious. I want to be on TV too. So, not long after the news was broadcast, a large group of players came to ask for a fight. This is exactly what Bai Fu wanted. The more active the players are, the more money they can make from them. Considering that she only had 8 days left, she immediately divided more than 20 million players into 20 groups, and asked them to rescue the nearby planets attacked by the True Spirit puppet, while she herself stayed on Grey Wind Star to build a temporary position. When sending the players out, she specifically asked the players to pay attention to whether there were NPCs with the same talent as Nessus on other planets, and if so, find a way to bring them back. Over the years, Bai Fu has been investing in NPCs with lucky or strong luck. The first two protagonists of the novice planet Indigo Star that she invested in, Ichi and Teresa, have now been promoted to natural disasters after following her for more than 10 years. As for the S-level and S-plus level protagonists, the Silent Courtyard Camp has collected nearly 100 of them. These protagonists gathered together to form the Silent Courtyard's unique full-class protagonist, class middle-level cadres. But Bai Fu was still not satisfied. Only 100 too few. When I was in the Fringe world before, it was not easy to find a protagonist because the main plot was too scattered. Now the main plot is completely focused on the confrontation of civilizations. It is the best time to collect protagonists. If possible, Bai Fu even wants to recruit all the protagonists under her command. With so many protagonists gathered together, how terrifying would the protagonist halo be, even if the so-called protagonist halo is useless, considering that he can be identified as a protagonist. Each of the NPCs has a special skill. If she can train all these protagonists, how powerful will the Court of Silence be? By then, she will be the king of all kings, and the master of all ways with one player and the other. What three cosmic civilizations? What Apostle Holy City? Close the door. Let the players and protagonists go. Hack them. If she can't kill them, Bai Fu will change her name to Hei Fu. Under Bai Fu's command, the Court of Silence opened fire. In just 2 days, the players of the Court of Silence swept through the planets in the Tuba Galaxy like a storm, killing all the True Spirit puppets that invaded these planets. Even the locusts passing through the borders could not be cleaned up so cleanly and quickly by these players. This horrific record made the three cosmic civilizations look at it with awe. It was more than awe. They were shocked and worried. No! This group of undeads have just been promoted to S level, and they are so powerful. If they are all promoted to natural disasters one by one, then they will become real natural disasters. If tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of natural disaster level superpowers, who will not die and like to work together to attack a civilization at the same time, even the three cosmic civilizations will be beaten to a pulp. If some of them have advanced to the level of master or transcendence, it will be even more terrifying. In such worries, some people secretly nickname the players the cancer of the universe. However, no matter how worried they are, the three major cosmic civilizations are not going to take action against the players at the moment. The most urgent task is to deal with the Apostle Holy City. As for dealing with Bai Fu and the players, they will have time to consider it after defeating the Apostle Holy City. Unlike the three major cosmic civilizations, the people on the invaded planets of the Tubu civilization are full of respect and expectations for the players. Who said that players are a threat? These players are awesome. They wish that players would come to their planet in the next second, and then kill those monsters like slaughtering pigs. People said that when Bai Fu and the undead came, there would be a blue sky. This enthusiastic mood gradually affected the people of the Apostle Holy City, who were building a star gate in the Tuba Galaxy. Although Bai Fu's actions can't hurt us, it's still too annoying to have such a fly flying around. Moreover, she is related to Rufus, who stole the universe's treasure. Find a chance to control her and torture Rufus' whereabouts. After some discussion, the people of the Apostle Holy City finally decided to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. On the surface, it seemed that they were going to deal with the main forces of the three cosmic civilizations, but in fact, they were going to take a detour to Grey Wind Star and knock Bai Fu out in one wave. Chapter 304. When the fleet set out, Bai Fu deliberately brought more than a dozen engineering ships. Therefore, she successfully built a temporary position with complete facilities on Grey Wind Star in just one day, completing the first condition of Battle of Tubu Mission Branch 1. The next thing she had to do was to defend this position within the specified time limit. However, she was not obsessed with whether she could complete Branch 1. The reward after completing this task was only 500 million experience points in total, and for her now, this amount of experience point could only fill her teeth. If the situation is really bad, then pack up the survivors of Grey Wind Star, and load them into the spaceship and run away directly. There is no need to fight for 500 million experience points, or even destroy the entire fleet. How is the situation over there? The day after the position was built, Bai Fu contacted Doomsday Winter, the leader of the special forces sent by the Reborn Empire. Doomsday Winter is an Ice-type mutant, who has completed 2 divine transformations. Although his strength is not as good as Demetrius and Chong Shao, he can be regarded as a pillar-level combat force in the Reborn Empire. The Rebirth Empire sent him, and the Vortex Lord, who was perfectly matched with him to deal with the Apostle Holy City fleet that invaded the Tubu civilization. It can be said that they took this war very seriously. After all, the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries also made a lot of efforts to stop the Apostle Holy City. They each sent 2 powerful Super Supremes. However, the development of the situation was completely beyond Bai Fu's expectations. The combination of 6 Super Supremes plus a dozen Overlords, in the explored universe, should be able to sweep away any force except the 3 major cosmic civilizations. But now they have been bruised and bloodied in the Tuba Galaxy. There is a super superior in the fleet of the Apostle Holy City, who is so powerful that it makes people's scalps numb. He can hold back 4 super superiors from the 3 major cosmic civilizations by himself, and he has the upper hand. According to the members of the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance under your command, that person is the 4th candidate for the Apostle Holy City. We estimate that if neither side uses the Cosmic Treasure, Annihilation and Chongshao combined may not be his opponent. There was a subtle tremor in Doomsday Winter's voice. He was not afraid of the 4th candidate, but the strength of the entire Apostle Holy City. If the 4th candidate was so powerful, how powerful would the 7 candidates, the Chief Judge of the Tribunal, the Master of the True Spirit Hall, and the Supreme God who was said to be even more terrifying, be? Fortunately, the group of people from the 10 Saints exposed the existence of the Apostle Holy City early, so that they would not be kept in the dark. Otherwise, when the Apostle Holy City was fully prepared, and then suddenly launched a sneak attack to destroy the high-end combat power of one of the 3 cosmic civilizations, the remaining 2 would find it difficult to deal with the Apostle Holy City even if they reached a comprehensive cooperation. Although the current situation is still very bad, it is not impossible to turn the situation around. Does the Empire have no intention of sending more people? Bai Fu asked. Doomsday Winter explained, if there were no 10 Saints, the Empire would definitely send a large army directly now, but with the 10 Saints leading the way, the Empire has to be on guard against whether the Apostle Holy City will make a feint to the east and attack the west, deliberately pretending to be stationed in the Tubu civilization in a large-scale manner, but actually preparing to launch an attack from other directions. So the Empire does not dare to withdraw too many people to support the Tubu civilization now. Bai Fu nodded. This was something that had to be guarded against. But given the current situation, could she really clear the black hole at the center of the Tuba Galaxy in the remaining 7 days? The situation felt a bit delicate. She led the players to stir up trouble everywhere. Although the noise was huge and attracted a lot of attention, these actions could not affect the overall situation of the war. Maybe she should take the initiative. After all, she sent Hei Fu, and even if Hei Fu died, she would automatically revive after a while. Just as Bai Fu was thinking about how to take the initiative, she suddenly received a game prompt. You triggered the emergency mission falling into the abyss. Bai Fu quickly clicked on the mission details. Mission introduction. Disasters always come inadvertently. When you are still immersed in your daily life, the abyss has already swallowed up the world. At this moment, is what you think is normal really normal? Mission purpose. Lead your fleet to escape the abyss. Reward. 1.5 billion experience points. Bai Fu, who was already confused, became even more confused after reading the mission introduction. What is Gooba Riddler? No matter how much she complained, she knew that the game would not go crazy at this time. She must have really fallen into the abyss. The mission rewards 1.5 billion experience points. which is much lower than the emergency missions I encountered before. Is this abyss very frustrating? Or is it because the one here now is not my real body? Bai Fu was more inclined to the latter. If abyss was really frustrating, why would the game release emergency missions? So the focus should be the last sentence in the introduction. I thought it was normal. Bai Fu immediately sent out a large number of little black Fu and little white Fu, and asked Anya and the others if they had found anything unusual. The result was no. So, she quickly checked the dark moon eyes she had placed in various places in the planetary system where the gray wind star was located, and still found nothing unusual. This situation was somewhat similar to when she was trapped by Titan Industries Lost. But Bai Fu was very sure that the nature of the two was completely different, otherwise she would definitely be able to see some abnormalities under the blessing of the Supreme and Pure Heart. Okay, you can't see the problem, right? Then let's do something ruthless. Bai Fu pulled out an Endless Dark Realm prayer card from the Pure Land of Dark Night. As an extremely rare color card, the coverage of Endless Dark Realm is ridiculously large. If you throw it into a place like the solar system, it can cover the entire Oort cloud, but at least it can cover the heliosphere completely. And the planetary system, where Grey Wind Star is located, is not as big as the solar system. If this card is thrown down, no matter what kind of monster you are, as long as you are in this space, you will all appear. At the same time, in the spaceship of the Apostle Holy City, the servants of the number 4 cathedral were looking at the virtual screen in front of them with a smile. Not long ago, the fourth candidate for the god suddenly appeared and launched an attack on the base established by the 3 cosmic civilizations in the Tuba Galaxy, which made the people of the 3 cosmic civilizations anxious and thought that the Apostle Holy City was going to fight them to the death. They never dreamed that our real purpose was actually Bai Fu's clone. Bai Fu is too confident. She thought she could act recklessly by sending a clone and a group of undead people, but we are the Apostle Holy City. We have mastered dark energy long ago. Dark energy, the other side of psychic energy, has many magical effects. First, using dark energy can block the detection of psychic energy. For example, now, they drove several spaceships and broke into the planetary system where the Grey Wind Star is located, but Bai Fu did not find any problems at all, just because they covered the spaceship with a huge dark energy shield. Second, dark energy and psychic energy coexist but repel each other. Using this feature, dark energy can be used to seal all psychic prayer masters who have not yet mastered the secrets of dark energy. Yes, as long as enough dark energy is invested, even the super absolute can be sealed. The sealed psychic praying master is like being trapped in a sand pit. If he doesn't struggle, he may be able to live for a while longer. The more he struggles, the faster his psychic energy will be consumed. The isolation of dark energy makes it impossible for psychic praying masters to replenish psychic energy from the outside world. Therefore, once the psychic energy in the body is exhausted, the body will be in a state of exhaustion. This state has no effect on the body in a short period of time, but over time, it may cause the psychic praying master's rank to decline. This time, the servants of the Apostle Holy City number 4 Cathedral planned to use these 2 characteristics of dark energy to capture Bai Fu's clone. Of course, their original intention was not to kill Bai Fu's clone. They just wanted to find out what Bai Fu was through Bai Fu's clone, and then kill Bai Fu's real body. This is difficult for others, but it is not impossible for the Apostle Holy City, which has a deep attainment in psychic power. Go full speed ahead and reach Grey Wind Star as soon as possible. Don't give Bai Fu any time to react. The temporary commander of the fleet, Sun Lan, the superclass servant of the number 4 Cathedral, issued a new order. However, just when the power of the spaceship engine was just turned up to the maximum, something unexpected happened. Buzz, a shock wave instantly radiated to the entire planetary system, where the Grey Wind Star was located at an incredibly fast speed. Is this a psychic wave? Sun Lan felt something was wrong in his heart. Before he could remind others, a large number of black bubbles suddenly appeared around their spaceship. These bubbles were like wild bulls, with their tails on fire, madly attacking the dark energy shield outside the spaceship. The collision of psychic energy and dark energy produced a neutralization explosion that caused the space to twist, break, and reorganize continuously. When the people in the spaceship observed the starry sky outside through such a space, they saw a bizarre world that was sometimes reversed and sometimes torn apart. This scene was very shocking. If an artist was here, it would definitely inspire creative inspiration, but these servants of the Apostle Holy City only felt terrified. Bai Fu's territory was suddenly attacked by psychic energy, and it was a psychic attack with such a large coverage. Who attacked them? There was no need to think about it. It must be Bai Fu. But how did Bai Fu know they were coming? They had clearly used dark energy to hide their tracks. There are only two possibilities to explain this. 1. There was a traitor among them, who told Bai Fu about the action plan in advance. 2. Bai Fu had already mastered the dark energy, and their self-proclaimed secret actions were a joke in front of Bai Fu. Whichever possibility it was terrifying. If it was the former, then who was the traitor? Everyone present, including those who were not present, were all born and raised in the Apostle Holy City. How did they suddenly become Bai Fu's people? Incomprehensible, unbelievable. If it is the latter, then things are even worse. It is certain that the knowledge of dark energy in the explored universe is very superficial. Otherwise, the explored universe would have used dark energy on a large scale long ago. So where did Bai Fu get the knowledge of dark energy and completely control it? Did she realize it by herself in just 20 or 30 years? The word genius is not enough to describe Bai Fu. She is simply a god, the kind of god who can match the efforts of a cosmic civilization for thousands of years. What's the point of fighting against such a god? Just bow down. Inheritance from somewhere else? Did Bai Fu get anything else? How strong is her real strength? Sun Lan was sweating profusely, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He didn't dare to delay for a moment, and quickly told the fourth candidate for the god, who was entangled with the three cosmic civilizations, what happened here. It can only be said that the news was too shocking, and the fourth candidate for the god was distracted, and was beaten several times by the super white of the three cosmic civilizations. He quickly came to his senses. The current situation did not allow him to think seriously. After gritting his teeth, he still issued an order to attack. The more this happens, the more we must find out Bai Fu's details as soon as possible. Go ahead. Even if someone really defected, it would not be a big problem. You still have the advantage in numbers, and you also carry the inscription of the Dark Lord with you. Sun Lan and others who received the order nodded. In this case, let's charge. Several spaceships flew across the starry sky at a high speed. What awaited them were spaceships and ground-based coastal defense guns that immediately entered combat readiness after discovering them. How cruel. They actually sent for super excellence directly here. After using the endless darkness field to find the traces of Sun Lan and others, Bai Fu immediately recognized their identities. For super excellence attacked, even if she had many means, she couldn't defeat them. It seems that this newly built position can't be defended. The good news is that she didn't come in her real body, so she doesn't have to worry about herself getting hurt. But after this battle, most of the spaceships she sent to the Tuba Galaxy will probably be destroyed. Damn it, I have to find a way to retaliate later. Hey, wait! Bai Fu suddenly realized a problem. Although Sun Lan and others used technical means to block her communication with the outside world, she still learned about the situation in the outside world from her original body at the first time through the plug-in of Heaven's Arc. The fourth candidate is fighting with Doomsday Winter and the others, and the remaining four super absolutes are all here with me. Then the base camp of the Apostle Holy City, which is near the black hole, is there not a single super absolute now? Bai Fu's breathing paused for several seconds, and after a few seconds, she became ecstatic. The enemy's base camp is empty. Isn't now the best time to attack the enemy's base camp? What? Hey, Fu is trapped, Doomsday Winter and the others are trapped, and there are no extra manpower? Don't make a fuss, her body is not a decoration. Bai Fu's body, far away in the Rebirth Empire, immediately contacted the players, who were not in Grey Wind Star at this time, but were outside sweeping the True Spirit puppets, and asked them to use a Big Hey Fu card bought from her. Bang! Big Hey Fu fell from the sky. The next second, Bai Fu used the Apostle Body talent to let all her spiritual will attributes fall on this Big Hey Fu. Big Hey Fu waved her hand. Let's go, I take you to attack the base camp of the Apostle Holy City in the Tubu Star system. What are you fighting for? Changing homes is the most advanced tactic. Chapter 305. When the players who were sweeping the True Spirit puppets outside the Grey Wind Star received the news that their home was stolen, they were completely stunned. No, their home was gone just after the battle. What should they do next? Will they be driven out of the Tuba Galaxy? If that's the case, then they won't be able to complete the main mission in the Tuba Galaxy. Don't do that, there must be something wrong. Isn't Fu Fu the protagonist? The protagonist was beaten by the villain just a few days after his debut. What kind of protagonist is this? Some players questioned Bai Fu's identity as the protagonist. Some players left messages to the planner. Of course, the players who defected to the Holy City of Apostles also jumped out to laugh at them at the right time. See? This is the big hand of the Holy City of Apostles, A super big hand that even the protagonist can't bear. You just enjoy Fu, and you will cry when you enjoy her. But things turned around soon. The Holy City of Apostles attacked the temporary position established by Bai Fu on the Grey Wind Star? Wrong. The real situation is that Bai Fu used her clone Hei Fu to delay the people of the Holy City of Apostles, and then created an opportunity for her other clone to attack the base of the Holy City of Apostles in the Tubu star system. I am approaching the base of the Holy City of Apostles at the fastest speed. Please be sure to stop the fourth candidate saint. In the spaceship that was moving at high speed, Data Hei Fu urgently contacted Doomsday Winter and others. Before, it was the fourth candidate saint who was stunned for several seconds. This time it was Doomsday Winter's turn. What? The opportunity just appeared, and it was Bai Fu who found it. He no longer knew how to describe his current mood. Excited, envious, admired. After a long pause, Doomsday Winter asked, "Are you sure you can completely eliminate the black hole and destroy the stability of the surrounding space, making it difficult to locate that space?" Bai Fu said, "Of course it's okay. After all, I avoid blood flowing in my body." Really? Doomsday Winter breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Fu never hesitated to say that she shared void blood from Fei Yi in order to help Fei Yi. Although some people who hated void life very much blamed Bai Fu for this, more people still liked her more because of this. Doomsday Winter's thousands of words in his heart finally condensed into one sentence. Before the clock of the Imperial Standard Time points to a new day, the fourth candidate will not appear in front of you. I guarantee it with my ice blood. Bai Fu smiled and nodded. Then I'm relieved. She hung up the communicator and looked at the strange picture in the hyperspace channel where everything was distorted. Now does she think she is shouldering the hopes of the whole village? It feels like a hero. For her, it doesn't matter whether she can be a hero or not. But the feeling she created really made all the players who followed her to the Apostle Holy City base fall into a carnival. Those who mocked, come out and take a walk. What about the big hand of the Apostle Holy City? Can it compare to one of Fufu's toes? When you can only stay in the Apostle Holy City to do odd jobs, we have followed Fufu to participate in a super event that can change the direction of the main storyline. Conquer the base of the Apostle Holy City, and in the future, your names will even appear in the textbooks in the game. Go ahead. Fuck, Feng Qichuanxing, who has been squatting in the community, is almost angry. Damn, there can be a reversal in this. Is Bai Fu open? He now seriously suspected that Bai Fu was the illegitimate daughter of the mastermind, otherwise he wouldn't play like this. The impatient Feng Qichuanxing immediately found his boss in the Apostle Holy City, and then his boss reported the news to Sui Shi. When Sui Shi first saw the news, she was ready to withhold the news and not report it. But after thinking carefully, she felt that although this was very beneficial to Apostle Bai Fu, it might lead to her identity being exposed, which was really a bit of a loss. After all, she had not yet obtained the fragment of the true spirit relic in the hands of the Apostle Holy City. Just report it directly. It doesn't matter. Even if she reports it, it won't change the overall situation. How big is the Tuba Galaxy? The widest diameter is only more than 50,000 light years. By the time she reports the news, and the Apostle Holy City notifies the front line, Apostle Bai Fu will probably have already killed her way to the outskirts of the base. Sui Shi has full confidence in Bai Fu's strength. She thinks that as long as Bai Fu can reach the base, even if the fourth candidate for the god returns, he can't stop Bai Fu. It's almost what Sui Shi thought. When the Apostle Holy City contacted the fourth candidate and others, the Great Black Fu, controlled by Bai Fu, had already led the fleet to the outskirts of the Apostle Holy City base. Boom boom boom. Thousands of ships launched at the same time. Energy beams, explosions, psychic shocks, supernatural bombardments. Countless lights illuminated the originally dark area. The Apostle Holy City Master who was guarding the base rushed out in panic, but before he could show his power, he was hit by the suddenly appeared Great Black Fu in Chaojuka Bay, and was spinning at high speed. Blow them all up. I don't want to see anything intact. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. That huge Q version of Bai Fu, and the true spirit summoning beast summoned by Bai Fu are too strong. If you don't come back, the base will fall. The fourth candidate of the god, and the four super specials, who were beating up Hei Fu, and the prayer angel near Grey Wind Star were stunned. This is a home-changing tactic. How did Bai Fu do it? How many clones and summons does she have? Also, her real body is in the Rebirth Empire, and her clones are trapped on Grey Wind Star. How did she deliver these clones and summons to the base? Could it be that Bai Fu really knew their plan in advance, and then threw the clones and summons outside in advance, and when they started to act, she also started to act? One law, In short, now is not the time to entangle these things. We must return to help immediately, otherwise once the base falls, the black hole is destroyed, and the space is disrupted. Their plan to use the Tuba Galaxy as a transit station to attack the explored universe will be ruined. It would take a lot of time to find a stable new route. Although they could use the Apostle-class dark energy engine of the God-class mothership to make ultra-long-distance jumps, the God-class mothership takes a long time to start each time, and the supplies it can carry, other warships, etc. are ultimately limited. The fourth candidate wanted to abandon Doomsday Winter, and others, and return to the mothership as soon as possible. But the opportunity to complete the mission was right in front of him. How could Doomsday Winter and others let him go easily? You are at a disadvantage against the 6 of us, and you still want to escape now? You are dreaming. The fourth candidate tried his best to turn all the nearby celestial bodies into interstellar dust, but he still couldn't break out of the siege. I can only delay time with them until they consume too much energy, and then rely on my almost unlimited energy supply to leave, but this way, we can't rescue the base. The veins on the forehead of the fourth candidate popped up, and he wanted to eat Bai Fu alive for putting him in such a predicament. His plan was so unexpected, and it was definitely not his fault that he ended up like this. Someone must have played a dog for Bai Fu. After roaring a few times in his heart, the fourth candidate for the god immediately contacted the people on Grey Wind Star. Don't worry about the clone that Bai Fu left on Grey Wind Star. Hurry back. Sun Lan and others who received the order quickly responded. Run, they also want to run. But Bai Fu, the prayer angel, and Ing Fu are too annoying together, and they can't all retreat. In this case, let's go back alone. One person should be enough to solve the siege of the base. I go back. You guys stay here to deal with Bai Fu's clone. Sun Lan quickly flew into a spaceship next to him. After a few seconds, the spaceship turned around and flew towards the base. Bai Fu would not just watch him leave. She immediately sent several psychic core to stop him. The combat effectiveness of her psychic core has improved a lot recently, but it is not enough compared to the super absolute of Sun Lan's level. But she didn't expect her psychic army to stop Sun Lan. She just wanted to delay as much time as possible until she finished dealing with the overlords left in the Apostle Holy City base. Too strong? There's no way to fight it. In the base of the Apostle Holy City. In the Sea of Fire, after being hit by more than a dozen skills, including Dark Burning, Eye of Sorrow, Endless Dark Field, and the debuff of the Prayer card, the Overlord-level servant responsible for guarding the house had completely collapsed. When he was still in the Apostle Holy City, he received a lot of news about Bai Fu, most of which were praising Bai Fu, saying how powerful Bai Fu was. At that time, he didn't believe it at all. It was just bragging. Even if a psychic praying master, and not one trained in a psychic holy place like the Apostle Holy City, was of a high rank, how strong could he be? But after experiencing it himself, he finally knew that those news were not bragging. Bai Fu was really strong. Her strongest point was not that she had many tricks to trick people, but that as a psychic praying master, her body was actually harder than some star beasts that specialized in physical training. Is this fucking reasonable? You have to learn psychic knowledge and strengthen your body. Can your 1 day be equivalent to 2 days for others? At this point, this master-level servant finally understood why those undead people in the Apostle Holy City scolded Bai Fu, but no one said that Bai Fu was a chicken. But it was too late. Everything was too late. He turned around and ran away as soon as he met Bai Fu. He should have a great chance of surviving, because Bai Fu's main target was not him, but the black hole behind the base. Now he was covered in wounds and negative status. The psychic army released by Bai Fu alone was enough to take his toll. Okay, stop screaming. It's time to get going. Big Black Fu nodded at Kabei, who immediately raised his head. In his open mouth, the deep purple light gathered into an extremely unstable ball. Damn! The Overlord-level servant felt the threat of death. He tried to dodge, but the debuff from the Eye of Sorrow caused his body to be temporarily out of his control at this moment. He could do nothing. He could only watch. He watched the huge dark purple ball of light being spit out from Kabei's mouth, crossing the empty space, and finally hitting him like a spirit bomb. Stop! When the spirit bomb decomposed the body of the master-level servant, the spaceship driven by Sun Lan, who broke through the siege, finally ended the jump and arrived near the base. He only had time to shout stop. When this sentence disappeared in the spaceship, it was hit by the spirit bomb. The body of the Overlord that was hit also disappeared. You killed. The number of kills has reached the target. Your title Overlord Killer automatically advances to Overlord Butcher. 2 prompts sounded in Bai Fu's ears in succession. Huh? There's a surprise? Bai Fu clicked on the description of the new title. The damage bonus and the highest basic attribute bonus of the new title have both increased by 2%. This bonus is not exaggerated, but it is still considerable. Considering that this title can continue to advance, Bai Fu is even happier. It was not convenient for her to kill the forces that had explored the universe directly. After all, she lived near them, but she had no such scruples when fighting against the Apostle Holy City. Bai Fu turned off the game prompts and her eyes fell on Sun Lan, who rushed out of the spaceship with great momentum. At this time, she turned her back to the base of the Apostle Holy City. The huge base had been turned into powder by the player's bombardment not long ago. All the powder was pulled towards the black hole by the huge gravity, leaving an extremely inconspicuous, but dark and sad scar in the starry sky. This guy came at the wrong time. Bai Fu estimated the distance between herself and the black hole. She was not sure whether she could crush the black hole and the surrounding space without Sun Lan's obstruction. It seemed that she had to use her ability of persuasion. Sun Lan's heart was bleeding. A master-level servant died just like that. Fortunately, he came back in time, and Bai Fu had not had time to destroy the black hole. Bai Fu, you. Just as Sun Lan was about to say a few harsh words, Bai Fu suddenly interrupted him. I don't know your name, so let me simply call you you. Are you really going to go against me? Sun Lan was stunned. What does this mean? Forget it, don't dwell on it. Sun Lan frowned and shouted. Stop talking nonsense. Bai Fu didn't care. You should have heard that I can help the Master and the Super Absolute to advance. Aren't you curious why I have this ability? This. Sun Lan, who wanted to take action directly, stopped after hearing Bai Fu's words. This question really bothered many people. Why? He wanted to know, and the Apostle Holy City also wanted to know, and master this power. Bai Fu smiled and flew back slowly. Because of evolution. Evolution? I have already embarked on the path of evolution. I can see my own path of evolution, and the path of evolution of each of you. You may want to say that the Secret Seeing Crystal Ball has similar abilities, but I see much more and farther than the Secret Seeing Crystal Ball. Compared with me, the Secret Seeing Crystal Ball is as ridiculous as the light of a firefly competing with the bright moon. Sun Lan did not speak. Judging from the news that came out, Bai Fu's ability is indeed much stronger than the Secret Seeing Crystal Ball. The question is, why did Bai Fu tell him this? Bai Fu turned around and looked at the black hole framed by the gravitational restriction device. Do you feel that the path of evolution is like a path to a black hole? Before you really get there, no one knows what it looks like, and no one knows how dangerous it is, but this road must be taken after all. You have become extraordinary. Are you really willing to stop here? Do you really not want to know if there is a real God in this world? As she spoke, Bai Fu looked at Sun Lan again. I'm talking about the real God, not the existence that claims to be God because of mastering power. For example, is the God you believe in really a God? Sun Lan was speechless after being asked back. Does he believe in God? He does. But he doesn't believe in the God that the Apostle Holy City publicly promotes. Because the Apostle Holy City really has apostles. This is a secret that no one else in the Apostle Holy City knows except the servants. What do you want to say? Sun Lan couldn't help asking. Bai Fu said, although I have seen the path of evolution, it is not enough to just see it if I want to reach the end of the path of evolution. I need more like-minded people. She paused here. The strange light emanating from Dada Heifu's eyes made Sun Lan's heart beat faster involuntarily. The next second, Dada Heifu suddenly opened her arms. Your path of evolution is beautiful. Follow me and join the glorious evolution. As she spoke, countless deep purple lights emerged from her body. These lights were completely unaffected by gravity. They became increasingly dense, until they completely covered Dahifu's body. Boom! Dahifu exploded. Along with the shock wave of the explosion came her last words. You may not be able to give me an accurate answer now, so tell me your answer next time we meet. The power generated by the explosion of a super-level true spirit instantly tore the surrounding space apart, and the space collapsed piece by piece. Then, the black hole not far away was also affected, resulting in a more violent explosion. Sun Lan flew away quickly when he saw the situation was not good. After all, he was a super-level person. Although this level of explosion was terrible, it would not kill him. When everything settled down, he was speechless for a long time looking at the black hole that had been completely swallowed by the turbulence. He failed to stop Bai Fu, and it seemed to be his fault. If he hadn't listened to Bai Fu's words, he should have had a chance to stop it. But, forget it. Anyway, no one saw it, so he just said that he was a step late. The key point is what Bai Fu said. Glorious evolution? Is it true? Sun Lan fell into deep thought. Chapter 306. The experiment went very smoothly. At the moment when Virtual Realm Ascension Gate appeared, Bai Fu received a new game prompt. You have unlocked the Advanced Map Virtual Realm as an official advanced map. The recommended strategy level of Virtual Realm is 170 to 275. Bai Fu's current level can be said to be stuck in the middle of this recommended level, neither high nor low. After entering the map, as long as she doesn't mess around, there shouldn't be any danger. Shall we set off now? Bai Fu looked at Boilo, who was standing not far away. Boilo nodded. Exploring the Void Realm is a huge project, and it cannot be accomplished overnight. You don't have to rush into the Void Realm this time. If you find anything unusual, please return immediately. That's what she said, but from the looks of the psychic praying masters around her, Bai Fu could see that they basically didn't take Boilo's words to heart. This is the Void Realm, the holy land in the hearts of hundreds of millions of psychic praying masters. If they can find something in this holy land, will their strength soar? Even a veteran superb master like Curse Master Olsen couldn't help but feel his heartbeat speed up at this moment. Let's go! Someone shouted, and Olsen was the first to walk into the Virtual Realm Ascension Gate. A dozen seconds later, all the participants of the plan, including Bai Fu, walked into the gate. Shwa! Bai Fu felt her body and soul go cold at the same time. When she came to her senses, she had arrived in an unfamiliar starry sky. Starry sky? Bai Fu was stunned for a moment, wondering if she was teleported to the wrong place. She quickly opened the game map. Yes, the top of the map was indeed written as Virtual Realm. Judging from the range of the map fog, the size of this Virtual Realm map is definitely larger than the explored universe. This Virtual Realm seems to be different from similar places I have seen in other games. Bai Fu looked around and did not find Olsen and others who came in with her. The portal to leave the Virtual Realm was clearly behind her. Weird. Could it be that this was some advanced illusion that she couldn't see through? With doubt in her heart, Bai Fu flew towards the surrounding planets. From planets to stars, from stars to other planetary systems, she visited dozens of planetary systems in succession, and the more she visited, the more strange she felt. Every planet or star she passed by was desolate, and this desolation was completely different from the desolation of those uninhabited planets in the main space. From her perspective, although those planets in the main space were desolate, they were still alive. Although these planets are rotating and revolving in the starry sky like the planets in the main space, they are all dead. Bai Fu did not believe that this was her illusion. She was already extraordinary, so how could there be so many so-called illusions? Something must be wrong when something is abnormal. Thinking of this, she released a large number of little Bai Fus and asked them to search carefully on various planets to see if they could find any abnormal places. This search really found her relics. It was a planet with a chaotic surface, as if it had been plowed several times by a giant beast. Bai Fu saw some stone buildings in the cracks of the rock layer. This was an architectural style she had never seen before, but she was not concerned about the style of these buildings, but that in such a harsh environment, these buildings made of very ordinary stones did not show any signs of weathering, as if time had stopped on them. Does this mean that time in this world has stopped? Bai Fu was stunned. But if time has stopped, why can these planets move? We need to find a talking spirit to ask. Speaking of spirits, Bai Fu suddenly thought of her summoned beast Kabe. Although Kabe can't speak and doesn't seem to have much brain, it should be possible if he just leads the way to help her find other spirits, right? She immediately summoned Kabe. What surprised her was that when she asked Kabe to lead her to find a psychic creature that can move like it, Kabe actually led the way. After groping in the dead starry sky for more than 10 days, they finally arrived at a planetary system with obvious traces of artificiality. On the fourth planet of this planetary system, Bai Fu found a group of strange-looking true spirits. She threw an apostle vision to the true spirit in the front. Name: A. Apostle Halo Blessing Missing, Template. True Spirit Summoning Life Main Occupation. Apostle Inner Guard LV 19 plus 75. Secondary Occupation. None. Health Value. None/none. Psychic Energy Value. None/none. Attributes: Strength, Agility, Constitution, Intelligence, Spirit, Inspiration, Favorability, Unknown, 0, Danger Level, Green. After reading the feedback panel, Bai Fu was shocked. Fuck, it has no health bar. You know, in the game, even planets have health bars in the strict sense, but this true spirit summoning life in front of me doesn't have one. But no matter how strange it is, one thing can be confirmed, that is, this AA is an NPC template, and being an NPC template means it can communicate. Bai Fu landed on the ground and was about to say something when the group of true spirit summoning life led by A suddenly screamed. Apostle, Apostle, Apostle. Sir, Apostle number 3? They were shouting in a language Bai Fu had never heard before, but Bai Fu could understand what they were saying. Apostle number 3? Bai Fu was stunned. She remembered that the task description of collecting the true spirit relics mentioned that the true spirit relics on Yulia came from Apostle number 3. After exclaiming, A suddenly sniffed. Wait a minute, although I can smell the breath of the third apostle, it is very faint. It should not be the third apostle. His words attracted the rebuttal of the true spirit summoning life next to him. No, this breath is very faint, but it is indeed emitted from her. She must be the third apostle. You are wrong. How could the aura of the third apostle be so weak? I don't know why the aura is so weak, but it must be you. It's you? It's you? Looking at the noisy true spirit summoning life, Bai Fu was speechless for a while. She probably figured out the situation. She was indeed not the third apostle. The reason why these true spirit summoning life could smell the apostle's aura from her was probably because she was bound to Yulia, who had 2 true spirit relics. What they smelled was not her breath, but Yulia's breath. These true spirit summoned beings don't look very smart, so they should be easy to fool. Thinking of this, Bai Fu coughed lightly and interrupted the fierce quarrel in front of her. Can I say a few words? Swish. Dozens of eyes focused on her. Some of you say I am the third apostle, and some say I am not the third apostle. You seem confused and don't know who I am. In fact, I don't know who I am either. Bai Fu pointed at her head, with a painful expression on her face. I lost all my memories of the past. When I woke up, I was in a place called the Explored Universe. Since then, there has been a voice in my mind, calling me to go to the Void Realm. So I spent decades, and finally came to this world called the Void Realm. I drifted aimlessly here for more than 10 days. To be honest, I don't know what I can do here. All I see is the desolate starry sky. Until I met you, I want to ask you if you know anything. To my surprise, you guys have been arguing about my identity before I even opened my mouth. The pain on his face gradually turned into excitement. I want to ask again, do you really feel a familiar breath from me? A and the other true spirit summon life looked at each other, and finally, he nodded. I really feel it. Great. Bai Fu was overjoyed. Can you tell me about the virtual realm and the situation of the third apostle you mentioned? Maybe I can remember something. A didn't rush to answer, but took the other true spirit summoning life forms to a far place. They were communicating with the fluctuations of spiritual energy, and they didn't know that everything they said was detected by Bai Fu. In fact, they were just arguing whether to speak or not. A was still skeptical, but after listening to Bai Fu's nonsense, the other true spirit summoning life form became more and more certain that Bai Fu was the third apostle. In this state, there is no mistake. The third apostle must have been successfully born into the new generation. Dozens of people gathered together to discuss for a long time, and finally decided to talk to Bai Fu about the virtual world and the situation of apostle number 3. Since you can come here from the explored universe, you should know that there are many different space dimensions outside the explored universe, right? A asked back. Bai Fu said, I know. A explained. The virtual world is a different space dimension that is free from the main universe, but it is different from the general different space. It is separated from the main universe. Separated? Bai Fu suddenly felt that this word was familiar. Before being stripped, the virtual world was once the ruling territory of a very powerful cosmic civilization in the main universe. The power used by this cosmic civilization was psychic energy and dark energy. Later, for some unknown reason, this civilization was destroyed, and everything that remained of this civilization was stripped from the main universe, and became what it is today. But it is worth mentioning that this stripping does not mean that a part of the main universe is really cut off and exiled to an alien dimension. In fact, what was stripped was only a certain moment of that cosmic civilization. How to describe it? Projection, yes. The virtual world is a projection of a certain moment after the destruction of that civilization. This projection has become a very strange real existence because of the support of psychic energy and dark energy. Bai Fu was shocked. No wonder she felt that all the planets she saw in the virtual world were dead, and no wonder the stone buildings she saw would not weather. It turned out that all of them were projections. But compared to the projection, she was more concerned about peeling off. After A explained, she finally understood why she felt that this word was very familiar. Isn't it very similar to the void dimension? She raided Rufus's base before, and got a lot of void information from the base. Those materials said that the void dimension was a cosmic civilization that was exiled to an alien space dimension. The void is stripped away, the virtual world is also stripped away. What about other dimensions connected to the main universe? For example, the demon dimension that breeds demonic disasters, and the nightmare dimension that gives birth to dream monsters. If these dimensions are exiled like the void and the virtual world, then what is it that exiled them? The existence that can defeat and exile cosmic civilizations. Bai Fu felt terrified just thinking about it. Seeing Bai Fu's eyes change slightly, A asked, "Did you remember something?" Bai Fu said, "A little bit, very vague." A did not continue to ask, but talked about other information. Because the virtual world is essentially just a projection of a certain moment, therefore, everything in the virtual world, including the apostles, cannot grow with the passage of time, because the time defined by the main universe does not exist in the virtual world. When the virtual world was just born, there were only a few survivors from the once powerful cosmic civilization in the huge space. These survivors were not all in the same group. They fought each other. The 11 who survived in the end became the apostles in the traditional sense of the virtual world. From apostle number 1 to apostle number 11, each apostle has his own special features. Apostle number 1 is recognized as the strongest apostle, mastering unparalleled power, and even being named the god of the virtual world. It was he who maintained the stability of the virtual world and brought peace back to the virtual world. The apostles felt that life in the virtual world was boring, so they created a large number of true spirits. We are the true spirits created by the third apostle. Then, after an unknown amount of time, the apostle number 1, who had the strongest power, suddenly disappeared. No one knew where he went. Some true spirits said that he went to the main universe to change the virtual world. In short, as soon as he disappeared, the virtual world became chaotic again. Some apostles left the virtual world in unknown ways, and some apostles fought each other. After bringing us here, apostle number 3 left us. He said he was going to the main universe to find a way to get out of the projection. We haven't seen him since then. A's eyes were full of sadness. He was created by apostle number 3. Apostle number 3 was God and his parents to him. Now God, parents, is gone. How could he not be sad? Bai Fu thought, "Do you know how many years ago apostle number 1 disappeared?" A shook his head. "We have no idea of the specific time you mentioned." Bai Fu asked again, "Then do you know where the other apostles who left the virtual realm went?" A said, "Apostle number 9 seems to have been summoned by a psychic praying master of Titan Industries, and apostle number 4 seems to have gone to a place called the Holy City of Apostles. I don't know about the others. The amount of information is a bit too much." Bai Fu felt that she needed to slow down. Is apostle number 9 the apostle summoned by the sacrifice ceremony that the painter said? If she remembered correctly, the painter's hometown, the Sea Buckthorn Super Galaxy Cluster, is between the Rebirth Empire and Titan Industries. Also, the apostle city is so powerful now. Is it related to the apostle number 4? If so, it seems a bit unsafe to let Sui Shi continue to stay in the apostle city. What if she meets the real apostle number 4? Wait, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Oh, apostle number 4, you said you are an apostle, are you? I am the real apostle. I can guide people to progress and evolve. Can you? To tell you the truth, I am not only an apostle, I am also apostle number 1, the god of the void. Don't believe it? Look, apostle number 3, Yulia, follows me. If I'm not apostle number 1, who is? When it comes to deceiving people, Bai Fu is not afraid of anyone. Before, she was worried that the god of the void realm was really a god, so she didn't dare to speak carelessly, fearing that she would be punished by the divine punishment. Now that she knows that the god of the void realm is not a real god, she will have to deceive others as hard as she did when she stole the title of the Lord of the Dark Night, and create a new reincarnation of the god of the void realm personality for herself. Personality is really useful. Speaking of which, Bai Fu suddenly thought of what Guangwei said during the last meeting at the Psychic Research Center. Guangwei said that more than 50 years ago, a psychic researcher in the Empire accidentally discovered that a constant in the dark energy research equation had mutated. The reason why the constant mutated must be that a huge change occurred in the virtual world. Could that change be the disappearance of apostle number 1? The more Bai Fu thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. The question now is, where did apostle number 1 go, and is he related to the main plot? At this time, she received a new game prompt plot exploration degree above the stars plus 0.3%. The plot exploration degree of the entire game has increased by 0.3% at once. Bai Fu was stunned for a moment, and then she immediately reacted. There is no doubt that the movements of apostle number 1 must be related to the main plot of the game. Just as Bai Fu and AA were talking, in the no man's land between the reborn empire and the supernova core, in a laboratory at a base of the Revolutionary Army Shadow Corps, the young man lying on the observation platform suddenly opened his eyes. Someone has entered the virtual world. This news reached the ears of the painter and the tiger-headed man at a flying speed. Chapter 307. It seems that the experiment of the Rebirth Empire has succeeded. The tiger-headed man looked very unhappy, and the painter next to him was not much better. The painter had deliberately approached the Rebirth Empire before, on the one hand, to infiltrate the Rebirth Empire to retaliate against the Rebirth Empire, and on the other hand to monitor the Rebirth Empire's virtual realm development plan. Of course, the main purpose was the former. She accidentally learned that the Rebirth Empire had a virtual realm development plan while lurking. When she told the organization where the tiger-headed man was, the organization immediately instructed her to closely monitor the progress of the plan. At first, she didn't know why the organization wanted her to do this. But recently, she passed the organization's assessment and officially joined the organization. She finally figured out the reason and why the organization could develop a traitor in the core circle of the three major cosmic civilizations. What should we do now? The painter looked at the tiger-headed man with deep fear in his eyes. After the Reborn Empire took this step, it had already had an extremely serious conflict with the organization's philosophy. The tiger-headed man said, at this point, we can only act in advance. The virtual realm development plan and Bai Fu, these two X factors, together make the threat of the Rebirth Empire greater than that of the Apostle Holy City. We should first unite with the Apostle Holy City to eliminate the Rebirth Empire. As for the Apostle Holy City, with the Apostles here, no matter how fierce they are, it will be difficult for them to cross the cordon. Although their overall strength will further expand without the constraints of the three major cosmic civilizations, as long as we give them enough time, we will definitely be able to get rid of them. The painter nodded. She seemed to agree with the tiger-headed man's statement, but she still had many doubts in her heart. With their current strength, she believed that they could unite with the Holy City of Apostles to defeat the Rebirth Empire. However, after defeating the Rebirth Empire, could they really successfully eliminate the Holy City of Apostles? She always felt that the organization was a little too confident. Even for the Chaojue, who had the ability to predict and calculate, it was impossible to determine which would come first, tomorrow or an accident. You can predict the future, but you can't predict the entire future. There will always be unexpected events in corners you don't know about. What? You said you can predict the entire future, then you are a god, what else can I say? The painter asked, do you need me to come forward? The tiger-headed man shook his head. No, I will be responsible for this action against the virtual world, you don't have to do anything. Now is not the time to expose your relationship with the Revolutionary Army. Wait until the Reborn Empire clashes with the Apostle Holy City again, then it's time for you to take action. After that, he hurriedly said goodbye to the painter, got into the spaceship at a very fast speed, and left this inconspicuous planet. Alas! After closing the game prompt interface, Bai Fu suddenly raised her head and sighed at A and others. This inexplicable behavior confused A and others. What happened? A asked carefully. Bai Fu said, you said a lot, and I also recalled a lot, but I really tried hard to recall. But what flashed through my mind were still some very scattered and vague fragments. I saw black fragments, which seemed to be something called the remains of the true spirit. I also saw the apostle descend, at the apostle summoning ceremony held by a religion called Alculas. In addition, I also saw a lot of vague and unnamed things. I'm sorry, I think I may not be the apostle number 3 you mentioned, because I don't remember the relevant memories, but you have helped me a lot. If there is a chance, I will definitely find a way to help you bring apostle number 3 back. Bai Fu's face gradually became serious. She didn't lie to A and the others that she was apostle number 3 or apostle number 1. After all, she didn't know these apostles at all. If she lied directly, she would probably be exposed after a few more words. In this case, it would be better to continue pretending to have lost her memory and say some ambiguous words to let A and the others fill in the blanks themselves. I have to say that this trick works very well. True spirit remains, apostles descend. How can ordinary people know this? It must be something real. Those true spirits summoning life forms, who originally believed that Bai Fu was the third apostle, now believe that Bai Fu is even more. And A gradually let down their guard against Bai Fu. From the conversation just now, this new generation of human who suddenly appeared should be an honest person. It would be great if she was an honest person. If she is the reincarnation of the third apostle, that would be the best. If she is not the reincarnation of the third apostle, and she said she would help find the third apostle, that would also be great. A, who was not very smart but had a strong sense of vigilance, gradually became happy. Seeing them so happy, Bai Fu also became happy. In this way, there was a stable intelligence point, so she marked it on the map first. After marking the point, Bai Fu began to think about how to get information related to dark energy from A and others. She was not interested in apostles now, and just wanted to improve her strength as soon as possible. To improve strength, in addition to upgrading, the only way was to learn as much dark energy knowledge as possible. As apostle creations, A and others lived in the virtual world, so they should be familiar with dark energy, right? Bai Fu was about to say something, when suddenly, she felt the ground beneath her feet tremble violently. Earthquake? No. The shock wave did not come from the depths of the planet, but from the starry sky. A true spirit summoned life, and said with a bitter face, "The apostles who stayed in the virtual world are fighting again." Bai Fu was surprised. Are they nearby? No, they are far away from here, but as apostles, their every move will affect the balance of spiritual energy and dark energy in the entire virtual world. So no matter how far away they fight from us, we will be affected here. Bai Fu, The fight between the apostles actually caused the entire virtual world to shake. Considering that the apostles often fight, this virtual world is not an ordinary underworld. This is not a fight between apostles. At this time, A shouted again. Bai Fu looked over and saw A anxiously explaining. The vibration caused by the apostles' fight is not so intense. Someone is near us. Nearby? Could it be that the Curse Master and his men fought with the beings in the virtual world? I go over and take a look. You guys hide, and don't run around. Bai Fu quickly flew away from the planet. Just a few minutes later, she found the shepherd Heinz, who was being beaten up dozens of astronomical units away from the planet where A and others were hiding. Bai Fu saved me. Heinz called for help urgently. Although the battle was not long, his health was less than 70%. If the situation continued to deteriorate, he would die here today. Bai Fu frowned. She saw that the people who attacked Heinz were all masters or transcendents. The highest level was 226. The faction was unknown, but judging from their race, they were not native to the Void Realm. Why did they attack you? Heinz took the opportunity to fly to Bai Fu. I don't know. As soon as they saw me, they killed me without saying a word. They didn't even give me time to speak. Really? Bai Fu stared at the people opposite. Bai Fu? One of them had his eyes light up when he saw her. Bai Fu asked, "Do you know me?" The man said, "We are here today to send you guys who broke into the virtual world by force." Humph. Just you guys? Bai Fu curled her lips. Heinz alone was no match for the group of people on the opposite side, but with her already level 215, it was a different story. Of course, there are more than just us. The attacker said a few words to a sign floating in front of him that were completely incomprehensible, but in just a few dozen seconds, the space around him strangely flowed. In the flowing space, figures appeared one after another. Bai Fu's face became more and more gloomy. Superclass puppeteer, superclass martial artist, superclass spiritualist, superclass mechanic. So where did this group of people come from? They couldn't be from the Holy City of Apostles, because the masters and supermasters of the Holy City of Apostles were basically psychic praying masters, and they couldn't be from the Supernova Core or Titan Industries, because she had seen the masters and supermasters of these two civilizations. When did a force with so many superpowers appear in the Sea of Stars? As she watched, Bai Fu suddenly discovered something. Several of these superpowers had the same buff. Seeker. Although Bai Fu had never come into contact with a Seeker, she had heard of what a Seeker was. After all, she had a title that she had not yet collected, which was called the First Seeker. The so-called Seekers, in layman's terms, were the first group of people to reach the superpower realm during the journey of superpower exploration. Why would a bunch of old men from ancient times want to attack us? Bai Fu was puzzled. She knew that now was not the time to think about this. The most urgent thing was to break out of the siege of these 7 extraordinary people. Are you thinking about how to escape? I advise you not to waste your energy. The Curse Master and others have been stopped by our companions. No one will come to rescue you in a short time. It is impossible for the two of you to escape from here. TSK. Bai Fu didn't believe such words. Not to mention that she left the Ark of Heaven in the outside world. Even if she died here, she could be resurrected. Besides, is she really not a match for these 7 super-supers? Don't believe it? The super puppeteer laughed. I know you can summon 2 or 3 super-supers. So this time we sent out 7 super-supers at once. Heinz has been injured, and he can't help you much. You have to deal with at least 3 super-supers at the same time. Among these 3 super-supers, there is a puppeteer who controls super puppets, a martial arts iron wall that is tempered into steel and invulnerable to all kinds of attacks, and a spiritualist who is good at playing with souls. Bai Fu, if you tell me the secret of how you can guide others to evolve, I can let you go and allow you to join us and become one of us. The moment he finished speaking, Bai Fu finally triggered the task. You triggered the main task Crossroads of Destiny. Task Introduction. Task Objective 1. Accept the invitation. 2. Reject the invitation. Reward 50 million experience points. Note 1. This task will determine your destiny. Please choose carefully. Note 2. If you choose to accept the invitation, the task's path to the Void Realm 2 and Battle of Tubu will be settled as failures. Bai Fu was shocked. She never expected that this would be a main task. This is not right. Shouldn't the main plot of version 2.3 be a conflict with the Holy City of Apostles? Could it be that they entered the virtual world, causing the main plot that should have been triggered in the subsequent versions to be advanced? Bai Fu shook her head secretly. If I tell my secret, will you really let me go? The puppet smiled even more brightly. As long as you tell it, of course. This, after listening to the conversation between Bai Fu and the puppeteer, Heinz was almost numb. Bai Fu can vote. How can he vote? No, the problem is not this. But how can Bai Fu vote with her personality? You? Heinz just opened his mouth. Bai Fu said, but I refuse. The puppeteer's smile suddenly froze. What? In contrast, Heinz was ecstatic. That's right. Bai Fu shook her right index finger. I'm not the kind of person who surrenders easily. I have bad news for you. You shouldn't bring him here. The puppeteer and others looked in the direction of Bai Fu's index finger, and finally found that the person Bai Fu pointed to was the super martial artist. What the hell? Just when they were confused, Bai Fu took out the long-collected Supreme Zhanzhan card. She had not used this Zhanzhan card, just to see what she needed after triggering the Divine Transformation quest. At this moment, she took a fancy to a skill of the martial artist opposite. Wall of the Seeker. On the road to the end-of-life evolution, Jonas constantly tempered his body, and finally trained this powerful body that can be called a divine body. This is a passive skill, but it is the most core skill of the martial artist Jonas. Skill effect Constitution. Health conversion rate plus 80, health recovery speed plus 1000%, physical damage reduction rate plus 10%, immune to critical hits, immune to true damage, increased resistance to all abnormalities, additional plus 2 points of Constitution per level, with skill cell remodeling bonus. All mana consuming and blood recovering skills increase efficiency by 100%. The effect of this passive skill can be said to be quite terrifying. Any of these effects can greatly increase a person's tankiness when taken alone. When they are combined into a rope, we usually use 2 words to describe people with this passive skill. City Wall. Take it you. Bai Fu no longer planned to consider other skills, so she would steal first. Ding! At the moment when the Zhanzhan card was pinched off, Bai Fu received a game prompt. You have acquired a new skill Wall of Seekers. Along with the prompt, Bai Fu's attributes and health bars surged. Her health increased from more than 2.3 million to nearly 3.4 million in one breath. Counting the 30% second health bar bonus brought by the fictitious life and the void shelter, the current health totaled more than 4.4 million. Bai Fu was so happy. Even if she had practiced Jonas's tempering method until her head was bald, she would never have been able to practice a passive skill like Wall of the Seeker. Because she was a psychic prayer master, the limitations of her attributes and knowledge made it impossible for her to enter Jonas's tempering method. But she had a cheat. The ultimate touch card came out. No matter what the restrictions were, you got it with one touch. All these changes were completed in an instant. The moment Bai Fu won the Wall of the Seeker, Jonas felt a sense of unease for no reason. What's going on? This is such an awkward feeling. Forget it, don't think too much. Since Bai Fu has already refused, let's send her off, Jonas and the others shouted and rushed towards Bai Fu and Heinz. Here, be careful, Heinz reminded Bai Fu loudly. In his opinion, Bai Fu had defeated Gallieni of Titan Industries, so her strength should be on par with his, and she was in extreme danger at this time. However, he completely underestimated Bai Fu. Bai Fu waved her hand. Don't worry, just protect yourself, and leave everything else to me. Come out. Hey Fu, come out. Kabei, come out. Angel of Prayer, come out. The remaining psychic army. Then, my most proud fighting the many with the few, my favorite blessings from the virtual realm gods, my most relied on sacrificial scepter. The moment the sacrificial scepter appeared in Bai Fu's palm, an extremely terrifying force fell from the sky and poured into Bai Fu's body. Sizzle. The deep purple psychic energy rippled around Bai Fu's body like a dancing electric snake, causing the space to distort, the stars to dim, and the entire virtual world to tremble. 11249, 13498, 20273. Bai Fu's inspiration directly broke through the 20,000 mark. At this moment, ordinary psychic prayer masters, who have completed 2 divine transformations, have to retreat when they see her. What the hell? As a psychic prayer master, Bai Fu rushed directly into the crowd. This move stunned Heinz, his teammate, and Jonas, his opponent. What the hell? Bai Fu is crazy. You are a natural disaster level. It's okay to rush into the crowd when you dominate, but you are rushing into the crowd now. Do you think your life is too long? Soon they realized that Bai Fu was not complaining about her long life, but that she was as hard as a ghost. What the hell? The puppeteer and the mentalist were dumbfounded. They surrounded Bai Fu and beat her up, but no matter how hard they beat her, there was no sign of injury on her body. At first they thought Bai Fu was just holding on, but as they beat her they realized that Bai Fu was really hard, because Bai Fu did not show any signs of fatigue at all, but became more energetic as she was beaten. Spirit? Yes, damn. Why do mental methods have almost no effect on Bai Fu? Are you stupid? I am bound to the Universe Treasure Heaven, Arkansas. Do you think your ordinary mental attack can seriously injure me? You are kidding. You are a mentalist and a tank-type martial artist. With your combined output ability, you come to attack me. Isn't it the same as a group of ADs and APs with no percentage damage, real damage, and serious injuries in the unlimited firepower mode of LOL going to attack the 6-piece armor tree? If you can kill me, I will perform a show of eating myself. Bai Fu was not afraid at all, and rushed through the crowd. She didn't care about the puppeteer or the psychic, she only had Jonas in her eyes. The scene at the moment was clearly 2 tanks fighting from their own fountain to the opposite fountain, causing the sky to collapse, and the galaxy to turn upside down, but when they looked back, they saw that both of them had full blood. The puppeteer and the psychic were numb. Damn, how could Bai Fu be so hard? Is she going to open it? This can't go on. If it goes on like this, Bai Fu and Jonas will be fine, but the 2 people next to them will be seriously injured by the aftermath of the battle. We must seek change. Use that. The 2 looked at each other. They didn't believe that even if they took out that trump card, they couldn't kill Bai Fu. Chapter 308. While Bai Fu and Jonas were fighting fiercely, the super-level spiritualist secretly retreated more than 10 miles, and protected everyone in front of him. After realizing that Bai Fu's attention was not on him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. Now, buzz! Instantly, a milky white light ball appeared in the palm of the spiritualist's hand, which was more dazzling than the scorching sun. At the moment when this light ball appeared, the whole world around him fell into an extremely strange silence. This kind of silence is not the silence at the level of sound. Rather, everything slowed down, and in the end, it seemed as if it had frozen into a certain node in time. The supreme glory of Herones. This is a blow that cannot be avoided once it is locked. The spiritualist raised the milky white light ball in his hand, high above his head. Boom! In the silent explosion, the light emitted from the milky white light ball flew towards Bai Fu and Jonas, like billions of sharp arrows. When the light passed through the starry sky, it magically added some long-lost vitality to the dead starry sky. But no one would appreciate this vitality, because behind the vitality is a more terrifying death. Boom boom boom! The planet began to rotate again, and Bai Fu, who was fighting with Jonas, realized that something was wrong. She had no idea where these things came from. It was very dangerous. Unfortunately, even if she knew it was dangerous, she had no time to dodge. The speed of these rays was extremely amazing. The moment she noticed them, they had already landed on her and Jonas next to her. Damn, they're even attacking their own people, so cruel? Do you believe Jonas can withstand it? Bai Fu cursed. Under the continuous impact of the light, she was completely unable to move, and even the psychic energy in her body could not be freely controlled. Bang! The first thing to break was the psychic shield covering her body. Facing the attack of the light, the psychic shield was unable to reassemble once it was broken. Ka-la! Then her dark force field was shattered. Without the damage reduction effect of the force field, the damage value floating above her head soared rapidly. Crackling! Then, under the ravages of the light, the cursed combat suit she was wearing was constantly broken and reassembled, and she died repeatedly. Boom! Finally, as the number of rays of light increased, and as her health bar became shorter and shorter, in a violent explosion that affected thousands of kilometers, her body was directly blown into countless tiny particles that were invisible to the naked eye. The light disappeared, Bai Fu disappeared, and in the empty universe, only Jonas was left, covering his left arm, covered in blood, and his chest kept rising and falling. Jonas raised his head and gestured to his companions that he could still hold on. Haha, it's done. Seeing this scene, the puppeteer and the spiritualist were overjoyed. Finally, Bai Fu was killed. So what if he had 100 moves, and his body was as hard as a city wall? When they used a supernatural killing weapon like Helani's, they still had to die here. In addition to being happy, the spiritualist still felt a little pain. Helani's is different from ordinary cosmic treasures. It is like a production machine, and it will produce a Helani's supreme glory every once in a while. This interval is not short, and each production consumes a lot of energy. They only carried 2 Helani's supreme glory in this operation. His original plan was to use none of them when dealing with Bai Fu, so that they could take the 2 Helani's supreme glory for themselves. What a pity! Unlike the excited or regretful spiritualists and others, Heinz was completely numb after seeing Bai Fu was gone. No, in this way, he would have to fight 7 alone. These are 7 super absolutes. He hit them with his head. It's over. He is finished. The dream of the reborn empire is over. It's all over. Heinz felt extremely pessimistic. However, his pessimism did not last long, because he found that the super absolutes, who were just held back by Bai Fu's clone, did not come to attack him. What happened? He looked around quickly, and then he found that Hei Fu, Kabei, the prayer angel, and the psychic army summoned by Bai Fu were still fighting fiercely with this group of unfamiliar super absolutes in the distance. The original body is dead. How come these clones are still alive? Unless Bai Fu is not dead at all? Not only Heinz, Jonas and others soon discovered something unusual. What happened? I saw her body shattered into pieces with my own eyes, and I am sure it was not an illusion. How could she not be dead? The mentalist's face suddenly changed, and he quickly released his mental power, trying to find Bai Fu's trace. And at this moment, a strange wave suddenly appeared next to him. Not good. The psychic was about to run away, but Bai Fu, who appeared again, had already played out her long-treasured lost skill card before him. This was the equipment skill card she obtained after completing the emergency mission ambushed by Titan Industries. Although this card is small, the effect it produces is no different from the universe treasure lost home. In just a moment, the psychic, the puppeteer Jonas, and those who were farther away found themselves in an extremely peaceful starry sky. There is no Bai Fu, no Hei Fu, no Kabei, and no praying angels. Damn! It's an illusion, and a very advanced illusion. The psychic was in a state of panic. He tried his best but still couldn't find any flaws. Do you have any way to break this illusion? He could only call Jonas and others while firing at full force, using his mental power to attack the surroundings to prevent Bai Fu from taking the opportunity to attack him. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Even the supreme glory of Helani's couldn't kill Bai Fu, and Bai Fu also mastered such a powerful illusion. What on earth is Bai Fu? Bai Fu shook her head vigorously, just 100 meters away from the spiritualist. It was actually very dangerous just now. Although she copied a wall of seekers to increase her tankiness, her body still couldn't withstand the attack of Helani's supreme glory. There was no way. After all, she was also a spiritualist. Her main attribute was not physique, but inspiration. If her inspiration attribute and physique attribute were swapped, she would have no problem jumping into the light and taking a bath. Fortunately, she unlocked a new talent, super energy aggregation, when she fused the gene extraction and strengthening potion of the beast god. Super energy aggregation allows her to split her body into countless tiny particles. As long as these particles are not completely destroyed, she can consume energy to reshape her body. Herona's supreme glory shattered Bai Fu's body, causing her health bar to drop to about 10%, and she was in a dying state, but she did not die after all. Instead, she relied on the particleization of her body to avoid the subsequent large number of attacks. Then, when her health continued to decline, she immediately used the blood recovery ability that came with the blessing of the virtual realm gods, consuming 30% of her spiritual energy and forcibly pulling her health back to 16%. This increase was not a large percentage, but this emergency blood recovery allowed her to successfully hold on until the attack of Helani's supreme glory completely disappeared. You are really amazing. Bai Fu snorted coldly and looked at the spiritualist and others who were trapped in the lost path. The spiritualist, the puppeteer and Jonas were throwing skills crazily. Judging from their movements, they seemed to be planning to fly to the other side to form a formation to protect themselves, but they didn't realize that they had been standing still for a long time. Bai Fu's side lingered for a few seconds, and finally locked onto the psychic. Jonas was seriously injured, but he was a blood cow tank after all. In her current state, attacking him might not be fruitful. As for the puppeteer, although he was a fragile, He had a substitute type skill. If he used a substitute to dodge the attack, it would be a waste. Now it's my turn, draw a card. Bai Fu quickly took out a stack of prayer cards. The good thing about the Psychic Prayer Master is that even if the psychic energy in the body is consumed, it can rely on prayer cards to maintain a certain degree of combat effectiveness. Because the situation was urgent, Bai Fu had no time to think about what cards to play. Just play them. Anyway, there was no card in her deck that could restore health, all of which were damage cards, reconnaissance cards, and cards that could ambush people, which was extremely hellish. Dark Thorns, Annihilation Torrent, Virtual Spirit Frenzy, White Nightmare. One card after another was played. In the virtual realm known as the Holy Land of Psychic Energy, the power of these cards was even stronger than usual. As a fragile psychic, how could a psychic master withstand such a shock? Under the psychic attack that was 100 times more intense than Hironi's supreme glory, his health dropped rapidly. It was over. It was really over now. Help me. The psychic master opened up his spiritual field and flew towards Jonas in panic, hoping that Jonas could use his broad body to help him block this round of attacks. He knew that this was a bad idea, but now he had no other choice. The good news was that Jonas did not abandon him and run away when he saw him flying over. The bad news was that he found out that the so-called Jonas was actually Bai Fu after he flew in front of him. Damn! The psychic did not have time to be afraid of his situation, nor did he have time to be shocked by Bai Fu's appearance. As soon as he thought of "I'm going to be killed now," Bai Fu slapped him in the face. This was not an ordinary slap, but a slap that was fused with the Annihilation Torrent. With one slap, the psychic's head exploded like a watermelon. But he was a supernatural after all, so it was okay if his head exploded. It was not fatal at all. Still want to escape? Taking advantage of the moment when the spiritualist showed a flaw, Bai Fu used the power of the Heaven's Arc to grab his soul. Even if he was a superclass spiritualist, he was still powerless to resist the mighty power of the Heaven's Arc, and could only watch his soul being tied up by an invisible force. It's done. Bai Fu played with the glass bead in her hand for a while, revealing a happy smile. She was not in a hurry to kill this spiritualist. After leaving the virtual realm, she would let the beast god train him well to see if he could find out his origins. It would be good if he could find out the answer. If he can't, then let him go. Bai Fu sent the glass bead into the pure land of dark night. Just as she was about to destroy the body of the psychic, she suddenly found that there were still some good things on the body. The psychic's props? You can give them to Anya. The supreme glory of Helenes? Wow, this is an incredible thing. Bai Fu held the special props for the birth of the universe's treasure in her hand. At this moment, the puppeteer and Jonas finally broke free from the shackles of being lost. They were indeed well prepared this time. In order to kill Bai Fu, they not only prepared the supreme glory of Helenes, but also got a lot of prayer cards from the painter. But they never expected that Bai Fu would be able to have such a big improvement in less than a year after she was promoted to the Super Ultimate. Who can be so powerful just after being promoted to the Super Ultimate? Now, their careful preparation seemed to be completely useless. What they couldn't accept was that they didn't kill Bai Fu, and they even lost a companion. What is tolerable, and what is intolerable? The puppeteer and Jonas had flames in their eyes, and they were ready to fight Bai Fu to the death. They believed that although Bai Fu was not killed by the supreme glory of Helenes, her current condition must be very bad. The reason why she did not look abnormal was because she was holding on. Their guess was not completely unreasonable. Bai Fu's current condition was indeed not very good. Her health had returned to more than 20%, but it would take some time to recover. Because Yulia was not there, after using skills frequently, her psychic energy was not much left, less than 10%. Although the recovery speed was fast, some high-cost skills could not be used at all once the fight started. However, low health and mana did not affect Bai Fu's attributes at all. Who made her a half-energy life? No matter how low her health was, Bai Fu would not have debuffs like ordinary people. At most, the effect of her talent abilities such as turning into night would be affected. Heh. Bai Fu stared at the puppeteer. Do you want to continue? Then it's your turn. Just now you attacked me with the universe's treasure, now it's my turn to attack you with the universe's treasure. I wonder if you can withstand this blow. In the left hand is the supreme glory of Hironi's, and in the right hand is the sacrifice scepter. The left hand emits a milky white light, and the right hand emits a deep purple light. At this moment, Bai Fu is like an extremely evil witch, and people will tremble unconsciously at the sight of her. The treasure of the universe? No doubt about it. Bai Fu now holds two treasures of the universe in her hands. No matter which one of them hits her, she will die. Even Jonas, who is known for his toughness, has a different expression. If he were in his prime, he could still fight Bai Fu, but how could he fight her now? No. As long as one of him and the puppet master dies, the other one will not be able to escape from Bai Fu. Retreat. Although it is shameful to sell out teammates, we must retreat now. Bai Fu was too strong, and they were simply not an opponent they could handle. She was a monster. To kill her, they had to send out at least a super absolute who had undergone 3 divine transformations, or a super absolute who possessed a special cosmic treasure. Ordinary super absolutes would just be sent to serve. Are you really leaving? The puppeteer's face was very ugly. 7 against 2, only to have 1 killed, and the rest running away in disgrace? Wasn't that too embarrassing? If you don't leave, I will. Jonas said so directly, and the puppeteer had no choice but to quickly call on the others to retreat. When they heard that Jonas and the puppeteer were going to run away, the other super specials were shocked and angry, but when they heard that the spiritualist was captured and Bai Fu was holding the sacrificial staff and the supreme glory of the Lannies, they were speechless. Jonas and the puppeteer ran away. If they didn't run, they would be the next target. Let's go! Jonas and others gathered into a formation and fled quickly. Bai Fu didn't chase them, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, with her current spiritual power, she couldn't fully activate the sacrificial staff. She was just deliberately scaring people just now. Fortunately, the other side was really scared away by her, otherwise she might not be able to successfully bring the spiritualist captive back today, and she could only kill him here. Let's go! Bai Fu flew to the wounded Heinz. Heinz was stunned for a moment. Aren't we going to chase them? No, tell the Empire what happened here first, and let the Empire send people to find the Cursed Master and his men. The purpose of this group of people is to kill us. The Cursed Master and his men are probably in danger. Heinz nodded repeatedly. On the day Bai Fu first arrived at the Virtual Realm Research Institute, he actually didn't take Bai Fu seriously. Time has passed, and now when he looks at Bai Fu again, there is only one word in his mind. God. 1 against 6, 1 was killed, and the others were scared away. If this isn't a god, what is it? Bai Fu didn't rush to leave the virtual world. She let Heinz go ahead, and she returned to the place where AA and the others were hiding. She planned to kidnap AA and the others, but kidnapping them directly would show that she had ulterior motives, so she could only use the names of Jonas and the others. That group of people came to look for the apostles. I tried my best to drive them away, but they will come back soon. It will be very dangerous for you to stay here. What should we do? AA and the others were very anxious. They didn't want to die before they found the 3rd apostle. Hey, what a coincidence. I have a good place called the Pure Land of the Dark Night. If you hide in it, they will definitely not find you. In this way, Bai Fu tricked AA and the others into the Pure Land of the Dark Night. It's almost time to leave. Bai Fu stretched, opened the map, and quickly flew towards the portal to leave the virtual world. The most urgent task is to find a way to find out the identities of Jonas and others as soon as possible, and complete the task of divine transformation. On Bai Fu's way back to the reborn empire, the painter and the tiger-headed man received the news sent back by Jonas and others. Dead silence. Dead silence. The painter and the tiger-headed man stared at each other, never dreaming that things would develop like this. Impossible. A normal psychic praying master cannot be alive after being hit by the supreme glory of Aronis. Go find the Weaver of Destiny. Go find the Son of Prophecy. Calculate for me. You must calculate her true identity. I don't believe she is just an ordinary native of the Dark Domain. A gnashing voice came from the room next door. This was the voice of the leader of the organization. The painter stared at the tiger-headed man. What do you think Bai Fu's true identity is? The tiger-headed man took a deep breath. I think your guess may be correct. Bai Fu may be the reincarnation of an apostle. Chapter 309. The painter was not surprised at all by the answer given by the tiger-headed man. After all, she had thought so a long time ago, and had already attacked Bai Fu for this reason. She was only happy now, even though one of her companions had just died at Bai Fu's hands. It didn't matter, anyway. She was not familiar with that person, and had never even met him. She was happy that now everyone was finally gradually realizing that what she said was true. Good. As long as it was confirmed that Bai Fu was an apostle, then we could find a way to figure out which apostle she was, and things would be easy. It is difficult to deal with an unknown Bai Fu, but it is easy to deal with a Bai Fu whose underwear is seen through. The painter is full of expectations, hoping that the leader can come to a conclusion as soon as possible. Half a day later. In the temporary base of the organization, the leader looked at the 2 phantoms that appeared in front of him with a grim face. The man on the left is huge, like a small mountain, nicknamed the Weaver of Destiny. His combat ability is mediocre, but he has many magical abilities, such as extraordinary tankiness, such as being able to calculate the past and present of a target, such as being able to use numerology. Inflicts various incurable curses on the target. The size of the person on the right is in sharp contrast to the Weaver of Fate. She floats in the air and is estimated to be a little bigger than Cypress. But unlike the silly Cypress, she exudes a gloomy feeling that makes people feel extremely uncomfortable even if she does nothing. She is the child of prophecy, whose ability is to predict the future and peek into the past. Her prophetic ability is very strong, and she can even predict the extraordinary future. This is the old remains I found after a long time. It is very helpful for peeping into fate. Now it's up to you. The leader placed a multifaceted crystal emitting a light blue light on a conical pedestal in front of him. Then, he stepped back more than 10 steps to make room for the Fate Weaver and the Son of Prophecy. The Fate Weaver and the Son of Prophecy looked at each other. I'm afraid it won't be that smooth. A low voice came from the mouth of the Fate Weaver. If Baifu's fate was so easy to peep into, then someone would have exposed her true identity long ago. Why do they have to get information from those undead now? With that said, he and the Son of Prophecy slowly moved to the front of the multifaceted crystal. Let's get started. Energy was injected into the multifaceted crystal, and gradually, a thin mist floated in the space around the multifaceted crystal. How is it? The leader asked. I saw a little, but it's blurry. The Son of Prophecy said, I want to get closer. The leader nodded, looking forward to it. Baifu, today, I will tear off your disguise. He stared at the faces of the Weaver of Destiny and the Son of Prophecy, and as he watched, he found that their faces became extremely solemn, and there was even a bit of shock in their eyes. Shocked, even if Baifu is really an apostle, it wouldn't shock them. Could it be that Baifu's true identity is more terrifying than an apostle? The leader asked hurriedly. What did you see? The Weaver of Fate frowned. Mosaic. The leader was stunned. You said you saw. Mosaic, yes. I saw a full screen of mosaics. The leader, At this time, the Son of Prophecy shook his head and said in a deep voice, What I see is different from you. The leader's eyes lit up. Fortunately, although there was no gain from the Weaver of Fate, there was still the Son of Prophecy. What did you see? The Son of Prophecy said, I saw a sentence. What sentence? Please explore the area ahead later. Leader, Damn it, the leader's head was almost on fire. He understood, he completely understood. Baifu must have noticed that they were spying on her, and then deliberately played a trick on them. Okay, let's play it this way, right? Actually. Suddenly, the Son of Prophecy spoke again. I have predicted the future of some undead people before when I was free. What I saw then was similar to this time, all of which were some strange coding methods or inexplicable words. I didn't expect that I would see something similar on Baifu this time, so... Do you think Baifu and those undead people are the same kind of existence? The leader suppressed his anger. The Son of Prophecy and the Weaver of Fate said in unison, I think so. Immortal. The leader chewed on this word repeatedly. This explains why Baifu did not die after being hit by the supreme glory of Helanes. She wanted to hide her true identity, but it was useless. At this point, is it difficult to guess her true identity? She is an apostle, definitely an apostle. As for those immortals, they are probably special true spirits created by her in some way. Only in this way can we explain why ordinary methods cannot completely kill them. The apostles are not truly immortal, but it is difficult to kill them. Because the apostles, like the virtual world, are essentially projections of the past. To kill an apostle, simply smashing its body and erasing its soul are useless. Only by erasing its shadow in the virtual world can it be completely killed. The leader asked, apart from the mosaic and that sentence, have you really seen nothing else? The Weaver of Fate and the Son of Prophecy shook their heads. The leader frowned. Which apostle do you think Baifu is more like? The Fate Weaver and the Son of Prophecy looked embarrassed. As we all know, there are 11 apostles in the virtual world, which is not a large number, but from ancient times to the present, people are really familiar with only 3 or 4 apostles. Even though they have mastered the method of entering the virtual world, they have only collected information about 7 apostles so far. They thought about it, and found that Baifu's ability did not match the 7 apostles they knew. Then, Baifu could only be one of the 4 apostles, number 1, number 3, number 4, and number 11. The whereabouts of these 4 apostles are unknown, so they know very little. Among them, Apostle number 1 and Apostle number 11 are particularly special. Apostle number 1 laid the foundation for the entire virtual world, and enjoyed the reputation of the god of the virtual world. Although Apostle number 11 is ranked last, his strength is not the weakest. He just doesn't like to fight, so he ranks last. From the strength that Bai Fu has shown now, it is hard to say which of the four she is. It depends on whether she can continue to grow in a short period of time. If she can continue to grow, then she is very likely to be the legendary god of the virtual world. The moment the leader said the word God of the Void, his breathing became a little faster unconsciously. When the apostle is trapped in the void, no matter how hard it tries, it cannot break through the cordon. But when the apostle escapes from the void and finds a place to stay in the main space, the situation is completely different. Even if she is the god of the void, we must kill her. The leader turned around suddenly and said to the assistant, who was guarding outside the quiet room, "Don't worry about it. Just launch an attack on the Rebirth Empire." When the Apostle Holy City sees that the explored universe is in chaos, they will take the initiative to stand up and cooperate with us. Yes. By the way, let the news that Bai Fu is an apostle spread. We are not the only ones in the world who are hostile to apostles. Let's give her more enemies. Yes. The leader took back the remains of the old days. Very good. Next, he personally went to find some relevant personnel in the organization and discussed with them how to completely kill an apostle in his prime. Bai Fu, wait for us to give you a big surprise. It took Bai Fu a day to return to the Ascension Gate that was opened when she entered the virtual realm. When she returned to the Psychic Research Center through the Ascension Gate, Heinz had just told others what happened in the virtual world. Boilo and others were as surprised as if they were listening to a myth. If it weren't for Heinz, a fellow soldier, saying this, they would really think he was just bragging. You can kill one of the opponents when you are fighting 6? You are this. However, they also knew that now was not the time to brag around Bai Fu. Bai Fu and Heinz were back, and Olsen and others were still in the virtual world. They were likely to be attacked by the strangers, like Bai Fu and Heinz, and they had to send people to support them immediately. In this troubled time, the death of any super or even the master is a huge loss that the Rebirth Empire cannot bear. Boilo hurriedly said, "I will report this to His Majesty immediately and ask His Majesty to activate the zero-level authority and summon Chongshao and others to rescue people. Zero-level authority is the exclusive authority of the Emperor of the Empire, higher than others, higher than the glorious host, and is a symbol of the Emperor's authority." Just a few minutes later, the mobilization order of the Empire was sent to Chongshao and all the super who were not participating in the Tubu battle at this time. After all, it was an order issued by the authority of number 0, so Chongshao and others did not shirk it, but rushed to the Psychic Research Center as soon as possible. While waiting for them to come, Bai Fu was not idle. She hurriedly posted a transaction application in the newly established contact group of the 3 major cosmic civilizations exchange, a spiritual training method that can be practiced by a non-psychic superpower, but with spiritual power comparable to that of a superpower of the upper natural disaster stole the wall of the Seeker from Jonas. After this skill, among the 4 transformation requirements, she now only lacked the spiritual attribute and the adaptability to the virtual realm. Spirit 4373/5000. Virtual realm suitability 89.2% per 90%. It is not difficult to meet these 2 requirements. Just 1 minute after the transaction application was sent, Bai Fu received several private messages. Her current status in the 3 major cosmic civilizations is extraordinary, and there are many people who want to build a good relationship with her. Bai Fu did not pick and choose, she accepted all the orders. She could only practice one of the training methods, but the rest could be practiced by Anya, Cypress and Vic. With the bonus of the Ark of Heaven, the gap of just over 600 spiritual attributes is only a gap. I can make up for it soon. The only thing that bothers Bai Fu now is how to improve her adaptability to the virtual realm. There are 2 ways. One is to improve her body's talent potential and psychic power through gene optimization. The second is to learn more psychic knowledge. Considering that she has almost learned ordinary psychic knowledge, she can only focus on dark energy knowledge. To be honest, these 2 methods are not easy to implement. The psychic talent of this body of hers is already very exaggerated. Even the enhanced genome of the Holy Light clan, which has the highest psychic affinity in the Empire, may not be able to improve her suitability for the virtual realm. As for the dark energy knowledge, the Apostle Holy City will definitely not give it to her, so she can only go to A and others who were just tricked into the pure land of dark night by her. The problem is that although A and others are not very smart, they are very vigilant. If she asks them for dark energy knowledge right after she tricked them here, not only will she not get it, but her favorability will also drop drastically. It's a bit troublesome. What should I do? Bai Fu was ready to raid the Apostle Holy City and rob the dark energy knowledge. But at this moment, she suddenly received a new intelligence. Dark Lord, now there are rumors everywhere that you are an apostle. The front pages of major news media have reported the relevant news, and the relevant discussion posts on major forums have also become popular. The news came from Whitney of multidimensional capital. The tone of her voice could not hide her surprise. Apostle, apostle. She was surprised, but Bai Fu was puzzled. What the hell? How did she become an apostle? Although she really hoped that the world would have such a misunderstanding, she hadn't even started acting yet. Could it be that Digging G had released a new plot analysis video? Bai Fu immediately opened the game community, but she only found a few newly posted posts in the community. She was shocked. This news was not first spread by the players. Bai Fu quickly opened the news website again. After reading several news reports in a row, she realized that the news came from multiple places at the same time and spread throughout the entire explored universe at a very fast speed. This must be someone who secretly planned it, but who is it? Bai Fu frowned. Damn it. If she could find this person, she would definitely shake his hand. Benefactor. She was worrying about how to further fool A and others, but she didn't expect someone to come to assist. Bai Fu immediately said goodbye to Boilo, saying that she was going out to rest. Boilo did not force her to stay. Bai Fu had just fought a battle, and there was no need for her to rescue Olsen and others again. After leaving the Psychic Research Center, Bai Fu released A and others from the pure land of the Dark Night on the pretext of coming out to get some fresh air. You just walk around here and get familiar with the environment. I will come immediately if you encounter any trouble. A and others nodded quickly. Bai Fu is such an honest person. It would be great if she was the reincarnation of the third apostle. Just as they were thinking this, A and the others suddenly heard a conversation not far away. Have you seen the latest news? They say Bai Fu is an apostle. I don't know whether it's true or not. I only know that all major media outlets are reporting this, and some people are calling for killing Bai Fu because Bai Fu is an apostle and must have bad intentions when she was born here. Wait, an apostle? A and the others were shocked and looked around. They didn't find a person who was talking, but they saw a huge virtual screen floating in the sky. On the screen, the blonde host was reading a script, and the script she read was a news release saying that Bai Fu was an apostle. Chapter 310. The world is a huge Bai Fu. This is the conclusion that A and others came to after walking around the square for an hour. They walked from east to west, from the ground to the underground, from the outdoors to the indoors, and they could hear people discussing Bai Fu everywhere. Although only an hour had passed, they already had a general understanding of Bai Fu, who brought them out of the virtual world. Bai Fu is more than an honest person, she is simply a saint. Compared to her, many apostles cannot be called human beings. Wait, the race of the apostles doesn't seem to be human? Never mind, now is not the time to dwell on it. After spending 10 minutes seriously discussing Bai Fu's past, A and others unanimously agreed that Bai Fu was the born apostle. There are 3 reasons. First, Bai Fu, who was born in the countryside, has a psychic talent that amazes all psychic praying masters who have explored the universe. This is too unusual. Second, Bai Fu's life before the abandoned cooling plant was blank, as if she had jumped out of a stone, and her identity is extremely suspicious. Third, Bai Fu has the aura of the third apostle, and she also has amnesia. Any of these 3 reasons alone is not enough to prove that Bai Fu is the born apostle. But when the 3 reasons are put together, the possibility that Bai Fu is the born apostle is at least 95%. It's no wonder that A and others, and those who have explored the universe are so imaginative. No one would have thought that Bai Fu had a plugin like the player panel. Although all the superpowered people who can be promoted to the super absolute level can be said to have plugins, plugins like the player panel cannot be said to be invincible. At least it is extremely outrageous. But Lady Bai Fu doesn't look like Apostle number 3. Although Apostle number 3 is very kind to us, he is not as holy as Bai Fu, right? Then why does Lady Bai Fu have the aura of Apostle number 3? I think you are overthinking. Apostle number 3 is kind to begin with. After losing his memory and experiencing the pain of ordinary people, he naturally became more kind. Speaking of personality, Lady Bai Fu's personality is very similar to Apostle number 1, right? Is it possible that Lady Bai Fu is not Apostle number 3, but Apostle number 1? A and the others argued fiercely about which Apostle Bai Fu was. They did not realize that they had no longer any suspicion of Bai Fu. As they argued, they began to worry about Bai Fu's safety. They noticed that most people were praising Bai Fu, but there were still a small number of people who shouted to kill Bai Fu, which was very dangerous. What was even more dangerous was that now that Bai Fu's identity was exposed, Those apostles who like to make trouble would definitely come to trouble by Fu. Even if Bai Fu was the #1 apostle, those apostles would definitely come. They would not be afraid, but would be more excited. Because when apostle #1 was in the virtual world, they were no match for apostle #1. Now it is not the case. The rebirth has made the future of apostle #1 flow again, but the price is that she has lost the terrifying power she had in the past. If we don't kill her now, when will we? Damn it, we are too weak and can't help Lady Bai Fu at all. And others feel very helpless. After losing the blessing of the apostle halo, their strength has declined, and the strongest are only at the disaster level. It is nothing but a pipe dream for a mere natural disaster level to intervene in the battle between the super absolutes. It would be great if we could help Lady Bai Fu recover her memory. With past memories, her strength will surely increase greatly. No more hesitation. We will go to Lady Bai Fu immediately. Even if we cannot provide her with substantial help, we must remind her to be careful of other apostles. A led the charge, and everyone soon found Bai Fu, who was browsing the forum nearby. You said I am in danger now? Bai Fu looked surprised. A said, yes, it is very dangerous. The struggle between the apostles is very cruel. It seemed harmonious before because the apostle #1 maintained the balance. Now that the apostle #1 has disappeared, those ambitious apostles must be planning how to become the only apostle. When they find out that you are an apostle, Bai Fu, they will definitely find ways to kill you. Bai Fu said blankly, me? Apostle? Although the outside world suddenly says that I am an apostle, am I really an apostle? I always feel it's unreal. You are, definitely. A's expression became extremely serious. Oh, that's what you said. I may never say I'm an apostle. You can't blame me if I get caught. Bai Fu stared at A for a long time before saying, then what should I do? A pondered for a long time. Lord Bai Fu, the easiest way to kill an apostle is to find the apostle's weakness, but each apostle has a different weakness, so I think the first thing you should do is to hide your trump card as much as possible, so that other apostles can't figure out which apostle you are, so that it will be much more difficult for them to kill you. Bai Fu nodded. So there is such a saying. Hidden, got it, make it public. What she needs to do next is to find a way to deepen her character, and make the world think that she is really the third apostle. In this way, all those who have a grudge against her will spend time and energy preparing a lot of methods to deal with the third apostle before they start to kill her. They will definitely be very proud, but when the fight really starts. Fuck, why are the methods that I have worked so hard to prepare useless to Bai Fu? Haha, I am actually the first apostle, you are all wrong. Haha, actually I'm not an apostle at all, you're done for. Bai Fu said, thank you for reminding me. A said, Master Bai Fu, I have another method that may help you recover your memory. Bai Fu's eyes lit up, really? A said, Master Apostle #3 taught us a lot of things before he left. You are the incarnation of an apostle. You must have known these things before, but you have temporarily forgotten them because of amnesia. I think I will teach you these things now. Seeing these familiar things, you may be able to remember a lot of past events. What is it? Psychic knowledge, dark energy knowledge, and the history of ancient civilizations. A looked up at Bai Fu's eyes. He planned to teach Bai Fu this knowledge, on the one hand, hoping that this knowledge could help Bai Fu recover her memory, and on the other hand, to test whether Bai Fu was the third apostle. If Bai Fu was, she should be able to master the knowledge he taught her soon, right? Dark energy knowledge. Bai Fu's pupils trembled slightly. She brought A and the others out of the virtual world for this, wasn't it? I thought it would take a little more time to get started, but it turned out to be so smooth. She looked into A's eyes. Was he too naive? Or was he thinking about the apostle who created him all the time, and wanted to take a gamble after learning that she might be an apostle? I'm really not sure if I'm an apostle, but even if I'm not, I will definitely find a way to help you find the third apostle. Thank you, Master Bai Fu. A copied out all the knowledge he had mastered through his psychic power. You start learning. Prompts popped up one after another. It took only 2 hours for Bai Fu to master all the knowledge taught by A. Her dark energy knowledge reserve increased dramatically, and the benefit that followed was that her virtual realm suitability increased to 93.8% in one go, and her psychic energy recovery speed and skill effects all saw an increase. The skill Dark Force Field evolved into Virtual Realm Force Field, with its power doubled. She gained new abilities, and could actively use dark energy like using psychic energy, and also gained several dark energy passive skills similar to ultimate psychic expertise. Since she has not mastered any dark energy skills, these passive skills basically do not bring her direct bonuses, but one of them still adds 200 basic inspiration points to her. It's a pity that Spiral and Ethereal are still not activated. It seems that you must master the advanced knowledge of dark energy to activate these two abilities. In order to obtain the advanced knowledge of dark energy, either you have to attack the Apostle Holy City or the Apostles. Oh wait, the fourth Apostle is in the Apostle Holy City, so I can just deal with the Apostle Holy City directly. Once Spiral and Ethereal are activated, I won't be afraid of annihilation at that level. Bai Fu smiled and closed the attribute panel. As soon as she lowered her head, she found that AA and others' eyes were full of light, the light of hope. What happened? She didn't know that AA and others were so excited that they were about to faint. He easily mastered all the knowledge in 2 hours. There was no doubt that Bai Fu must be the reincarnation of the third apostle. They finally found the third apostle. AA suppressed his excitement and asked, "Master Bai Fu, do you remember anything?" Bai Fu shook her head, "Not yet." AA said, "Take your time, you will definitely remember it." He is not in a hurry now. "Master Bai Fu, how about I tell you about the deeds of the third apostle?" "Okay." Bai Fu also wanted to listen. But before AA could speak, she suddenly received news from Boilo. Many places in the empire were attacked at the same time, and the attackers were the surrounding revolutionary army, giant pirate groups, and hero organizations. Bai Fu's face changed slightly. "What is the situation?" Boilo said with a stern face. "Thanks to your reminder before the experiment, the empire did not suffer much loss this time, but this time is very abnormal. So many forces attack the empire at the same time. I guess these forces are secretly supported by the group of people who attack you in the virtual world." Bai Fu quickly looked through the names of the forces sent by Boilo. One of them, the revolutionary army organization called Shadow Legion, caught her attention. Above the stars opened two major main lines in version 2.1. The main line that Bai Fu participated in was called Tim Civilization Civil War, and the one that Bai Fu did not participate in was called Revolutionary Army Dawn. The Shadow Army is the main faction in the main storyline of Dawn of the Revolutionary Army. It has appeared in the promotional videos of version 2.1, 2.2, and even 2.3. An NPC named Elegy in the Shadow Army is one of the official protagonists of the version. Although her role is severely suppressed by this wall-hanging character, she is still very popular among players. Because Elegy is not only good-looking and talented, but also an abstract person, her mental state is very consistent with contemporary players, so she has successfully won the love of a large number of players. This is a confrontation with the protagonist. Bai Fu flipped through the player community. The good news is that AI Legia's current strength is only at the disaster level. Not to mention competing with her, there is a high probability that she can't even beat Anya, and she poses no threat to her at this stage. The bad news is that there is a conflict with the protagonist's camp, which will make the situation of the Reborn Empire, which is already deeply involved in the war with the Apostle Holy City, even worse. If it is not handled properly, such a large country may be destroyed. Several tasks are squeezed together. This is bad. If the Reborn Empire fails, even if I cheat, it will be difficult to deal with the Apostle Holy City and this mysterious force at the same time. Bai Fu frowned. Originally, she wanted to wait until she completed her first divine transformation before attacking the Apostle Holy City, but now she can't wait any longer. After finishing the conversation with Bulova, she immediately held a press conference and seriously refuted the news on the internet. "I am an apostle? How come I didn't know about this? Some people say that I am the third or fourth apostle, which is really funny. Don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors, and don't let people take advantage of you." Of course, Bai Fu didn't really want to refute the rumors. What she did was actually hinting to others that she was the third apostle. As expected, her press conference did not serve the purpose of refuting rumors at all. Refuting rumors? Explanation is covering up, and covering up is the truth. She is anxious, but there is no point in refuting rumors now. The leader of the organization narrowed his eyes, and looked at Bai Fu, who was serious on the screen. The question now is which apostle is Bai Fu? Only by figuring this out can he be more confident that he can completely kill Bai Fu, and he must not let Bai Fu continue to use her ability to point fingers at people everywhere. Is it number 3 or number 4? Soon, new news came from the outside world. Apostle number 4 is in the Apostle Holy City. This news caused a sensation. Most people did not believe this news because it was anonymous, but some people still believed it. Among those who believed it, those from the Apostle Holy City reacted most strongly. What? It turns out that we really have apostles. Then why didn't the Supreme God tell us that there are apostles in the Apostle Holy City? Shouldn't this be something worth celebrating? What are the supreme gods trying to do by hiding it? The holy city of apostles is not as united as it seems on the surface. It's just that the special civilization structure makes the various parts that make up this civilization look highly unified. The fourth apostle is in the holy city of apostles? The leader of the organization carefully analyzed the truth of this rumor. There are two possibilities. 1. It's true. 2. It's false. There's nothing to say about the former and the latter. If this is fake news, could it be that Baifu deliberately released it to mislead them? It seems that your press conference was not held in vain. It really made me confused for a while. But it's not a big problem. Can't I just prepare to deal with Apostle number 3 and Apostle number 4 at the same time? Don't underestimate my financial resources. It should be misleading, right? After the press conference, Baifu stretched happily. There was no need for her to intervene in the rescue of the Cursed Master and others. Next, she should do her own thing. She immediately contacted the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance. I have a plan. I decided to take the initiative and fight to the homeland of the Apostle Holy City. Chapter 311. Baifu's plan excited the people of the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance. Return to their homeland and revive civilization. They have been waiting for this day for a long time. But not everyone was blinded by this plan. In the short period of more than a year of contact with Baifu, they witnessed Baifu's rapid advancement from domination to transcendent, and even able to beat up a group of veteran transcendents. But even if Baifu grew so fast, it was still a pipe dream to say that she could lead them to counterattack the Apostle Holy City, and take back the territory once ruled by their civilization. That's the Holy City of Apostles. The Holy City of Apostles has dozens of supernatural beings, and a large number of cutting-edge psychic technology weapons. You are right to worry. With my current strength, I can't severely damage the Holy City of Apostles even if I catch them by surprise. Not to mention now, even if I have completed 2 or 3 divine transformations, it is still impossible to defeat the Holy City of Apostles with a small number of people, so... Baifu smiled. The purpose of our action this time is not to cause any damage to the Holy City of Apostles, but to find a way to make the Holy City of Apostles chaotic. The Apostle City is a civilization that has been expanding outward. In terms of war frenzy, even the supernova core is not as strong as it. Excessive expansion will definitely bring various problems. The reason why these problems have not affected the Apostle City now is that the Apostle City is still very powerful, so powerful that people think it will not have any problems. If the Apostle City is not so powerful, or in other words, it does not seem so powerful in everyone's eyes, then many hidden problems will inevitably gradually erupt. Of course, Baifu didn't think that the concentrated outbreak of these problems would cause the giant Apostle Holy City to collapse, like the former Qin after the Battle of Feishui. The Apostle Holy City's cutting-edge combat power is too strong, so strong that even if the entire civilization is in flames, as long as they are given time, they will surely be able to put out all the flames. Therefore, Baifu's real plan is to split the cutting-edge combat power of the Apostle Holy City through the next series of actions. This requires the use of her newly established new personality. The personality of the Apostle is much more useful than the Lord of the Dark Night. After some explanation, Baifu got the maps of their respective civilizations from Ruth and others, as well as the maps of some border areas of the Apostle Holy City. Then, she left the Empire at a very fast speed, and rushed to the Tubu Galaxy with Heifu the clone. More than 10 days have passed since the Black Hole annihilation, but the Apostle Holy City did not withdraw directly, but continued to stay in the Tubu battle and fight against the 3 cosmic civilizations, trying to save some face. Because there is no need to defend the Black Hole anymore, the Apostle Holy City can pull out all its combat power to launch an attack. The combat power they burst out made the people of the 3 cosmic civilizations miserable, and they sent messages for help to the headquarters more than once. Assistance, how to assist. The members of the Imperial Senate who received the message for assistance had a headache. The virtual world attack and the Revolutionary Army raid made them dare not act rashly before finding out the true strength of the opponent. They could only send a message to the frontline legions and Chaojua to grit their teeth and hold on. If they really can't hold on, then retreat. The black hole of the Tuba Galaxy has been destroyed anyway. Although being beaten and fleeing will make the Empire lose face, it is better to lose face than forcibly supporting the Tuba Galaxy and then having a fire at home. When Baifu arrived at the Tuba Galaxy again, she saw Doomsday Winter and others with sad faces. "Why are you here?" Doomsday Winter and others were shocked. They never expected that Baifu, who was at the center of the storm recently, would appear in the Tuba Galaxy. Baifu said, "The Empire doesn't need me for the time being. Instead of staying there, I might as well come here to support you." And recently, People everywhere say that I am an apostle. I have held a press conference to refute the rumors, but people still don't believe it and try to interview me in various ways. I find it annoying, so I'd better hide here. Doomsday Winter and the others hesitated to speak. Are you really not an apostle? To be honest, they didn't really believe it. But Bai Fu had said so, and it would be a bit rude for them to ask again. In short, Bai Fu's coming here is a good thing for them. They have heard about Bai Fu's record in the virtual realm. This strength is definitely equivalent to a second-level divine transformation, which will greatly reduce the pressure brought to them by the Apostle Holy City. With Bai Fu here, even if they still can't beat the number 4 Cathedral of the Apostle Holy City, they can retreat more calmly and avoid suffering huge losses. I go arrange a place for you to stay. Thank you. After settling down, Bai Fu immediately contacted Anya and the others, who were still cruising near the Tuba Galaxy, and asked them to come to see her quickly. Boss! As soon as she saw Bai Fu, Anya hung on Bai Fu directly, rubbing against her, and looked at Yulia, Faye, and Cixia proudly. Okay, stop playing. Bai Fu took Anya off her body. I asked you to come here this time because I need your help with something. Ask me for help? Anya was very confused. Bai Fu led her to her room and took out the Heaven's Ark. The spiritualist captured in the virtual world had been handed over to the beast god for training for a while, but this guy was very stubborn. He was entangled by the beast god for more than 10 days without saying a word. This shocked her greatly, and she decided to give him some hard food. The so-called hard food refers to the needle of punishment in Anya's hand. People who don't speak will be stabbed with 1,000 needles. So it's stabbing people, then I'm the best at that. Anya was full of fighting spirit. However, what was beyond Bai Fu and Anya's expectation was that even after being stabbed by the needle of punishment for a long time, the psychic was still unwilling to explain the true identity of himself and the forces he belonged to. Give up, I'm going to die anyway. No matter how much you force me, I won't tell you. Bai Fu frowned. Are you afraid of the organization you belong to? The psychic said, No. Bai Fu said, What do you mean by saying that you're going to die anyway? There is no curse or restriction on you. If you tell the truth, you will be killed by your organization. Are you worried that I will kill you after knowing the truth? You don't have to worry about that. The psychic master said, You don't need to waste your time here. No matter what you do, I can't tell you the truth. I am a psychic master. These torture methods of yours are just playing house in my opinion. Hard enough, Bai Fu changed her strategy. Since coercion doesn't work, then use bribery. If you tell me the truth, I promise to help you improve from 1 transformation to 4 transformations, or even 5 transformations. The spiritualist smiled. Your offer is indeed very tempting. If it were an ordinary supernatural being, he would definitely take the bait, but I'm different. Compared to pursuing the ultimate power, I value balance more. He paused suddenly, and when he spoke again, his tone had become very solemn. Bai Fu, if you stop guiding others to transform, and you give up the pursuit of supremacy, then we still have a chance to be friends, otherwise there is only one way to go, death. Oh my god, I was threatened back. Okay. Since I can't get any useful information from you, then you should do hard labor in the Ark of Heaven. I can't deal with you now, but when Anya becomes stronger, I don't believe that I can't dig out information from you. Bai Fu put away the Ark of Heaven. At this time, she received a new task prompt. You have triggered the main task above the stars. Task Introduction. Task Objective. Find a way to find out the true identity of the superclass spiritualist you captured, and the name of the camp he belongs to. Reward. 5 billion experience points. Random color quality prayer card blueprint *1. Bai Fu was shocked by the reward of this task. 5 billion experience points is not that rare. The key is that this task actually rewards a colorful prayer card. You know, this is just an investigation task. It is also an investigation task. Investigating the painters subvert the world. The reward is only 500 million experience points, and a psychic construction blueprint evolution card. Is this the value of a task named after the game? Isn't it possible that I have come into contact with the ultimate main task of this game? Bai Fu muttered in her heart. Then, she shook her head, and put this matter aside for the time being. She taught Anya the spiritual attribute training method that she had recently traded. Anya is now a high-ranking natural disaster, and the only thing she needs to do to reach the master level is the accumulation of attributes. As for knowledge, with Bai Fu feeding her, she doesn't have to worry about lacking it. You learn first, and come with me after you learn this training method. Where to? Anya looked at Bai Fu curiously. Bai Fu narrowed her eyes slightly. Apostle Holy City. 1 day later, Bai Fu drove the mobile palace with Anya, Yulia, and Ing Fu to the Apostle Holy City. She left Hei Fu in the Tuba Galaxy. Her main purpose was not to let Hei Fu assist Doomsday Winter and others, but to let Hei Fu command the players to fight against the Apostle Holy City in the Tuba Galaxy, to attract the attention of the Apostle Holy City, and create an opportunity for her to sneak attack the Apostle Holy City. The effect of this move is indeed outstanding. As the most discussed person in the recent exploration of the universe, Bai Fu attracted a lot of attention as soon as she arrived in the Tuba Galaxy. Then, the Apostle Holy City received the news. She dared to come back? The servants of the Apostle Holy City's Cathedral No. 4 were shocked. The fourth candidate god, Tullet, was even more angry and laughed. The competition between the 7 cathedrals of the Apostle Holy City has never stopped. He personally led the team to the Tuba Galaxy this time, but suffered a humiliating defeat because of Bai Fu's home-changing tactics, and suffered a lot of criticism within the Apostle Holy City. How could he swallow this breath? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving this time. Li's eyes flashed with ferocity. It was widely rumored that Bai Fu was an apostle. If Bai Fu was really an apostle, then if he caught Bai Fu this time, he would not only be able to recover his lost reputation, but he would also be very likely to make further progress in the Holy City of Apostles. As a candidate for the Divine Disciple, what could he achieve if he made further progress? Of course, he would become a Supreme Divine Disciple. Let's test first to see whether Bai Fu is the real person or the clone. If it's the real person, we capture her directly. If it's the clone, we apply for the spiritual desert. The Apostle Holy City Cathedral No. 4 took quick action. On the other side, Bai Fu was not idle either. On the way to the Apostle Holy City, she took the time to improve her spiritual attributes through training methods while paying attention to the movements in the Tuba Galaxy. The situation in the Tuba Galaxy has been generally stable in the past few days. The coalition forces of the 3 major cosmic civilizations have not had a fierce conflict with the Apostle Holy City. But everyone understands that this is just the calm before the storm. The big collision is coming. Among the people on the front line, only the players acted relaxed as usual. They did small tasks, and visited the community when they had nothing to do. Ever since the news that Bai Fu was an apostle spread, the community became very lively, and people at Digging G every now and then. Digging for treasure, digging for treasure. If Fu Fu is an apostle, then your previous analysis seems to be wrong. Didn't Fu Fu say at a press conference that she is not an apostle? Do you believe it? I don't believe it anyway. Apostle, no wonder Fu Fu upgrades so quickly, and no wonder Fu Fu is the protagonist. Above the stars version of Celia, right? At first, Digging G really thought that her analysis was wrong, and she felt that the sky was about to fall. She finally took off the hat of repeatedly guessing wrong. Is she going to be wrong again this time? But she soon realized that Bai Fu was an apostle, and her guesses were not fundamentally contradictory. As long as she made a slight modification, everything would make sense again. The real situation is this: Bai Fu was indeed an apostle at the beginning. Later, for some unknown reason, she was born into the explored universe, and became a human, and then it was the plots I analyzed before. It makes sense. This is very reasonable. This just explains why Fu Fu is the protagonist throughout the entire game plot, and why Fu Fu's psychic talent is so good. Even after being promoted to the master, the upgrade speed is still very fast. How can the psychic talent of the virtual realm apostle be bad? Alas, it's worthy of me. I just made a move, and actually got the thigh of the virtual realm apostle in the reply. Digging G didn't forget to brag about himself. This made both the players and Bai Fu speechless. It was you. Digging G's reply made all the players believe that Bai Fu was really an apostle. Bai Fu was very satisfied with this result. The players believed that she was an apostle, and the NPCs that came into contact with the players would also believe this conclusion more and more. Her new character was successfully established. Next, I just have to wait for someone to come to me with the means to deal with the apostles, and give me heads. Domination and Chaojua. If she kills more of them, she should be able to get a lot of experience. Boss, we have arrived in the Leia civilization. At this moment, Anya shouted loudly. The Leia civilization, where Ruth is, was annexed by the Apostle Holy City a few years ago. It is not far from here to the Apostle Holy City. The people of the Apostle Holy City must be preparing to attack the Tuba Galaxy base where Hei Fu is stationed. They will never think that I will launch the home exchange strategy again, and this time I will directly switch to their hometown. Hee hee. First, go and catch someone nearby who has inside information and ask where there is cutting-edge dark energy knowledge. Can I activate Ethereal and Spiral? This time, my strength will skyrocket. Chapter 312. In a spacious room with bright light. A humanoid figure wearing a loose white robe and a huge head was looking at a row of phantoms standing not far away with an angry look on his face. Are you fucking mentally ill? It's just a mission. If you can't do such a simple thing, what's the use of you? There is still a month left before the deadline, but you have only completed 36.742% of the task. Fuck. I gave you so much trust. I didn't lack you any money, power, or people, but this is how you repay my trust. Waste, waste, all of them are fucking waste. Spit flew around the room. Nansen, the captain of the 7th missionary team of Layas, was about to explode with anger. When the Holy City of Apostles invaded the Layas civilization, he immediately joined the Holy City of Apostles, and thus got the good job of the captain of the missionary team. His job was very simple, which was to convert all the Layas people in the area assigned to him by the Holy City of Apostles into loyal believers of the God of the Holy City of Apostles. Although he was responsible for a single thing, his power was very great, and the colonial governors of this area had to cooperate with him honestly. In order to repay the trust of the Holy City of Apostles, he signed a military order in front of the bigwigs of the Holy City of Apostles, promising that he could complete the task in half the time of others. However, a year had passed, and the deadline was about to come, and he had not even completed half of the task. If this matter got to the ears of that bigwig, he would not be able to live 10 times. He was wrong. He should not have hired these Layas people for the sake of friendship. He gave these fellow tribesmen the greatest tolerance and protected them everywhere, but these fellow tribesmen deliberately wanted to kill him, and kept slandering him in private. Nansen was furious, and he made up his mind to use the final means. I told you a long time ago that if the mission is not going well, you can use the Holy Light Bullet. It seems that you have not taken my words to heart at all. I will give you one last chance. No matter what means you use, you must make up the remaining difference for me in the next half month. The angry roar made the row of phantoms on the opposite side tremble, and keep responding. Go away. If you can't complete the task, find a place to end your life quietly, otherwise don't blame me for turning you into seeds of fate together. Nansen ended the remote meeting with his subordinates with a curse. Paw. He spat dryly. He was about to go outside to get some fresh air, when suddenly, a strong pain came from the depths of his mind. What's going on? As soon as this thought came up, he fell to the ground with a plop and lost consciousness. Anya. Bai Fu shouted at the door. The next second, the door opened automatically and Anya walked in. Boss, leave it to me. The needle of punishment came out and successfully read Nansen's memory a moment later. Bai Fu's mouth twitched after reading the memory. Well, Ruth asked me to save him, saying that he was a hero of Layas. When Layas was invaded and everyone was terrified, he led a fleet to charge the Apostle Holy City without hesitation. It turned out that he surrendered under the pretext of charging. Nansen's bastards are more than that. He showed the qualities that most traitors should have. That is, after becoming a traitor, he was more brutal to his own people than the people of the Apostle Holy City. Moreover, while doing all kinds of bad things, he also found all kinds of excuses for himself, calling it carrying a heavy burden, and used these excuses to pay the Layas people he recruited to work for him. The reason why he recruited the Layas people to work for him was not because he was really kind and wanted to protect some Layas people, but purely because the people of the Apostle Holy City looked down on him, and he could only command the Layas people. However, compared with Nansen's history of being a traitor, Bai Fu was more concerned about two other things. First, the Apostle Holy City sent a senior research team to be stationed on the former capital planet of the Layas civilization. Second, the Apostle Holy City has been promoting a policy of turning all conquered people into believers of their gods, but they are very averse to using brainwashing methods when promoting this policy, and prefer to use coercion, inducement, and education to subtly change people. In Nansen's memory, he once asked his Apostle Holy City boss why he didn't just use psychic brainwashing to instantly convert all the Layas people, and he was scolded. It's strange. From this point of view, the Apostle Holy City forcibly converts others into their believers not only for conquest, but for a deeper purpose. Bai Fu glared at Nan Dun, and her spiritual power burst out, directly staring Nan Dun to death. Then, she locked Nan Dun's soul into the glass bead, and threw it into the pure land of dark night. To find out the situation, she really needs to go to the senior research team sent by the Apostle Holy City to see. If she is lucky, she may be able to get cutting-edge dark energy knowledge there. Let's go! Bai Fu led Anya out of the room. Not long after they walked out, a violent explosion suddenly occurred under the 1,000-meter-high tower where they were. Immediately afterwards, the sky above the entire city was blocked by data flow, and all network signals could not penetrate. Were we discovered? Anya was shocked. Bai Fu patted her shoulder. Calm down, they are not coming for us, but to kill Nanton. At this time, under the tower, tens of thousands of Leia shouted and rushed into the tower that had just been blown up. In the sky, at the same time, hundreds of small aircraft roared and crashed into the tower. Captain Nanton, something bad has happened. Contact the Holy City of Apostles quickly. This mob has gone crazy. A dozen Leias in white robes rushed to Nanton's office floor in a panic, but when the door opened, they saw not Nanton, but a petite alien who looked completely different from them. You are? Shut up. Countless dark purple needles shot out from on his palm, and in the blink of an eye, all the dozen S-level to S+ level superpowers were stabbed to death. Before the bodies of these people fell to the ground, the aircraft approaching quickly outside the tower had already opened fire. Bayu. Under the continuous attack of energy beams and energy bombs, the tower whose defense system had been shut down soon couldn't hold on. Large holes were blown out of the walls one after another, broken building materials piled up in the corridor, smoke and dust rolled, a doomsday scene. Success? Kill Nanton, don't let this traitor get away. Everyone follow me. Amid shouts, hundreds of people jumped out of the aircraft, led by several of the people who were previously scolded by Nanton. They quickly drilled through the hole in the tower and entered the corridor. They had originally planned to rush into Nanton's office and cut him into pieces. However, something terrifying happened at this time. An invisible force was rippling in the corridor, and all those who came into contact with this force felt that they were trapped in a quagmire and could not move at all. Many people were even suspended in midair and could not fall down. What happened? They looked around, and finally their sights were focused on two aliens, one tall and one short, one black and one white, one large and one flat, with extremely sharp contrast. Oh no, Nanton was prepared. We are finished. The excited rebels felt like they were falling into an ice cave. Anya turned her head and looked at Bai Fu beside her. Boss, they saw us. What should we do now? Bai Fu took 2 steps forward. You are here to kill Nanton. Her sight fell on the only Leias who had the peak strength of S+. Then Buren, she learned this person's name from Nanton's memory. The extraordinary aura was like a mountain. Even if it was not released deliberately, it still made people breathless and ready to die at any time. However, Van Buren, who was stared at by Bai Fu, did not fall down. Yes, I didn't expect you to be prepared in advance, so that you failed at the last moment. I have nothing to say. If you want to kill him, do it quickly. Nanton is dead. Bai Fu said, dragging Nanton's body in front of Van Buren with a force field. Van Buren's pupils shrank suddenly. He had never expected that things would unfold like this. How powerful must these two aliens be to be able to enter this building quietly and kill Nanton in the short interval between the end of their conversation with Nanton and the launch of the uprising? A higher-level natural disaster? Or the Lord? I am Chao Jue. Bai Fu seemed to see through Van Buren's heart at a glance. As soon as the voice fell, under the impact of spiritual power, the tall tower under her feet instantly turned into countless tiny particles. These particles rushed into the sky like a torrent, swirling and entwining, turning into a huge black dragon, breaking through the sunlight, rushing into the atmosphere, and hitting a rapidly falling warship like a missile. Boom! The warship exploded above the dome, leaving a dazzling ball of light. Then Buren swallowed his saliva. He didn't know whether Bai Fu was really superb. He only knew that this was a powerful strength he had never seen before. The warship was a Creed-class warship of the Apostle Holy City. Under normal circumstances, its shield could even withstand the attack of the upper-level natural disaster, but it blew up so easily. So terrifying. You. Then Buren opened his mouth, unable to utter a complete sentence. Bai Fu smiled and said, Do you hate the Holy City of Apostles? Speaking of the Holy City of Apostles, then Buren suddenly showed a fierce look. How could I not hate it? Bai Fu said, But you are too weak. With your strength, let alone destroying the Holy City of Apostles, you can't even kill a colonial governor of the Holy City of Apostles. Then Buren had nothing to say, but felt very aggrieved. Tang Sui could threaten Qin Shi Huang with a sword, saying, If the soldiers are angry, 2 people will be dead, blood will flow 5 steps, and the whole world will be in mourning, so that Qin Shi Huang would not dare to act rashly. But in the starry sea where individual strength can turn the hand to annihilate the stars, it is meaningless for the soldiers to be extremely angry. The sea of stars is so cruel. I know I am weak, but no matter how weak I am, I will still resist. I would rather die than be brainwashed by the Holy City of Apostles, and become the seat of faith of the Holy City of Apostles. Now, it's good now. The traitor Nanton is dead. Although he didn't die in my hands, he is dead, so I won't lose this action. Van Buren seemed to have accepted his fate. Bai Fu said, "Do you want to live? Do you want to continue to retaliate against the holy city of apostles?" Van Buren and the others around him raised their heads suddenly. "What do you mean?" Bai Fu said, "Nanton is dead, you can replace him. Sneak into the Apostle Holy City, and find out the secrets of the Apostle Holy City. Such is why the Apostle Holy City forcibly turns people from other civilizations into their seeds of faith. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to do it, I can help you deceive the Apostle Holy City's investigation, and I can also take the blame for this attack on me, so that you can transform from an attacker to a meritorious person who ran to rescue Nanton without fear of danger. You can decide whether to be liquidated by the Apostle Holy City, or accept my proposal. Think about it yourself." Van Buren's face changed slightly. Bai Fu's proposal was very good, but the only problem was that if he replaced Nanton, he would have to take over Nanton's mission and brainwash the Leas. This was unacceptable to him. If he could accept this, why would he come to kill Nanton? At this time, Bai Fu suddenly said, "I can remove the brainwashing of the Apostle Holy City." "Really?" Everyone at the scene looked at Bai Fu with unbelievable eyes, except Anya, who curled her lips. "Is this difficult? The boss can do anything, right?" Bai Fu grabbed a brainwashed Leas and removed the brainwashing state in front of Van Buren and others. For her, who is a superclass psychic prayer master and holds the Ark of Heaven, this is really simple. Seeing this scene, Van Buren made up his mind. "Even if you may bear the infamy of countless tribesmen during the lurking process, are you willing?" "I am willing." "Even if you may be discovered during the lurking process, die suddenly, and never have the chance to clear yourself, are you willing?" "I do." "You are an excellent warrior. Here is the method that can help you advance to the disaster level." Bai Fu gave Van Buren a document. The moment he took the document, Van Buren's favorability towards her had risen to 82. "I only have 2 questions left. Who are you? What do you want to do?" Van Buren's eyes were full of curiosity. Bai Fu smiled. "Apostle, an apostle different from the one in the Apostle Holy City. I came here to bury the Apostle Holy City." Van Buren almost forgot what happened next, but he thought he could never forget the passionate and unrestrained vitality that Bai Fu released when she said that. He never believed in God before. But now he believed Bai Fu was his God. Half a day later, people from the Apostle Holy City came. They carefully inspected the accident site, Van Buren, the people who were with him, and the witnesses, but did not find anything abnormal. Except for him, no one else remembered what really happened that day. Everyone only knew that a terrorist attack had occurred that day, and a Kree-class battleship and Nanton were lost. It was rumored that the attacking group was the remnants of a civilization that had been attacked by the Apostle Holy City. Because Van Buren did not run away when the disaster occurred, but bravely ran to save Nanton. Although he did not save anything, he saw the number of people in the attacking group and their profile, so the people of the Apostle Holy City let him take over Nanton's position. From this moment on, he could contact the big man in charge of Leas in the Apostle Holy City. He knew that he would also be under tremendous pressure from this moment on, but for Leas, it was all worth it. "Boss, even if Van Buren is promoted to the calamity level and his status in the Holy City of Apostles is further elevated, he can't be of much help to us." Anya and Ingfu were puzzled by Bai Fu's behavior. Although this is easy to do, it's just tampering with the memory. Even if the boss sister doesn't do it, they can do it. Bai Fu explained. The Holy City of Apostles must have used special means to tamper with the souls of their core members. Even if we catch their core members, we may not be able to ask the secrets. If we plant more pawns like Van Buren in the Holy City of Apostles, there may be surprises, and Van Buren's use is more than that. As Van Buren's favorability towards her further increases, and he becomes her believer, she can then use Van Buren as a signal-based station to do many things. For example, suddenly remove the brainwashing effect of people in a large area centered on Van Buren. Bai Fu is not worried about Van Buren being exposed. She did not use her real appearance when contacting Van Buren, and when explaining her true identity, she also said apostle. What would the people of the Apostle Holy City think if they knew that an apostle was targeting them? It should be very exciting. I wonder if the well-hidden apostle number 4 can continue to hide. Next, we need to continue to place new Van Buren in the Apostle Holy City. One Sui Shi and one Van Buren are far from enough. I want to make the Apostle Holy City full of my signal-based stations. Bai Fu's eyes narrowed slightly. In addition to these, she helped Van Buren for another important reason. After taking the blame for the attack on herself, the attention of the people in the Apostle Holy City in the Leia civilization is now focused on the attack. It's time to go and chat with the senior research team stationed in Leia's from the Apostle Holy City. Bai Fu took Anya and Ing Fu and flew quickly to the capital planet of Laias. This time she didn't play any infiltration. The people of the Apostle Holy City really thought that a remnant of civilization came to Laias, and she could use this identity to cause trouble everywhere. Just charge and it's done. 3 days later. The Apostle Holy City. A priest in a hurry found Sui Shi. What happened? The priest said, Saint, the researchers we sent to Laias were attacked by a group of wild dogs. The Supreme Saint was very angry about this. He asked me to inform you that he wanted to let you handle this matter. I see. Sui Shi nodded. I understand. Go back and tell the Supreme Saint that I will leave today. The priest said, the servants of the True Spirit Hall will go with you. Don't worry, you are the overall person in charge this time, and they will all obey your orders. After watching the priest leave, Sui Shi packed up a little, and went to the True Spirit Hall to meet up with the servants who had received the order. Then, they boarded a supreme warship and headed for the Laias Star Field. There were many people on the ship, including many players, and Fengqi Chuanxing, Sui Shi's #1 fan, was also among them. Looking at the shrinking airport, Fengqi Chuanxing was full of pride. Ha ha ha. Now Sui Shi can command the dominant servants and be independent. Is the era of Sui Shi finally coming? Bai Fu, when Sui Shi grows up, it will be your doomsday. It's useless for you to be an apostle. Chapter 313. The Holy Land of the Apostle Holy City. Not long after Sui Shi left, the assistant of the Supreme Saint reported the news to the Supreme Saint. Sir, Saint Sui Shi has set off for Laias. Supreme Saint, just report to me once a day about the situation on the Saint's side. How are the preparations of the tribunal and the 10 saints? The assistant said respectfully, the 10 saints have already drawn the route, and the tribunal has sent the first group of people to verify it this morning. Once the verification is successful, we can immediately cross the dark area and directly attack the side and rear of Titan Industries. At this point, the assistant couldn't help laughing. The 3 cosmic civilizations would never have dreamed that while we were building a transit station in the Tuba Galaxy, we also opened up another channel that could go straight behind them. The Supreme God nodded calmly. He always liked to make several preparations for doing things. This time was no exception. In order to attack the 3 cosmic civilizations, he sent a total of 3 groups of people. However, at the beginning, he was most optimistic about the number 4 cathedral to the Tuba Galaxy, and the least optimistic about the route to the tribunal. But the route he was most optimistic about was exposed in advance due to an accident, and was played by Bai Fu, a guy of unknown origin, and watched the black hole blow up, while the route he was least optimistic about was now going the most smoothly. Fate is really magical. It can only be said that a blessing in disguise. Looking back now, Bai Fu tossed around for a long time, but in fact, he just blew up a black hole, which did not cause any substantial damage to the Apostle Holy City, but indirectly helped the Apostle Holy City. Her actions in the Tubu system, and the recent disturbance she caused attracted too much attention, creating a good opportunity for the Apostle Holy City to secretly do bad things. If Bai Fu knew this, I wonder what she would think. The Supreme God is not a person with bad taste, but he is quite interested in killing people and destroying their hearts. Next time I meet Bai Fu, I must applaud her to commend her contribution to the Apostle Holy City. You should leave first. I want to be alone for a while. Yes. After the assistant left, the Supreme God stood there for more than 10 minutes before turning around and entering the depths of the Holy Land. After passing through a corridor with more than a dozen doors, he came to a gloomy room that was completely different from the grand atmosphere of the Apostle Holy City. This room was a secret room unknown to the Apostle number 4 standing on the Apostle Holy City. Finally, the Supreme God stopped in front of a sapling with black and white entangled, which looked like a yin-yang fish from above. He stretched out his hand and sensed it carefully. The number of seeds of faith is still 19.2512% short. Then, there is the divine fire, which is even worse. But this is not a problem. I have found the key to destiny. As long as I take down any of the 3 major cosmic civilizations, then. The Supreme God's face showed a long-lost smile. In the process of cooperating with the 10 saints, he gave the 10 saints great help, but the 10 saints did not accomplish anything except providing the right to use the secret crystal ball. Moreover, someone like Rufus appeared and robbed him of the cosmic treasure that he had longed for. According to his temper, he should have attacked the group of people from the 10 Saints Society long ago. The reason why he tolerated the people from the 10 Saints Society until now, not only did he not take action, but he kept giving them opportunities, was all because the 10 Saints Society brought him a person. Sui Shi. I will eventually become the true master of this starry sky. Black and white were reflected in the eyes of the supreme god, exuding a chilling and strange aura. At the same time, somewhere in the Leia Star region, sure enough, the souls have been manipulated. Looking at the group of senior researchers from the Apostle Holy City, who had just been captured not far away, Bai Fu sighed helplessly. Although she had expected this, she did not expect that the Apostle Holy City would do such a good job of keeping secrets. These senior researchers all have a special buff called Dark Energy Toxin. Anyone who tries to crack the lock on them and forcibly read their memories will be corroded by the Dark Energy Toxin. Dark Energy Toxin has two effects. One is that it can gradually solidify the body of the corroded person and finally turn it into dark energy residue. The second is that it can constantly consume the power of the person being eroded, causing the rank of the person being eroded to drop. These two effects are very stubborn, and even the superclass psychic prayer masters cannot avoid them. To completely crack this poison, one must have a very high understanding of dark energy and strong hands-on skills. If one lacks either of them, one can only watch oneself being harmed by the poison. Bai Fu's hands-on skills are naturally powerful, and those who have seen it all say it is good. But the understanding of dark energy. It can only be said that the breadth is there now, but without the mastery of the cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy, the depth is far from enough. The good news is that although Bai Fu was unable to find out from these researchers why the Apostle Holy City forcibly transformed the seeds of faith, she still found out from them where the cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy was. Every cathedral has cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy, so the most empty cathedral now must be Cathedral number 4. After all, the fourth candidate for the god is active in the Tuba Galaxy with several super specialties. Cathedral number 4 is relatively close to the core area of the Apostle Holy City, so it is not difficult for Bai Fu to sneak in there now. The problem is that if you want to seize the cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy, the alarm will definitely be triggered. And once the alarm is triggered, the Apostle Holy City will soon send people from other places to support. Idol-class mothership. The moment this term popped up in her mind, Bai Fu's face darkened slightly. While torturing those senior researchers, she also learned a piece of information, that is, the Apostle Holy City's idol-class mothership can even instantly jump billions of light-years away. One arrow piercing the clouds, thousands of troops come to meet. Although Cathedral number 4 is empty now, if the fight really starts, dozens of super absolutes will gather in Cathedral number 4 within half an hour. No wonder the mission reward is so high. This mission is much more difficult than expected. Bai Fu clicked on the new mission that had just been triggered. Journey of Seeking. Mission Introduction. Mission Objective. Seize any cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy from the Holy City of Apostles. Reward. 15 billion experience points. Rare skill Dark Energy Devour. Dark Energy Devour is a continuous burning skill that uses dark energy, with extremely high inspiration bonus, and can also greatly reduce the target's mana recovery speed, or even prevent the opponent from recovering mana at all, which is quite powerful. Such a skill is hard to come by, and it is worthy of its rare name. Bai Fu is very greedy for the advanced knowledge of dark energy and this skill, so she is not scared away by the difficulty of the task. The task is difficult, but she is not a pushover. She is going to rob things, not to kill people. After getting the things, she can just let Hei Fu summon her away. So, the key now is that she has to find the advanced knowledge of dark energy hidden in the number 4 cathedral before the people of the Apostle Holy City come to support in large numbers. Otherwise it will be a wasted trip. It is worth mentioning that although Cathedral number 4 is called a church, it is actually a giant wonder that is much larger than a common red giant star. It is not easy to find the hidden cutting-edge dark energy knowledge in such a large place. Before taking action, we must first determine where the cutting-edge dark energy knowledge is hidden, and we must make more noise to attract the attention of the people in the Apostle Holy City, so that they cannot enter the idol-class mothership to rush to Cathedral number 4 for support. Who should I ask where the cutting-edge dark energy knowledge is placed? Bai Fu opened the game map. The highest-ranking apostle of the Holy City in the Leia Star region was now with her. It was obviously impossible to get useful information here. Let's go to other places to have a look. If it doesn't work, try to contact Sun Lan, who was fooled by her before, and say, "Huh?" Bai Fu shouted in surprise. This strange behavior attracted the attention of everyone around. "Sister, what happened?" Ing Fu looked at Bai Fu like a curious baby. Bai Fu smiled and said, "It seems that the seeds planted many years ago are about to bloom and bear fruit." Just now, she found that the light representing Sui Shi flickered, and when it appeared again, it was already in the starry sky close to the Leia star field. Judging from this posture, Sui Shi is clearly coming to Leia's. As a saint of the Apostle Holy City, Sui Shi should know how to find the cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy in the number 4 cathedral, right? Let's go! The spacecraft will land in 1 minute, and the spacecraft will. Mechanical electronic sounds echoed in the cabin. She looked at the ground under her feet with excitement. She had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, since she joined the Apostle Holy City. Although she was now a saint of the Apostle Holy City, most people in the Apostle Holy City looked down on her and thought that she, an outsider, was not qualified to become a disciple of the Supreme God. To be honest, she was a little surprised why the Supreme God chose her. She had good talent, but she was not as good as those monsters in the Apostle Holy City. It's still far behind. But she doesn't dwell on it. No matter what the reason was for the Supreme God to choose her, she entered the core circle of the Apostle Holy City because of this action. Now, what she has to do is to seize this excellent opportunity to show herself well and further improve her status in the Apostle Holy City. In this way, she will have the opportunity to get in touch with the fragment of the true spirit relics collected by the Apostle Holy City and complete the task assigned to her by Apostle Bai Fu. Speaking of Bai Fu, she remembered the news she received a while ago. The news further confirmed that Bai Fu was an apostle, and also hinted that there was an apostle hidden in the Apostle Holy City. She was shaken for a while, thinking whether to continue to help Bai Fu or directly follow the apostles of the Apostle Holy City. In the end, she decided to help Bai Fu. She followed the apostles not for the power of the apostles, but in the hope that the apostles could reshape this starry sky full of war. She had not seen the apostle of the Apostle Holy City, so she could not confirm whether the apostle was good or bad, but even if the apostle was kind, he would not be kinder than Bai Fu. Soon, the spaceship landed on the ground. She left the spaceship with the master who was traveling with her. The colonial governor stationed in Laos, by the holy city of apostles, waited respectfully outside the spaceship. After a few pleasantries, she got straight to the point. She was not here to travel, but to strike at the remnants of civilization who were trying to retaliate against the holy city of apostles. To deal with these remnants of civilization, one must be quick, accurate, and ruthless. Take me to the place where the incident happened. She acted decisively. Half a day later, she figured out the whole story and made corresponding arrangements. While waiting for her subordinates to execute orders, she came to a local tavern with a very Laos civilization. After a long journey, she was tired and busy for a long time, so it would be good to relax. She sat down on the stool. Before she could order, a white hand suddenly reached out. I treat you. She frowned. Are you trying to flirt? It's really annoying. No need, I have my own money. She said, and wanted to open her hand in front of her. At this time, she finally saw the figure of the person who suddenly appeared next to her. Bye. She was stunned. Who else could this face belong to but Apostle Bai Fu? But why is Apostle Bai Fu here? Bai Fu chuckled. Don't worry, except for you, no one else can see my true appearance. You can talk, and no one else will notice anything unusual. I used an illusion on them when I came in. Apostle Bai Fu, I miss you so much. She pinched the corner of her clothes excitedly. Bai Fu nodded. Thank you for your hard work. I have been trying to contact you before, but I couldn't find a chance until you came here today. Are you here to investigate the attack on Laos? Actually, I did this. I disguised myself and deliberately misled the holy city of apostles. After hearing Bai Fu's words, she became even more excited. She and Bai Fu hadn't seen each other for several years, but Bai Fu told her the secret without any doubt. Such trust. Shame. She actually had the idea of staying away from Bai Fu apostles. She is simply not a human. She naturally didn't expect that Bai Fu trusted her so much because she could see at a glance that her favorability towards her was as high as 99. 99. Hey, if this can't be trusted, then what else can be trusted? She said nervously. Apostle Bai Fu, since this is what you did, then did I ruin your good deeds? Bai Fu said, don't be nervous, you didn't ruin my good deeds. It's better to say that your arrival helped me a lot. I have something to ask you. She told she about the plan to attack Cathedral number 4, but did not say that she went there specifically for the cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy, but just asked casually when she said this. What made her excited was that she really knew where the cutting-edge dark energy knowledge of the number 4 cathedral was hidden. In fact, it was not hidden at all. Each cathedral had a place dedicated to storing knowledge. Of course, this kind of information was only known to insiders. Bai Fu asked, how are you doing in the Apostle Holy City now? She replied, very well, I have been appreciated by the Supreme God, and this is my first time to go out on a mission as a person in charge. Is that so? But it should still be quite dangerous. My strength recovers much faster than I thought. In fact, It's okay if you don't continue to lurk in the Apostle Holy City. Bai Fu put her hand on the back of Sui Shi's hand. Warmth came over her. Sui Shi's breathing became rapid, her cheeks became rosy, and her legs unconsciously clamped together. Apostle Bai Fu was so kind to her. Apostle Bai Fu, I have an unwelcome request. Go ahead. Can I hug you? Sui Shi looked at Bai Fu with eager eyes. Bai Fu smiled and said, of course, it's no problem. She took the initiative to move over and hug Sui Shi. Sui Shi's body trembled violently, but soon calmed down again. In the brief embrace, she put aside all distractions and felt the embrace with all her heart. So, the body of the apostle is like this. After a long while, Sui Shi let go of Bai Fu, and her eyes became more determined. Apostle Bai Fu, don't worry, I will definitely help you get the fragment of the true spirit relic in the Apostle Holy City. She was determined and looked like she would not listen to advice. Bai Fu said, then how about this, you leave a soul copy for me, so that even if you encounter an accident in the Apostle Holy City, I can find a way to revive you. Sui Shi agreed without any hesitation, not worrying at all that Bai Fu would do something with her soul copy. After putting Sui Shi's soul copy into the Heaven's Ark, Bai Fu and Sui Shi discussed a new plan. Since Sui Shi wanted to perform well in Leia's, she asked Ing Fu to cooperate with Sui Shi to put on a show, which would just raise Sui Shi and Van Buren's status in the Apostle Holy City, and by the way, attract more attention from the Apostle Holy City to this side, creating an opportunity for her to attack the number 4 cathedral. Don't worry, Apostle Bai Fu, I will never let your efforts go to waste. Sui Shi's face was full of loyalty. After chatting with her for a few more words, Bai Fu stood up and said goodbye. At the door, Yulia, who had been waiting, was speechless. She has been fooled by you, and can't tell east from west. Bai Fu spread her hands. I didn't hurt her, did I? Although she deceived Sui Shi's feelings, she actually helped Sui Shi. Apostles are not good things. If Sui Shi really ran to follow the apostles, the most likely outcome in the future would be to show her health bar in front of the players, and then be beaten to death by thousands of players. Okay, let's go to Cathedral number 4 now. Bai Fu pulled Yulia and Anya and left in a hurry, leaving Ing Fu alone in Leia's to help Sui Shi. Chapter 314. As the plot of version 2.3 progresses, the players who have joined the major factions finally usher in the highlight period they have been longing for. Fight, fight, fight. At this time, whether it is the more than 20 million players who have joined the Silent Court, the players who have joined the Revolutionary Army, or the players who have formed the Interstellar Hunter Company and wandered between the major forces, all have been mobilized. Quests are flying towards them like snowflakes. In the past, a group of players scrambled for good tasks, but now, even those mediocre players can pick and choose. Things turned out like this because the top forces in the game were all fighting each other. Although the intensity of the war is not great now, it is precisely because the intensity of the war is not great, and it has not reached the level where the Master and the Superb have to gamble their lives, which gives players with average strength of S level full space to play. Unable to figure out the enemy's strength and dare not attack rashly, that's all old news. Now, regardless of anything, send the players to charge for a while first. It would be best if we can defeat them directly, but if we can't defeat them, we can also figure out the true level of the enemy. The arrival of players has changed the mode of interstellar war. For this reason, some old-school military commanders could not help but sigh, young people nowadays have it easy. When they're in doubt, they just send undead people to deliver. But we had to consider more things back then. Can we deliver, how to deliver, when to deliver, and the influence of public opinion after delivery? It was too difficult. The value of players can be seen. In addition to actively participating in various war missions, players also actively participate in community wars. The so-called community war is actually the mutual ridicule of players from different camps. At this stage, the players from the 3 cosmic civilizations and Bai Fu camp are undoubtedly the most powerful. There is no way, they have the largest number of people, how can they not be loud? The players from the Revolutionary Army camp are not much behind in terms of momentum. Their number is not as large as that of the 3 major camps, but they are now on the offensive, and the situation looks very good, so they are full of confidence when arguing with other players. You have been enjoying Bai Fu for so many versions, now it's our turn to enjoy. Version 2.3 may still be Bai Fu's version, but starting from the next version, the world will focus on our Jia Bao. Jia Bao? Why is the world focusing on this thing? This is not a game that can be played online. Fuck you. I'm talking about the protagonist of the Shadow Legion, AI Legia. I haven't heard of it. Is it very powerful? Is it half as powerful as Fu Fu? I know you are anxious, but don't worry, Bai Fu is very powerful now, but it will be different in the next version. Under the siege of the Apostle Holy City and us, the three cosmic civilizations will have only one end, that is destruction. Without the three cosmic civilizations as a backer, Jiabao will soon surpass Bai Fu. Just wait and see. Who will be more powerful in the future, Bai Fu or AI Ligia? Players from the three major camp and the Revolutionary Army camp quarreled every day over this topic, which made the community's popularity set a new record since the game was launched. However, although the players from the three major and Revolutionary Army camps disliked each other, and even faked their deaths and attacked the other side's base like playing SLG games, there was only one thing that would quickly turn enemies into friends as soon as the players from both sides mentioned it. Refers to mocking the players who defected to the Holy City of Apostles, led by Feng Qiquanqing. The reason why the players of the three major camps mocked Feng Qiquanqing and others is very simple. Most of them are supporters of Bai Fu, and Feng Qiquanqing and others are well known Bai Fu's underdogs. If they don't mock them, they will be unworthy of their status. The reason why the players of the Revolutionary Army camp mocked was much more complicated. They had no hatred with Feng Qiquanqing and others at the beginning, but after joining the Holy City of Apostles, Feng Qiquanqing and others boasted in the community every day, and they also huddled together for warmth, looking down on these players who followed other protagonists, thinking that they didn't understand the game, and the two sides slowly formed a grudge. Now that their lives are getting better, and Feng Qiquanqing and the others still look the same, they will naturally seize the opportunity to torture them severely. Fuck, these hanged people. What a villain. Isn't it just a natural disaster level? This level is not even comparable to Suishi. Even Bai Fu can't compare. It can only be said that fans follow the main character. This group of people is really abstract. That's right. Suishi has already become a leader in the level of the Apostle Holy City, and their Jiabao hasn't even become a fleet commander in the black group created by Feng Qiquanqing. A group of people were indignant about a post link that mocked them, and many of them said that they would post Suishi's growth to slap the faces of the players in the Revolutionary Army camp. At this moment, Feng Qiquanqing stood up. Everyone calmed down. To be honest, he also wanted to jump out and slap her in the face with his achievements. Otherwise, why would he go to the Holy City of Apostles to join Suishi? He could just continue to post and video in the community to Bai Fu. But now is not the time. With Suishi's current strength and experience, he is only slightly stronger than Jiabao. Compared with Bai Fu, he can't even reach a hair of Bai Fu. So, Feng Qiquanqing's plan is to wait a little longer. In fact, there is no need to wait too long, because Suishi is already on the runway and will take off soon. Of course, he is not going to wait idly, he still has to do something. Feng Qiquanqing plans to replicate the way that Digging G took off. Digging G became famous by making videos analyzing Bai Fu's plot and recording his growth. This time, he plans to make a plot analysis and growth record of Suishi. When Suishi really takes off in the future, and even suppresses Bai Fu, as the first person in this track and the leader of Suishi God cult, as well as a staunch supporter of Suishi and a staunch hater of Bai Fu, his reputation may be greater than Digging G. By then, hey, money will come like running water. Feng Qiquanqing has already thought about it. His first video is to record the process of Suishi showing off his skills in layers, and becoming the hottest star in the Holy City of Apostles. He will use this video to witness the start of the legendary Suishi, to torture the now popular AI Ligia, and to prove himself and the players in his group. Do you want to get into an endless debate with those people, or do you want to make a final decision and make them completely unable to refute? Feng Qiquanqing asked a soul-searching question. Of course, it has to be finalized. Very good, then everyone should bear it for now. After all, only by enduring what ordinary people cannot endure can one achieve great things. After successfully calming down the commotion in the group, Feng Qiquanqing led the players, who acted with him to start filming Suishi's experience in layers from different camera positions. There are 3 reasons why he is so confident that Suishi will definitely rise in this operation. First, Suishi has a strong luck talent and is not an ordinary NPC. Now the plot has reached the stage where important NPCs are exerting their strength. Second, this was the first time that the Supreme God had let Suishi leave the team alone, and the importance of it was self-evident. Third, when he followed Suishi, he received the main task. Yes, the main task. The task content was to investigate the truth of the attack on Leia's. The rewards for this task were extremely rich, and it could also greatly increase the reputation and the favorability of the Apostle Holy City. The official was endorsing this action, and it would be difficult for Suishi not to rise. Fengqi Chuanxing was so excited that he never thought that what he said in the black group was quickly secretly passed to digging G by the white group in the group, and then secretly passed to Bai Fu by digging G. Bai Fu thought, oh, that's really awesome, this plan is feasible, and this action is very good. However, the effort is in the wrong direction. Let them make a fuss. I am only focusing on the fact that it will take me a few days to raise my basic spirit to 5,000 points through training. Bai Fu asked Ying Fu to pay attention to it, and then stopped paying attention to it. Although Ying Fu usually behaves very well and cute in front of Bai Fu, calling her elder sister all the time and acting like a spoiled child, as an assassin, she is very good at playing dirty. So that's it, Suishi is the dog of my sister. So that's it, Suishi's dog is the enemy of my sister. Then we must teach this undead called Fengqi Chuanxing a lesson. Considering that the other party is an undead, killing or torturing cannot be called a lesson, so Ying Fu decided to teach the lesson by making Fengqi Chuanxing's dream come to nothing. Don't you want to become famous by filming Suishi's rise? Then I won't let you film it. Not only will I not let you film it, but I will also give this opportunity to the undead, who is not on good terms with you. Just like that, when Fengqi Chuanxing was eating hot pot, singing, and taking photos with Suishi, Ying Fu suddenly rushed out. Here, the attackers have appeared. It depends on how Suishi will deal with them. Ha ha ha. Fengqi Chuanxing did not run to the front on purpose to take the video. He was afraid that he would be killed by accident and miss the wonderful scene. But something is wrong. Why is the attacker's body getting bigger and bigger in his camera? Fuck, he's coming for me. When Fengqi Chuanxing realized this, he had already been dragged away by his shoulders. He wanted to commit suicide to get out of trouble while still in midair, but an inexplicable force suddenly fell on him and made his body completely out of control. When he came to his senses, he found that he had been locked in a black box. He couldn't see anything and couldn't do anything. Fuck, is there something wrong here? There were tens of thousands of players at the scene at that time. He deliberately stood in an inconspicuous place, so why was he still caught? Could it be because his domineering aura was too eye-catching? Damn it. Now he can't shoot videos at all until the NPC who caught him kills him. Fortunately, he is just a little Karami now, and it shouldn't take long for him to be killed. Fortunately, the plot has just begun, and missing the beginning won't affect his video. Fengqi Chuanxing kept complaining in the group, attracting a lot of sympathy. Alas, it's my bad luck, but it's not a big problem. Everyone wait for my return as a king. Then, the first day. Why don't you come to torture me? The next day. Could it be that the person who arrested me is dead? The third day. Oh my god, is my account going to be useless? Fengqi Chuanxing panicked. He kept asking for help in the group, but who had time to save him at this time? Fengda, it's not that we don't want to save you, it's just that we don't have time to save you now. You don't know how many big things happened in the few days you were away. After reading this reply, Fengqi Chuanxing panicked even more. If something big happened, and he didn't film it, how would he make a video at that time? Would he rely on others to retell and make a spoken video without real pictures? The popularity of this video will probably be overshadowed by others soon. He hurriedly asked what happened. It turned out that during the days when he was away, Suishi had keenly caught the traces of the attacker and launched a counterattack. At the beginning, the fight was pretty good, but who would have thought that the attacker's strength was far beyond imagination, and two of the masters sent by the Apostle Holy City died. As a last resort, the Apostle Holy City had to send a superclass servant. Suishi is so awesome, she didn't forget to secretly leave a tracking mark on the attacker when she escaped. Now we are on the way to the attacker's lair. No more, the wind is strong. I'm going to do the task first. Hack you. Sitting in the small dark room, Fengqi Chuanxing felt like there were ants crawling in his ears, and the discomfort was about to drive him crazy. If he could not go online, the darkness around him would be enough to make him collapse. This kind of claustrophobic environment is really not suitable for people. He could avoid being tortured by the darkness by going offline, but if he missed the interrogation of the people who arrested him, what should he do? Why is my luck so bad? The road to the peak of life is right in front of me, but you tell me there is a door on the road, and it says that this door cannot be opened from this side? Fengqi Chuanxing was almost pissed off. He could only continue to observe in the group and keep abreast of the situation. We successfully found the attacker's lair. We have already entered charge. Fuck. No wonder these hang people are so difficult to deal with. It turns out they are also psychic praying masters, not afraid of some of the methods of the Apostle Holy City. Haha, the Apostle Holy City is still better, they can't beat them, so they start to run away. Suishi's wave of meritorious service, The superclass servant said that the supreme god would reward Sui Shi and help her improve her strength. Feng Qi-kun Xing's fist hardened. It's over. His plan? He did endure what ordinary people couldn't endure, and in the end, he endured it in vain. I hack your dog planner. Just as Feng Qi-kun Xing was cursing, the tone of the group suddenly changed. Fuck, what's going on? I was killed in 1 second, what about you? Don't mention it, I was killed in 1 second too. I'm still here, but the situation is very grim now. That superclass servant opened a database in the attacker's lair, and found that all these attackers obeyed an apostle. Apostle, like Bai Fu? Yes, this matter has become a big deal. I heard that the Apostle Holy City will send more people to check the situation, so the mission is not over yet. However, Feng Qi-kun was even more angry. Damn it, such a big thing happened, and he was completely unable to participate, and the person who participated and talked in the group. Isn't this the astronaut who had fought with him before for stealing monsters? My money! Feng Qi-kun was about to explode. He was very sure that this person would make videos before him, and steal his way of making money. Shit, 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 this made him 100 times more uncomfortable than simply not making money. Let me out, let me out. Feng Qi-kun stood up, and kept hitting the box, but no one responded to him. Everything he did was in vain. A day later, he received a new message in the group. The attackers seemed to know that their identities were exposed. They were no longer acting and attacked several garrisons in the Apostle Holy City within a day, causing extremely tragic casualties. A video was attached at the end. Dark energy fell from the sky, angry and ferocious, and destroyed the entire base in an instant. The Supreme God has fallen into a rage. I received news a few minutes ago that the Supreme God will come here in person on the God Statue class mothership to deal with this matter. The nature of this matter has completely changed. At first, everyone thought it was a revenge launched by the civilization invaded by the Holy City of Apostles, but now it seems that this is probably an internal fight between the Apostles. Other Apostles have targeted the Apostles of the Holy City of Apostles. Bang! Feng Qi-kun fell headfirst. A big battle between Apostles, what a big news, but he can't see it, out of sight, out of mind. At worst, I can just give up this account. Feng Qi-kun logged off angrily. When he logged on again, he found that he had escaped. He quickly checked the game time, and found that 2 days had passed. What's the situation? Feng Qi-kun clicked on the black group. When he opened it, his blood pressure, which had just dropped a little, rose again. Because he found that Astronaut was giving orders in the group. I heard that a dozen super specials came from the Apostle Holy City. So terrifying. This mission is no longer something we can participate in. All we can do is continue to investigate the details in the surrounding area. That's good. This way I can find time to make a video. Everyone wait. When I make the video, I will slap the faces of those players in the Revolutionary Army camp. Astronaut is awesome. I'm waiting for your video. Feng Qi-kun blushed on the spot. What made him even more angry was that this group of people not only praised the astronaut, but also did not forget to whip his corpse. Fengda is a bit unlucky, I blame you at N%. Feng Qi-kun temporarily closed the group, because the language was too intense. He was afraid that he could not help but explode in the group. Things have come to this point, let's commit suicide first. After resurrection, I will see if I can buy some materials to make a video. In short, I must not let the astronaut, the dog, take the lead. As soon as he resurrected from the resurrection point, Feng Qi-kun contacted his friends. He spent 2 days making a video, which was released just at the same time as Astronaut's. Just as he was anxiously praying that his video could grab some traffic from Astronaut and make Astronaut earn less, a piece of news that shocked everyone spread. The Apostle Holy City Cathedral No. 4 was attacked, and the attacker was Bai Fu. Fuck. For a while, no one paid attention to Jiabao and Suishi, and Bai Fu was the real number 1 in the hot search. Feng Qi-kun silently looked at the data of his and Astronaut's videos. Now it's good, both videos died. He should have scolded Bai Fu, but when he thought that Astronaut had been looking forward to it for a long time, and got nothing like him, he suddenly felt that Bai Fu also had some merits. No wonder so many people like Bai Fu. Chapter 315. During the raid on Cathedral No. 4, Bai Fu concealed her identity as always. But Cathedral No. 4 is Cathedral No. 4 after all, and its defense is far more rigorous than that of the already broken Leia civilization. Just after crossing the first line of defense of Cathedral No. 4, a giant dark energy vortex interstellar wall that can be called a wonder among wonders blocked her in front of her. Under the erosion of dark energy, All her disguises became useless. Fuck, the invader is actually Bai Fu. After figuring out Bai Fu's true identity, the remaining servants in the number 4 cathedral immediately sent a message for help to the 4th candidate and the supreme candidate. At this time, the 4th candidate was still dealing with Doomsday Winter and others in the Tuba Galaxy. The supreme candidate had just arrived in Leia's 2 days ago on the God Statue-class mothership, and was discussing with others how to wipe out the organization that followed other apostles to attack the Apostle Holy City, and then dig out the apostles behind it. In order to achieve this goal, he also called the super-level mechanic Shadow Storm Corona of the 10 Saints to help. What? Bai Fu has attacked the number 4 cathedral. The supreme god who received the news was incredulous. How did Bai Fu have the courage to do this? How did Bai Fu know where the number 4 cathedral was? Could there be other people following her, but not launching an attack yet? It has to be said that all this is too weird. But now the people of the Apostle Holy City have no time to think carefully about the reasons. The number 4 cathedral is now quite empty. If they don't rush to support it, Bai Fu may smash the entire number 4 cathedral into pieces, and the Apostle Holy City will definitely lose face. In order to appease the people in Cathedral number 4 afterwards, another round of bloodshed was inevitable. The meeting is temporarily over. The people in Cathedral number 2 will stay in Leia's to continue tracking the attackers. The rest of you will follow me to Cathedral number 4 immediately. This time I will definitely send Bai Fu to death. The supreme god was furious and murderous. Bai Fu's actions were enough for him to kill her 7 or 8 times. Considering that Bai Fu was very likely an apostle, Bai Fu was even more deadly in his eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Accompanied by the order of the supreme god, the entire Apostle Holy City moved around Bai Fu. A dozen super-supers rushed to the number 4 cathedral at a high speed, fearing that Bai Fu would have already escaped if they were a step late. The garrisons near the number 4 cathedral also took action, blocking the surrounding starry sky in all directions. Although this level of blockade is useless to the super-supers, they can't just do nothing, right? At the same time, the number 4 cathedral. Looking at the various psychic beams and true spirit summons flying towards her, Bai Fu secretly applauded her own prudence. Fortunately, I waited until I completed my first transformation before taking action. Otherwise, I might not have been able to obtain the cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy hidden in the Cathedral number 4. On the day when the Supreme God was attracted by Ying Fu, she could actually take action. But she was not in a hurry. Instead, she waited for 2 more days, until she raised her basic spiritual attribute to 5,000. The improvement brought to her by this wait was beyond imagination. Bai Fu clicked on her attribute panel. Behind the name, the progress of the special buff called Divine Fire Sprouting has increased to 20.01%. As the progress increases, the 4 bonuses brought by Divine Fire Sprouting have been strengthened to varying degrees. 1. Beyond Peak +1. Beyond Peak +1, the upper limit of Bai Fu's per card level has been raised by 1 level. This level increase has increased the basic effects of all her per cards by 20%. 2. Divine Transformation +1. Divine Transformation, it is a fixed buff of attribute bonus. The +1 Divine Transformation brings Bai Fu a bonus of +20% basic inspiration and +15% basic strength and other attributes, which is equivalent to an additional rank bonus. 3. Breeding Divine Envoy +1. After evolving Bringing Divine Envoy, Bai Fu can now designate 2 psychic beings with a favorability of 90 or above to become her divine envoys, and the psychic beings designated as divine envoys gain a 30% increase in the bonus effect of Divine God compared to before. In addition, the effect of the Divine Seed talent used in conjunction with Bringing Divine Envoy has also been greatly enhanced. Adding both inside and outside, Bai Fu's strength has not increased, but Ying Fu's strength has more than doubled. 4th, Void Rage +1. Void Rage is a big group damage skill. After upgrading, it directly becomes a magic skill. The inspiration bonus is increased, the coverage area is larger, and the number of shocks per unit time is increased. But these improvements alone are not enough for Bai Fu to call it a magic skill. The real power of +1 Void Rage is that the psychic energy it releases is no longer pure psychic energy, but psychic energy with attributes, such as Darkness attribute Void Rage, Apocalypse attribute Void Rage, and even Darkness and Apocalypse mixed attribute Void Rage. Yes, mixed attributes. Before the transformation, although Bai Fu mastered 2 psychic attributes, she could not mix the psychic energies of these 2 attributes together. At most, she could only use the left hand for Darkness and the right hand for Apocalypse. This is actually very inconvenient. It's not that it's inconvenient to release, but if she releases, even if she masters a few more attributes, it won't be difficult for Bai Fu. If she can't free her hands, she still has 2 feet to move. The main reason is that the attributes cannot be merged. If you release 2 psychic skills of different attributes at the same time, the efficiency of psychic energy conversion will be lower. After the attributes can be merged, there will be no such trouble. After this wave of enhancement, although the level was only increased by 1 level, Bai Fu's strength has skyrocketed. Health 3769380/3769380. Spirit 3994302/3994302. Chi 140775/140775. Attributes: Strength 4327, Agility 4356, Constitution 7732, Intelligence 2975, Spirit 5627, Inspiration 12864. The increase in attributes is already very large, and the increase in combat power is even more calculated by multiples. Divine transformation is indeed divine transformation. Bai Fu estimated that what she needed to do in the next transformation was to improve her strength, agility, and intelligence attributes, and she might have to master 1 more psychic attribute. But now is not the time to think about such things. Bai Fu looked around. At this moment, she was deeply surrounded. In front of her was a huge dark energy vortex wall blocking the way, with billions of swords and soldiers on her body and millions of ships surrounding her. The situation looked very critical. But it was just an appearance. Now, let you taste the power of this upgraded ethereal rage. She floated in the starry sky dyed with various colors of light, facing the dark energy vortex wall that was like a sky curtain and made people breathless, and slowly stretched out her right hand. Open! At the moment, the skill was activated, a huge door that was thousands of meters long, like a vertical eye, opened behind Bai Fu. The next second, countless pure black spiritual energy rushed out of the door like crazy. Forward, left, right, back. In all possible directions. The terrifying psychic energy tide instantly swept across the starry sky around Bai Fu. Space fortresses, battleships, psychic shields, coastal defense guns, space warriors, everything that was contaminated by the ethereal torrent turned into nothingness in an instant. It couldn't be stopped. It couldn't be stopped at all. Not only could it not be stopped, but even if you wanted to escape, you couldn't. In fact, the moment the giant door to the virtual world opened, the large number of psychic detection devices arranged behind the dark energy vortex wall issued a shriek to warn everyone in the number 4 cathedral. Danger, extremely dangerous, must avoid, but it's too late. Psychic energy is a kind of power with a very idealistic color. And the virtual spirit flow led by Bai Fu is even more idealistic. Once locked by it, unless the psychic resistance is high enough, you can't escape it no matter what posture you use to dodge. Even if you don't suffer damage from energy shock, various debuffs have already been stacked. Weakness, loss of attributes, increased damage tolerance, loss of physical strength, loss of blood. Come back, all of you, come back, don't go out to give up. This kind of monster is not something we can beat at all. Even if we drive a fortress-class battleship out, there is no point. It will only cause more casualties. The temporary commander of the number 4 cathedral shouted loudly in the command channel. We rely on the dark energy vortex interstellar great wall to deal with her. As long as we can delay for half an hour and wait for the supreme god to arrive, she will. As he spoke, he suddenly lost his voice. He stared blankly at the giant virtual screen in front of him. The screen showed the situation of the dark energy vortex great wall, but now a huge molten cave appeared on the great wall that could not be healed. The diameter of the molten cave was more than 1,000 kilometers. He saw clearly that this hole was blasted by Bai Fu when he was shouting just now. Bai Fu turned into a stream of black light and hit the dark energy vortex great wall that he had high hopes for like a cannonball. Then, the great wall was pierced by Bai Fu. In the process of passing through the great wall, Bai Fu's speed did not even decrease at all. How to fight this? There are psychic weapons in the number 4 cathedral that are more powerful than the dark energy vortex great wall. Some weapons can even cause damage to their candidate god Kullet. But Bai Fu has already killed her way into the number 4 cathedral. If these weapons are used, Bai Fu is not dead yet, and the number 4 cathedral will explode first. The dark energy vortex interstellar great wall has been breached. Next, try to avoid direct combat with Bai Fu. Since Bai Fu broke into the church directly instead of destroying it from outside, it means that she must have other purposes. We will use the maze system inside the church to deal with her. The temporary commander quickly calmed down after being shocked, and came up with the most reliable response plan. His words calmed down the other people in the Apostle Holy City, who were in shock and panic. Yes. Although the Great Wall had been breached, they were not in the most desperate moment yet. Start. The system operators acted quickly, and the managers of various areas inside the church cooperated in real time, and they were bound to use the maze system inside the church to confuse Bai Fu. This maze system is a product of the culmination of the spiritual energy technology of the Apostle Holy City. Although it cannot resist billions of ships, like the Dark Energy Vortex Great Wall, it is very powerful for trapping people. Therefore, the temporary commander was very confident in it. Even if Bai Fu was the reincarnation of an apostle, the maze system should be able to delay her for more than 10 or 20 minutes, right? After that, he only needed to find a way to delay it a little longer, and he could wait for the support of the Supreme God and others. I still have a good chance of surviving. The temporary commander's heartbeat gradually slowed down, and he switched the monitoring angle to Bai Fu, wanting to see how she got lost. At this glance, he saw the problem. Wait. Why did Bai Fu rush around without hesitation even when she reached a fork in the road where she needed to make a careful choice? Could it be that? The temporary commander suddenly had a bad feeling. After watching for 2 minutes, he was sure that Bai Fu was not confused by the maze at all, and she was mysteriously familiar with the interior of the number 4 cathedral. How could this be possible? Bai Fu had never been to the number 4 cathedral. How did she know this? Inside her, the word popped up in the temporary commander's mind. Cold sweat began to pour out of his forehead uncontrollably. If this is true, then the problem is serious. Because people who are familiar with the specific route map inside the number 4 cathedral must have a very high status in the holy city of apostles. It is scary to think that such people secretly defected to Bai Fu. What kind of magic power does Bai Fu have? Is there more than one person who defected to her? Does the holy city of apostles really have a future? More and more questions emerged in the temporary commander's mind until a loud bang woke him up. No, we must tell the Supreme Saint and Lick Candidate what happened here immediately. He acted hastily. A moment later. What? The Supreme Saint's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. How could he not think of the problem that the temporary commander could think of? Who betrayed the Apostle Holy City? The Supreme Saint suspected every core member of the Apostle Holy City equally. Damn, as the apostles appeared one after another, things were getting worse and worse. He had to speed up his pace even if the Apostle Holy City would suffer huge losses in the process. As long as his plan succeeds, even if the Apostle Holy City is completely destroyed, he can still build another Apostle Holy City. Of course, in addition to the action, he must kill Bai Fu and the traitors who defected to Bai Fu. All the scum that hinder him must be turned into scum. Continue to increase the power of the dark energy engine. Sir Supreme God, this will cause the engine to explode. As long as the jump can be completed, it will explode. The Supreme God kept urging the engineer on the spacecraft, and the engineer had no choice but to do as he was told. Finally found it. After walking through Cathedral number 4 for a few minutes, Bai Fu followed the map given to her by Sui Shi and entered the confidential database of the cathedral. She successfully found 2 pieces of cutting-edge dark energy knowledge that she had been looking forward to for a long time. She excitedly imported the 2 pieces of knowledge into her communicator. Soon, she received a new game prompt. You completed the mission Journey of Seeking the Way and received a reward of 15 billion experience points and a rare skill Dark Energy Devouring. It's done. Bai Fu immediately contacted Hei Fu and asked Hei Fu to summon her away. But something unexpected happened at this time. The interference from the Dark Energy Trough caused the summoning judgment to fail, and you cannot teleport to Hei Fu's side. Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. Wow, the Apostle Holy City actually has such a trick? She was careless. But she didn't panic. She thought that blocking the teleportation would trap her to death. How naive. She had already made sufficient preparations. As long as I master the 2 pieces of knowledge I just acquired, I can activate Spiral and Ethereal, and then the apostles may not be as difficult to kill as me. Bai Fu narrowed her eyes slightly. Since she couldn't leave, she didn't rush to leave. It was not easy to come to the holy city of apostles. How could she just take away 2 cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy? It was a good opportunity to observe the Supreme God's disciples up close. Look, I move all the valuable materials here. Bai Fu turned into a hard-working porter and packed up all the valuable things she liked and threw them into the pure land of dark night. Although the people in the number 4 cathedral knew what she was doing, they didn't dare to go up to stop her. They could only continue to ask for help from above in a hurry and anger. 10 minutes later, Bai Fu saw that the time was almost up, so she turned around and rushed out of the number 4 cathedral, heading straight for the depths of the starry sky. Oh no, Your Excellency the Supreme God, Bai Fu ran away. The Supreme God snorted coldly. I'm here. She can't run away. Lightning flashed. A God-class mothership that was already on the verge of explosion suddenly appeared near the number 4 cathedral. Then, the Supreme God flew out of the spaceship with a group of people. At this moment, the boiling number 4 cathedral magically cooled down. Everyone was relieved. Bai Fu? She will disappear from this world soon. This is the confidence that the strength of the Supreme God brings them. Chapter 316. Tuba Galaxy. In the base built by the 3 cosmic civilizations, Doomsday Winter and others sat around a square table. Everyone looked miserable, and everyone had visible scars that were difficult to heal. No one spoke. This silence lasted for nearly 10 minutes, and finally a superb from Titan Industries broke the silence. What should we do now? Everyone looked at each other. What should we do? Although Bai Fu joined the battlefield, as time went by, they once again fell into a disadvantage in the battle with the Apostle Holy City. It's not their fault that they are not strong enough. But the enemy is cheats. The group of hangmen in the Apostle Holy City are stronger than them, and they don't know how they opened infinite mana. How to fight against a mage with higher values and infinite mana. I don't know. After realizing that the situation was not favorable to them, Doomsday Winter and others organized many group assaults and decapitation operations, hoping to reduce the number of opponents with these actions. However, the existence of dark energy made all their actions useless. Not only did they not gain any benefits, but they suffered a lot. Now there is a mark of erosion left by dark energy on Doomsday Winter's chest. This mark makes his superpowers have a certain probability of failure, which can be said to be life-threatening. Since they can't fight hard, they will ask for help. So, Doomsday Winter and others kept urging the 3 major cosmic civilizations to send more reinforcements, but without exception, they were all rejected. Brother, I know you are suffering, but we are not having a good time here either. We originally thought that those Revolutionary Army and Interstellar Pirates could be killed with a charge, so that we could turn around and help you. But who would have thought that these thieves could hide? There are obviously superpowered people among them, and even powerful and lethal cosmic treasures and void weapons, but they have been hiding, and not using them until the Apostle Holy City launched an attack this time. Now our situation is better than yours, but it is really not much better. After receiving such a reply, the fighting spirit of Doomsday Winter and others, which was not high to begin with, is now even less. They were meeting here, and actually they had already thought about running away, but for various reasons, no one was willing to stand up and be the one to break the window paper. But now someone spoke up, and everyone's words gradually became more. They were complaining about the unreasonable strength of the people in the Apostle Holy City, and complaining about their bad luck. After complaining for a while, someone finally turned the topic to the main topic. To be honest, I think if we continue like this... Boom. Just as he started talking, the door of the conference room was suddenly slammed heavily. Something big has happened. Something big has happened. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the 6 super masters in the conference room all stood up. Not good. Doomsday Winter was the first to open the door. Are the people from the Apostle Holy City calling? The master who slammed the door shook his head. No. Then why are you in such a hurry? The people from the Apostle Holy City did not come, but suddenly left. Just now, the undead under Bai Fu saw them start the dark energy engine of the idol-class mothership and jump away. Huh? Everyone in the conference room was stunned. The situation was so good. Why did the people from the Apostle Holy City suddenly leave? Could it be a trick? It doesn't look like it. They left in a hurry. Except for the God-class mothership, all other ships were abandoned. There was even a master who was killed by Bai Fu before he could leave. Using a master and a fleet as bait is too expensive. That's right. Even if it's a universe level, losing a master will hurt. Since it's not a bait, something must have happened inside the Apostle Holy City. Quick, find the captives you just captured and ask them what happened. The Lord who came to report the news shook his head regretfully. It's a pity, we asked many people, but no one knows why the 4th candidate for the god abandoned them. The Doomsday Winter and others looked at each other, only feeling incredible. When they were secretly rejoicing, the face of the 4th candidate for the god, Lit, who had just left, was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. The chance to avenge his previous humiliation was right before his eyes, but he had to give it up because Bai Fu took a detour to attack Cathedral number 4, and he lost another overlord servant for this. Ah! Rib roared in anger in his heart. Things became like this because of Bai Fu on the one hand, and a traitor appeared among them on the other hand. Rib was absolutely sure. Because the temporary commander guarding Cathedral number 4 told him that Bai Fu's entry into the maze system was like entering an empty space, and it was as familiar as returning to her own home. If someone hadn't betrayed her and told her the route map, how could she be so familiar with it? Hee. Leet sneered in his heart. He finally understood that the last time Bai Fu was able to blow up the black hole of the Tuba galaxy, it must be because the traitor had let Bai Fu go when attacking her temporary base. Who was it? He couldn't figure it out for the time being. But no matter who it was, he would make that person wish he could neither live nor die. Of course, the most urgent task was to kill Bai Fu first. Bai Fu was the biggest scourge. If she continues to destroy, the strength of the number 4 cathedral will inevitably decline sharply in a short period of time. With the decline of strength, his status in the Holy City of Apostles will also decline. This is something he cannot tolerate. Now is the period of rapid expansion of the Holy City of Apostles. Other churches are seizing the opportunity to strengthen themselves, but their number 4 cathedral has not only not made any progress, but has suffered a huge loss. How can they tolerate this? As the saying goes, a candidate who does not want to be a supreme god is not a qualified candidate. Lit's dream is to take advantage of this chaos of the collision of cosmic civilizations to become bigger and stronger, and then wait for an opportunity to replace the current supreme god and become the next supreme god. The Holy City of Apostles is not a monolithic entity. Each church has its own interests, but they are bound together by greater interests. Mr. Lit, the spacecraft jump has ended. We will reach the first checkpoint of the church in 3 minutes. At this time, a crew member walked up to Lit to report. Lit nodded, and took this time to contact the temporary commander and the supreme god to understand the situation. What, Bai Fu has left? Before leaving, she was still smashing things around in the church. I fucking... Light's soul was about to fly out of his head in anger. The temporary commander said cautiously, Sir Lit, Bai Fu hasn't run far. She is still in the first district of the cathedral. The supreme god is leading people to track her. She will definitely not escape. Light breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I'd be there right away. He simply abandoned the spaceship and took a few super special people with him to quickly meet up with the supreme god. After the two groups met, they didn't say much and continued to conduct a carpet search. After all, this is Lit's base camp. Even though Bai Fu's hiding skills are not bad, she still can't withstand this level of search intensity. The hiding space is constantly compressed until there is no place to hide. Bai Fu, you can't run away. Even if you are an apostle, you have to explain yourself here today. Lit shouted angrily at a great planet not far away. The spiritual energy wrapped around his voice swept through every corner of the planet like an interstellar wind. At this time, Bai Fu, who was lying on a flat rock eating melon seeds, raised his head. Is it finally here? It's slower than I thought. 20 minutes ago, Bai Fu successfully digested the dark energy conversion theory and superfusion psionic materials science that she had snatched from Cathedral Number 4. The improvement brought by these two pieces of knowledge was beyond her imagination. The most direct enhancement was that she successfully activated the spiral and ethereal that she had mastered for a long time. Spiral is a talent. Once activated, Hei Fu completely changes from her true spirit clone to her other body. Unless the enemy kills her and Hei Fu at the same time in a short period of time, or directly eliminates her from the soul level, she can achieve resurrection by quickly transferring to another body. Ethereal is a skill, a functional skill. After mastering this skill, she can draw spiritual energy from the true spirit summoned by herself. Although ethereal has a certain cooling time after each use, and the recovery speed is also limited to 10% of the maximum spiritual energy value/S, after mastering ethereal, even without Yulia, her combat endurance has increased by more than 5 times in one go, and she no longer needs to save some skills, such as ethereal force field. In addition, after learning 2 cutting-edge dark energy knowledge, Bai Fu also mastered a new talent and 3 new skills. The talent is dark energy drainage. When causing damage to the enemy, the dark energy will absorb the enemy's vitality, and the absorption ratio is 10% of the damage value. The absorbed vitality can be converted into a dark energy shield. If it is not converted within a certain period of time, the vitality absorbed by the dark energy will automatically dissipate. The skill is High Infusion Attribute Per Card Production Mastery. After mastering this skill, Bai Fu can make prayer cards with fusion attributes, and the production efficiency is plus 100%. Dark Energy Shelter. After mastering this skill, Bai Fu can generate a dark energy shield, which greatly reduces the damage of psychic attacks. Delayed Explosion. This skill is very special. Relying on the swallowing effect of dark energy, Bai Fu can delay the damage she suffers within a certain period of time by 5 seconds to 1 minute. The specific delay time depends on the damage she suffers. The more damage she suffers, the shorter the delay time. All three skills have good effects, especially delayed explosion. From a certain perspective, it can be used as an invincible skill. Even if it can only be invincible for 5 seconds, and will be directly blown to death after 5 seconds, the 5 seconds of invincibility are enough for Bai Fu to do many things. Bai Fu stood up from the ground and shook her stiff right arm. It's time to test my current fighting power. She looked up, and what she saw was a torrent of spiritual energy that fell from the sky and almost occupied her entire field of vision. This is the arrival of the flood from heaven. The spiritual energy has not yet fallen to the ground, but just scraped through the extremely thin atmosphere on the surface of the planet, causing the entire planet to tremble as if it had fallen into the cold winter. If it fell completely, the planet would turn into ashes in an instant. Bai Fu calmly opened the dark energy shield. A black hemisphere quickly expanded with her body as the center until it expanded to touch the spiritual energy torrent. Boom! The spiritual energy and dark energy collided billions of times in an instant, and the violent shock wave rushed into the starry sky, knocking the spaceships that came with the Supreme God and Li Te all over the place. But Bai Fu's dark energy shield remained standing, not to mention Bai Fu behind the shield. The Supreme God and Li Te did not waver in their hearts after the move failed. They had expected that such an attack would not cause any harm to Bai Fu, who was an apostle. They were just saying hello to Bai Fu. Do you think that you can provoke the holy city of apostles at will just because you are an apostle born in the world? Today I will shatter your dream. The apostles are very powerful. But this power is relative. In the eyes of ordinary people, the apostles are out of reach, but in the eyes of the Supreme God and Lit, except for those few, the other apostles are just harder to kill than ordinary super-absolutes, and are not worth fearing at all. All troops, fight Bai Fu, no need to show any mercy, no need to hold back, just use the fastest and most explosive means to send her to death. The Supreme God pressed forward with his right hand. He didn't even bother to say a few words to Bai Fu. Fighting is a matter of life and death. It's a matter of life and death. What nonsense is there? It doesn't matter to him why Bai Fu came to Cathedral Number 4. What matters to him is that there is no Bai Fu in this world. In an instant, thousands of giant spaceships fired at the planet ahead at the same time, some of which were even bigger than the planet. In addition to the spaceship, the Masters, Super Absolutes, and dozens of others in the spaceship also rushed out, each showing their magical powers, aiming directly at Bai Fu. Lit, who wanted to eat Bai Fu alive, was also among them. Only Sun Lan, the Super Absolute servant of the Number 4 Cathedral, frowned. He still remembered what Bai Fu said to him before the black hole was blown up. He had been thinking about whether to follow Bai Fu secretly these days, but now. Bai Fu was not going to die here, right? With more than a dozen super absolutes attacking at the same time, he really couldn't think of how Bai Fu could leave alive, unless the one here was just Bai Fu's clone. But it doesn't look like it. Can a normal clone be strong enough to break through the defense line of the Number 4 Cathedral? What a pity, his evolutionary path. Sun Lan was regretting it, when suddenly, a light lit up in the center of the death net formed by countless spiritual energy and dark energy attacks. It was just a small light spot at first. Gradually, the small light spot became as big as a fist, a helmet, and a car, until it turned into a blazing sun. It's Bai Fu! A superb person in the front position exclaimed. Everyone saw clearly that the center of the light was Bai Fu. Bai Fu rushed out despite countless attacks. There was no visible scar on her body. Psychic energy and dark energy swirled around her body, like an exploding star, tearing everything close to her into pieces. How is this possible? Sun Lan opened his mouth wide, his eyes almost popping out of his head in shock. The attack just now would have injured not only him, but also Li Te, but Bai Fu, who was not his opponent not long ago, was able to get out without any injury. This is open, right? This must be open, right? He was not the only one who was shocked. At this moment, even the Supreme God disciple, who was full of confidence not long ago, had his eyelids twitching wildly. This energy level, this speed of strength improvement. There is no doubt that Bai Fu is definitely one of the top apostles. The only good news is that Bai Fu has definitely not recovered her strength in her heyday. Stop her, don't let her escape. After giving the order, the Supreme God disciple personally went out to completely block Bai Fu's escape route. But to everyone's surprise, Bai Fu had no intention of running away. Her target was the fourth candidate God Tullite, who had just returned from the front line. Ding, ding, ding. At the moment when the death net fell, Bai Fu activated all the bonuses she could activate, and instantly piled up the inspiration to 23,547 points. Then, with delayed explosion on, She plunged into the death net. What a shitty death net. It was completely useless in front of her, who had activated invincibility. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate until no one could react. When someone reacted, she had already appeared in front of Lit. Dark Energy Devour. The new skill obtained after completing the task of seizing the cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy from the holy city of apostles shown for the first time. The dark energy pierced Lit's chest like a gun of destruction. Before Lit could react, Bai Fu raised her other hand again, and this time she blasted out the dark burning with the effect of real punishment. The sky fire of the Lord of Darkness burned Lit's chest to ashes. Hiss ah ah! Li Te screamed and blasted out endless spiritual energy from his body. Bai Fu didn't dodge at all, as if she didn't see it. Okay, he blasts and I blast too. Void Spirit Rage, more mixed spiritual energy poured out from the gate of the sky eye, with a huge momentum, as if it would engulf the entire world. Faced with such an impact, the surrounding space could no longer support it, and shattered like glass. This is a war of attrition. There is only one outcome for those who can't outlast it, and that is death, but it's a pity my strength is still a little bit lacking. If I complete 2 transformations now, I should be able to send the 4th candidate to the front in the midst of the army. Bai Fu shook her head secretly. The effect of the delayed explosion has not yet come, and the Supreme God has appeared behind her. She turned her head hurriedly, and threw an apostle vision, before the Supreme God's attack fell on her. Name, unknown, Apostle Symbiosis, template, super rare Apostle Symbiosis, main occupation, unknown LV39, lower occupation unknown LV230 fuck, this is higher than level 269. As soon as this thought came to Bai Fu's mind, her consciousness was overwhelmed by a series of game prompts. The delayed explosion, and the attack of the Supreme God came at the same time. Your health bar has been emptied. Your soul has been attacked by a special attack. Judgment in progress, judgment failed, the impact from the symbiotic apostle continues to erode your soul. Your soul is dead. Your second body Hei Fu is dead. The characteristics of the Heaven's Arc have taken effect. In 10 seconds, you will be resurrected near the Heaven's Arc from the moment you came here, your fate has been determined. The Supreme God calmly withdrew his hand. The spiritual energy and dark energy had dissipated. In front of him, Bai Fu had completely evaporated. As for Lit, at least he still had an upper body left, but the energy erosion made him extremely weak, and even his soul was broken. It would take a lot of effort to recover. Lit should have been angry after being beaten so badly, but he couldn't get angry at all when he looked at the Supreme God in front of him. This strength. How could it be? He always thought that the gap between him and the Supreme God was not very big, but the power he felt just now. Lit was scared. I was frightened by Bai Fu's outburst, and even more frightened by the strength displayed by the Supreme God. Bai Fu, the monster, was dead after all, but the Supreme God was not only alive, but also had endless ambitions. Bai Fu is dead, spread the news. The Supreme God ignored the miserable Lit, and turned to the people around him. The news spread like a hurricane, and quickly spread to the explored universe. Bai Fu took the risk to attack the number 4 cathedral to break the siege of the Tuba Galaxy. She almost succeeded, but she didn't expect that the Apostle Holy City had a God-class mothership that could instantly cross billions of light years, and she didn't expect that the Supreme God of the Apostle Holy City would be so powerful. Bai Fu is dead. She used her life to break the siege of the Tuba Galaxy. She lived gloriously, and died greatly when the news was received. Some people were stunned and thought it was nonsense, while others were excited. Great news, Bai Fu finally appears. In short, the exploration of the universe has been going crazy. Chapter 317. The first to react to the news of Bai Fu's death were the players in the Tuba Galaxy and Doomsday Winter and others. They realized that something was wrong long before the Supreme God ordered the news to be spread. Because they saw with their own eyes that Hei Fu turned into stardust in front of them and disappeared bit by bit. It's not that they haven't seen Hei Fu disappear suddenly before, but before, she disappeared directly in a flash. It was obvious that something had happened like this. The next to react were the top leaders of the 3 cosmic civilizations. The 3 cosmic civilizations all had their own super hosts, such as the Rebirth Empire's glory. It captured the news of Bai Fu's death as soon as the people of the Apostle Holy City uploaded it to the internet, and quickly connected with Doomsday Winter and others far away in the Tuba Galaxy. After learning that Bai Fu was indeed likely to be in trouble, Glory activated the highest authority and informed the Emperor of the Empire and those super absolutes who were deeply bound to the Empire. An emergency meeting was held. In the meeting room, the Emperor Odoak was a little upset. The last generation heir of the glorious family defected for no reason. The virtual realm development plan suffered a setback just after it started. The revolutionary army suddenly showed its fangs and attacked the reborn empire from the front and back with the Apostle Holy City. The sudden 3 punches from the emperor had already broken half of his dream of becoming an emperor. Who would have thought that before he could recover from his depression, there was news that Bai Fu was killed by the supreme god of the Apostle Holy City. If this is proven to be true, then his dream of becoming an emperor will be completely over. No. Not only will his dream of becoming an emperor who surpasses Ignatius the Great end, but in the current situation, it is even more doubtful whether he can continue to be the emperor. What the hell is going on? Odoacer put on a mask of pain. Before he took the throne, everyone said that he was mediocre and not capable of leading the empire forward. Therefore, he vowed in his heart early on that he must make a career and slap the faces of all the elders who were not optimistic about him. After he succeeded to the throne, he made full use of his intelligence and wisdom to formulate a large number of plans for the rise of the empire. Although there were some setbacks, in fact, none of the plans succeeded. After continuous trial and error, he finally found a way to make the empire take off, referring to the virtual realm development plan and Bai Fu's surrender. Originally, he should have been greeted with countless flowers and applause, and higher praise than Emperor Ignatz. But why did it turn out like this? Yes, it was the world that was wrong. He thought he had done well, but this damned world would not let him have it. As soon as it saw that he was about to succeed, it immediately gave him a lot of disasters. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. While Odoac was cursing in his heart, Dmitri, who was sitting next to him, called him repeatedly. Oh. He raised his head quickly. What do you think we should do about this situation? Dmitri had a gloomy face. In theory, we should block the news as soon as possible, but the other party came prepared and wanted to use this intelligence to hit our fighting spirit, so it was too late. When Guangwei captured the information, a large amount of related information had been simultaneously spread on the public network. Now many people know that Bai Fu is in trouble. If we block the news again, it will only cause greater panic. Boilo next to him added, from the method, the person who spread the news should be Shadow Storm Corona. Dmitri nodded. I think we can neither block the news nor pretend that we didn't see it. The most urgent thing is to go out and dispel the rumors first, and then transfer the Forged Arrow Core to the vicinity of the Sea Buckthorn Supernova Cluster as soon as possible. The Shadow Core and other rebel forces will definitely take the opportunity to cause chaos. First stabilize the situation, and then slowly find a way to resolve the impact of this news. Odoac said, how to resolve it? Dmitri hesitated for a moment, and Bai Fu's face appeared in his mind. I still don't believe that Bai Fu is really dead, even if Doomsday Winter and the others found something unusual. She is an apostle, and her strength. Next, send someone to find Bai Fu. He shook his head. Odoac's face suddenly became uglier when Bai Fu was mentioned. You said Bai Fu, if she stayed in the Empire, well, how could the Empire become so passive? Your Majesty. Boilo suddenly interrupted Odoacer. He turned his head and stared at Odoacer, his voice becoming stern. Bai Fu is just a collaborator of the Empire. The Empire has no right to interfere with what the collaborator wants to do as long as it does not harm the interests of the Empire, and does not violate the principle of cooperation between the two parties. The Empire can certainly interfere by force, but the result is that it is likely to anger all the Empire's collaborators. This is not a wise move in peacetime, let alone now, when people's hearts are urgently needed. Once Odoacer's complaints were leaked, it might cause trouble for the Empire. After all, even the people of the glorious family might defect, so what's wrong with others suddenly having some tricks? Boilo was actually very dissatisfied with Odoacer. If the other people in the royal family were not even worse, and Odoacer had a group of firm supporters, he would have joined forces with other elders to replace Odoacer. Odoacer, who was stopped, didn't say anything more. The meeting continued, and during the meeting, everyone also communicated with Titan Industries and the Supernova Corps. Normally, if they heard that Bai Fu was dead, the people of Titan Industries and Supernova Corps would probably be dancing on the spot, but at this stage, the 3 major cosmic civilizations were in the same turmoil, and they had no intention of celebrating. Instead, they were thinking about how to weaken the impact of this news, just like the Empire. Bai Fu's strength was not the best among the 3 major cosmic civilizations, but her reputation was really too great. Once her death was confirmed, it would inevitably have an impact on everyone in the 3 major cosmic civilizations, including those masters and supernaturals. After all, Bai Fu still has the ability to guide the master and the super Jew to advance. Ordinary people will be less affected at this stage, but the impact on the Master and the Super Jew will be a big problem. After Bai Fu's death, seeing the strength of the Holy City of Apostles and the Revolutionary Army, some Masters and Super Jew who are not deeply bound to the three major cosmic civilizations may think of jumping ship at this time. Let's try our best to remove the rumors first. After the meeting, Dmitri hurriedly left the meeting room. He urgently contacted Whitney, Andres, the Lord of the Oath, and the members of the Silent Court who stayed in Ulysses Star and Zuyuan Star to inquire about Bai Fu's news. Unfortunately, no one knew what happened to Bai Fu. Perhaps Anya, Yulia and Ningfu knew, because they were acting with Bai Fu, but all three of them are now out of contact. Dimitri's heart sank. This situation. Not good, whether from the perspective of an imperial man, or from the perspective of a friend who has gone through hardships together, or from the perspective of simply appreciating truth, goodness and beauty. He did not want Bai Fu to really die. If there is any news, we will contact you as soon as possible. Then I trouble you. Dimitri shook his head and hung up the call. At this time, the people on both ends of the call, Dimitri and Vic, all connected to the interstellar network at the same time, wanting to see how the outside world viewed the news of Bai Fu's death. Fake, the video is fake, the news is fake. How could Bai Fu die? This must be a conspiracy of the Apostle Holy City. Indeed, the Reborn Empire just held a press conference to refute the rumor. This fake news is too outrageous. Bai Fu is clearly in the Tuba Galaxy now. How could she inexplicably run to the number 4 Cathedral of the Apostle Holy City? It is because it looks fake that this is more likely to be true. If you really want to make a fake, how could you make such an unreasonable fake news? It seems that you underestimate the diversity of human beings and overestimate the ability of some people. There are not many fake rumors left. Most people on the internet are arguing about whether the news is true or not. Judging from the current situation, not many people believe it, but the comments posted online by those who do believe it have already had a significant impact. Pessimistic? Extremely pessimistic. From this, we can foresee how bad the online public opinion will be once Bai Fu's death is confirmed. If the Apostle Holy City and the Revolutionary Army show their muscles again at this time, the situation in the starry sky may be reversed. Bai Fu must not be dead. Vic recalled the whole process of his meeting and cooperation with Bai Fu to today. It was really hard for him to believe that Bai Fu, who had always created miracles, would die just like that. For now, he should first do a good job of defending Ulysses and Zuyuan Star. If Bai Fu didn't show up, someone would definitely come to make trouble. He didn't have the strength before, and couldn't do anything. Now, he has the strength of a natural disaster. Even if he can't defend Ulysses and Zuyuan Star, he can still die with these 2 planets. When returning to the office area, Vic found that the undead on the side of the road were also arguing about whether Bai Fu was dead or not. Compared to them, these undeads are much more confident that Bai Fu is not dead. The situation is indeed similar to what Vic heard. This is mainly because after the news spread, Digger G came to refute the rumor as soon as possible, and she refuted the rumor faster than the Rebirth Empire. Fu is definitely not dead. I say this not because I am a fan of Fu, but because, first of all, Fu is the protagonist, and it is impossible for her to die so easily. Secondly, the Silent Court has not been disbanded yet. If Fu is really dead, the Silent Court camp should be declared destroyed, right? In short, don't worry, Fu is definitely fine. Digger G's remarks are still very influential, and most players think she is right. Another player added, if Bai Fu died, then the main quest of the Tuba Galaxy campaign should be judged as a failure, right? After all, sacrificing Bai Fu to defeat the Apostle Holy City is a huge loss. However, the game now determines that the players of the Silent Court camp have completed the Tuba Galaxy campaign quest, so Bai Fu must not be dead. TSK, not even Ash is left, not dead yet in the Bai Fu Zaihizi group. Seeing the discussion of Digging G and others, Feng Chi Chuanxing and astronauts couldn't help laughing. Although they didn't see Bai Fu being killed by the Supreme God, they saw the Supreme God leaving layers to support the Cathedral number 4. The Supreme God has already taken action, and Bai Fu's clone also disappeared at the right time. So how can Bai Fu not be in trouble? Cheers. Bai Fu is like, even if the planners find a way to revive Bai Fu because of popularity issues, they can dance to their heart's content during the time when Bai Fu is away. Not only that, they can also take this opportunity to help Sui Shi increase his popularity. When Sui Shi's popularity exceeds Bai Fu, then Bai Fu is completely finished. Great. Now I'm going to torture them severely. The little black guys in the group attacked collectively. Although they couldn't produce direct evidence that Bai Fu was beaten to death by the Supreme God, This did not prevent them from attacking fiercely. "Stop barking," you said. Bai Fu is not dead, and now the rumors are all outside. So you should ask Bai Fu to come out quickly, but she can't come out. Of course she can't come out, because Bai Fu has been sent. Feng Chi Chuanxing, who has never been good at making trouble, but is good at talking hard, this time he made a good job while attacking. He wrote a guide, which teaches players how to rush the planner, so that the planner has to revive Bai Fu in the next version. This is a guide I wrote after carefully studying the internal test. I can't say it will succeed, but if you study it carefully, you should be able to increase the success rate. Damn it, Digging G almost fainted. To be honest, she was also secretly studying this, but she didn't dare to tell others. As Fu Fu's #1 fan, she was worried that Fu Fu had already been sent, so other players would definitely think so. When all players think this way, the NPCs in the game, and the plot of the game will inevitably be affected. If the situation develops to the point where the 3 cosmic civilizations are destroyed, then even if Fu Fu is resurrected, the situation will be very difficult. Aw damn Feng Chi Chuanxing, I want to PK with you. Digging G was so angry that she wanted to hit someone, but she didn't dare to show it when replying to Feng Chi Chuanxing, and could only continue to pretend to be calm and indifferent as if she had seen through everything. Unfortunately, as time went by, her confident appearance was about to fail. For days have passed, and Fu Fu still hasn't shown up. If Fu Fu is really alive, she will definitely come out to explain. Even Digger G is a little bit overwhelmed, not to mention other players and other NPCs. The rumor busting of Reborn Empire has gradually become a joke on the internet. Many people spontaneously came out to commemorate Bai Fu. They wrote articles, made music, and made videos. Although some people complained that Bai Fu's act of breaking into the Cathedral No. 4 was too reckless and completely brainless, most people still praised Bai Fu. Whether she was reckless or not is another matter, but what is certain is that, until the moment of her death, Bai Fu was practicing her own life principles. In her life, she was either helping others or on her way to help others. She is a well-deserved saint. She is a well-deserved hero. With her petite body, she built a great wall in the boundless starry sky that will not be forgotten even after tens of millions of years. Let us remember this day. This day is the day when the hero falls. This video is well done. Shadow Army. At the pre-war mobilization meeting, AI Ligia pointed to a video made for Bai Fu and said, her words were recognized by many people around her. Those who joined the Revolutionary Army, like the Shadow Army, either had a deep hatred with the 3 major cosmic civilizations, or wanted to create a better future. But no matter what the reason was, after seeing Bai Fu willing to sacrifice her life to repel the Apostle Holy City, most of them couldn't help but give Bai Fu a thumbs up. Good job. Greatness needs no further explanation. Although everyone is in different camps, their goals are the same, and they all hope that the world will become a better place. What a pity! It would be great if I had the chance to meet her in person. Alice felt deeply regretful. Someone next to her said, Bai Fu's death is a good thing for us after all. If she were still here, it would be much more difficult for us to deal with the 3 cosmic civilizations. Yeah. Alice nodded. There was no time to sigh, because they were about to launch a new round of attacks on the 3 cosmic civilizations. At the same time, the Supreme God received good news. The Tribunal and the 10 Saints have opened up the channel to Titan Industry. With a little preparation, they can launch an expedition against the 3 cosmic civilizations. Okay, make preparations for the war as planned immediately. The Supreme God was also excited. Bai Fu died, the 3 cosmic civilizations were in panic, and the Revolutionary Army that had explored the universe was also making trouble. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If everything goes well, he should be able to realize his ambition in a few years. Thanks to Bai Fu. If Bai Fu hadn't risked his life to break into the No. 4 Great Church, he wouldn't have been able to wait for such a good situation. He also had to thank the No. 4 Apostle hiding in the Apostle Holy City. If it hadn't lent him his power, he wouldn't have been able to kill an apostle so easily. Under normal circumstances, even if an apostle was born as a human, it would still be difficult to get rid of him. Half a day later. Rebirth of the capital circle of the Empire Shining Stars Space City Cluster. I understand. I will go and meet up with Chong Xiao as soon as possible. Demetrius put away the communicator with a tired look on his face. In the past few days, the intelligence agencies of the 3 cosmic civilizations have received a lot of unfavorable intelligence. Although the Apostle Holy City has temporarily stopped because of Bai Fu's actions, the Revolutionary Army, pirate groups, and exiled criminal organizations around the 3 cosmic civilizations are all ready to move. It can be predicted that a war will break out soon. As a pillar of the Empire, he is now busy all the time. He is transferred here today, and transferred there tomorrow. It seems that he is already in an overloaded state. Alas! Dmitri rubbed his brows. Just as he was about to leave for the mechanical firepower sect to meet Chong Xiao, his communicator rang again. Is something wrong again? Okay. He's used to it. Hey, it's happening again. It's me. A light voice interrupted Dmitri's words. He was stunned for a moment, and after a moment, he finally reacted. It's her! It's Bai Fu! At this moment, his somewhat restless heart suddenly became as calm as still water. Welcome back. Chapter 318. After being resurrected with the power of the heavenly ark, Bai Fu wanted to jump out immediately, to give the people of the Apostle Holy City a little Bai Fu shock. But the time it took to eliminate the resurrection debuff was beyond her imagination. Fortunately, she robbed a lot of good things from the number 4 cathedral, otherwise the time to eliminate the debuff would not be 4 or 5 days, but 40 or 50 days. In the current tense situation, if she cannot recover to her peak state in 40 or 50 days, she will definitely miss a lot of main quests. After recovering, Bai Fu did not rush to announce that she was still alive. She had an idea. Since the outside world was arguing so much, many people thought she was really dead. Why not take advantage of this public opinion? So, she first completed the Tubu battle mission and the emergency mission triggered in the Cathedral number 4, and used the experience gained after the settlement to upgrade herself by 4 levels, and then contacted Dmitri. Dmitri's favorability towards her was as high as 88, which was already trustworthy. Do you want to postpone the announcement of your survival for a few more days? Dmitri was stunned. Bai Fu nodded. I think there may be more than one traitor among the Imperial high-level officials. We can take this opportunity to dig out other traitors. Dmitri, what are you going to do? Bai Fu, tell the Imperial high-level officials that I am still alive, and then strictly order them not to disclose this news. Just say that we have a special plan next. If the news is leaked, and our plan encounters an unexpected situation, it means that there must be a traitor among these people. If you are lucky, you may be able to find out who they are working for. Dmitri thought, this can indeed determine whether there is a traitor in the upper echelons, but it cannot determine the true identity of the traitor. With their strength, there are many ways to avoid surveillance and pass on information to the outside world. Bai Fu smiled. So at this time, we have to tell each of them the different contents of the plan. At the same time, you have to mobilize all the resources you can mobilize to make corresponding actions to confuse them. It is best to hurry up the time for the plan to be officially implemented so that they have no time to distinguish the truth from the false. They can only spread the news as soon as possible. Dmitri understood. A phishing operation. This method is indeed feasible, especially with Bai Fu's cooperation. If this plan can be used to uncover the hidden traitors within the Empire, and the forces hiding in the dark and plotting against the Empire will be better able to deal with the Apostle Holy City and the Revolutionary Army. Bai Fu is worthy of it. With emotion, Dmitri thought of the Emperor Odoacer again. When Odoacer was complaining about Bai Fu helped the Empire a lot. It can only be said that people are pissed off when compared to others. Odo doesn't even have half of Bai Fu's ability, but it's a good thing that he has half of Bai Fu's broad mind. Unfortunately, it can only be said that people are pissed off when compared to others. I hope that a qualified heir can be born in the royal family as soon as possible. I will arrange it immediately and let you know when the time comes. The call ended. While Dmitri was busy, Bai Fu first summoned Hei Fu, and then used Nurturing Divine Envoy and Seed of Divine Spirit to make the Eye of Sorrow, which she had enlightened before, become the second Divine Envoy after Ying Fu. Very good, now I have 2 masters under my command, and it's time to prepare for my next plan. Bai Fu had thought about it long before going to Cathedral number 4. After seizing the cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy, her next step is to go to the Supernatural Garden for pilgrimage. Once she successfully takes the Supernatural Garden, with 3 cosmic treasures in hand, she can easily defeat the 4th candidate of the Apostle Holy City. You continue to set up the psychic transfer station in the Apostle Holy City, and when I come back from the Supernatural Garden, we will meet in Laia's. Bai Fu sent a message to Anya and Yulia, who were still stranded in the Apostle Holy City. When she went to Cathedral number 4, she did not bring Anya and Yulia with her, but asked them to place a large number of psychic transfer stations in the Apostle Holy City. The Apostle Holy City had been attracted by her before, so they did not notice anything unusual. Of course, when they recovered, they would definitely find that many strange things appeared in their own territory. It didn't matter. Bai Fu did not expect those psychic transfer stations to exist forever. She just wanted to set off a super big firework for the Apostle Holy City at the right time. While Anya and Yulia were active, Ingfu had been interacting with Suishi intensely these days, trying various ways to contribute to Suishi. As a die-hard fan of Baifu, Suishi had no reaction when she heard that Baifu was dead, because she learned from Ingfu that Baifu was not dead at all. During this trip to the Holy City of Apostles, except for the unexpected ban on the summoning function, all of Baifu's plans were progressing steadily. Half a day later, Dmitri made a dozen seemingly feasible plans. He exchanged information with Baifu, and sent the news that Baifu was not dead to the dozen most powerful people in the empire, according to the plan. Even the emperor was no exception. Along with this news, the plans he made were also sent. At the same time, Baifu also asked Hei Fu to quickly set off for the capital of the empire to cooperate with Dmitri. As for herself, she flew quickly to the supernatural garden marked on the map without Dmitri knowing. In order to ensure that the supernatural garden could be recovered more smoothly, she also urgently seduced the Lord of the Oath on the way. She originally wanted to ask Yuan Yi to act together, but she gave up when she thought of Yuan Yi's background was too mysterious. As a simple, how could a martial arts fanatic resist the temptation of a fox spirit of her level? As soon as she heard that there was a way to make her body strong, she immediately rushed over excitedly. You are really not dead. After meeting, the Lord of the Oath stretched out his hand and pinched Baifu's body. She accepted Baifu's invitation this time. On the one hand, she was greedy for the reward given by Baifu, and on the other hand, she wanted to improve Baifu's favorability, so that she could ask Baifu to borrow the Ark of Heaven to deal with her mortal enemy. That Supreme God disciple is indeed very strong and has completed 4 divine transformations, but he is still not qualified to kill me. Baifu looked calm, but she was still very proud in her heart. Judging from the game prompt when she was hit by the Supreme God was really in cahoots with the 4th apostle, and in order to completely kill her, he used the means of killing the apostle. However, I didn't expect it. I'm not an apostle at all. The Supreme God was fooled. I can only say that the apostle persona she created for herself is really useful. After hearing Baifu's words, the Lord of the Oath looked at Baifu as if he had discovered a new continent. Even the supernatural power of the 4th divine transformation couldn't kill Baifu. Is this an apostle? Awesome. She gave Baifu a thumbs up. Here you go, the reward we agreed on before. Baifu opened the pure land of the Dark Night, and gave the body training skills snatched from the Cathedral number 4 to the Lord of the Oath. She couldn't practice this, but it was just right for the Lord of the Oath. The Lord of the Oath was overjoyed, and happily ran to the side to think about it. She was not like Baifu, who could master new skills just by reading the progress bar. Baifu came to the cockpit, and stared at the game map silently. It actually doesn't take long to get from Zuyuan Star to the Supernatural Garden, because the core area of the Supernatural Garden is now in the Star Ring Island Star region of the Empire. With the Stargate connection, she can reach her destination in 5 days at most. But these 5 days will probably not be quiet. If there are really traitors in the top management of the Reborn Empire, they will definitely take action within these few days. Bang! The door was shut heavily. In the Shining Star Space City cluster, in a castle-like building, Bernard, the master and elder of the Reborn Empire, frowned. He had just received news from Demetrius that Baifu had indeed fought with the people of the Apostle Holy City, but she did not die. Instead, she got a method from the Apostle Holy City that could further enhance the strength of all masters and supernatural powers, and was about to implement this method. No wonder Baifu took the risk to go to the Apostle Holy City. It turned out to be for this. We must find a way to stop it. Otherwise, when Baifu and the Reborn Empire's plan succeeds, disaster will come. Bernard calmly took out a stick of something that looked like incense from the drawer in the room, and lit it. The smoke curled up, and slowly drifted out from the gap in the window. Early the next morning, Bernard received a new notice from Dmitri. He boarded the spaceship with a relaxed look on his face. His destination was an inconspicuous empty galaxy located between the vast continent and the guard Great Wall. Well, Baifu won't come in person. After arriving at the destination, Bernard was stunned. The Sword Emperor and a Baifu came with him. Baifu said, "It's just to extract special dark energy. I can complete it by remotely controlling my true spirit summons. There is no need to come here specially. It will take up too much time. I'm going to start. You guys stay by the side, and must not disturb me. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait another 6.5 months next time." Bernard immediately agreed, but he was happy in his heart. Can't be disturbed? He silently stepped back a few steps, and began to calculate the time. 1 minute, 2 minutes. It's almost time. Suddenly, an abnormal wave appeared in the starry sky. Is this a spaceship jump? The Sword Emperor, who was not informed of the true content of the plan, suddenly changed his face. Why would a spaceship jump here at this time? Not good. Bernard, you stay here, I will stop them, and we must not let them disturb Bai Fu. Bernard said seriously. Sword Emperor, go quickly, even if I risk my life, I will never let anyone disturb Bai Fu. The Sword Emperor nodded and rushed out immediately. Bernard laughed at his receding figure. Next, he should find an opportunity to send Bai Fu's true spirit summon away. Are you thinking about how to stop me without me finding out that it was you who did it? At this moment, Big Bai Fu suddenly appeared in front of Bernard, with a half smile on her face. The smile on Bernard's face froze. You? Bang! He was responded by Big Bai Fu's iron fist. Under the effect of the apostle's body talent, Bai Fu descended directly on this Big Bai Fu. The dark energy fused and the iron fist fell on Bernard, and instantly turned into rising flames. Ah! Bernard screamed. His total level is actually 192, but even so, facing the dark energy devour, he still can't stand it. Bernard drove the power in his body to extinguish the dark energy fire, while shouting at Bai Fu in horror. Bai Fu, what are you doing? Are you trying to betray the Empire? Bai Fu sneered and opened the virtual realm force field. The force field with more than 20,000 inspiration points was so terrifying that it almost instantly knocked Bernard into the depths of the planet. Do you still want to quibble now? As soon as the voice fell, Bai Fu had already controlled the Big Bai Fu to appear beside Bernard. The psychic energy beams hit Bernard's body continuously like a flying rainstorm. Boom, boom. Bernard was even unable to struggle, and could only watch his body and the planet explode into pieces. The next second, the glass bead suddenly flew over and swallowed his soul. The invisible force locked his soul tightly, and no matter how he struggled, he could not move. Bai Fu put the Big Bai Fu's face in front of the glass bead and smiled jokingly. Do you know why I can tell at a glance that you are a traitor? You leaked the news? Bernard suddenly reacted. Could it be? Bai Fu said, yes, Dimitri's plan for each of you is different. It's over. It's all over. Bernard felt like the sky was falling. Looking at Bai Fu through the glass bead, he felt that Bai Fu was not an angel at all, but a terrifying demon. Bai Fu put away the glass bead and sent a message to the Sword Emperor in the distance. There's no need to continue to entangle with them. Let's go back. The Sword Emperor was dumbfounded. What is going on? You can ask Dimitri for the details. My body is still too fragile. Anyway, the traitor has been found out. There's no need to continue to entangle with those attackers. The Sword Emperor wanted to say something else, but seeing that Bai Fu wanted to leave, he ran away decisively. The attackers who suddenly appeared were quite strong. If he continued to fight, he would not get any advantage. One day later, in the capital of the reborn empire, Dimitri solemnly took 2 glass beads from the hands of the great Bai Fu. You saved the reborn empire. The Sword Emperor and others beside him had already figured out the situation on the way back. They looked at Bai Fu with awe in their eyes. Fortunately, the empire did not make a mistake in conflict with Bai Fu when they were in the Taimu civilization. Otherwise, how difficult would the situation of the empire be now? It was already shocking that Slick had appeared. Who would have thought that there were 2 traitors in the upper echelons of the empire? What the hell are these people doing? The empire treated them and their forces better than Bai Fu, but they actually betrayed the empire. It's really weird. Bai Fu said, I won't interfere with the torture. Your method should be more sophisticated than mine. I have a new request now. Dimitri said, just tell me. Bai Fu said, please help me contact all members of the Virtual Realm Research Association and all Psychic Prayer Masters at or above the domination level who have a cooperative relationship with the Empire. I need their help. Dimitri agreed. At this point, there was no need to continue hiding the news that Bai Fu was still alive. The reaction of the Psychic Praying Master who received the news was no different from that of Dimitri, the Lord of the Oath. The Supreme God of the Holy City of the Apostles could not kill Bai Fu even with his own hands. Was Bai Fu too strong, or was the Supreme God just a name? With a feeling of shock or doubt, a group of Psychic Praying Masters came to the capital of the Empire. Bai Fu called them over specifically to announce something. I got 2 cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy in the Holy City of Apostles. I plan to share these 2 cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy with you. Of course, I have a request, that is, if you can understand the skills of using dark energy from this knowledge, I hope you can also share these skills with me and others, so that we can study together and make progress together. At this moment, even the cursed Master Olsen was shocked. Let alone the cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy, Even the cutting-edge knowledge of psychic energy is kept tightly secret by all major forces. But Bai Fu directly opened up the dark energy knowledge she just obtained. If she exchanges this knowledge for various resources, how much can she get in return? Is this Saint Bai Fu? Being stared at by a series of burning eyes, Bai Fu was very calm. She had her own considerations for directly opening up the cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy. Knowledge is power, but it takes a process to turn knowledge into power. It takes time and inspiration to derive skills, and it takes time and experience to synthesize dark energy prayer card drawings. And now the situation is particularly tense. She has no time to do these things, and she is more inclined to use the hard-earned experience to upgrade herself. Therefore, she plans to pass these costs on to others. Come out, my open-source prosperity, at the cost of cutting-edge dark energy knowledge. Let others help her derive dark energy skills and dark energy prayer card drawings. At that time, she only needs to learn, which not only saves time and experience, but also increases a lot of favorability, and further improves her image. Bai Fu is not worried at all that these people will pose a threat to her after mastering the cutting-edge dark energy knowledge. She has absolute confidence that her strength is stronger than these people, except Olsen, now, and she will only be stronger than these people in the future. In fact, after becoming stronger, these people will not only not pose a threat to her, but can also help her share a lot of pressure from the Apostle Holy City. If a large group of people master the cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy, then the advantage of the Apostle Holy City will not be so great. One person is weak, but the power that a cosmic civilization can unleash is extraordinary. Dark Lord, to be honest, I have never been convinced by you before. I think you are so powerful because you are the incarnation of an apostle, but today I am completely convinced. You are a true saint. In the conference room, a master-level psychic prayer master suddenly stood up and took off his hat to Bai Fu. Then he said, "The Reborn Empire is in crisis now. As a member of the Reborn Empire, I am very grateful to the Dark Lord for everything he has done for the Reborn Empire, and for exploring the universe. So, in order to support the Dark Lord's righteous act, I plan to open up the psychic refining method I have mastered and the Dark Lord's cutting-edge dark energy knowledge. At the same time, in order to prevent the Dark Lord from suffering too much, I plan to donate a large sum of money and materials to the Dark Moon Tide Company of the Dark Lord in my personal name." As he took the lead, others also stepped forward, including Curse Master Olsen. Wow, there was an unexpected surprise? Bai Fu didn't expect that she originally only wanted dark energy skills and dark energy prayer card blueprints, but in the end, she got a large amount of psychic materials and psychic skills, psychic prayer blueprints, and psychic assembly blueprints. Is this the benefit of having a high and good reputation? As soon as the meeting ended, the open source plan announced by Bai Fu at the meeting also spread as the participants left. Chapter 319. Bai Fu is not dead. After listening to the assistant's report, the Supreme God was so shocked that the cup in his hand shook. He hurriedly questioned Apostle number 4. "Didn't you say that you are 100% sure that Bai Fu's body and soul have been destroyed by you? What's the situation now?" The voice of Apostle number 4 sounded faintly in the Supreme God's mind. "I am sure, and you should be sure too. As for why she is still alive now, either the Rebirth Empire is acting, or Apostle number 3 has mastered an ability that I don't know about during the time when we went our separate ways." The Supreme God was furious, but he couldn't vent his anger directly on Apostle number 4, so he could only rage alone with a gloomy face. As he was angry, he suddenly thought of a question. When the people in Cathedral number 4 asked him for help, they said that Bai Fu's entry into Cathedral number 4 was like returning home. Logically, this was impossible, but Bai Fu did it, which meant that someone must have given her the map of Cathedral number 4, and the person who gave her the map was probably in Cathedral number 4. Wait, there's a problem. The eyes of the famous detective Supreme God suddenly became sharp. With Bai Fu's identity, she couldn't have really broken into the 4th Cathedral for the cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy, and the materials in the 4th Cathedral. It's not reasonable to say that she used the home exchange tactic to force back the servants of the 4th Cathedral in the Tuba Galaxy. She has planted a traitor inside the 4th Cathedral. There are many ways to force back the servants of the 4th Cathedral. Why bother to take the risk to break into the 4th Cathedral in person? So Bai Fu's action must have other purposes. Her purpose is. The Supreme God recalled the scene where Bai Fu hit Li Te hard in the face of countless attacks. The real purpose is to kill Li Te. Impossible. If you want to kill Li Te, you can do it in the Tuba Galaxy. There is no need to go to the number 4 Cathedral. Could it be that her target is actually me and the number 4 Apostle? But she found that my strength is far beyond imagination, so she temporarily turned to deal with Li Te. The more the Supreme God thought about it, the more possible it was, because he really couldn't think of any other purpose for Bai Fu to go to the number 4 cathedral. Fortunately, he is more skilled. If his strength is really only slightly stronger than Lit, and he is hit by Bai Fu's combo, then his fate will not be much better than Lit. Once he is seriously injured, the Apostle Holy City will inevitably fall into chaos, and his position as the Supreme God may be taken away by others. Only one's own great power is the basis for dominating the world. The Supreme God's eyes are fierce. Who is the traitor? Is it possible that it is Lit, and he and Bai Fu deliberately staged a play to get rid of their suspicion? The Supreme God issued 2 orders in succession. One was to the tribunal. Since the channel has been opened, let's act as soon as possible. Don't the people of the Reborn Empire like to laugh? Then I will stop them from laughing. Another one was to the True Spirit Hall. Send someone to keep an eye on all the servants in the Cathedral number 4. When the Supreme God suspected Lit, Lit also suspected the Supreme God after receiving the news that Bai Fu was not dead. Didn't he swear that Bai Fu was dead? What's going on now? In fact, Li Te had been conducting a secret investigation before this. The temporary commander said that Bai Fu's entry into the number 4 cathedral was like returning to her own home. If this is not a traitor, then there must be something fishy. However, at first, he suspected Sun Lan and others who were with him in the Tubu star system, but now his mind has changed. Could it be that the Supreme God secretly revealed the news to Bai Fu, and the purpose? The purpose is to weaken the number 4 cathedral? Very likely. Otherwise, why is the Supreme God so confident that Bai Fu can't escape? Li Te angrily found Sun Lan. He did not directly say that he suspected the Supreme God, but only said that he felt that there was something wrong with the tribunal, and asked Sun Lan to investigate carefully. Is there really a traitor? How could there not be one? Li Te sneered. Sun Lan could not help but panic. Li Te suspected that there was a traitor, and wanted to investigate the traitor. Why did he find him when Li Te could find someone else? Could it be that Li Te suspected him, because he and Bai Fu had met near the black hole? Although Bai Fu did have the idea of recruiting him at that time, he really did not agree. But, if Li Te really believes it, he can't explain it. Sun Lan was sweating. Since he couldn't explain it, why not go to Bai Fu? Apostle number 4 is an apostle, Bai Fu is also an apostle, and Bai Fu has a very good personality and the ability to guide people to advance. If he goes to her, it should be very promising, right? Sun Lan was shaken in his heart, but there was still no abnormality on his face. I will investigate immediately. He nodded and hurriedly said goodbye and left. While the Apostle Holy City was playing the game of catching the traitor, Bai Fu was smiling and watching the reactions of various forces to her resurrection on the spot. Almost at the moment when the news spread, Feng Qi, her number 1 underdog, shrank his head and refused to come out no matter how the digging G had ed him. TSK, he is vulnerable. Everyone watch out. There is no future for being an underdog of Fu. But not all underdogs shrink their heads as quickly as Feng Qi. The astronaut who competed with Feng Qi for the right to speak is still stubborn. Aren't all rumors passed around? If Bai Fu is really alive, she should show her face. This statement was quite lethal before, but now it can't affect the mood of Fuman players at all. Show your face. Why should Fu show your face to you? The fact that the Silent Courtyard camp has not been disbanded is already a solid proof that Fu is not dead. Forget it. I am too lazy to argue with you. Now is the time to celebrate. Digging G posted a new post. The content of the post is that the Silent Courtyard camp's dungeon store has new products. Attention, Fu is giving out benefits. From now on, all players in the Silent Courtyard camp, as long as the camp contribution reaches sea level, can buy dark energy knowledge in the camp dungeon store without spending a penny. This post immediately attracted a lot of attention. Oh my god, there is such a good thing? Fu, I love you. The psychic players of the Silent Garden camp fell into a carnival, and the players of other camps were envious. Damn, in terms of welfare, the Silent Garden camp is always at the forefront. For a while, a large number of players rushed into the dungeon store and started a new round of shopping. With their help, Bai Fu's experience began to accumulate rapidly. 100 million, 500 million, 1 billion. When Bai Fu arrived at the Supernatural Garden, this number had risen to 46.1 billion. Looks exaggerated, right? But this is just the beginning. You should know that there are 7 million psychic players in the Silent Garden. When all these players have upgraded their camp contribution to sea level and purchased dark energy knowledge, Bai Fu conservatively estimates that she can earn 300 to 400 billion experience points, which should be enough for her to reach level 250 or above. and trigger the third divine transformation to level 245. This is called cutting leaks. Doing tasks to accumulate experience points is really lame. Bai Fu smiled. In fact, the current players have no use for dark energy knowledge. The dark energy that they can manipulate with their inspiration can basically not play a big role in the battle. They need to raise their inspiration to at least 1,600 or 1,700 to bring out the real power of dark energy. Bai Fu is selling them dark energy knowledge now, which is equivalent to collecting the player tax for several versions in the future in advance. Of course, this is a matter of mutual consent. Bai Fu did not force players to buy dark energy knowledge. She just hyped up the open-source dark energy cutting-edge knowledge, and then slightly took advantage of the player's psychology of wanting to buy everything they see. She made money, and the players didn't seem to lose out either. After all, now players are talking about her conscience everywhere. Why don't you say thank you, Sister Fu, quickly? Bai Fu is indeed very conscientious. In order to prevent players from learning dark energy knowledge in vain, she actually launched supporting services in the faction store. Are you still worried about the low dark energy that your inspiration can control? Are you still disappointed that you can't use dark energy to show off in front of other players? Hey, coincidentally, I just have the newly made dark energy extraction device and dark energy prayer card here. As long as you spend a little money, you can enjoy it all day long. What are you waiting for? Come and buy it. The product has just been put on the shelves. You can enjoy a 20% discount if you buy it now. This is a smart bundled sale. I won't force you to buy it, but you won't feel good if you don't buy it. You have to buy it in the end, and you have to praise me for my good conscience after buying it, on the spaceship. The Lord of the Oath looked at Bai Fu, who was laughing secretly, in confusion. Did something good happen? Bai Fu quickly held back her laughter and explained, Yes, I just received news from the Rebirth Empire that they have made a new breakthrough in the interrogation of the inner ghost. She didn't lie about this. Dimitri and others persuaded Bernard and the other inner ghost with emotion, reason and physics, and finally found out that they were in the same group with Slick, the group that made trouble in the virtual world. They came from a mysterious organization called the Initial Agreement. This organization is very powerful, with many masters and transcendents, and is not much weaker than the Holy City of Apostles. Most of the revolutionary armies that are now causing trouble near the three major cosmic civilizations belong to this mysterious organization. However, when Dimitri asked who the leader of the Initial Agreement was, who the other members were, and what the real purpose of the organization was, Bernard and another insider became surprisingly hard-mouthed. They refused to say anything, and only said, Even if you kill me and torture me with the most cruel punishment, I will not tell you. If you want to know, go and investigate it yourself. Faced with their attitude, Dimitri and others had no choice but to lock the man up first, and then continue to think of a solution. This news was still helpful to Bai Fu. The main quest above the stars she took a while ago required her to find out the true identity and camp name of the spiritualist she captured alive in the virtual world. Now she has completed half of it. After listening to Bai Fu's explanation, the Lord of the Oath nodded and did not continue to ask what she had asked. We have arrived at the destination. Shall we act now? Bai Fu said, Wait a moment. Before she officially set out, she planned to level up. With more than 40 billion experience points, her level soared, and her main occupation level quickly rose from 220 to 228, only 2 levels away from the second divine transformation. Let's go! The Lord of the Oath suddenly widened his eyes. Not sure if it was an illusion, she felt that Bai Fu's aura suddenly became stronger than before. You can break through even if you are standing still, you are going too far. After getting out of the spaceship, Bai Fu flew forward according to the instructions on the game map, and finally arrived at a seemingly ordinary ice giant. Is this really the entrance to the supernatural garden you mentioned? The Lord of the Oath looked around, and could not see anything unusual. Bai Fu said, It must be here. In fact, she could not see anything unusual with her naked eyes, and the Apostle's spiritual vision. But the instructions on the game map, and the vague sense brought by the connection degree of 70, with the supernatural garden made her sure that she was not wrong. The reason why she, and the Lord of the Oath could not see the problem was because the supernatural garden had disguised itself. The supernatural garden is different from the Ark of Heaven, the Scepter of Sacrifice, and the Gun of Eckhard. It is essentially a giant fortress named after the name of the garden. From the moment it was born, it was the headquarters of the cosmic civilization of the supernatural garden. Therefore, it is not only a cosmic treasure on the supernatural side, but also takes into account many other functions. For example, interstellar shuttle, super strong defense capabilities, and the ability to fold space. It should have overlapped with this planet through folding space. Because of this, after defeating the civilization of the supernatural garden, the three cosmic civilizations failed to find it. So that's it. The Lord of the Oath looked at Bai Fu with more curiosity. The three cosmic civilizations didn't know that the supernatural garden was here. How did you know? Bai Fu stretched out her right hand, activated the ability attached to the tidal beyond black hole, and opened a small star gate in the starry sky. The next second, she received a game prompt. You open the way to the supernatural garden. Supernatural garden. Recommended strategy level 200 to 240. Level 240? Bai Fu was slightly shocked. Fortunately, she was steady, and didn't rush over after being promoted to the super ultimate, otherwise she would have become a corpse long ago. As for now, she was not afraid of Lit, who had transformed 3 times, so how could she be afraid of this? Let's go in. Bai Fu and the Lord of the Oath rushed into the Star Gate one after another. At the same time, somewhere in the Apostle Holy City, in front of a super giant star gate encapsulated by dark energy, the Saint, Corona, and the head of state Cade looked at each other, their hearts surging. After leaving the explored universe for many years now, they finally waited for the day of return. This time, they will bring endless disasters, like ghosts and evil spirits, to the explored universe, letting those who are immersed in Bai Fu's survival know what real fear is. The real fear is that even Bai Fu can't stop this disaster. Let's go, it's time to end the 30,000-year history of the Reborn Empire. After a shout, the Saint, Corona, and Cade followed the footsteps of the Apostle Holy City Inquisition into the Stargate. When they finished this journey, they appeared 17.31 million light-years away from Titan Industry, and they will stab the heart of Titan Industry with a beast-like mind. Chapter 320. Deep in the Supernatural Garden. In a huge banquet hall. The place that should have been empty was now brightly lit, and several weird-looking guys sat around a round table chatting. The leader is too restrained in doing things. If he had listened to my advice and attacked Bai Fu, when Bai Fu had just reached a cooperation with the Rebirth Empire, how could things have gotten out of control to this point? The tone of complaint was full of a cosmic orc with large spikes on his back and short limbs. The alien next to him, who was as dark as Xiao Hei and Conan, sneered. It's not that he can't move freely. I think he is still thinking about the old friendship with the Reborn Empire, and is reluctant to take action. As a result, a disaster has occurred. We shouldn't be exposed now. The Son of Prophecy has not yet evolved into a complete form, and the war between the 3 cosmic civilizations and the Holy City of Apostles has just begun. There was no respect for the leader in his words, and he was even unwilling to call the leader. However, even though his attitude was so bad, the others at the round table did not express any dissatisfaction, but nodded in agreement. If he can kill Bai Fu this time, it will be fine. If he can't kill Bai Fu, then it may be inappropriate for him to continue to stay in the position of leader. The cosmic orc shook his head and said, even if he really killed Bai Fu, he is not suitable to continue to be a leader. How can a person who still remembers the old relationship continue to lead us? At the critical moment, if he suddenly remembers the old relationship again, it will not only kill us. Xiao Hei agreed. That's right. Killing Bai Fu doesn't mean anything. He mobilized so many resources. Let alone him. Even I can guarantee to kill Bai Fu. At this moment, a questioning voice suddenly sounded beside him. Really? Xiao Hei curled his lips, his face full of disdain. Of course it is. Huh? His voice stopped abruptly. No. The voice just now. Isn't this Bai Fu's voice? Ever since the organization listed Bai Fu as the primary target for elimination, he has firmly remembered Bai Fu's appearance and voice in his heart. There was no mistake. The voice that questioned him just now was Bai Fu's voice. Be careful. Xiao Hei hurriedly reminded others. But it was still a little too late. The comfortable life in the supernatural garden for many years made them less vigilant than before, so that they did not realize that Bai Fu had turned into darkness and quietly approached them. When Xiao Hei's voice sounded in the banquet hall was swallowed up by thick darkness. Then, from all directions, from the bottom of their hearts, strange voices like the whispers of demons sounded at the same time. Endless Dark Realm plus Painter's Whisper. 2 colorful prayer cards were thrown down, instantly turning this banquet hall into Bai Fu's home court. But Bai Fu's trump cards are far more than that. As soon as the virtual force field was opened, she summoned Kabei, the prayer angel, the Eye of Sorrow, the Overlord, and the sacrifice staff. Kabei and the prayer angel were so huge that they instantly smashed the banquet hall to pieces. Countless construction debris fell from the sky, and dust flew. Xiao Hei and the others looked at Bai Fu, who was holding the scepter, and the true spirit summonings and psychic beings standing behind Bai Fu with a grim look on their faces. Bai Fu, it's impossible, how did you find this place? What do you think? Bai Fu looked at the 5 people opposite with a smile. 3 super absolutes, 2 masters, the highest level is 231, and the lowest level is 192. No wonder the strategy level of the superpower garden is 200 to 240. She came here to kill when she was promoted to super absolute. As she looked at him, Bai Fu's eyes suddenly focused on that little black man. Name, Alien Lightless, Seeker, Template, Super Rare Parasite of Supernatural Tree. Main Occupation, Garden Master. LV31. Lower Occupation, LV200. Are you from the Supernatural Garden? Bai Fu remembered clearly that she had seen this name when searching for information related to the Supernatural Garden. Alien Lightless, one of the 7 supernatural kings of the Supernatural Garden, was captured alive by the Rebirth Empire and imprisoned in the Absolute Prison after the Supernatural Garden was defeated. Logically speaking, he should have died in the Absolute Prison a long time ago, so why is he still alive and has returned to the Supernatural Garden? The Lightless One, whose identity was exposed, was shocked. He had already changed his appearance, and even the people around him didn't know his true identity. They just thought he was a supernatural genius who rose from the land of chaos. So, how did Bai Fu see through his true identity? Does Bai Fu have the ability to know the true identity of others with just one look? Or does Bai Fu have the ability to read other people's minds? No. Considering that Bai Fu could accurately find the location of the supernatural garden in the vast sea of stars, he had a more realistic answer. Insider. Bai Fu used an insider. Who the hell betrayed him? Not many people in the organization knew his true identity, and these people had no conflicts with him now. Well, wait, there really was no conflict. Leader. The moment this title popped up in his mind, the Lightless One's breathing became heavy. There is no conflict between him and the leader on the surface, but it is not the case secretly. After all, he has been coveting the position of leader, and the leader may have noticed this long ago. Moreover, he and the leader were mortal enemies 10,000 years ago. Although the 2 sides later resolved the conflict and became companions on the same ship, there is no reason to continue to be hostile to each other, but he can covet the position of leader. Who can guarantee that the leader also has murderous intentions towards him? Asshole, if it is really him, then he wants to use Bai Fu's knife to kill me. After that, as long as he kills Bai Fu again, no one will know that I was killed by him. The Lightless, who was already very dissatisfied with the leader, fell into a rage. You bastard, the Lightless, will never let you get what you want. At this time, the Space Beastman standing next to the Lightless asked in astonishment, Are you really from the Supernatural Garden? The Lightless waved his hand. This is not the time to talk about this. Let's deal with Bai Fu first. The Space Beastman nodded, but did not continue to ask regardless of the occasion. The most urgent task is to get out of the predicament. The Lightless was shocked by Bai Fu's sudden approach, but he did not panic. Damn it, Bai Fu dared to come to me alone. This really doesn't take him seriously. Do you think you can survive under the hands of the Supreme God of the Apostle Holy City? And do you think you are inflated because you are the incarnation of an apostle? Then I have to tell you, you came to the wrong place today. I may not be able to kill you, but there is a great chance to capture you alive. Do it. The Lightless One roared. In an instant, the space orcs and others rushed towards Bai Fu. He did not move, but suddenly released a large amount of gray fog from his body. This gray fog is a new ability unlocked after further development of his exclusive ability, which is called suppression. This suppression does not suppress people or objects, but energy. Any energy touched by it will be greatly reduced in activity, or even temporarily disabled. Using suppression to deal with superpowered people of the physical cultivation school or those who are born with flesh is not very effective, but it is very targeted to deal with psychic prayer masters. Psychic energy and dark energy are all disabled. Bai Fu, let's see what you can use to fight us. The Lightless One grinned. He was sure that Bai Fu didn't know he had this ability, because this was a new ability he had just unlocked, and no one knew about it except himself. Interesting. When he captured Bai Fu alive and brought her to the leader's expression would be very interesting. This is. The space orcs and others who rushed forward were surprised to find that the energy in their bodies had become soft and uncontrollable. But they had been cooperating with the Lightless One for many years, so they immediately realized that this was not a bad thing, but a good thing. After not being able to use a lot of energy, everyone's strength will decline, and Bai Fu, as a psychic prayer master, will obviously decline the most. Not only will she become weaker, but the true spirits she summoned will also become weaker. Good opportunity. The cosmic orcs and others are eager to fight, as if they have seen the scene of Bai Fu being beaten to her knees by them. Kill, kill, kill. Facing the cosmic orcs and others who are coming at her aggressively, Bai Fu, who is under the suppression effect, is not panicked at all. The Lightless One made a mistake. Besides himself, Bai Fu also knew that he had the suppression skill. Don't underestimate my cheats. Of course, don't underestimate my connections. You think too much if you want to crush me with my strength, agility, and endurance. To prevent accidents, I specially invited an outsider this time. Come out, Lord of the Oath. Bai Fu stretched out her right hand, and a bubble the size of a fingernail floated out from her palm and floated in front of the Lightless One. What is this? The Lightless One felt something was wrong, and he quickly slashed forward with his palm, trying to break the bubble. Before his palm fell, the bubble exploded on its own. Buzz, the space vibrated. In the water ripples, a surprisingly large fist flew out like a heavy artillery, so fast that the Lightless One didn't even have time to react. The fist rushed forward, crushing everything in front of it, including the Lightless One's palm and arm. The moment it touched the Lightless One's right chest, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, dozens of fist powers hidden in the fist burst out at the same time. Bang! In an instant, the body of the Lightless One exploded into dozens of pieces, blood splattered, dyeing the dark space extremely terrifying. Huh? The Lord of the Oath, standing in the blood rain, waved his fist that had returned to normal size, smiling. Finally, it's my turn to play. After passing through the Stargate, Bai Fu temporarily created a void bubble for her to hide in. For her, who is naturally aggressive, it is very uncomfortable to hide in the bubble, and not be able to come out to fight with others. Lord of the Oath? At this time, the cosmic orcs and others finally saw the Lord of the Oath clearly, and their faces suddenly turned black like the bottom of a pot. The Lord of the Oath is a serious martial artist. The strength she can exert in the gray fog is definitely the best among all the people present. Stop her quickly, quickly. If she kills me, then you will face the more terrifying Bai Fu. The torn Lightless One could no longer remain calm at this time, and he shouted in panic. The space orcs and the others suddenly reacted. It was true. But before they could take any action, Bai Fu's voice sounded faintly. Did I tell you to leave? Except for the Lightless One, the others didn't even have a second transformation. Bai Fu was really not afraid. She led Kabe, the Angel of Prayer, and the Eye of Sorrow and rushed directly into the crowd. Although the Sacrifice Scepter couldn't store energy now, it was still very useful to poke people. Come on, come and fight. See if you can kill me. See if you can kill me before the Lord of the Oath kills the Lightless One. The cosmic orcs and others were sweating profusely. They couldn't get rid of Bai Fu at all, and could only watch the Lord of the Oath beat up the Lightless One. The more they watched, the more anxious they became, and the more anxious they became, the harder it was to escape. At first, they considered concentrating on killing Bai Fu first, and then saving the Lightless One, but after a few simple fights with Bai Fu, they were desperate. Bai Fu was really as tough as those who were sent to the virtual realm to attack her said. Unkillable, absolutely unkillable. On the other side, the Lightless One, who was beaten by the Lord of the Oath, was even more anxious. Ah, leader, you bastard, I will not let you go like this, I will give you a knife even if I die. While roaring, the dying Lightless One completely gave up resistance and focused on communicating with the Superpower Garden, trying to leave the news that the leader and Bai Fu were in collusion in the Superpower Garden. And just as he was communicating, an accident suddenly occurred. Sizzle. In the darkness, a white light rose from the ground and finally gathered into a figure whose appearance could not be seen clearly. Bai Fu, how about we make a deal? Who are you? Bai Fu frowned. She didn't understand how this figure appeared. The information fed back by her apostle's spiritual vision was also very simple. Projection, the figure said, I am the leader of the initial agreement. The big boss of the evil organization. Bai Fu's eyes suddenly became sharp. What kind of deal do you want to make? The leader said, let them go and cut off cooperation with the 3 major cosmic civilizations. I can make a promise here that I will completely give up hunting you down. Bai Fu was full of questions. Can this be called a deal? I thought I could get something good. I refuse. The leader said, Bai Fu, it seems that you haven't figured out your situation. The body of the apostle is your trump card, but the apostle will die. Bai Fu said impatiently, Okay, you either take out something real, such as a full set of cutting-edge dark energy knowledge, or a cosmic treasure, or shut up quickly, I won't fall for it. The leader sighed regretfully. Bai Fu, in fact, we don't have any hatred, but what you have done has made you an obstacle to this world. What do you mean? At this point, you don't need to know. Let's compete on the battlefield. Damn it, You are a riddle man, right? A big hashtag appeared on Bai Fu's forehead. Let's compete. I will beat you up and make you scream. Don't regret it. She ignored the figure in front of her and continued to attack the cosmic orcs and others with all her strength. The cosmic orcs and others were still complaining about the leader before, but now they had to shout and beg the leader to help them. But the leader seemed not to hear it, and just watched silently until their bodies were destroyed one by one in the hands of Bai Fu and the Lord of the Oath. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I will find out who you are and where you are. I will come to see you off. Bai Fu stretched out her right hand and was about to seal the souls of the Lightless One and others with glass beads. The leader suddenly said, "You won't have this chance." As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible ripple rippled from his figure. The ripple touched the souls of the Lightless One and others. In the blink of an eye, these souls were all shattered and turned into nothingness. Bai Fu's pupils shrank suddenly. What kind of ability is this? The leader didn't give her a chance to ask questions, and disappeared after doing all this. The rest was only the game prompt sound. Alien Lightless has been killed. Contribution. The number of kills has reached the standard. Your title Dominant Butcher automatically advances to Peak Hunter. You have completed the pilgrimage to the Supernatural Garden, and you have been recognized by the Supernatural Garden. You have completed the hidden task Supernatural Evolution Tree. End. And the reward is 10 billion experience, and the Supernatural Garden Connection Degree plus 30. Leader, are you okay? In the temporary base of the initial agreement, the Son of Prophecy looked at the pale leader with a worried look. The leader said, "It's nothing, just take a rest. You go and revive the Lightless Ones." The Son of Prophecy nodded seriously. After he walked away, the leader walked to the window. His eyes gradually became deep. Why did Bai Fu suddenly appear in the Supernatural Garden? Insider, Bai Fu used an insider. Fortunately, he discovered the abnormality in time and rescued the Lightless Ones, and did not let them die completely. Otherwise the loss of the initial agreement this time would be unacceptable. And, thinking of the Lightless One, the leader suddenly laughed. The Lightless One's ability was further developed, and he had the ability to suppress. This made him more confident in getting rid of Bai Fu. The leader never dreamed that in the Lightless One's eyes, he and Bai Fu were already in the same group. More than 10 minutes later, when the leader was still thinking about how to deal with Bai Fu, someone suddenly rushed in. "Leader, something big has happened." People from the Apostle Holy City suddenly appeared in the Yenshu Star region of Titan Industries. Now the entire Titan Industries is in chaos. Chapter 321. Is that man the leader of the mysterious organization that recently targeted the 3 cosmic civilizations? After the leader disappeared, the Lord of the Oath walked up to Bai Fu and asked in confusion. Bai Fu said, "It's almost certain. The name of that organization is the Initial Agreement. I wonder if you have heard of it." The Lord of the Oath said, "I haven't heard of it, but the man just now. Although he only appeared as a shadow, I can still feel the surging vitality in him. His strength is probably far beyond your imagination. Even if you are an apostle, you should be careful. If you can avoid fighting him, try to stay away from him." Bai Fu nodded. She certainly couldn't underestimate the strength of the leader of the Initial Protocol. According to the original rhythm of the game, the Initial Protocol is likely to be a villain organization that will appear in version 4.0 or 5.0. It is only because the Empire launched the virtual exploration plan in advance that it ran out to cause trouble early in this version. Although the strength of the Initial Protocol that appeared in advance may not be stronger than the Apostle Holy City, it is not something she can underestimate now. However, this is not the point. The most urgent task is to pack up the Superpower Garden and take it away first. Killing the Lightless One and others does not mean that this place is safe now. If the Initial Protocol has some ultra-long distance transmission means similar to the God-class mothership, it will be difficult to deal with. With a connection degree of 100, Bai Fu quickly found the real core of the Supernatural Garden. It was a small green tree hidden in the forest, about 3 meters tall, and ordinary in appearance. If she had not established a connection with the tree through a series of tasks, she would not have seen anything unusual even if she got close to it. It's amazing. The main body is obviously a tree, but it deliberately took a name like Supernatural Garden to mislead people. Bai Fu's mouth twitched, and she threw an apostle vision at the Supernatural Garden. A detailed introduction to the Supernatural Garden popped up in front of her. The real name of the Supernatural Garden is actually Supernatural Evolution Tree, which is equivalent to a super-evolved Supernatural Evolution Tree Atlas. It has 4 effects. First, after signing a contract with it, the contractor will gain a layer of special buff. Under the blessing of this buff, the contractor will gain a lot of intelligence, spirit, intelligence judgment, spirit recovery speed, chi recovery speed, and other bonuses. At the same time, the intelligence and spirit attributes will slowly increase over time. Second, it can store superpowers, including those of superpowers. As long as enough experience is injected, it can also automatically deduce the stored superpowers, with a certain probability of deriving more powerful superpowers. Third, it can copy superpower skills, like the superpower evolution tree map. The difference is that the superpower evolution tree map can only copy one skill, and the skill strength cannot exceed the natural disaster level, while it can copy 3 skills, and there is no strength limit. Fourth, it has the superpower invalidation ability, as the name suggests, which is the ability to temporarily invalidate the superpower of the superpower. The duration of the nullification depends on the level difference and intelligence difference between the contractor and the target. However, even if the difference between the two sides is huge, due to the special gain attached to the evolution tree, this nullification will definitely take effect and last for about 0.1 seconds. Although 0.1 seconds is not a long time, it is quite powerful to use it as a skill to interrupt the guidance. After all, this move is useful for super absolutes. If the interruption time is chosen well, it may directly reverse the entire battle situation. Power invalidation has a fixed cooldown of half an hour, and the power user can get an additional CD reduction bonus. A psychic prayer master like Baifu naturally cannot get any CD reduction bonus. After using power invalidation once, he can only wait for half an hour. But it's better to have it than not. Baifu smiled and took out the power evolution tree map from the pure land of the Dark Night. If the Needle of Punishment is the key to opening the spiritual temple and obtaining the Ark of Heaven, then the power evolution tree map is the key to concluding a contract with the power evolution tree. Don't you see that the Lightless One can only watch even if he knows where the power evolution tree is? The contract is concluded successfully, and you have obtained the right to use the power evolution tree. When the prompt sounded, Baifu breathed a sigh of relief. She immediately opened her attribute panel. The bonus brought to her by the power evolution tree is very exaggerated. Just in terms of attributes, it has now added 800 intelligence points and 500 spirit points to her. As time goes by, her basic intelligence and basic spirit can each increase by 1,000. However, Baifu is more concerned about the copy skill ability of the ability evolution tree than the attribute bonus. She can't wait to open the operation interface of the ability evolution tree. After searching for a while, she found the suppression that the Lightless One had just used in the skill library. As one of the 7 power kings of the Power Garden, and having been guarding the Power Garden for many years, all of his abilities have long been included in the power evolution tree. Very good, choose suppression as the first skill. Next, Baifu spent a few minutes picking and choosing in the skill library, and finally she chose time and space freeze and second vision. The former is a skill that freezes time and space, and the latter is a passive skill that breaks illusions. In fact, there are many powerful skills in the skill library of the supernatural evolution tree, but Baifu is not a supernatural person, and even if she chooses those skills, she can't play the true power of the skills, at least when facing super-level opponents. In this case, it is better to choose some skills that are not exaggerated but very practical. Time and space freeze and second vision are such skills. She has a high void adaptability, and can easily unleash the full power of time and space freeze. Although she cannot unleash the full power of second vision, she has a similar supreme and pure heart passive. The combined effects of the two make her almost completely immune to illusions. If I meet the painter again, I can beat her to her knees and beg for mercy with one hand. Baifu was content to transplant the power evolution tree to the pure land of the Dark Night. Let's go! She turned her head and said to the Lord of the Oath beside her. The Lord of the Oath nodded and was about to fly away from the Power Garden. Wait! Baifu hurriedly called her. The Lord of the Oath stopped. What's wrong? Baifu pointed at the ground. We can leave on this. There are more good things in the Power Garden than just the Power Evolution Tree. The Power Garden itself is a super space fortress with a higher value than the Empire's planet-class mothership. Anyway, she already knew that the Superpower Garden was in her hands in the initial agreement, so there was no need for her to hide it. Wouldn't it be better to just drive the Superpower Garden back to be the new base of the Silent Garden? After signing the contract with the Superpower Evolution Tree, she took control of the Superpower Garden, so it was not difficult for her to drive the Superpower Garden back home. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, the Superpower Garden rushed out of the folding space, crushed the planet that served as a shelter, plunged into the hyperspace, and sped towards the Edge world. Awesome! Even the well-informed Lord of the Oath could not help but marvel at it. This is technology from 10,000 years ago. No wonder the supernatural garden was able to suppress the Rebirth Empire, and it was not until the three cosmic civilizations united that they were finally defeated. When the spaceship was in the jump state, Bai Fu was not idle. She checked everywhere first, and after confirming that there was nothing strange in the supernatural garden, she opened the attribute panel and counted the other gains of this trip to the supernatural garden. After killing the Lightless One and others, her dominant butcher title evolved into Peak Hunter, and the bonus changed from the original. Basic damage plus 7%, inspiration plus 4%. It became basic damage plus 10%, inspiration plus 6%. At the same time, due to the acquisition of a new cosmic treasure, the effect of her secret treasure collector title was also improved accordingly, increasing her basic intelligence and basic spirit by an additional 200. In addition to these, Bai Fu also gained 30.8 billion experience points. Without hesitation, she immediately invested 12.6 billion experience points to upgrade the Dark Lord to LV30. The next second your divine transformation progress has reached 39.9%, and you have triggered a new transformation task. The requirements for the second transformation task are Psychic Energy 42888345/500000, Strength 4488/5000, Agility 4517/5000. Racial Potential Score 90.9/95. This task seems to have 4 requirements, but in fact, it can be summarized into one, that is, to increase the racial potential score to 95. As long as this can be raised, Bai Fu's psychic energy, strength, and agility will naturally increase. But it is easy to say, but it is not easy to achieve this goal. My racial potential score is already the best among the many psychic prayer masters who have explored the universe. If I want to continue to improve my score, and increase it by 4.1 points at a time, I can only do a lot of tasks. If I am lucky, I may get an item that can improve my racial potential score. Otherwise, I can only go to the Apostle Holy City to look for opportunities. Bai Fu shook her head secretly. It's not easy, it's worthy of the transition from Super Absolute I to Super Absolute 2. Let Ying Fu ask Suishi later. Bai Fu turned off the panel, and was about to find a place to lie down when she heard a cry of surprise. She turned around and looked at the Lord of the Oath in confusion. The Lord of the Oath said excitedly, "You just got stronger again?" "Oh, you mean this?" Bai Fu nodded, "Yes." "It's past, Bai Fu, it's really past. It's fine if you open it, but it's so big. You opened a wave on the way to the Superpower Garden, and you opened another wave when you left the Superpower Garden. If you keep opening like this, your rank will be higher than mine in a few months." The Lord of the Oath kept complaining in his heart, but it was just complaining. Bai Fu. I want to ask you to help me deal with someone. Oh, it's a mission. Bai Fu's eyes lit up. You say. That's my enemy. The Lord of the Oath explained. When she left her hometown and traveled in the Sea of Stars, her hometown was involved in a battle between super absolutes, and one of the super absolute, second, level spiritualists casually blasted her hometown into powder. Afterwards, when she went to question the psychic, she not only did not get an apology, but was beaten out. Since then, she and the psychic have become mortal enemies. Who is this person? Isaacs, the god of death, is not well known in the Star Sea, but he is the leader of the largest interstellar smuggling organization in the Star Sea. Yuani knows him. Through Yuani, we should be able to find his hiding place. You have triggered the hidden task Revenge of the Lord of the Oath. Task Introduction. Task Purpose. Help the Lord of the Oath to seek justice. Let Isaacs, the god of death, admit his mistakes or kill Isaacs, the god of death. Reward. 10 billion experience points, one-time skill card Mark of the God of Death, Death Seed *1. Bai Fu quickly glanced at the task reward. The name of the Death Seed sounds powerful, but it is actually just a red item. From this point of view, the reward for this task is not high. But considering that the Lord of the Oath has helped her a lot, Bai Fu decisively agreed. No problem, I will go with you to find Master Yuani after the supernatural garden is delivered to the vicinity of Zuyuan Star. After receiving a positive answer, the Lord of the Oath finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Bai Fu here, she should be able to avenge this revenge. Half a day later, the Power Garden ended the jump and returned to the main space from the hyperspace. The huge space fortress that looked like a planet burst out with full force, and its speed was no less than those high-speed spacecrafts that were famous for their speed. Oh, don't mention it. I'm almost too busy today. Because of the invasion of the Apostle Holy City, a large number of spacecrafts are now fleeing from Titan Industries. We are required to manually check every spacecraft that comes to avoid accidents. Next week. Oh shit, I saw a planet rushing into the Stargate. Really, it's really a planet bigger than the Empire's home planet. I'm not talking nonsense. Hey, don't hang up. Damn it, I'm really not talking nonsense. When the supernatural garden swaggered through the sea of stars, it immediately caused a sensation. Fuck, who is so arrogant? Awesome, others can only race a boat at most, but this guy is so good that he directly races a planet. Beep beep. Just then, Bai Fu's communicator rang. She raised her wrist and found that it was Dimitri who contacted her. Hello? Ah, I finally got in touch with you. Dimitri's tone was filled with anxiety. Bai Fu frowned slightly. What happened? Dimitri explained. Both Titan Industries and the Empire have had problems. Bai Fu's pupil shrank. Is it the original agreement? Dimitri said. Titan Industries was attacked by the Apostle Holy City. The people and saints of the Apostle Holy City, Corona, somehow suddenly went around to the back of Titan Industries. Titan Industries was caught off guard and suffered extremely heavy losses. As for the Empire, we don't know who the attacker is yet, but the attacker is very arrogant. I guess it should be the person who made the original agreement. Bai Fu was shocked. My god, she lost contact for just a few hours. Did such a big thing happen? Where is the person who made the original agreement? Do you want my help? Dimitri said, it would be best if you could help. I will send you the appearance and address of the attacker. A moment later, Bai Fu received a message from Dimitri. Then, her face turned strange. Dimitri asked, is there something wrong? This. Bai Fu held up the photo sent by Dimitri, which showed the supernatural garden. The attacker you mentioned may be me. After some explanation, Dimitri finally figured out the situation. You always come up with new tricks for me. Okay, since it's not the original agreement, let's discuss the matter of Titan Industries and the Apostle Holy City. In the current situation, we must rush to Titan Industries to repel the people from the Holy City of Apostles. Not only that, we must also find a way to figure out where the people from the Holy City of Apostles came from. Otherwise, as more and more servants from the Holy City of Apostles arrive in the explored universe, the three cosmic civilizations will be in an extremely dangerous situation. Are you saying that Cade is also among the attacking crowd? Bai Fu suddenly asked back. That's right. Bai Fu laughed. Then I think I can figure out how they came. The location card she left on the head of the party, Cade, has not expired yet. This is a huge crisis faced by the three cosmic civilizations. But if she can seize the opportunity, she may be able to plunge the Holy City of Apostles into civil strife. Bai Fu took out a skill card. The Light Energy Spear of the Fourth Cathedral. This was obtained after she completed the Tuba Campaign Branch 4 Black Hole Annihilation. This skill card, the location card on Cade, and the psychic transfer station she asked Faye and Anya to set up in the Holy City of Apostles are her confidence. Wait for me to come. Bai Fu's words were like magic, and Dimitri's hanging heart was immediately half relieved. After all, it was Bai Fu who said this, the Bai Fu who created countless miracles. After hanging up the call, Bai Fu looked at the Lord of the Oath with apology. It may take a few days to help you get revenge. The Lord of the Oath was very considerate. It's just a few days later. It's okay, I go to Titan Industries with you first. The two discussed and immediately turned around and drove towards Titan Industries. Chapter 322. On the way to join the reinforcements of the Rebirth Empire and the Supernova Corps, Bai Fu took the time to learn about the current situation of Titan Industries in detail. According to authoritative media reports, the people from the Apostle Holy City suddenly appeared in the Yenshu Star region of Titan Industries 4 hours ago. The first target of their attack was the local industrial gathering center in the Yenshu Star region. Before the official attack, Corona, who had defected to the Apostle Holy City, carried out large-scale data interference on the local industrial gathering center. Therefore, it was not until the people of the Apostle Holy City showed up that the people of Titan Industry realized that they were surrounded. This was an extremely cruel one-sided massacre. The management of Titan Industry in the Yenshu Star region was almost wiped out, and the entire local industrial gathering center was reduced to ashes in the attack. But this was not the most unacceptable thing for the top management of Titan Industry. What made them most painful was that a super excellent was killed in the fierce battle. Even for a cosmic civilization, the death of a super excellent is a huge loss, not to mention that this super excellent was personally cultivated by Titan Industry, and his loyalty was off the charts. So, after receiving the news, Titan Industries immediately sent people to the Yenshu Star region, vowing to avenge the victims in the Yenshu Star region. Unfortunately, they still underestimated the Holy City of Apostles. They did not expect that after learning that they were coming in large numbers, the Holy City of Apostles not only did not run away, but took the initiative to ambush them halfway. Fortunately, Titan Industries brought many cosmic treasures with them this time, including illusion artifacts such as the Lost House, and defensive divine equipment such as the Titan Holy Shield. In addition, the terrible Rufus, who was good at space blockade and had strong real strength, broke up with the Holy City of Apostles early on. The ambushed Titan Industries did not suffer too much loss, only losing 1/3 of the spacecraft and a master. Oh my god, this is really cruel. No wonder Titan Industries was so anxious to summon the two allies, the Empire and the Supernova Core. Bai Fu's eyelids twitched wildly. Even for a master like her, it took her more than 10 years to advance to the Overlord. Titan Industries sent an Overlord and a Supernatural within 1 day. How sad it must be. And this is just the vanguard of the Apostle Holy City. If the Apostle Holy City dispatches more Supernaturals, although Titan Industries has been strengthened by her, it is estimated that it will not last too long. The gap between the top combat power of both sides is too big in terms of quantity and quality. Once Titan Industries is gone, the remaining two cosmic civilizations will soon follow in its footsteps. Without these three allies, will I have to fight against the two villain organizations, the Apostle Holy City and the initial agreement on my own? That's a waste of time. Bai Fu immediately opened the game map and searched for Cade's recent movements. Soon, she locked onto a bright spot on the map, suddenly appearing here. It seems that the Apostle Holy City has found a route that can directly reach the vicinity of Titan Industries. Launching an attack in the main space and destroying the jump channel in the hyperspace is not something that the three cosmic civilizations cannot do. The key to the problem lies in the word fast. If it is delayed for too long, the follow-up reinforcements from the Apostle Holy City will arrive, and it will be difficult to destroy this channel. Where did you get this mobile planet from? At the temporary gathering place in the Shuashuo star zone of Titan Industries, looking at the supernatural garden hanging outside the planet, like a huge moon, Chonshao, the patriarch of the Mechanical Firepower sect, a senior partner of the Empire, couldn't help asking. Even though he had long known from Dimitri that Bai Fu had made something good, he still couldn't help but fall into shock. Bai Fu was very rich. But as far as he knew, Bai Fu's money should not be able to be transformed into such a weapon of war. Not only were Chonshao, Dimitri, the Sword Emperor, the Lord of the Vortex, and the Devouring Fist Garuda surprised, but also Zephyr, a long-term partner of the Supernova Core, who had clashed with her in the Virtual Realm Research Institute before. The one who reacted the most was actually Zephyr. Good guy. This is really a good guy. Look at himself, and then look at Bai Fu. A few years have passed, and his strength has improved very little, while Bai Fu can already chat and laugh with Demetrius and Chonshao. The gap between people is really big. Bai Fu is this. He is this. Fortunately, Bai Fu is a kind person, and did not target him because of his original offense. Alas, I am such a clown. Zephyr wanted to find a crack in the ground to shrink into. This feeling of shame did not dissipate until Bai Fu started to explain. I stole this from the original agreement. Bai Fu did not hide her behavior of going to the supernatural garden, but she did not say that she went there for the supernatural evolution tree. She only said that she went to deal with the Lightless One and others, and then brought back a planet by the way. Damn, this luck is unmatched. It is said that the apostles are favored by God, but Bai Fu's state. I'm afraid she is not God's illegitimate daughter, TSK. Looking at the surprised look of Chonshao and others, the Lord of the Oath could not help but shake his head. You guys. You're young. If you're surprised by this, how surprised would you be if you saw Bai Fu driving in front of you like me? Amid the noise, all the people who received the notice arrived, and an emergency meeting was held. The meeting was remotely chaired by Drano, the president of Titan Industries. He first introduced the difficulties faced by Titan Industries, and then pointed out that the most urgent task was to find out how the people from the Apostle Holy City got here, and then block this road as quickly as possible. Thunderblade, who had ambushed Bai Fu, stood up and said, in my opinion, the biggest breakthrough now lies in Cade. If we can catch him, we can figure out the strength of the Apostle City. But it is not easy to catch him. He knows that his strength is average, so he has been hiding in the Apostle City's idol-class mothership. I wonder if you have any way to catch him. The Skyfire judge of the Supernova Core frowned and said, I have come into contact with the Apostle City's idol-class mothership in the Tubu system. Its shield strength is no less than your Titan shield. Therefore, if you want to rush into the idol-class mothership to catch Cade directly, it may cost a lot. The best way is to lure Cade out. That's true, but... Metal Lord Zero shook his head. We have discussed this, and we can't think of a way to lure Cade out for now. As he said this, he turned his head and looked at the Empire. Annihilation, what did you say? I see you look quite relaxed. Dmitri shrugged. I don't have any solution. Then you are just pretending. Zero was speechless. At this time, Dmitri said, but Baifu has a solution. In an instant, more than 20 eyes fell on Baifu. Is there really a way? Baifu stood up. In fact, she didn't want to show off so much. It was very hard to hide the light on her body. If possible, she would rather make a fortune quietly in a manner of very famous, but famous for her kindness, not for her strength that can arouse people's vigilance. But now she has become a mortal enemy with the Apostle Holy City, so there is no point in hiding it. It is better to decisively deal a heavy blow to resolve the current crisis. Baifu paused on the communicator, and after a few seconds, a virtual screen popped up in the air. The screen showed a map of the Starry Sea, and the most eye-catching thing on the map was a shining golden light spot. The people from the Apostle Holy City came from here. They started from the Apostle Holy City, and jumped directly here. This time, even Dmitri, who had known that Baifu had a way, couldn't help but exclaimed. When Dmitri said that Baifu had a way just now, everyone was wondering what Baifu had. Is there a special technique to teleport directly to the God-class mothership to capture Cade? Is there a special way to force Cade to leave the God-class mothership? They thought a lot, but they never expected that Baifu would skip the step of capturing Cade and draw the route from the Apostle Holy City. This way, they don't need to discuss how to find the people from the Apostle Holy City. If what Baifu said is correct, then they only need to attack that place, and the people from the Apostle Holy City will appear by themselves. How did she do this? Precognitive ability? Or did Baifu plant a spy in the Apostle Holy City? No matter which one is the truth, they have to reevaluate Baifu's strength again. What a terrible woman. Delano muttered to himself in his heart. Now, he no longer has any obsession with the failure of Titan Industries' ambush on Baifu. It would be strange if they could succeed and ambush such a ruthless person. At the same time, he was also very glad that Baifu didn't get into trouble at that time. Otherwise today, facing the surprise attack of the Apostle Holy City, the pressure they would bear would be several times greater. I will arrange for someone to confirm it immediately. Let's go too, and head to the Yinshu Star region first. Time is running out. If we delay for a while, the danger will increase. After the discussion, everyone immediately ended the meeting, boarded the spacecraft, and rushed to the Yinshu Star region. The end of the newly opened route of the Apostle Holy City is only more than 10 million light-years away from the Yinshu Star region, so Titan Industries soon found out the situation. The undead, who went to explore the way, sent news that they did see a temporary stargate and a black spacecraft there. Then there is nothing to hesitate about. Let's go! This is a battle between the supernatural, not a battle between hundreds of millions of warships, so there is no need to consider any overly complicated tactics. Adjust your state, take your weapons and equipment, bring enough props, and rush in. If this wave of rushing succeeds, and cuts off the channel of the Apostle Holy City, then the three cosmic civilizations will have time to continue preparing for a full-scale war with the Apostle Holy City. If this wave of rushing fails, and the Apostle Holy City completely gains a foothold, then the three cosmic civilizations will be in danger of destruction next. After all, there is a mysterious organization called the Initial Agreement behind them, watching covetously. Sir Supreme, the servants of the Inquisition have successfully arrived at Titan Industries, and launched an attack on Titan Industries. Now the eyes of all those exploring the universe have been attracted by them. The assistant reported respectfully. The Supreme nodded calmly. In that case, let them turn their guns around and give the reborn Empire a surprise. By the way, notify the Cathedral number 3 and let them go to assist the Inquisition. Yes. The assistant left in a hurry. The Supreme God narrowed his eyes slightly. After opening a new channel to the explored universe, he did not rush to send a large number of super absolutes to stun the three cosmic civilizations. The main reason was two concerns. The first concern was naturally that he was afraid that his family would get into trouble after sending all the people out. There were actually many people in the Apostle Holy City who were dissatisfied with him. He was very clear about this. Recently, another apostle had set his sights on the Apostle Holy City, so he dared not let down his guard. The second concern was the mysterious organization that suddenly appeared in the explored universe. From the information he has gathered now, the mysterious organization is very powerful. He is afraid that if he goes all in, he will not get any benefit in the end, but will make things easier for the mysterious organization. Based on these two reasons, he issued a more prudent order. To muddy the waters, make the explored universe chaotic, and make the mysterious organization unable to sit still and jump out first, As for what to do after muddying the waters, his idea is to seal the new channel first, continue to move forward steadily from the direction of the Tuba Galaxy, and wait until the mysterious organization is almost exposed. Then activate the new channel and flatten it, and the three major cosmic civilizations in one wave. The order of the Supreme God was spread out quickly. The 6 supermasters of the Cathedral number 3 were dispatched in full force. The members of the Inquisition and the 10 saints, who had temporarily hidden after ambushing Titan Industries, also turned the course of their spacecraft and headed straight for the universe-crowned star region of the Reborn Empire. Haha, those idiots of the Reborn Empire would never have thought that our real target is actually them. They are probably still discussing with the idiots of Titan Industries how to find us. The saint smiled. He and the Reborn Empire have a deep hatred. This time he was trying his best to teach the Reborn Empire a lesson. It would be best if he could truly destroy the Reborn Empire's mainframe glory, so that he could avenge himself for being beaten twice by the Reborn Empire in one exploration of the universe. Cade next to him was more excited than him. Finally, after years of suffering, he could finally take revenge on Bai Fu. Wait, Bai Fu, I will become your nightmare, so that even in your dreams, as long as you think of my name, you will be scared and sweat profusely. Hee hee, ha ha, hee hee, Cade kept rubbing his right fist. Now is the fantasy moment. He was imagining the scene of himself punching Anya, Yulia, and other people who Bai Fu cared about into meat patties. Then, the next second. Beep! The communicator on the spaceship suddenly rang. The president of the tribunal pressed the connect button. A panicked and hurried shout came from the communicator. Oh no, the temporary Stargate was suddenly attacked. The leaders are the 3 cosmic civilizations, and... Yes, Bai Fu, it's Bai Fu is here. It was as if someone suddenly pressed the time stop button, and in an instant, everyone in the spaceship was frozen. No, why did this battle turn into a classic home exchange? Go back and support. The president of the tribunal was the first to react and shouted. The saint and Cade did not shout, but they were more excited than the president of the tribunal. Bai Fu, it's her again. Can you just go and die? Chapter 323. Don't retreat. Even if you encounter an enemy 10 times your size, you must not retreat. You must firmly guard the temporary Stargate. If anyone dares to escape at this time, don't blame me for being rude. After issuing the order to return for help, the chief judge of the court quickly warned the servant he left behind to guard the temporary Stargate. He no longer had time to think about why the location of the temporary Stargate was exposed. The most urgent task was to do everything they could to preserve the new route they had spent so much effort to open up. Once this new route is destroyed, their massive attack on the 3 cosmic civilizations will have to be postponed for a few months. A few months may not seem like a long time, but considering that there is a monster like Bai Fu in the 3 cosmic civilizations, his heart is suddenly hanging. Who knows how much Bai Fu will grow in a few months? Therefore, we must seize this opportunity to break the backbone of the 3 cosmic civilizations and the mysterious organization in one fell swoop. Even if we can't break their backbone, we must drag them into the quagmire. Without these helpers, even if Bai Fu fully recovered her peak strength as an apostle, she would have no choice but to die when facing the Supreme God. After scaring the remaining servants pale, the chief judge of the court did not forget to throw out a red date. You don't have to guard for too long. Not long ago, the Supreme God contacted me and said that he had sent all the servants of the number 3 cathedral to support. If everything goes well, you only need to hold on for more than 10 minutes to wait for reinforcements. Afterwards, whether you can successfully defend the temporary Stargate or not, I will personally ask the Supreme God for credit for you and ask the Supreme God to allow you to enter the Apostle Long Steps. The Apostle Steps is a special psychic cosmic treasure created by the tribe of the Supreme God. After listening to the big pie drawn by the chief judge of the tribunal, the fear in the servant's heart was mostly gone, driven by the interests. I will do my best. Go. The chief judge of the tribunal waved his hand and paced in the spaceship. Danger is coming, but there are opportunities after danger. As long as the remaining troops can delay until the people of the number 3 cathedral arrive, then I can cooperate with the number 3 cathedral to attack from the front and back. If I'm lucky, I may take this opportunity to hit the 3 cosmic civilizations in one fell swoop. Such a future. Just thinking about it makes people excited. The president of the tribunal quickly contacted the Supreme God. On the one hand, he wanted to report the situation, and on the other hand, he wanted the Supreme God to send more people to support. I know, wait for my news. The Supreme God nodded calmly at the president of the tribunal. However, after the communication ended, His whole face was instantly distorted as if someone had twisted his skin several times. The insider must have passed the news to Bai Fu. Many people knew that he had sent the Inquisition and the 10 saints to open up a new route, but the number of people who knew where this new route was no more than 50 in the entire Apostle Holy City. Could it be someone from the Inquisition? No, there was absolutely no doubt that the people from the Inquisition were loyal to him. Could it be someone from the 10 saints? No, if someone from the 10 saints was really an insider, then the 3 cosmic civilizations would never have fallen into the passive situation they were in today. They must have made preparations long ago, and Titan Industries would never have lost a master and a supernatural in this attack. Cathedral number 4. Lit. This name suddenly popped up in the mind of the Supreme God. He suspected Lit when Cathedral number 4 was attacked by Bai Fu last time. This time, there was another information leak. It was hard for him not to suspect that it was Lit who did it. He immediately contacted the True Spirit Hall. After the attack on Cathedral number 4, he asked the True Spirit Hall to send people to monitor all the servants of Cathedral number 4. However, the response given by the Lord of the True Spirit Hall made him feel extremely disappointed. No abnormal behavior? The Supreme God frowned slightly. Arresting a candidate without evidence is challenging the rules of the entire Apostle Holy City, and even he doesn't dare to do it now. But, do you think I can't do anything to you just because you hide well? The Supreme God snorted coldly. He immediately gave orders to the Cathedral number 4, asking them to go to support the Tribunal and the 10 saints, and told them that this mission was very important. They had to find a way to defend the new route, and try to attract the attention of the 3 cosmic civilizations. When their attention is all on you, this is a great opportunity for us to send another force from the Tuba Galaxy to capture Bai Fu's base camp, Zuyuan Star. In fact, the Supreme God did not intend to send people to attack Zuyuan Star. Even if Zuyuan Star was blown into pieces, it would not affect Bai Fu at all. He said this deliberately just to fish. He only told the people in the number 4 cathedral about the plan to attack Zuyuan Star. If Zuyuan Star made corresponding arrangements, it would mean that the traitor was really in the number 4 cathedral. Leet, please don't let me down. The Supreme God narrowed his eyes slightly. Once it is confirmed that Leet is the traitor, he can not only cut off Bai Fu's arm, but also use this as an excuse to suppress the number 4 cathedral and expand his own power. While the Supreme God was full of malice towards Leet, Leet was also speculating about the Supreme God with the greatest malice. The task of support actually fell on us? I thought we would be marginalized after what happened before. Haha, good, this time I must avenge my previous humiliation and beat Bai Fu to her knees. Looking at the high-spirited servants of the number 4 cathedral not far away, Leet couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Naive. This is not an opportunity to avenge my previous humiliation, this is clearly a bottle of poison handed over by the Supreme God. In order to deal with their number 4 cathedral, the Supreme God even deliberately leaked the information of the number 4 cathedral to Bai Fu. This is no longer something that can be described as a beast. This bastard must be trying to take this opportunity to continue to weaken Cathedral number 4. Leet has already guessed how the Supreme God will trick him. The Tribunal, the True Spirit Temple, the 10 Saints and Cathedral number 3 are heading to the explored universe this time. Except for Cathedral number 3, all the forces are members of the Supreme God. The Supreme God only needs to order these people to suddenly sell him out at the critical moment and let him face Bai Fu alone, and he can trick him to death. If he dies, is there any need to think about the fate of Cathedral number 4? I will never let you get what you want. Leet gnashed his teeth. It took him a lot of effort to recover from his serious injuries. This time, he will never fall for the tricks of the Supreme God again. Refuse. No. Cannot refuse. Just refusing to execute orders and letting the Supreme God's plan fail is not enough to vent his anger. He wants to make good use of this opportunity to carry out his revenge. The Supreme God and his lackeys will never think that I have seen through their thoughts. This is my chance. They want to sell me out at the critical moment, so I will give them a taste of their own medicine and sell them out before they do. Lit sneered. Only if 1 or 2 of the Supreme God's dogs died, the anger in his heart could be calmed. Poisoning people with poison, and finally being poisoned, how interesting, of course, this is just the beginning of his revenge on the Supreme God. Sooner or later, he will pull the Supreme God down and become the new Supreme God. Sinlan. At this time, Lit called out to Sinlan who was passing by. Sinlan's heart suddenly tightened. Unlike other servants, he felt very uneasy now. He was not a fool. After learning that the new channel was attacked by Bai Fu and others, he immediately realized that there must be a traitor who secretly leaked the information. Otherwise, how could Bai Fu and others know where the end of the new channel was? Who is the traitor? Sun Lan didn't know, but he felt that maybe everyone was suspicious of him. Ever since the number 4 cathedral was attacked by Bai Fu, he was worried that others would suspect him of being a traitor because he had contact with Bai Fu, so he had been very vigilantly observing his surroundings. At first, he kept persuading himself not to scare himself. But after observing for a while, he really found something wrong. On weekdays, people from the True Spirit Hall rarely go to other cathedrals, but recently he found that the frequency of people from the True Spirit Hall appearing in the number 4 cathedral is very high, unusually high, and most of the time, they come secretly. If they are not investigating him, then what are they doing? They can't be investigating the 4th candidate for the Divine Disciple, Lit. And Bai Fu didn't meet directly in the Tuba Galaxy, and Bai Fu almost killed Lit. It is impossible to suspect Lit no matter who they suspect, so those people from the True Spirit Hall can only come to investigate him. But I'm really not a traitor. Sun Lan was under great pressure. Many times he wanted to explain to Li Te, but he didn't know how to make others believe him. You said that you and Bai Fu just had a few simple conversations, so it's true? Oh, what should I do? Sun Lan, who was worried, forced a smile and turned to look at Li Te. Sir, candidate for the god, what do you want to see me for? There was nothing big about Li Te looking for Sun Lan. At this point, there was no need for Sun Lan to investigate the Supreme God. He just wanted to win over Sun Lan and prepare for dealing with the Supreme God in the future. The Supreme God was too strong, and to drive him off the stage, everyone had to gather their strength. Therefore, after calling Sun Lan, Li Te and Sun Lan chatted casually, mainly to comfort, chat about family matters, and talk about what they were dissatisfied with in life, and finally turned to the topic of how they viewed the Supreme God. Li Te regarded this as a normal process of getting closer. Little did he know that in Sun Lan's view, this was torture. Not good. Ask him what he is dissatisfied with. Are you trying to find out why he is a traitor? Ask him what he thinks of the Supreme God. Are you trying to find out indirectly whether he is a traitor because he is unhappy with the Supreme God? Sun Lan was sweating profusely. He dealt with Li Te carefully, and he was still worried until he boarded the God Statue class mothership heading to the explored universe. He always felt that everyone was looking at him and questioning him. My state of mind is wrong, which is a taboo for a psychic prayer master. The problem is that it is really difficult not to think of a problem at this time. The people in the spaceship entered the new channel with their own thoughts. At the same time, at the temporary star gate at the end of the new channel, the assault troops of the 3 cosmic civilization organizations have already fought with the people from the Apostle Holy City. At the beginning, the 3 cosmic civilizations quickly gained the upper hand because they came extremely suddenly. But just as they broke through the defense line of the Apostle Holy City organization with their numerical advantage, and were about to set up equipment to destroy the hyperspace channel, the servants of the Apostle Holy City number 3 cathedral happened to arrive in a spaceship. The two sides suddenly met and fought without saying a word. A new war broke out. Cathedral number 3 has 6 super-level servants, which is the most powerful one among the 7 cathedrals of the Holy City of Apostles. However, it was still defeated in the face of the joint attack of the 3 cosmic civilizations, and soon fell into a disadvantage. Thunderblade fell into ecstasy. Okay, although there are some twists and turns, as long as we work harder. He didn't finish his words. Because just when he was about to work harder, the Tribunal and the 10 Saints rushed over. The jump capability of the Idol-class mothership is still too buggy. Seeing the opportunity to completely wipe out the number 3 cathedral slipping away, the top combat forces of the 3 cosmic civilizations gradually felt the pressure. If it were just these people, we could barely cope with it, but if the Apostle Holy City continues to send reinforcements. Damn it! The Apostle Holy City can continue to increase the stakes, but they can't. While dealing with the Apostle Holy City, they must leave a group of people behind to prevent a sudden attack from the initial agreement. If we continue like this, not only will we fail to destroy this waterway, we may even die here. Thunderblade's face turned extremely ugly. It was only one step away from resolving this crisis. However, just when they were about to take that step, they had the bad luck to meet the number 3 cathedral, who just happened to arrive. Is this destiny? Some of the Transcendents and Masters, who believed in destiny, had a slight hesitation in their hearts. Soon, this slight hesitation turned into a crack as the joint forces of the True Spirit Hall and the number 4 cathedral arrived. Damn, I knew this operation wouldn't be easy. After the emergency meeting, Bai Fu received the main mission to destroy the new channel. The mission rewards are very rich, up to 50 billion experience points, dark energy engine blueprints, and colorful prayer card upgrade cards. As expected, the mission rewards are rich, and the mission difficulty is very high. For the mission rewards, In order to buy time to deal with the Apostle Holy City, it seems that it is time to activate the psychic transfer stations that Anya and Yulia stayed in the Apostle Holy City. Bai Fu took a deep breath and took out thousands of prayer cards. Hyperspace delivery, go for it. The next second, the prayer cards suddenly disappeared from her palm. When they reappeared, they were already near the psychic transfer stations built near the number 4 cathedral. Along with them came a group of little black Fu. These little black Fu didn't speak. They picked up the prayer cards in front of them, injected psychic energy, and activated the prayer cards. Their techniques were so skillful and so uniform. When the prayer cards turned into stars and dissipated in their palms, the star area where the number 4 cathedral of the Holy City of the Apostles was located set off a grand fireworks display that all the residents here had never seen in their lives. Chapter 324. Bai Fu's purpose of setting off the fireworks was not to kill people, but to shock the Apostle Holy City, making it mistakenly believe that someone had broken in and had to temporarily shrink its defenses. Therefore, when choosing prayer cards, she deliberately chose some prayer cards that were mediocre in power, but had a wide range of influence and looked fancy. The result of this was that the star region managed by the number 4 cathedral was like hundreds of supernovas suddenly exploding at the same time in a short period of time. The vibrating psychic energy illuminated the entire starry sky. From the edge of the star zone to the headquarters of the number 4 cathedral, most of the entire star zone was cut off from communication at the same time due to the psychic impact. Disappeared. The headquarters of the Holy City of Apostles. A few seconds after the attack, the director of the communication center was shocked to find that the star zone managed by the number 4 cathedral had disappeared directly on the communication map. This was a major event that had never happened since the establishment of the Holy City of Apostles. The director of the center did not dare to delay. While reporting the situation to his superiors, he urgently contacted the number 4 star zone to try to figure out what happened. However, no matter how hard he tried, all the messages he sent out fell on deaf ears, and he received no response. It's over. Could it be that the number 4 star zone was completely wiped out from the starry sky due to a super disaster? The Supreme God, who received the message, was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Just as he arranged for people to investigate, he received a message from Sui Shi asking for help from the Leia civilization. Sir Supreme God, something big has happened. Those apostle followers, who have been stirring up trouble in the Leia civilization, have appeared again, and are now causing chaos everywhere. Bang! Even the highly cultivated Supreme God disciples could not help but slam the table heavily this time. So it's you who are doing the trick. This group of people were tricked in Leia's before, and then they hid. Now they suddenly appeared again. They must want to take advantage of the opportunity. Then he sent a large number of super absolutes to explore the universe to launch a surprise attack and kill the 4th apostle, who stands behind the Holy City of Apostles. Which apostle are they following? No. It doesn't matter. As long as they are not following the legendary apostle number 1, then he has nothing to fear. Not to mention that the people who are causing trouble now are only the followers of the apostle. Even if the apostle himself comes, he is not afraid at all. I am not afraid of you coming. I am afraid of you not coming. If you really dare to come, I will take this opportunity to eliminate a hidden danger. The Supreme God turned his head and looked at the assistant. Tell all places to strengthen defense, and tell me immediately if you find the enemy's traces. The assistant nodded quickly. Sir Supreme God, do you want to notify the servants who have already gone to explore the universe? The Supreme God pondered for a moment and said, No, they don't need to come back for such a small trouble. Although there was an accident, he did not want to interrupt his fishing plan. Just when the Apostle Holy City was busy, Bai Fu received a reply from Ying Fu. Is everything going well? Good, thank you for your hard work. Bai Fu nodded. Ying Fu, Anya, Yulia and Sui Shi completed the task perfectly, so it was her turn to perform next. Bai Fu raised her head and glanced at the temporary star gate in the distance that was wrapped by more than a dozen anti-dark energy barriers. That was her goal this time. Since arriving here, the coalition forces of the 3 cosmic civilizations have fought with the people from the Apostle Holy City for more than a dozen times, but they have never been able to really rush to the temporary star gate. As the reinforcements from the Apostle Holy City arrive one after another, the morale of the coalition forces has almost dropped to the freezing point. No one knows what to do next. Anxiety is spreading. Dmitri and others open their mouths several times to say something, but finally swallowed their words back. In the gloomy atmosphere, crisp footsteps suddenly sounded in the cockpit of the spaceship. The masters and super excellents who stayed in the cockpit looked in the direction of the sound, and then a bright white color broke into their field of vision. It was Bai Fu. What was she doing by suddenly coming out at this time? Bai Fu stopped in front of the virtual big screen, and she gently touched the silver hair hanging from her ears. I really didn't expect that even though I had figured out where the enemy came from, the situation would still be as passive as it is now. From the current situation, it is too risky to continue to fight with the people of the Apostle Holy City. The best way is to retreat quickly. But the people of the Apostle Holy City will definitely not watch us leave like this. They will definitely chase us. Therefore, if we want to withdraw smoothly, someone must stay behind to cover the rear, otherwise many people will die tragically during the retreat. Dmitri nodded silently. Yes, that's right. After seeing Bai Fu's face suddenly reveal a gentle smile, like the warm winter sun, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Let me take charge of the rear guard. As long as I am alive, I will never let go. No! Dmitri shouted and interrupted Bai Fu. His face turned extremely ugly. Whether from the perspective of friends, or from the interests of the reborn empire, he would not allow this to happen. As soon as he took the lead, even if others thought it was good for Bai Fu to stay behind to cover the rear, they still agreed verbally. Annihilation is right. You can't stay. Bai Fu asked back, who do you think is the most suitable person to stay behind to guard the rear? This. Her words silenced the people around her. Bai Fu said, the person who guards the rear cannot be weak. If he is weak, he is not guarding the rear, but going to die. At the same time, the person who guards the rear must be determined enough. He cannot suddenly run away, while guarding the rear and betray the trust of others. Do you all agree with these 2 points? Still silent. I think you all know that I am the most suitable person. Okay, time is running out, make arrangements as soon as possible. We will make a feint attack to attract the attention of the Holy City of Apostles, and then I will go alone to lure the enemy, and you can take this opportunity to escape. No! Bai Fu had just said a few words when Dmitri interrupted her again. What you said makes sense, but you overlooked a very important issue. We were treated to better deal with the Holy City of Apostles in the future, but if you die here, how can we talk about better dealing with the Holy City of Apostles? Your ability to guide us is crucial, so let me take care of the rest. Bai Fu's eyelids twitched. Hey, although you took over my role very well just now, you are stealing the spotlight now. Go away, don't steal my highlight moment. If this trip is successful, I can not only earn favors from the 3 major cosmic civilizations, but also create a golden statue for myself, making myself the most decent of the decent. Whoever dares to go against me, I can make him a villain, and let the players deal with him severely. Thinking of this, Bai Fu shook her head at Dmitri. You can't do it. You are very strong. But the rear guard does not value the means of killing, but the skills of containment, and how long you can hold out when besieged. You are not as good as me in these aspects. However, your worries are not unreasonable. I will write down the areas where you need to improve, and give them to you. As long as you improve yourself in this direction, you don't have to worry about not being able to improve your strength after encountering a bottleneck. She used the Apostle Vision for more than a dozen times in a row, wrote a lot of things, and then sent them to the corresponding people. Seeing that Dmitri wanted to say something, she immediately stepped forward and interrupted the chanting in advance. I have made up my mind. You don't need to continue to persuade me. We really don't have much time. Every second of delay may make the situation worse. What if the people of the Apostle Holy City suddenly evacuated? How can I pretend? Cough. What if the Apostle Holy City sends reinforcements again? Then all of us will die. Let's go. The sooner you leave, the greater the chance that I will survive, and the greater the chance that you will successfully retreat. Bai Fu's eyes were extremely firm, so firm that even Drano, the president of Titan Industries, who had always been dissatisfied with her, could not help but tremble. It seemed that what he saw was not Bai Fu, but a ray of light. In the vast sea of stars, there is actually no shortage of heroes. Heroes will sacrifice their lives for people they don't know, and heroes will sacrifice their lives without hesitation in times of crisis. However, it was the first time he had seen someone like Bai Fu, who was already extremely powerful too, but could still sacrifice her life for others without hesitation. Delano was shocked. He laughed at Bai Fu for being silly, but after laughing at her, he also felt admiration for Bai Fu. Great, no need to say more. Since you have made a decision then. Delano suddenly took out Titan Industries' cosmic treasures, the Lost House, and the Titan Shield. These 2 things should greatly increase your chances of survival. As the president of Titan Industries, I guarantee that I will temporarily leave them with you. He set a good example, and others followed suit, taking out all the props and equipment that could increase defense, restore health and mana, reduce damage, etc. After just a dozen seconds, the things placed in front of Bai Fu had piled up like a small mountain. Bai Fu was stunned. There is such a surprise? These things can't be bought with money. Sure enough, being an actor is the most promising. She threw all the things into the pure land of the night with a solemn face. Then, she turned around, afraid that she would not be able to help laughing out loud. But in the eyes of everyone, her turning around was the final farewell. Everyone, we will meet again if we are destined. Chapter 325. Alas! Looking at Bai Fu's receding back, Dmitri couldn't help but sigh deeply. If possible, he really wanted to replace Bai Fu to perform the task of guarding the rear. As a member of the Iron Blood Empire, he never cared about his personal honor and safety, but the interests of the Empire. In his opinion, the interests of the Empire are above everything, including the Emperor of the Empire. Between him and Bai Fu is obviously the one who can make the reborn Empire develop better. But Bai Fu was right. With his ability, it was impossible for him to be the last one. In fact, in terms of strength, there were many people in the coalition who were suitable for the job of the last one. For example, Chou Xiao, the senior partner of the Empire, the Dragon God of the Supernova Corps, and the Lord of the Phantom Spirit, a member of Titan Industries. They all had the ability to contain a large number of superpowers of the same level in a short period of time. However, no one was confident in letting them do the job of the last one. Chou Xiao was a partner of the Empire, but he was also the patriarch of the Mechanical Firepower sect. Could he really sacrifice himself for the lives of other people in the coalition? I'm afraid it's difficult. The only person in this coalition who can do this and make others believe in it is Bai Fu. Alas! Dmitri sighed again. At this point, there is no point in worrying. Let's find a way to rush out first. Only when we are alive can we talk about the future. Let's start. Dmitri and the people in the cockpit looked at each other. Then, they divided into several teams and flew out of the cockpit of the spacecraft one after another. According to the plan discussed before, they cooperated with Bai Fu to launch a feint attack on the Apostle Holy City. Bah, these bastards really don't let me a peace for a moment. They were beaten back just a short time ago, but they actually rushed up again. Are they really not afraid of death, or have they not recognized the gap yet? Near the temporary star gate of the Apostle Holy City, a superclass servant, who was 7 or 8 meters tall, and looked like a Yiksha demon couldn't help but spit. Another superclass servant next to him snorted coldly. Wait until they kill a few people to know whether they are really not afraid of death, or just pretending not to be afraid of death. This remark caused a series of laughter. But not everyone was laughing. Lid didn't laugh. He was thinking about how to sell out his teammates, so that he could teach a lesson to the Supreme God, who wanted to harm him, and weaken the power of the Fourth Cathedral, and make sure that the Supreme God couldn't find fault with him. The people in the True Spirit Hall didn't laugh. They were observing Lit, and after finding that Lit had a serious expression, they became more and more suspicious that Lit was the insider planted by Bai Fuan in the Apostle Holy City. Saman didn't laugh either. He was thinking about what he should do to dispel other people's suspicion of him. The best way is to kill Bai Fu himself, but he doesn't have the ability. In a strange atmosphere, the servants of the Apostle Holy City rushed out from the temporary star gate. A great war broke out. The surging energy collided in the starry sky, creating one space crack after another. The gorgeous colorful lights intertwined in the dark night, reflecting the entire starry sky like a mysterious ghost cave. As the fight went on, the people of the Apostle Holy City suddenly realized that something was wrong. Where is Bai Fu? As one of the main forces of the coalition, Bai Fu had been extremely active in the previous clashes. But this time, not only did they not see Bai Fu, they also did not see Kabe and the Prayer Angel. Something must be wrong. Quick, search the area, we must find Bai Fu. Thinking of Bai Fu's past achievements, the people of the Apostle Holy City felt a little pressure. Now they have a big advantage. If they still get overturned by the coalition with such a big advantage, how can they have the face to return to the Apostle Holy City? The attention of the Apostle Holy City has been attracted by Bai Fu. Let's start preparing for retreat. Seeing that the people of the Apostle Holy City had been mobilized, Drino and others immediately moved on to the second step of the plan. They pretended to be defeated and gradually retreated to the spaceship. But they retreated very slowly, as if they were afraid that the enemy would not catch up. Something is wrong. They are trying to lead us away. Go back quickly. The chief judge of the court immediately shouted in the psychic communication channel. However, just as they were about to turn back, the coalition forces immediately came up to them. At the same time, a very strange wave suddenly burst out from the space near the temporary star gate. When the wave dissipated, A smaller Stargate entrance appeared out of thin air near the temporary Stargate of the Apostle Holy City. Swish! The next second, Bai Fu rushed out of the Stargate with Kabei, the Prayer Angel, and the Eye of Sorrow, aiming directly at the temporary Stargate not far away. It's really a feint to the east and attack in the west. Don't get entangled with these people. Kill Bai Fu first and don't let her enter the channel. The face of the president of the Court of Justice suddenly changed. Under his rebuke, the servants who were chasing the coalition stopped and rushed towards the temporary Stargate. Let's go! Looking at the backs of the servants of the Holy City of Apostles going away, Drano stepped forward and patted Dmitri on the shoulder. I know you feel bad, but now is not the time to hesitate. We don't have much time left. Don't let Bai Fu's efforts go to waste. Dmitri said, I understand. I just want to watch for a while, after all. Oh! He suddenly smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Let's go. What's the point of standing here and watching for a long time? There are hundreds of millions of kilometers between here and the temporary Stargate of the Apostle Holy City. Even if his eyesight is good, he can't really see Bai Fu, let alone Bai Fu. He can't even see the battle situation over there. In this way, Dmitri followed the large group back to the spaceship. Until the spaceship jumped away, he stood by the porthole, stunned like a statue. He had a lot to say, but all his words were condensed into one sentence. She is a hero, no less than Emperor Ignatz. Although he could not burn with a hero, he should at least let the hero's burning light illuminate the entire explored universe. Near the temporary Stargate, looking at the servants of the Apostle Holy City coming from all directions, Bai Fu was not afraid, but excited. When Dmitri and others launched a feint attack on the Apostle Holy City, she triggered a new mission. Lonely Night Watchman. Mission Introduction. Mission Objective. Cover the retreats of the coalition forces of the 3 cosmic civilizations. Reward. 10 billion experience points, Titan Holy Shield Equipment Skill Card *5, Psychic Activation Potion, Superclass. This emergency mission does not give much experience, but the Psychic Activation Potion among the 3 rewards is a god-level item that can make all Psychic Praying Masters crazy. After use, it can greatly increase the user's inspiration, Psychic Value Conversion Rate and Psychic Recovery Speed. The mission reward is so generous, which means that it is very difficult to complete this mission. But Bai Fu is not worried at all. She is not afraid of anything. She is not Bai Fu now, but Super Bai Fu. If there are players nearby, they will be horrified to find that there are hundreds of buffs behind her name: immune to critical hits, immune to true damage, immune to instant death, super up physical damage reduction, super up mental resistance, fictitious life, dark energy absorption, dark energy protection, Titan Holy Shield, blood recovery enhancement, void absorption, automatic blood recovery. Her attributes, her health value, her psychic energy value, everything has been extremely exaggeratedly strengthened. Not only that, her attacks will also come with various debuffs. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Let's see whether you kill me first or you receive the news of the attack on Cathedral number 4 first. Bai Fu plunged into the encirclement in front of her. At this moment, both she and the people of the Holy City of Apostles understood the charm of numerical monsters. Fuck, what is this? The people of the Holy City of Apostles were dumbfounded. The coalition forces made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, allowing Bai Fu to suddenly kill in front of the temporary Stargate, which made them nervous and excited. This is their crisis, but it is also their chance to kill Bai Fu completely, however. Why is Bai Fu so stubborn? Also, why does Bai Fu have 2 shields that will obviously conflict with each other? Bai Fu smiled. Yes, there are many of you, and your strength is indeed not weak. But if you think you can kill me quickly like this, it would be too naive. Don't underestimate my efforts and sweat. Facing hundreds of attacks, Bai Fu rushed into the temporary Stargate. This was something that the people of the Apostle Holy City had never dreamed of. No, in fact, Bai Fu herself did not expect that she could really break through the crowd and kill into the temporary Stargate. The only thing to blame is that the extraordinary attributes of the Apostle Holy City are too single. They are basically all Psychic Prayer Masters. If their damage is more diverse, such as a few high attack and high sensitivity martial artists, Bai Fu will definitely not be able to overcome this hurdle, and will be beaten without any ability to fight back. But there are not so many ifs. What are you still standing there for? We must stop her. The president of the tribunal yelled at the stunned crowd. The crowd did not dare to delay, leaving some people to continue defending the temporary Stargate, while others followed the president of the tribunal into the temporary Stargate. Li Te was among them, and he took the initiative to follow. The opportunity I'm waiting for to sell out my teammates seems to be coming. Li Ti's eyes swept over the president of the tribunal. If the president of the tribunal, the number one lackey of the supreme god, could be trapped to death, it would definitely be a very wonderful thing. Chapter 326. With the help of a bunch of buffs, Bai Fu's speed was so fast that she easily crushed the group of short-legged psychic praying masters in the Apostle Holy City. But the Apostle Holy City was not a pushover. They couldn't compete with Bai Fu in terms of speed, but they were masters among masters in tracking and tripping people up, and they also had the advantage of numbers. Even though they had a lot of bonuses, and their resistance was ridiculously high, they still endured the continuous rain of curses from the Apostle Holy City. Afterwards, Bai Fu still had several more debuffs on her body. Her physical strength was automatically consumed, her mana recovery speed decreased, and her psychic energy leaked intermittently. TSK. Bai Fu closed her attribute panel helplessly. She had originally wanted to rely on her sudden burst of speed and ridiculously high defense to catch the people of the Apostle Holy City off guard, escape from the encirclement, and piss off the birdmen of the Apostle Holy City. But now it seems that she can't escape. She can only barely shake off the people of the Apostle Holy City with a bunch of buffs on her body. When these buffs gradually disappear, she will definitely die. Since you can't run away anyway, why bother running? Bai Fu simply stopped and waited patiently for the pursuers to come. Just a minute later, the people from the Apostle Holy City appeared in her sight. Can't run anymore? Or do you know that you have no way to escape and want to choose this place as your grave? The president of the court stopped a few hundred meters away from Bai Fu. His face was extremely gloomy, as if covered by a layer of dark clouds. Just now, when Bai Fu broke through the encirclement and broke into the temporary Stargate, his mentality almost exploded. Dozens of people besieged Bai Fu, and Bai Fu broke into the temporary Stargate and destroyed the new route that was opened with great difficulty. As the person in charge of this operation, he could not escape the blame. Even if he had the support of the Supreme God, he would definitely not be able to sit in the position of the chief judge of the court. Fortunately, the situation did not develop in the worst direction. Although Bai Fu suddenly burst out with a power far beyond his imagination, it seems that this power should not last long and has many limitations, otherwise this new route would have been blown up by her long ago. Bai Fu glanced at the chief judge of the court. Stop talking nonsense. If you have the guts, just come over and kill me. If you don't have the guts, just shut up. The chief judge's eyelids jumped. Bai Fu asked him to go over, but he really didn't dare to go over. Have you seen the story of the fourth candidate for the divine disciple, Li Te? He didn't want to be beaten half to death, like Li Te at this critical moment. The chief judge of the court waved his hand vigorously. There is no need to talk about etiquette when dealing with a cunning villain like Bai Fu. Everyone, come together. With his loud shout, all the people on the side of the Apostle Holy City attacked Bai Fu in unison. Haha, Bai Fu, let's see where you can escape. I don't know what means you used to escape from the Supreme God last time. This time I won't give you another chance. This is the soul poison I prepared for you. I know you have the blood of the void, so I also prepared a big gift for you. Look, the dimensional cage. One attack after another hit Bai Fu like dense raindrops. Bai Fu barely dodged a few times, and after finding that no matter how she dodged, she couldn't completely dodge, she simply didn't bother to dodge. Why waste that time? She didn't expect her body to survive anyway. I'm going to fight you. The power of the virtual field was fully activated, and the House of Lost, the Endless Dark Realm, the Whisper of the Painter, etc. were smashed out. Bai Fu's inspiration surged to more than 27,000 points, and she rushed angrily to the most crowded place. Her target was the president of the Court of Justice, who was in the center of the crowd. Imagine that you just walked to the intersection, turned your head, and suddenly found a 100-ton king roaring and rushing to a place only 1 meter away from you. Doesn't it feel very scary and oppressive? Bai Fu is so oppressive now. However, the president of the court who faced Bai Fu was not panicked at all. He didn't dare to face Bai Fu alone, but now, he is not alone. The reason why the Apostle Holy City can stand proudly until now is not only because the individual combat power of the Apostle Holy City's servants is very strong, but also because the Apostle Holy City has a very profound set of super large secret arts that can be launched by multiple people in coordination. With the help of these secret arts, the servants of the Apostle Holy City can always burst out a combat power of 1+1+1 far greater than 3. In order to kill Bai Fu successfully this time, he specially applied to the Supreme God for a super large secret technique called United as One in advance. The effect of United as One is very simple and crude. In short, it is damage reduction and damage sharing. She is here. Use the secret technique. The president of the Court of Justice glowed with green divine light. Looking at Bai Fu getting closer and closer, he couldn't help laughing. He even opened his arms and opened his chest. Come on, Bai Fu. You thought you were attacking me, but you were actually attacking all of us. Even if your current strength is several times stronger than when you attacked Li Te, you can't kill me. Are you scared? Do you realize something is wrong? But it's too late. I will put an end to your life. Ha ha ha. Countless bursts of dark energy surged out of the head of the tribunal. He no longer looked like a person, but like a moving abyss. What the hell? Bai Fu was shocked. But now she couldn't turn back. She didn't even have time to use the apostle's vision to check the situation on the head of the tribunal. She could only follow the original plan, first activate the delayed explosion, and then shoot left and right, blowing the dark energy devouring and dark burning fiercely on the face of the head of the tribunal. Right now. Ah! Leet, who was not far away, suddenly screamed, and dark red blood oozed from his eye sockets and neck. Then, he covered his head, and retreated dozens of meters with a painful look on his face. This violent reaction immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, including Bai Fu. No, I hit the president of the court, not you. Why are you reacting so strongly? It's a mental attack. Bai Fu used a mental attack on me. Li suddenly raised his head, and his blue eyes were dyed a strange red by the blood. He pointed at Bai Fu, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Oh no, the judge. When the judge was mentioned, the other people in the holy city of apostles, including the saints of the 10 saints, Corona, and Cade, also reacted. Li was attacked by the spirit, and the link of united as one was temporarily disconnected, causing the entire secret technique to fail. This means that the judge of the court just now actually took all the damage from Bai Fu. So, they hurriedly turned their heads to look at the judge of the court. As expected, the smile of the judge of the court had already frozen. Although the chief judge of the court is the head of a court, his fighting ability is not necessarily as good as those candidate disciples. His real strength lies in his understanding of psychic energy/dark energy. However, when facing Bai Fu's attack, his understanding was completely unable to be transformed into real and useful things. He died just like that? Bai Fu was stunned. What is he doing? Wasn't this guy so arrogant just now, as if he was invincible? How could he just lie down like that? Acting? Impossible. She has already received the game's kill notification. Could it be that this guy knew he was going to die, so he was laughing so that he could die with dignity? Bai Fu was puzzled. What puzzled her even more was what Li Te had just said. I used a mental attack on you? No, how come I didn't know about this? Bai Fu was confused. The other servants of the Apostle Holy City were angry and scared. Only Li Te was about to laugh his ass off secretly. Uh-huh. Dead, Supreme God, I let you trick me, let you deliberately leak the information of the number 4 cathedral to Bai Fu, and use Bai Fu to weaken the strength of the number 4 cathedral. Now I'm using Bai Fu to kill your number 1 lackey. Are you angry? When he thought about watching Bai Fu and the Supreme God's followers, who had colluded with him, fight to the death, Li Te was so excited that his soul almost left his body. Bai Fu! The master of the True Spirit Hall flew to the side of the chief judge of the tribunal. After confirming that the chief judge of the tribunal was really hopeless, his whole body twisted. I will kill you! Although he didn't know what happened, Bai Fu knew that he couldn't lose his momentum. Don't shout! If you want to kill me, come here yourself, I'm waiting! The master of the True Spirit Hall opened his mouth. Although he was very angry, he had not lost his mind. He really didn't dare to rush up and kill Bai Fu alone. Who knows if Bai Fu can attack like she did just now? He decided to use the advanced Outlast Bai Fu tactic. I don't believe you can keep this state. Outlast her until she is exhausted. This tactic of the master of the True Spirit Hall was very cowardly, but very effective. They didn't fight Bai Fu head-on, but surrounded Bai Fu to prevent her from running away. Over time, as the buff on her body expired, Bai Fu's combat power became weaker and weaker. But Bai Fu was not upset. Okay, if you'd like to drag it out, then let's drag it out. She simply stood still. Seeing her stop moving, the people from the Apostle Holy City also stopped moving. This weird situation lasted for 10 minutes, until Bai Fu felt that she was just sitting there doing nothing, so she might as well do something. What should she do? Bai Fu's eyes swept over the people in the Apostle Holy City, and finally landed on Li Te. This guy seemed to have slandered her just now, didn't he? Okay, in that case, she would also invite the people who came from afar to beat her to watch a show without charging admission. Thinking of this, Bai Fu suddenly stared at Li Te fiercely. You lied to me. This roar stunned everyone. What happened? Bai Fu continued. You told me that as long as I help you deal with the Supreme God, you will help me contain others at the critical moment and buy time for the 3 cosmic civilizations to develop. But this time you broke your promise. The Apostle Holy City sent so many people, but you didn't tell me. As soon as Bai Fu finished speaking, Li Te, the protagonist, and the others all changed their expressions. There is a problem. There is a big problem. She slandered me. She slandered me. Rytek shouted anxiously. Bai Fu's tactics were actually very crude, but the Supreme God really wanted to deal with him. The Supreme God could use Bai Fu's words as an excuse to cause trouble for him. The most shocked person among all people was Sun Lan. Mr. Candidate God, are you the traitor? The master of the true spirit hall narrowed his eyes. Rytek. Damn it. Just as Lit was about to say something, his communicator suddenly rang, not just his, but the communicators of all the servants in the number 4 cathedral rang. He answered it immediately, and then he heard a hurried shout. Sir, the candidate for the god, something big has happened. The number 4 cathedral has been attacked comprehensively, and all communication equipment has been paralyzed. I finally managed to contact you with great effort. Please come back soon. What? Lit was shocked. How serious is the loss? I don't know. I still can't contact other places. I have contacted the Supreme God before. He said he would notify you, but I haven't seen you come back, so I hurried to contact you again. Fortunately, I finally got in touch. Lit's face suddenly darkened. He had just left when the number 4 cathedral was attacked. The Supreme God knew about this, but deliberately didn't tell him. How could there be no problem? Maybe this attack was planned by the Supreme God. When he thought of what Bai Fu had said just now, Li Te felt that he could not go back at all. If he went back now, he would definitely be punished, and he might even be killed. After a fierce inner struggle for 10 seconds, Li Te finally made up his mind. Okay, Supreme God, since you are so persistent in killing me, I will really rebel. I am a superb too, who has completed 3 transformations. I can live well even if I leave the holy city of apostles. Chapter 327. Although he had made up his mind to rebel, Li Te did not rush to self-destruct on the spot. Facing the siege of the crowd, even Bai Fu could not stand it, let alone him. He deliberately pretended to be impatient and shouted at the other end of the communicator, Wait, I'll be back soon. Then, he hurriedly hung up the communicator, without even saying hello to Sun Lan and others who belonged to the number 4 cathedral, and turned around and flew towards the direction of the number 4 cathedral. Li Te, the master of the true spirit hall, shouted subconsciously. His face looked a little ugly. The Supreme God asked him to keep an eye on Li Te, so should he follow or not in this situation? If he follows, what if Bai Fu finds a chance to escape again because of the absence of a few of them? After a moment of hesitation, the master of the true spirit hall gave up tracking Li Te. Compared with following Li Te, it is obviously more important to kill Bai Fu. The master of the true spirit hall made a quick decision, but Sun Lan and others were entangled. Cathedral number 4 is Lit's cathedral number 4, and also their cathedral number 4. Most of their interests are there. Now that it has been attacked, they are no less anxious than Lit. Sun Lan was about to say something when the master of the true spirit hall and the third candidate for the god scolded him at the same time. Lit has already gone back. Why are you going back? If you want to go back, kill Bai Fu first, otherwise if something unexpected happens, the responsibility will be all on you, and you will just have to wait to bear the wrath of the Supreme God and all the candidate gods. Sun Lan and the others' faces changed again, and finally they had to stay. Li Te dared to run away decisively because he was ready to betray the holy city of apostles, and they had not thought of this level yet. When the true spirit hall, the court of inquisition, and the most powerful cathedral number 3 among the 7 cathedrals all stood together to target them, they could only choose to be tolerant now. Bai Fu. One of the Chaoju turned around and stared at Bai Fu. The anger in his eyes seemed to burn through the space. TSK. Bai Fu sneered and mocked. Your own home is on fire, but you are still forced to stay here to deal with me. As an extraordinary existence, you still live in such a miserable state. Don't you feel pitiful, pathetic, sad, and hateful? Things like you will never happen in our silent courtyard. A leader is someone who leads everyone forward, not someone who steps on everyone to move forward. Sun Lan, other number 4 cathedral servants. Shut up. Bai Fu, you are about to die. Do you still want to sow discord here? The master of the true spirit hall shouted angrily to stop Bai Fu from speaking, and then he called on the people around him to attack Bai Fu again. Although she was beaten very badly, Bai Fu's output did not stop for a moment. She was about to die, and the words she said before her death would surely leave a deep impression on the group of people in front of her. This was a great opportunity to sow discord, and she must make good use of it. "Shut up, you should shut up." Bai Fu shouted, "I heard that you, the True Spirit Hall, and the Inquisition, are the most loyal dogs of the Supreme God. You are so supportive of the Supreme God. Do you think you can get a lot of benefits by following him? Then I can only say that you think too much. Stop talking nonsense here." The master of the True Spirit Hall raised his hand and cast a silent curse, trying to shut Bai Fu up. But this simple debuff can be eliminated by Bai Fu with a casual dispel. While she was bearing the damage, she said, "His strength is indeed very strong, far beyond imagination, and he is not far from the fifth divine transformation. But the reason why he is so strong is because he and the apostle are symbiotic. But how can symbiosis with the apostle be something without any cost?" Bai Fu laughed, but she didn't say what the price was. But these vague words were unexpectedly effective. The master of the True Spirit Hall was still scolding, but he was shocked in his heart. Is the strength of the Supreme God really close to the fifth divine transformation? Didn't he say that he was stuck at the fourth transformation? And the apostle symbiosis. While he was thinking about what this meant, Bai Fu started to output again. "I actually have no preference for which civilization dominates the Star Sea. There are two main reasons why I want to help the three cosmic civilizations stop you even if I risk my life. The first reason is that every time you conquer a place, you force the residents of that place to become your believers, which is one of the things I hate the most. The second reason." At this point, Bai Fu suddenly changed her tone and asked back, "Do you think it is a good thing or a bad thing for the apostles to come to your civilization?" Everyone in the holy city of apostles, they have actually been thinking about this question since the day the apostles came. Everyone's answer is different, and the answer will change over time. When Bai Fu suddenly asked this question, their ears pricked up all of a sudden. One apostle talking about another apostle immediately aroused their curiosity. Even though they knew that Bai Fu was likely to lie, they still couldn't help but want to listen. When this thought came up, their attacks on Bai Fu were much lighter. Bai Fu took the opportunity to start outputting the lines she had just written. The apostles are the ghosts of the old civilization, not restricted by time, but this is not transcendence, but abandonment. Because of this, each apostle, despite different past experiences and different personalities, has a common goal, which is to return to time. I chose to abandon my true body as an apostle and be born into this world. I spent decades walking the path of the super absolute again, bearing the risk of ignorance and possible death at any time in order to return to time. The fourth apostle left the virtual world naturally to return to time. The path he took was very different from mine. He wanted to transfer his power completely from the virtual world abandoned by time to this world, but how could it be so easy? This was a plunder of the virtual world, which was breaking the balance of the virtual world and would inevitably be backfired by the virtual world. In order to avoid backlash, he needed to offer sacrifices to the virtual world. I stopped him to stop the evil act of offering sacrifices. Sacrifice is another thing I hate. Speaking of this, Bai Fu suddenly laughed. Unfortunately, I still failed. Maybe this is life. There will always be bad times. But don't be complacent. You are going well now, but who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe one day the fourth apostle will turn you into sacrifices. Ha ha. Amidst the laughter, Bai Fu's body finally couldn't bear it anymore and began to become blurry. This is the prelude to the disappearance of the semi-energy life and energy life. At this moment, she gradually became calm. Facing various attacks from all directions, there was no panic, sadness, unwillingness, or smile on her face. She calmly endured everything until the blood bar was finally emptied. Bang! The master of the True Spirit Hall stopped, and he watched Bai Fu's body suddenly explode like a transparent balloon. The scattered energy rolled back, forming a whirlwind, and after a few seconds, the whirlwind also disappeared. How is it? He turned his head and asked the people in the court of justice. We have used the tools given by the Supreme Saint to clean the surroundings. No soul residue was found, nor any abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations were found. She should be really dead. Is that so? The death of Bai Fu, the great enemy of the Apostle Holy City, should be a very worthy cause for celebration. But at the moment, except for the 3 people from the 10 saints, especially Cade, no one else spoke. They looked at the place where Bai Fu disappeared, with serious expressions, and no one knew what they were thinking. After a long time, the master of the True Spirit Hall said, "It always feels a little unreal. Who says it's not true? But Bai Fu is dead after all, so there is no need for them to stay here any longer." Although the people in the number 4 cathedral were all thinking about what Bai Fu had just said, They were more concerned about their hometown now. They were eager to go back and see how their hometown was doing. The president of the tribunal had just died, and they had no intention of staying here any longer. They just wanted to go back and deal with the aftermath. I contact the Supreme God first and see what he says. The Supreme God who received the news felt sorry for the death of the president of the tribunal, but he was more happy in his heart. Bai Fu is finally dead. Well, I am the happiest today. However, every failure makes you wiser. This time, he did not rush to disclose the news of Bai Fu's death to the public, but wanted to wait for a few more days to avoid being slapped in the face again. Apostles are really difficult to deal with. In a good mood, he approved the return application of the people from the tribunal and the Cathedral No. 4. So, Salmon and the others did not delay any longer, took out a spaceship from the folding space, and flew quickly towards the Cathedral No. 4. Halfway through, they finally figured out the damage to the Cathedral No. 4. Fortunately, only some communication equipment was lost. Where is Mr. Lit? Where is he now? Mr. Lit? Isn't he with you? Huh? Salmon was stunned. He hurriedly asked, but no one had seen Lit. No, Mr. Lit, didn't you say you were going back? Where are you? You are not in the Cathedral No. 4 at all. Where are you hiding? At this time, Lit had already flown far away on the spaceship. His initial plan was to fly directly to the depths of the dark domain, hide for a while in a place where others could not find him, and then find a dark domain civilization to rebuild his own power. But after flying for a while, he changed his mind. He couldn't swallow the breath in his heart. The Supreme God's dog thing targeted him so much, if he didn't retaliate, he would suffocate himself to death. He decided to seek external help. 3 cosmic civilizations? No way. They are no match for the holy city of apostles together. After much deliberation, Lit finally decided to go to the Leia civilization first, contact the apostle followers, who were causing trouble there, and test their background before deciding whether to cooperate with them. I will return like lightning, bastards. It took Lit almost no time to reach the Leia civilization. Although he spent some time looking for the traces of the apostle followers, when he really contacted those apostle followers. When they met, it had only been 3 hours since Bai Fu had been sent and her consciousness had been transferred to Hei Fu. At this time, Bai Fu was digesting the psychic activation potion obtained through the Lonely Night Watchman mission. Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. Are you saying that Li Te said he was going to betray the holy city of apostles? Ing Fu said, yes, sister. Good guy. Bai Fu's face became strange. Was the effect of her play of sowing discord really so good? Could it be that Li Te said he was going to betray the holy city of apostles and join her, but in fact he came to be a spy? That's all. I talked to him in person. After that, Bai Fu descended on a true spirit-summoned creature that looked nothing like her. She squinted her eyes, and looked at Lit standing not far away. I heard you want to cooperate with me. Lit said confidently, are you the apostle? With my understanding of the apostle holy city and your strength, it is not difficult to kill the supreme god and the 4th apostle. Bai Fu nodded and said, that's right, but do you think I should trust you? Rit was speechless for a moment. It was hard for him to prove that he really wanted to cooperate, and was not a spy. Open his memory directly, he didn't want to do such a thing. But apart from this, he couldn't come up with any strong proof. Just when Lit was sweating profusely, Bai Fu spoke again. In fact, even if you don't come to me, I will find a way to find you. Rit looked puzzled. He was about to ask the reason, when he suddenly saw the body of the true spirit summoning in front of him began to twist and deform, from the original short and round to tall and slender, with bumps and curves. Finally, a face that he never dreamed of appeared in front of him. Bai Fu? Rit's pupils were directly shaken. Chapter 328. Lit once suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. How could the apostle who caused trouble in the Leia civilization be Bai Fu? Shouldn't she be dead now? Could it be that the apostle in front of him was deceiving him? Or was Bai Fu immortal like those undead people, and could not be killed at all? Lit's mind was completely confused. Since he emerged in the apostle holy city, he has never been so shocked as he is now. He has experienced too many things today, not only many, but also complicated, so complicated that even he, who is extraordinary, feels at a loss. He couldn't help but ask, is the place he is in now really the real world, rather than some illusion that is so brilliant that he can't see through it? Bai Fu looked at Li Te with a smile. Li Te's reaction was completely within her expectations. But compared with his facial expressions and movements, she was more concerned about Li Te's favorability towards her. The data fed back by the apostle's vision is now very unstable. Bai Fu observed for more than 10 seconds, and found that the value always fluctuated between 5 and 25, while the description of favorability was very stable. Awe, it's not disgust, it's not fear, it's awe, plus the favorability value is positive no matter how it changes. Does this mean that Li Te is really here to surrender, and not to be an undercover? Bai Fu didn't dare to jump to conclusions. But whether Li Te is sincere or not, she realized that her chance has come. If she can't get something good out of Li Te, then wouldn't she have acted in vain for so long? Are you surprised? Bai Fu's words temporarily brought Li Te back to his senses from the shock. He raised his head and listened to Bai Fu continue. Never underestimate an apostle. The Supreme God and the fourth apostle were unable to kill me completely. Although you have more people and are well prepared, it is still too unrealistic to kill me. That's true, but I was surprised by more than that. Li was a little crazy. How come even Bai Fu, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, is playing tricks and conspiring, and even fooled the Apostle Holy City from top to bottom? Is this a crooked idea she came up with herself, or is there a traitor? Give her advice? Bai Fu seemed to see through his inner thoughts and said faintly, Li Te, you should have heard a saying that if a person with justice wants to defeat those cunning villains, he must be more cunning than them. Therefore, when dealing with enemies, I never hesitate to use strategies. Li Te nodded. He did hear similar words. Bai Fu's explanation cleared up a lot of confusion for him, but it also gave him more doubts. Bai Fu, what is your purpose? To be honest, I find it hard to believe that you are really a saint. Li stared at Bai Fu. Saint? Bai Fu tilted her head. I never thought of myself as a saint, nor do I think I want to be praised. In your eyes, I save people and sacrifice myself to save people, which is the act of a saint, but in my eyes, I am actually the same as all of you, just doing what I like. The difference is that you may like food, money, or powerful power, but I like life. Life? Li was confused and didn't understand what Bai Fu meant for a moment. I have experienced death many times, crossing the boundary between life and death, which allowed me to witness with my own eyes how brilliant the light of life is. From that moment on. At this time, Bai Fu suddenly raised her head slightly, and her face, which was already beautiful beyond race, seemed to be covered with a layer of white light, and a holy aura emerged from her whole body. I fell in love with life hopelessly. Life is a huge miracle born in this world. How can people not love it? I respect every life that strives to live. I am close to every kind soul. I help them. I want to see them bloom, not to see them wither, to see them become identical puppets after being brainwashed. Now you can understand why I want to do the right thing with your Apostle Holy City. The more Li Te listened, the more shocked he became. He felt that Bai Fu should not be lying to him, because that expression was too real. Yes, Bai Fu was right. She was indeed not a saint. Good fellow, the saints save people out of pity, but you, Bai Fu, went a step further and wanted to see them bloom. What kind of saint are you? You have clearly evolved into a Virgin Mary. Apostles are really scary. Li couldn't help but think of the fourth apostle of the Apostle Holy City. The fourth apostle is an apostle like Bai Fu. What is his real purpose? When Li felt uneasy, Bai Fu said, Okay, I have introduced myself, so now it's time to talk about you. What is your real purpose in coming to me? Being stared at by Bai Fu, Li felt an extremely strong pressure, and sweat oozed out of his body uncontrollably. Should he make up a reason that would better please Bai Fu, or continue to tell his true intention? After hesitating for a long time, Li Te chose the latter. He always felt that Bai Fu's eyes could see through him. But before formally explaining, he asked a question first. How did you know the situation inside the number 4 cathedral? Bai Fu certainly couldn't say that Sui she told her, so she made up a story. A stranger told me. He told me the location of the number 4 cathedral, and the situation inside the church. I don't know his true identity. He didn't show up. As expected, Li's anger surged. There was no doubt that the Supreme God had secretly told Bai Fu, and the purpose was naturally to suppress the number 4 cathedral. Since you are so unkind, don't blame me for telling Bai Fu all the secrets of the Apostle Holy City and helping Bai Fu deal with you. Li said, I have no other intentions. I came here just to cooperate with you to deal with the Supreme God and the number 4 apostle. The reason I want to do this is because I can't stay in the Apostle Holy City anymore. He began to fiercely accuse the Supreme God of the crimes he had committed. What is that? He is a tyrant who wants to encroach on the interests of other cathedrals. Ah, what is that the Supreme God constantly breaks the rules and sells out the interests of the 4th cathedral in order to suppress the 4th cathedral? What is that the Supreme God deliberately sent him out to die, and then sent people to attack the 4th cathedral again? Bai Fu's mouth almost tightened after hearing these words. Is it possible that I did most of these things? Forget it. Let Li Te continue to misunderstand. People, sometimes you just can't live too transparently. It's not necessarily a bad thing for Lit to leave the holy city of apostles. This way, he won't have to fight against the monsters of players. He can beat the players now, but it will be difficult in the future. Bai Fu nodded and said, if that's the case, it makes sense that you betrayed the holy city of apostles and came to me. Don't worry, I won't refuse to cooperate with you just because your purpose is not so pure. If I really have mental misophobia, I won't cooperate with the Supernova War Corps and Titan Industries that attack me. Li Te secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, he has completely accepted the setting that the apostle who caused trouble in the Leia civilization is Bai Fu, and he thinks this setting is very good. Isn't it obvious which one is more reassuring, cooperating with a strange apostle or cooperating with Bai Fu? It is obviously more promising to cooperate with an honest person like Bai Fu. Because of this, he was still afraid that Bai Fu would reject him. Now that Bai Fu thinks that they can cooperate, he should show some sincerity to prove his value. While chatting, Li Te opened the map and drew out the locations of the 7 cathedrals, the True Spirit Hall, the Court of Inquisition, and the residences of the Supreme Gods in the Holy City of Apostles. At the same time, he introduced in detail the abilities and characteristics of each Transcendent and Master in the Holy City of Apostles. Some of the information here was unknown to Sui Shi, so Bai Fu was not sure whether he was talking nonsense, and could not judge whether Li Te was sincere in surrendering through these. Then, Li Te sent Bai Fu a lot of information. These materials involve the detailed armaments of the Holy City of Apostles, as well as the plan to expand outward and convert people from other civilizations into seeds of faith. Among the many materials, the most attracted to Bai Fu were some drawings. For example, the drawings of the Dark Energy Engine, which were included in the reward for the main task of destroying the new channel. She thought she could not get this reward, but unexpectedly, she got it from Li Te. In addition to the Dark Energy Engine drawings, the most attractive thing to Bai Fu was the Super Large Secret Technique. This is a psychic/dark energy skill that requires multiple people to activate. Lit remembered only 2 blueprints. One was the output type Falling Star C, which was extremely powerful, and was no less powerful than her sacrifice scepter in terms of data, and the other was the auxiliary power of faith, which could enhance the abilities of all users after use. These 2 were both rare good things. Not only could they be used by themselves, but also modified to become lower-level secret arts, and could also harvest a wave of players. You know, players are the group that likes to fight in groups the most. Not bad, not bad. Bai Fu recognized Li Te's sincerity, but she wanted to get more. What she coveted most at the moment was the method of improving the potential of the race in the Apostle Holy City, which was related to whether she could complete the second divine transformation. Asking Li Te directly would make her look too greedy on the one hand, and would make Li Te doubt her identity on the other hand. Aren't you an apostle? It's too strange for an apostle to ask me for the method of improving the potential of the race, so Bai Fu changed her mind. Since it's a collaboration, I can't just do nothing. Let's put it this way. Tell me how you've been able to break the limits of life and improve the potential of your race. I help you figure out how to further improve until you trigger the 4th transformation. After hearing this, Li Te's eyes widened. He had long known that Bai Fu had the ability to guide others to become stronger, but he never expected that such a good thing would fall on his head just after they met. Is it because his honesty touched Bai Fu? I mean, if I really complete the 4th transformation and my strength increases greatly, aren't you afraid that I will pose a threat to you at that time? Bai Fu said, if others treat me with sincerity, I will treat others with sincerity, and I am very confident in myself. When you complete the 4th transformation, my improvement will only be greater than yours. Li Te was completely convinced. Look at Bai Fu's confidence, look at Bai Fu's demeanor. And then look at the Supreme God's followers, who would do anything to persecute him. The gap between people is really huge. Alas, if the apostle who descended on the Apostle Holy City was Bai Fu, the future of the Apostle Holy City would be many times brighter than it is now. With emotion, Li Te's favorability towards Bai Fu soared directly, from the original highest 25 to 74 before stabilizing. Then, he gave all the methods to improve the potential of the race to Bai Fu. Bai Fu pretended to look at it for a long time, and then wrote him a list, asking him which items, attributes, to focus on improving. When you hit a bottleneck, come back to me, and I give you a more targeted promotion method. Then I trouble you. We're all partners, so it doesn't matter if it's a bother or not. How about this? Since you don't know where to go anyway, come to this place on the map, and I take you to meet some people. You may have to work with them in the future. Bai Fu plans to introduce Ying Fu and the people of the anti-apostle Holy City Alliance to Lite, and let Lite manage the alliance on her behalf, and with this alliance as the core, continue to pretend that an unknown apostle is targeting the apostle Holy City. I'd be there right away. Rid didn't doubt him, and after taking the map he set off. On the other side, Bai Fu was already smiling. Here it comes. With the methods given by Lit, she can finally usher in the evolution of a new race. She quickly notified the Black King and the White King to help her prepare the materials, and an hour later, all the materials were ready. Bai Fu brought the materials to Yulia's laboratory and processed all the materials with the most advanced equipment in the laboratory. This process lasted for a long time, but with the prompts of the game, there were no accidents. You have successfully produced Dark Energy Foundation implantation fluid after receiving the prompt. Bai Fu did not delay and directly injected the implantation fluid into her body. Accompanied by a strong stimulation like burning fire, she clearly felt that her body had undergone fundamental changes. The dark energy and spiritual energy, which originally repelled each other, actually formed an extremely delicate balance in her body at this time, which made it unnecessary for her to use dark energy and spiritual energy separately. When the burning heat gradually dissipated, Bai Fu received a new game prompt. You have completed the special sublimation and entered a new realm of life. Please name your new race. Hey, can I name my race myself? Then call it God of the Void. If players see that my race is this, they will definitely associate it with it. Bai Fu smiled. Your race is changed to God of the Void, exclusive race. Race change completed, you get attribute correction. Strength plus 517, Agility plus 531, Constitution plus 709, Intelligence plus 443, Spirit plus 402, Inspiration plus 1,398. Bai Fu didn't have time to look at the other changes brought about by the sublimation of the race, but quickly clicked on her transformation task. At this time, the task had become completed, and all attributes had reached the standard. Her race potential score was directly increased from the original 90.9 to 96.1. Finished. Bai Fu clenched her fist. Chapter 329. With her heart completely at rest, Bai Fu began to check the new upgrades she had gained after this race sublimation. God of the Void, as an advanced race of Dark Knight, it perfectly inherited all the characteristics of Dark Knight, including transformed into Night, super energy aggregation, adaptability to the void, pure baptism, seed of the gods, and so on. Among them, seed of the gods has blossomed and borne fruit after this race sublimation, and has been advanced to the super rare talent God in the Heart. The original effect of God's seed is to strengthen God's messenger. After the upgrade, God in the Heart can not only strengthen God's messenger, but also obtain attribute feedback from God's messenger. At this stage, each dominant level God's messenger can bring Bai Fu an additional 3% attribute bonus, and each super level God's messenger can bring Bai Fu a 5% bonus, which is very impressive. In addition to these old abilities, the God of the Void race also brought several new abilities. 1. Every 1 point of physical fitness converts plus 20 HP, every 1 point of inspiration converts plus 100 psychic energy. 2. New talent Dark Energy Baptism. 3. New talent Original Body of the Void. 4. New talent Full Adaptation to the Void Dimension. 5. New skill Descend into the Void Dimension. The effect of Dark Energy Baptism is basically the same as that of Pure Baptism. The difference is that Pure Baptism improves Bai Fu's efficiency in learning psychic knowledge and analyzing/making psychic creations, while Dark Energy Baptism improves the efficiency of the Dark Energy side. This talent came at a very timely moment, so that Bai Fu could better analyze the super large secret arts that Lite gave her. Original Body of the Void. It was a talent ability that was completely beyond Bai Fu's expectations. This talent described that she was now terribly compatible with psychic energy and dark energy, which was no less than some Void apostles. You have been recognized by the Void, and the Void has bestowed a new blessing. The effect of this blessing was that Bai Fu could now master a new psychic attribute, from dual attributes to triple attributes, and her combat power could be increased by at least several %. This is just in time. Bai Fu's eyes lit up immediately. She still remembered that when the game stopped updating last time, it specifically reminded her to try to master more psychic attributes, but she had no idea how to do it. Now she finally had an idea. It seems that I have to find a way to continue to improve my virtual realm adaptability. When my virtual realm adaptability is higher than that of the legendary apostle number 1, the title of the god of the virtual realm will really belong to me. Bai Fu was very excited. If she could master all psychic attributes plus dark energy, then she could throw a punch casually, and this punch would probably bring dozens or hundreds of special effects. What can ordinary super absolutes do to fight her? Don't underestimate the strength of special effect players. Full adaptation to the Void Dimension. This is the Void Life talent that Baifu accidentally activated during the biological process of her race. With this talent, she can travel between dimensions calmly without fearing the damage caused by playing with space and dimensions. This ability is simply a nightmare for those superpowers who are good at space abilities. There has always been a very small saying on the internet of the explored universe that one of the reasons why the life with the Void gene has a bad reputation now is that the superpowers who are good at space abilities spare no effort to blacken them online. Virtual Dimension arrives. This is a very special skill. After using it, the space around the user will be temporarily assimilated by the virtual world and transformed into the virtual world dimension. The virtual world dimension will not cause any harm to Baifu, who has a high adaptability to the virtual world, but it is a nightmare for others. At the least, there will be several debuffs on the body, and at the worst, it may be suffocated to death. In short, whether it is used to bully weaklings or to fight strong enemies, this is a magical skill. Very good. Baifu turned off the raise sublimation prompt and opened the task interface. Transformation task settled. Just like the first transformation, after this transformation, the 4 abilities brought by the Divine Fire Sprouting were all upgraded to the next level. Beyond the peak, the effects of nurturing the Divine Envoy and the Void Spirit Rage are strengthened. Needless to say, the focus is still on the ability of Divine Transformation. The bonus of +1 Divine Transformation to Baifu is +20% for basic inspiration and +15% for basic strength and other attributes, while the +2 Divine Transformation brings these two values to 35% and 25% respectively. Although the improvement is not as great as the first transformation, the effect is equally gratifying. After completing the task, Baifu immediately invested a lot of experience to upgrade herself. Before going to the Power Garden, she deliberately put some dark energy knowledge on the camp store. With this knowledge, she has gained 300 billion experience from millions of players in the past few days. Counting the experience she has accumulated from completing tasks and killing monsters, she now has a total of 372.1 billion experience. Even Baifu herself wanted to say that this number is so terrifying. Players are her favorite, homie, ding ding ding. You unlock the new profession Dark Emperor, current level LV1, Strength +7, Agility +7, Constitution +10, Intelligence +5, Spirit +5, Inspiration +20, Attribute Points +20. You completed the advancement from Superb I to Superb 2, each point of Constitution converts +20 health points, and converts +50 psychic energy points. You learn the new skill Light and Dark Fusion Enhancement. You learn the new skill God's Legion. You learn the new prayer card Blueprint Shadow Venerable. Light and Dark Fusion Enhancement, it is a passive skill that enhances output skills and prayer card effects, and the enhancement bonus reaches 100%. God's Legion, as the name suggests, is a Legion-type bonus passive. Designating a God's Legion as the leader of the Legion can bring a lot of attack and defense bonuses to the God's Legion and the Legion. Baifu roughly calculated that this wave of bonuses can directly increase the combat effectiveness of her Legion by about 50%, which is quite terrifying. In this way, any God's Legion is enough to compete with ordinary Transcendence. My transformation bonus this time is too high, much higher than the bonus of the Lord of the O's second transformation. Baifu smiled and clicked on the description of the new blueprint. Shadow Lord is a red quality summon card that can summon a Shadow Lord who is good at close combat. The limit is that only one can be summoned at the same time. This is normal. Shadow Lord is a super level summon creature, and it is summoned by the summoner's true spirit as a contract. You can't summon more than one. If you summon more, the extra ones will not be obedient. Kabei, Prayer Angel, Shadow Lord, plus Ingfu, whose strength is gradually breaking through to the super level, Eye of Sorrow, and the new God Messenger who will be appointed next. In this way, I alone am equivalent to 8 super levels. The profession of psychic prayer is difficult to cultivate, but once cultivated, it is really strong. Baifu sighed and invested experience to raise the total level of her major profession to level 245, directly triggering the third Divine Transformation task. Your Divine Transformation progress has reached 59.9%, and you have triggered a new transformation task. The requirements for the third transformation task are 100% per 100% advanced knowledge of psychic energy, 83.3% per 100% advanced knowledge of dark energy, 2 have spiritual attributes, 0/1 true spirit essence. Note 1. This transformation is a special transformation. The more spiritual attributes you master and the more true spirit essence you have, the higher the exclusive bonus you will get after the transformation. Note 2. If this transformation cannot exceed the baseline, the upper limit of life sublimation will be locked. Bai Fu's eyes were attracted by the true spirit essence and the two notes behind it. True spirit essence, what is this? Judging from the name, could it be an item related to the apostles? The two notes behind it are even more intriguing. Is the price of locking the upper limit of life sublimation that you can't upgrade further, or something else? As for the special transformation, I didn't mention this when I instructed Yuan, Dimitri, and Chong Xiao to complete the third transformation. Is my current situation special? Speaking of special, Bai Fu felt that she was indeed special now. Of course, she was not saying that she had cheated. She was saying that her attributes far exceeded those of the same level, and her psychic attributes and other things were also far beyond those of the same level. I don't know if this special transformation is related to these. The cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy and psychic attributes are easy to say, but to complete the third transformation, the key lies in the true spirit essence. Now it is known that the Apostle Holy City has a fourth apostle, and a fragment of the true spirit of the third apostle. It seems that even if it is just for a breakthrough, we have to fight the Apostle Holy City to the end. Bai Fu was not afraid. Although the Supreme God and the fourth apostle were much stronger than her, and she could not defeat them even if she completed the third transformation, it would be difficult for the opponent to kill her before they knew her details. Spiral Talent plus Universe Treasure Heaven Arc make her a little immortal now. Bai Fu happily used all the remaining experience after the upgrade to upgrade the skills and prayer card blueprint levels that had not been upgraded before due to lack of experience. With the infusion of massive experience, she maxed out the levels of a lot of dark energy skills, dark energy prayer cards, such as Dark Energy Devourer. After this wave of upgrades, her attributes became Health, 5785462/5785462 Psychic, 9657255/9657255 Chi, 221775/221775 Attributes, Strength 6041, Agility 6096, Constitution 10567, Intelligence 5694, Spirit 8867, Inspiration 18825. The improvement was extremely exaggerated. The basic inspiration has increased by 36% compared to before, the spiritual energy value has more than doubled, and as for the combat power, it has directly increased several times, maybe even more. It's all thanks to Lit. The method that Lit gave me to improve the potential of the race allowed me to directly integrate the dark energy foundation that I had been missing before, otherwise my improvement would never be so exaggerated. Bai Fu smiled knowingly. She thought that even if she faced Dimitri, Chong Xiao and Zhu Zhu, three super absolutes, who had completed 3 transformations at the same time, she would be able to win. Of course, the premise is that she has to make more of the prayer cards that she just upgraded, which is one of the foundations of her strength. After closing the attribute panel, Bai Fu immediately called the Black King over, designated her as her third divine envoy, and instructed her to continue to develop in the direction of a tank-type martial artist. Then, she quickly contacted Dimitri, the Lord of the Oath and others, telling them that she was still alive. "Ah, you're not dead?" Hearing the familiar voice coming from the communicator, Dimitri's eyes almost popped out. This was something he could never have imagined in his dreams. You have to know that Bai Fu was facing 20 super excellent people at that time. When he said goodbye to Bai Fu, he was already thinking about what kind of tablet to set up for Bai Fu, what kind of sacrificial text to write, what kind of title to arrange, and what kind of heroic propaganda to do. After successfully getting rid of the pursuit of the Apostle Holy City, he had already settled all the relevant matters with the Senate and the Emperor. However, it must be fake. This Bai Fu might be someone from the Apostle Holy City pretending to be someone. I am really Bai Fu, absolutely genuine. Bai Fu was speechless. She told Dimitri the method she had used to teach him how to complete his third transformation, and Dimitri finally believed her, but he still found it incredible. How did you survive? The people in the Holy City of Apostles were very cautious. They wiped out my soul and all the spiritual energy fluctuations. If it were a normal person, or even an ordinary apostle, they would have been dead by now. Unfortunately, I have a special talent, which is enough to ensure that I still have a glimmer of hope in desperate situations. Bai Fu deliberately said some mysterious words. In fact, the bad thing about the people in the Apostle Holy City is that they didn't bring a player with them. It doesn't take much trouble to confirm whether she is really dead. Just let the player listen to the game prompt. You killed Bai Fu, and you killed Bai Fu's half-body. There is a big difference. It's still a loss for not having culture. Dimitri is very tactful. Knowing that this involves Bai Fu's secret, he didn't continue to ask. Every supernatural has his own secrets. These secrets are the skills they rely on to survive, and he is no exception. Dimitri fell into ecstasy. This woman whose back is as tall as that of Emperor Ignat, is back. Although their action failed to destroy the waterway dug by the holy city of apostles, as long as Bai Fu's deeds are publicized, it will surely ignite the fire of battle in the hearts of countless people. When the natural disaster struck, Bai Fu turned into a border watcher and single-handedly made the plan of the holy city of apostles fail. It was so exciting. I will tell others that you are still alive. Go ahead, remember to brag well, the more exaggerated the better. Bai Fu smiled and nodded to Dimitri. She contacted Dimitri urgently for this new wave of publicity. The Lord of the Oath reacted no less than Dimitri when he learned that Bai Fu was not dead. What? The Lord of the Oath walked back and forth in the superpower garden excitedly. Although she did not participate in the battle with the Apostle Holy City, she also learned from the familiar Chao Ju that Bai Fu ran to the rear alone. Like Dimitri, she felt that Bai Fu was finished, so she was preparing to drive the supernatural garden back to Ziyuan Star and give it to Bai Fu's good friend Yulia for safekeeping, who knew that Bai Fu was actually alive and well, strong, invincible. Bai Fu said, "I'm coming to you now. I don't have anything urgent to do now. I take this opportunity to help you get revenge first. At present, it will take some time for Lit to arrive at the headquarters of the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance, and for Anya and Yulia to return to Ziyuan Star. In addition, the supernatural garden is still in the hands of the Lord of the Oath, so Bai Fu plans to help the Lord of the Oath get revenge first and complete the hidden task. Time is tight, tasks are numerous, and threats are great. She must make good use of every minute and every second." The Lord of the Oath was shocked. "Don't you really need to take a break?" Bai Fu shook her head. "Wait for me." After that, Bai Fu walked out of Yulia's laboratory. Before officially joining the Lord of the Oath, she first found Digger Ji, who was slacking off on Ziyuan Star. She had just done something big and changed her race name. Now she wanted to do some publicity. How could she miss Digger Ji, a publicity expert? "I have a special mission that you may need to carry out. I can't tell you the content of the mission for the time being. Anyway, you should follow me first." "Special mission?" Digging Ji stood up straight in an instant. Fu, you can absolutely trust me." "Okay. Then let's go." Bai Fu boarded the mobile palace and headed straight for the location of the Lord of the Oath. During this process, she deliberately wandered around in front of Digging Ji and other players, hoping that the players would use reconnaissance skills on her at some point and find that her race had changed. But it seems that Digger and the others are not very sensible, and they are busy taking pictures of her. Fufu's new battle suit is really beautiful. Tight battle suit is good. I prefer long robes, that's all. When they fight with the enemy of the Lord of the Oath, the God of Death Isaacs, these players will definitely use reconnaissance on her. "Hello, is this Master Yuani?" More than an hour after the mobile palace drove out, Bai Fu finally contacted Yuani. "It's Bai Fu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yuan Yi's friendly face appeared. Bai Fu recounted the purpose of her trip. "Is Isaacs?" Yuan Yi's expression suddenly became serious. Bai Fu asked, "Is there anything wrong?" Yuan Yi said, "It may not be easy for you to deal with him now. He has joined a seeker organization. The organization is very powerful. For the specific situation, wait a minute. I will find someone who knows the details and let him tell you in person." "Okay." Bai Fu narrowed her eyes slightly. "Seeker organization?" She seems to have met a lot of seekers recently. Bai Fu simply pulled the Lord of the Oath into the group chat and waited for Yuan Yi's reply with her. Chapter 330. Bai Fu didn't have to wait too long. About 20 minutes later, Yuan Yi came back and added a strange account to the call. After choosing to accept, a thin figure that looked only about 1 meter tall appeared in front of Bai Fu. The person was blue-gray in color, with more than a dozen transparent long whiskers on his head. Longan tribe. The name of this race immediately appeared in Bai Fu's mind. This is a race with excellent mental and telekinetic talents, and now lives in the territory of the Supernova Core. This is AI from the Longan tribe. Yuan Yi introduced the man's identity to Bai Fu and the Lord of the Oath. Don't be fooled by his weak appearance, but he is actually the most talented spiritual practitioner in the Longan tribe in 10,000 years. Even if we look at the entire explored universe, it is difficult for anyone to compare with him in terms of spiritual power. AI laughed helplessly. "You are making me feel embarrassed by your boasting. My talent is good, but it is far behind those people." Yuan Yi, You are not inferior to them in talent, but in time and experience. You flatter me too much. AI waved his hand. All right, let's get down to business. He turned his head and looked at Bai Fu and the Lord of the Oath. You want to find Isaacs, right? I worked in the smuggling fleet he founded, so I know him very well. But because I know him very well, to be honest, I don't recommend you to seek revenge on him now. It's very dangerous. Even if you were an apostle, Bai Fu, you might die if you seek revenge on him. Is this true? AI's words completely aroused Bai Fu's curiosity. I heard from the Lord of the Oath that Isaac's strength is between the second and third transformations. Could it be that his strength has become stronger over the years? AI shook her head. Although his strength has improved, it is just barely comparable to the current Yuan Yi. The real danger is not him, but the organization he joined, that organization. AI's expression suddenly became complicated, with fear, anger, and confusion. After a long while, he asked quietly, You should know something about Seekers, right? Bai Fu nodded. AI, the organization Isaacs joined was founded by a group of Seekers, and its name is the Initial Agreement. Wait, you said the Initial Agreement? Bai Fu shouted in surprise, when she suddenly heard the familiar name. Her action surprised the Lord of the Oath, Yuan Yi and AI. The Initial Agreement? The Lord of the Oath, who had never heard of this name, was confused. Yuan Yi and AI were stunned. Have you heard of the Initial Agreement? Bai Fu, not only have I heard of it, I have fought them several times. Yuan Yi and AI looked at each other. What the hell? Bai Fu explained the situation. The three major cosmic civilizations have actually gone to war with the Initial Agreement, but now there is also the powerful enemy of the Apostle Holy City outside. They are afraid of causing panic, and have not announced the existence of the Initial Agreement. So, you are saying that you once fought 6 people alone in the virtual world. Not only did you not die, but also drove away the Initial Agreement and captured one of their super-level spiritualists alive. So, you mean that you had a fight with the Initial Agreement in the Superpower Garden not long ago, and killed 3 super-supers and 2 masters in front of the leader of the Initial Agreement. One of the super-supers was the Lightless One of the 7 superpower kings in the Superpower Garden. After listening to Bai Fu's explanation, Yuan Yi and AI were directly in a mess in the wind. They really wanted to say that Bai Fu was bragging. But Bai Fu directly said the name of Jonas, the Lightless One. How could it be false? Outrageous, outrageous. The one who reacted most intensely was none other than AI. Yuan Yi had not personally come into contact with the Initial Agreement, but he had personally dealt with the Initial Agreement. In his opinion, the Initial Agreement was simply the most mysterious, terrifying, and weird organization in the world. Even the recently famous Apostle Holy City was far inferior to the Initial Agreement. However, Bai Fu, there is nothing much to say. I can only say that you are really awesome. AI sighed and raised her head. Since you have already come into contact with the Initial Agreement, I have nothing to persuade you. I will tell you about the Initial Agreement that I know. He talked about his past. His contact with the original agreement began with an unexpected discovery. At that time, AI was still in the Longan tribe. One day, a guard in the Longan tribe's spiritual trial Holy Land accidentally discovered that a stranger appeared in the Holy Land. This incident caused a sensation. Those who received the news, including AI himself, immediately rushed to the Holy Land to check, and then they were shocked to find that the stranger was actually an ancestor of the Longan tribe. This ancestor should have died long ago, but now he has appeared again and sneaked into the Holy Land to steal things. The Longan people asked him what happened, but he said nothing and left with the ancestral relics of the Longan people. The Longan people fell into chaos. In order to find out what happened and bring back the ancestral relics, I embarked on a journey. However, he went around for many years and still couldn't find the trace of the ancestor. If the ancestral relics had not been stolen, he would have thought that what he saw that day was a collective hallucination. In the process of pursuit, AI finally joined the smuggling fleet of the god of death Isaacs. He stayed there for more than 10 years, and was promoted from the master to the super. Just when he had given up hope of finding the ancestral relics, something he had never expected happened. Isaacs came into contact with a mysterious organization. Yes, that organization was the Initial Agreement. The Initial Agreement invited Isaacs to join, saying that they had recognized Isaacs. At first, Isaac scoffed at the invitation of the Initial Agreement. What the hell, if you recognize me, I will join you. How shameless you are. But after several close encounters with the Initial Agreement, Isaacs was completely convinced. Strong. The Initial Agreement was so strong that he could not even think of resisting. Not only that, the Initial Agreement also mastered a method that could make him even stronger. So, Isaacs decided to lead his entire force to join the initial agreement. It was during this process that AI had a certain understanding of the initial agreement. Most of the members of the initial agreement are seekers, and there are exceptions like Isaacs. The common point is that each of them is very strong and has a heart full of desire. The biggest reason that drove Isaacs to join the initial agreement was that he could use the power of the initial agreement to become the true king of the smuggling world in the Star Sea. Oh, this is the man who wants to be the smuggling king. Bai Fu continued to listen. AI said that Isaacs changed his mind after joining the initial agreement because he learned that the initial agreement had a greater goal to sweep the 3 major cosmic civilizations into the garbage dump, reshape the explored universe, and create a new order dominated by the initial agreement. What kind of smuggling king is it? If you want to be one, be the king of capital and replace the current largest consortium, the Eternal Investment Fund. I heard all this from my ancestor. I never expected that after I followed Isaacs to join the initial agreement, I would see my ancestor there. The ancestor said that he was not dead because his spirit was reincarnated and he became a seeker. He took the ancestral relic to use it to help the initial agreement. Then I told him that the Longan tribe needed this relic more than the initial agreement, and I hoped he could return it to me. But AI smiled bitterly and shook his head. Before he said that, he had a premonition that the ancestor would refuse, so he had prepared further persuasion in his mind in advance, but he never expected that the ancestor would become so excited. Not only did he refuse loudly, but he also used the lofty goals of the original agreement to belittle the Longan tribe. The look in his eyes, when he looked at him, instantly changed from admiration to wariness. This attitude was exactly the same as those who had mistakenly entered the evil sect and were brainwashed. AI felt terrified. How terrifying must the original agreement have been to make a Chaojua, who was stronger than him and had much more experience than him, become like this? He had originally planned to stay in the initial agreement for a long time, but after experiencing this, he immediately gave up the idea, said goodbye to his ancestors in a hurry, and ran away quickly. The initial agreement would certainly not let him go, so they immediately started to hunt him down. He was quite strong and had good luck, so he was lucky enough to avoid the hunt of the initial agreement and survive until now. I have always had 2 doubts about the initial agreement. What doubts? The Lord of the Oath asked curiously. AI explained, first, I suspect that the real purpose of the initial agreement is not to create a new order, but to have other intentions. As far as I know, there is a clear hierarchy within the initial protocol. The mental state of those high-level members is completely different from that of other members, and they always speak and act in a sneaky manner. The creation of a new order is probably just a cover for them to deceive other members. Secondly, the leader of the initial protocol always shows himself in a mask. None of the members of the initial protocol I have come into contact with know his true identity. I guess he is not simply creating a sense of mystery, but really does not want people to know who he is. His true identity is probably a well-known figure in the tens of thousands of years of history of the Star Sea, or a celebrity in the Star Sea today. Bai Fu nodded thoughtfully. After listening to AI's words, she also felt that the leader of the initial agreement was extraordinary. So who could it be? Could it be someone she knew? It was terrifying to think about it. Bai Fu shook her head slightly. That's all. Now is not the time to think about this. Knowing the situation of the initial agreement was a pleasant surprise. Her main purpose of coming here today was to help the Lord of the Oath take revenge. Bai Fu asked about Isaacs' movements. AI, I don't know where he is now, but I can help you lead him out, because I was his follower. So he has always been the one who worked the hardest in the process of the initial agreement chasing me. Lord of the Oath, won't you be in danger? AI shook his head. Don't worry, it's just to lure the enemy. I don't need to show up in person. You are the ones who should be careful. Although you have the upper hand in the previous confrontation, don't underestimate the original agreement. He didn't want to say so much to Bai Fu, but Bai Fu's record touched him. If it was Bai Fu, maybe she could really overturn the original agreement? People, you have to dare to think. That's good, right? Bai Fu suddenly thought of something. Since you know so much about the original agreement, can you help me identify someone? After capturing the superclass psychic master of the original agreement in the virtual realm, she received a new mainline task above the stars, which required her to find out the origin and true identity of the psychic master. This task has been stuck for her for a long time, and maybe she can complete it today. While speaking, Bai Fu took the psychic master's soul out of the heaven arc. AI came over to take a look. The next second, his eyes were as big as copper bells. Yuan Yi was shocked by his reaction. What's wrong? This. AI pointed. Oh my god, isn't this his ancestor? Bai Fu, the Lord of the Oath, Yuan Yi, Cough, cough, cough. Although she finally recognized the identity of this spiritualist, Bai Fu felt embarrassed when she thought that she had captured someone else's ancestor. I give him back to you. No, no. And I quickly refused. This ancestor is not the one I mentioned before, but another ancestor. He also joined the original agreement, but the difference is that he is a complete villain. When he was alive, he was one of the 10 most wanted criminals in Shanghai. I think one of the reasons why the ancestor mentioned earlier is abnormal, is that he actually gets along well with this ancestor, even though they had a very bad relationship in the past. Oh, you don't want to? Then fine, then I let the beast god continue to play games with him. I didn't want to, so Bai Fu didn't insist. Anyway, she had completed the task. You completed the main task above the stars, and received a reward of 5 billion experience points, a random color quality per card blueprint *1. You triggered the main task above the stars too. Task Introduction. Task Target, Branch 1. Strike the initial agreement. Continue to strike the initial agreement. The reward depends on the contribution. Branch 2. Leader's true identity. Investigate the true identity of the leader of the initial agreement. Reward 15 billion experience points. Complete concealment card *1, Shenwu Blood *1. Note, after completing Branch 2, the task will be automatically settled and trigger the subsequent tasks. Although I don't know what Shenwu Blood is, Bai Fu knows that it must be a good thing. She was in a good mood. She only heard AI ask, when do you plan to act? Of course, any time is fine. Bai Fu suddenly thought of a plan. What would happen if she asked AI to guide the pursuers of the initial protocol to the temporary Stargate of the Apostle Holy City? Will the two villain organizations of the initial protocol and the Apostle Holy City, which are unlikely to have any intersection in the original plot of the game, fight each other? Can she and the three cosmic civilizations take this opportunity to destroy the new channel of the Apostle Holy City? The more Bai Fu thought about it, the more she felt that this game could be played based on the attitude of the Apostle Holy City towards other civilizations, and the self-centered attitude of the leader of the initial agreement. She didn't believe that they could get along well. I'm on my way to meet up with the Lord of the Oath. After we meet up, you can attract the people of the initial agreement here. Bai Fu sent the location coordinates of the temporary Stargate to AI. AI agreed. After the call, Bai Fu immediately contacted Dimitri. Don't advertise yet. Come with me to do big things first. Chapter 331. When Bai Fu took the initiative to contact him, Dimitri was discussing with the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries about how to boost morale through publicity. Oh, Bai Fu contacted me. He raised his communicator. The others in the conference room quickly asked him to pull Bai Fu into the virtual conference room to discuss how to do publicity. As soon as Bai Fu appeared, she got straight to the point. Don't worry about publicity for now. I have thought of a way to destroy the new waterway opened by the Apostle Holy City. This sentence directly detonated the entire virtual conference room. Even Dimitri, who always trusted Bai Fu very much, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Saint Bai Fu, now is not the time to joke. If we want to destroy the new channel, there is no other way except to attack it. The problem is that if we have the strength to break through the defense line of the Apostle Holy City, why are we so passive now? Bai Fu laughed. It is indeed impossible to destroy the new channel with the power we have now. But what if we use the power of the original agreement? There were not many people in the conference room. They were all the core members of the three core cosmic civilizations. They had also withstood the test in the previous fishing operation, and were all trustworthy. Therefore, Bai Fu did not hide her action plan. After hearing her plan, Dimitri and others were stunned at first, and then became ecstatic. Regardless of whether the Apostle Holy City and the initial agreement would collude in the future, as long as they fought now, they would really have a good chance of destroying the waterway that the Apostle Holy City had worked so hard to dig. The channel was destroyed, and the Apostle Holy City would have to attack from the front if they wanted to attack again. This would buy them several months. In these months, under Bai Fu's guidance, their strength would definitely be improved. They could also use the dark energy knowledge Bai Fu got to develop a large number of targeted dark energy weapons. Even if they were unlucky and failed to destroy the channel, just watching the dog-eat-dog fight between the Apostle Holy City and the original agreement would not be a wasted trip, but a great return on their money. The look in Dimitri's eyes when he looked at Bai Fu changed. If he was in awe before, now it has changed from awe to respect. He no longer regards Bai Fu as someone who is on the same level as him, but just a few steps ahead of him. Now in his eyes, Bai Fu is a godlike existence. Isn't it that Emperor Ignatz, who led the reborn empire to annex the superpower garden and reach the peak, is just like this? The relationship between Draenor, the president of Titan Industries, and Fitz, the chief of the Supernova Corps, is much more complicated. Damn it. The Reborn Empire was really lucky to have established a relationship with Baifu first. Fortunately, when the foreign enemy attacked, they could also benefit from Baifu's guidance, otherwise they would have been beaten to death by the Reborn Empire with Baifu's blessing. Start preparing. I will notify you immediately after receiving the news. Baifu left the meeting room and hurried to meet the Lord of the Oath. After the war started, many fast lanes were opened inside the three cosmic civilizations, greatly reducing the time of traveling. Therefore, it only took half a day for Baifu and the Lord of the Oath, who were running in both directions, to meet at the border between Titan Industry and the Empire. I was really worried before. Fortunately, you are fine. The Lord of the Oath walked towards Baifu with a smile. She originally wanted to tiptoe and pat Baifu's shoulder to show her intimacy. However, as soon as she raised her hand, her face changed. Something is wrong. Your breath. The Lord of the Oath discovered that the intensity of the energy fluctuations on Baifu's body has become stronger again. You opened a wave on the way to the supernatural garden, opened a wave when you left the supernatural garden, and now, only 1 day has passed, you opened another wave. Is this really reasonable? How did you become stronger again? Did you awaken a plug-in that can double your strength as long as you are on the verge of death? The Lord of the Oath stared at Baifu. Baifu rolled her eyes. Don't make a fuss. Do you think I'm a scion? The Lord of the Oath was jealous, and she really wanted to catch Baifu and suck some blood to study her. Even the apostles can't open it so big, otherwise, the world would have been ruled by the apostles long ago, and everyone would have become the apostles' believers? Baifu took over the control of the supernatural garden from the Lord of the Oath, and then contacted AI. It's time to act. Leave it to me. AI's eyes flashed with dazzling light, and this was also a perfect opportunity for him to take revenge. Duh. The sound of running fast woke up the dozing death god Isaacs. He turned his head sharply and looked at the door, only to see his confidant standing there with an excited look on his face. Captain, good news. The people below just sent a message that they accidentally saw the traitor AI at an airport in the Yinshu Star region. What? Isaac stood up immediately. Well, this bastard finally showed up. Has he been hiding in the Yinshu Star region? It seems that he showed up this time because of the influence of the Apostle Holy City. Haha, God help me. Isaac laughed and reported the news to the leader of the initial agreement. It was just to catch a traitor who didn't know much about the organization. The leader didn't spend much thought on this matter. He casually assigned 2 seekers, who had no mission to be Isaac's assistants, and went to do other things. The most urgent task is to find a chance to kill Baifu, the lawless guy. Before leaving, Isaac contacted AI's ancestor. Do you want to go with me? Not interested. If I accidentally kill your descendant, kill him if you want. You deserve to die for going against the original agreement. Isaac gave AI's ancestor a thumbs up. Good. It's crazy enough. But I like it. If the members of the original agreement were not crazy, how could they burst out with such powerful power? He brought AI to the initial agreement, but ended up being a traitor, and he has always been upset about it. Over the years, no one else has spent much energy looking for AI, but he has never given up. If you keep thinking about her, there will be a response. This is the feedback from the god to his mad behavior. Let's go. This time I will make AI unable to live or die. Isaac's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he led his men to the Yinshu Star area at a rapid speed. He regarded this as an interesting hunting operation. However, he never dreamed that the identities of hunter and prey were actually reversed. I have sensed Isaac's breath. You can act now. AI sent a message to Baifu. Sir Supreme Divine Believer, we have checked in detail. Baifu cannot be alive. In the holy land of the Apostle Holy City, listening to the report of the Master of the True Spirit Hall, who was on the front line, the Supreme Divine Believer did not comment. Is Baifu really dead? After what happened before, he really didn't dare to make such a promise, like the Master of the True Spirit Hall. But even if Baifu didn't die, it wouldn't be a big problem. It was a success to defend the temporary Stargate this time, not to mention that he really hooked out the traitor Lit. The only thing that made him unhappy was that the chief judge of the tribunal was dead. The chief judge of the tribunal was not very strong, but he obeyed his orders, and was very reliable. He could do things that were inconvenient for him to do beautifully. Now he is gone like this. It is not easy to find someone to take over. I have notified the people of the second cathedral to go there. When they arrive, let them hand over to the tribunal. Let the people of the tribunal bring Inno back. Those who died for the glory of the holy city should enjoy the warmest applause on the gorgeous flower road. I will personally hold the ascension ceremony for him. Yes. The Master of the True Spirit Hall quickly responded, "By the way, Your Excellency the Supreme God, Lid has been confirmed to be a traitor, and the other people in the number 4 cathedral. There is no evidence to prove that they are also traitors. You don't have to worry about them for the time being. Just deal with the current situation first. Don't expand the matter and cause anxiety in other cathedrals." Yes. The Master of the True Spirit Hall nodded. It is indeed not the time to continue targeting the number 4 cathedral. It is more important to first find out the group of people who caused damage in the number 4 cathedral. The Master of the True Spirit Hall was about to end the conversation when someone suddenly ran up behind him. "Master, it's bad. Someone is attacking us." Huh? The Supreme God and the Master of the True Spirit Hall were both stunned. Who is attacking us? As soon as he asked this question, the Master of the True Spirit Hall wanted to slap himself. What a joke. Apart from the 3 cosmic civilizations, who else could suddenly attack us at this time? He couldn't help laughing. We failed once, and we were lucky to escape because of Baifu's help. I didn't expect that after a short while, they would come back to kill us. Do you want to save Baifu, or do you think you can't go on like this and have to fight to the death? What a wild idea. The gap in strength between us cannot be made up by friendship, family affection, unity, and cooperation. Supreme God, do you need me to send more people? The Lord of the True Spirit Hall shook his head. Sir Supreme God, there is no need to trouble you anymore. We are enough to defeat them. And haven't you already said people from the 2nd cathedral? Supreme God, okay. The two hurriedly ended the conversation, and then the Lord of the True Spirit Hall and the person who came to report the news walked out together. It's time to show the 3 cosmic civilizations some real color. The people of the Apostle Holy City rushed out from the temporary Star Gate in large numbers. They wanted to let the 3 cosmic civilizations feel the fear of death. But the development of things was really beyond their expectations. No, how come you only sent a spaceship and a dozen people over, and there are only 3 super absolutes among these dozen people? Is this crazy? Although they were puzzled, the people of the Apostle Holy City were not polite at all when they started fighting. They didn't even give the other side time to shout. Why are you shouting? Just kill them, and that's it. Kill them until they are terrified, until they kneel down and beg for mercy, and voluntarily surrender to the Holy City of Apostles, in the spaceship. Looking at the shaking shield, Isaacs was shocked and angry. Damn it, no wonder that bastard AI kept running towards the dark domain. I thought he was confused and panicked. It turned out that Titan Industries secretly built a military base here. Do you think you can't do anything to you with Titan Industries protecting me? Isaacs was not afraid at all and rushed forward directly. Then, fuck, there is a problem. Why are there so many super absolutes here? Also, are these people really from Titan Industries? As far as he knows, Titan Industries does not have so many powerful psychic praying masters. A place with many psychic praying masters. After fighting for a while, referring to being beaten for a while, Isaacs finally reacted. The Holy City of Apostles. He was brought to the base of the Holy City of Apostles by AI. Although he didn't know why AI knew that the Holy City of Apostles had a base here, now was not the time to worry about it. Ask for help. You must ask for help immediately, otherwise he, as the god of death, will die here today. Isaacs immediately asked for help from the headquarters of the initial agreement. The leader who received the message was speechless. No, you guys. He was planning where to send Baifu to the road, and my goodness, this side actually fought with the Apostle Holy City. Speechless, he couldn't just ignore the call for help from Isaacs and others, so he immediately summoned the organization members who were near Titan Industries to support him. When the reinforcements agreed upon in the initial agreement arrived, it was the turn of the people in the Apostle Holy City to be confused. What's going on? The average strength of these people seems to be stronger than those sent by the 3 cosmic civilizations before, and they are all unfamiliar faces that I have never seen before. Do the 3 cosmic civilizations have such a trump card? The Master of the True Spirit Hall was shocked. Fortunately, they still have more people on their side. The advantage is mine. Kill, and I must defeat the 3 cosmic civilizations in one fell swoop, leaving them completely unable to counterattack. Not long. Not enough. This support is still not enough. The leader of the original agreement frowned when he received the news again. How many people did the Apostle Holy City send? You go. The leader called another group of people to support. Then, the Master of the True Spirit Hall was shocked. Another reinforcement came? Are the 3 cosmic civilizations open? Fortunately, the Supreme God sent the 2nd cathedral, otherwise they might not be able to hold on. Not enough, still not enough. The Apostle Holy City also has reinforcements. This time, the leader of the initial agreement, was not only frowning, but also directly angry. What do these people in the Apostle Holy City want to do? Do they think they have a great advantage? So they want to destroy the 3 cosmic civilizations and them at one stroke? Good. Very good. I didn't attack you because I think Baifu is a greater threat, and it is safer to kill Baifu first, but since you are eager to jump out, don't blame me for being rude. The angry leader directly sent out the Destiny Weaver and the third in command of the organization. Then, how is it possible? How could the 3 cosmic civilizations have such a trump card? The master of the True Spirit Hall really couldn't stand it anymore. In desperation, he could only ask for help from the Supreme God. What? The Supreme God was dumbfounded. What a joke! If the 3 cosmic civilizations were so awesome, would they have been at a disadvantage before? Are you sure they are really from the 3 cosmic civilizations? The master of the True Spirit Hall quickly asked someone to confirm. It would have been fine if he didn't confirm it, but once he confirmed it, he almost went numb. Shit, how come it is the force that threatens the 3 cosmic civilizations in another direction? Although they have recognized that the other side is the initial agreement, both sides have suffered varying degrees of casualties since the fight ended, so it is impossible to stop. I will ask Cathedral number 1 and Cathedral number 5 to come to support. The Supreme God was angry. I don't care about you. Since you dare to block the way of the Apostle Holy City, you will only end up dead. In the distance, watching the Apostle Holy City and the 2 parties of the initial agreement fighting each other, Dimitri and others couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. So cruel. The intensity of this battle was much more intense than before. Their eyes gradually turned to Baifu. Baifu, this thick-browed and big-eyed fellow, was really scary once she started to use strategies. Fortunately, Baifu was in the same group with them, so they didn't have to worry about being tricked by Baifu. Now it was very enjoyable to watch the dog-eat-dog fight. Baifu ignored the gazes of Dimitri and others. She was more concerned about the situation on the field. The rewards for killing Isaacs and destroying the new channel were quite tempting, and she didn't want to miss it. At a certain moment, Baifu suddenly stood up. It's time to give a surprise to the people of the Apostle Holy City. Chapter 332. The Apostle Holy City and the initial agreement continued to escalate the battle, which lasted for several hours, with both sides suffering varying degrees of casualties. Finally, due to concerns that withdrawing too many people to support would cause the Revolutionary Army's front line deployed on the border between Titan Industry and the Reborn Empire to collapse, the initial agreement decided to temporarily retreat after careful consideration. The strength of the Apostle Holy City is far beyond my imagination. It seems that their threat level must be raised to a higher level. But even so, we still have to eliminate Baifu first. Baifu's ability is too special. If she understands the secret of evolution, the consequences will be unimaginable. Spread the news to the outside world, saying that the Apostle Holy City has opened up the channel to Titan Industry, and is about to launch a full-scale attack. After muddying the water, we will start to act. This time we must take down Baifu in one fell swoop, and completely solve this biggest scourge. After receiving the order from the leader, Isaacs had to retreat first even though he was very unhappy. He could have just gritted his teeth and not retreated, but if he didn't, and the others did, he would have to face the dozens of masters and supernaturals in the Apostle Holy City alone. Death God can die too. I remember this vengeance. Isaac's eyes flashed with purple murderous light. In fact, the reason why he was nicknamed Death God was not only because his ability was related to death, but also because of his personality. He was a person who remembered vengeance very much. Every time he took revenge, wherever he passed, there would be no grass growing and blood flowing. With the power of death, he manipulated the death of countless lives. Over time, he was nicknamed the God of Death. Let the Weaver of Fate use the old marks. The Weaver of Fate is already in action. Just hold on for another 2 minutes. Isaacs nodded, and kept waving the death line in his hand to interfere with the actions of the superpowers of the Apostle Holy City. It was just 2 minutes, and it was easy to get through. Not long after, a loud shout came from the communication channel. The retracing has been opened. Everyone prepare to enter the retracing channel. Very good. Isaacs waved his hands and forced back a super attacker. He opened his arms and showed a cruel smile on his face. You bastards from the Holy City of Apostles, we will say goodbye here today. After I deal with Baifu, I will throw you all into my prison of death and let you feel what real pain is. A golden light descended from the high-dimensional space and completely enveloped his body. Just when half of his body became transparent, a teasing laugh suddenly came from the side. Do you think you still have a chance to leave? Who? Isaacs was shocked. He sensed something was wrong and wanted to speed up and escape into the retrospective channel, but it was too late. An invisible force attacked from all directions, instantly freezing the time and space around his body. Stop, stop quickly, I haven't gotten on the car yet. But no matter how he struggled or how he yelled in his heart, he could only watch the retrospective channel slowly close in front of him. A few seconds later, in the vast universe, except for him, there was no one left who had made the original agreement. It's over. Isaac's face was as black as if he had just rolled in a mud pit. He regretted it now. If he hadn't pretended to be so cool just now, but had escaped into the backtracking channel at the fastest speed, how could he be left behind? Save me, leader, save me! Isaacs didn't care about the cold image he created on weekdays, and asked the leader for help immediately. The leader fell silent after learning the details. If he wanted to send someone back to save Isaacs now, he would need to consume another old day's scratches, otherwise, by the time the reinforcements arrived, it would be too late. However, is Isaacs really worth as much as an old scratching? The leader doesn't think so. For the sake of the overall situation, the original agreement absorbed too many members, who actually did not recognize the true purpose of the original agreement. These people will be cleared one by one after the matter is completed, and Isaacs is one of them. Therefore, there is no need to use the old scratching. Isaacs, go with peace of mind. The leader ended the communication directly. Leader, hello, 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 hello. Isaac screamed in fear, but it was useless. What to do? Surrender to the Apostle Holy City directly. I'm afraid that's not possible. He killed the people of the Apostle Holy City with his own hands, and he just mocked the Apostle Holy City the most. Although I felt that the Apostle Holy City would never accept him, Isaac still wanted to try. He didn't want to die. I surrender. Do you want to reconcile now, but give up? I don't accept reconciliation. Isaac's words were interrupted, and his face turned pale. I sincerely want to. No, you are not from the Apostle Holy City, you are. Bai Fu? Isaac widened his eyes, and stared at the figure floating beside the space channel. As a member of the original agreement, how could he not recognize Bai Fu? He also knew the person next to Bai Fu, the Lord of the Oath of the Star Covenant. But why did Bai Fu and the Lord of the Oath appear here? Bai Fu? You just mentioned Bai Fu, right? The next second, the people of the Apostle Holy City also noticed Bai Fu. That look, that aura, there is no doubt that this is Bai Fu. But why is Bai Fu still alive? They were all confused. They had confirmed it. They really confirmed it. So how did Bai Fu survive? The master of the True Spirit Hall turned red. He remembered that not long ago, he swore to the Supreme God that Bai Fu was dead, and then, less than half a day later, Bai Fu jumped out and slapped him in the face. Good, good, very good. If I can't kill you once, I kill you twice. If I can't kill you twice, I kill you 3 times. I don't believe I can't kill you. The master of the True Spirit Hall was full of killing intent, and immediately called the people who had been fighting with the members of the initial agreement in other places to come and surround them. Bai Fu ignored the killing intent from the Apostle Holy City, but Isaacs, who was attacked from all sides, couldn't stand it. He had to find a way to survive. He had to survive. Wait, Bai Fu, got it. Isaac's eyes suddenly lit up. If he told the leader that Bai Fu was here, the leader would definitely send someone to rescue him, and he would still have a chance to survive. Hurry, contact quickly. Isaacs was about to call the leader in the virtual world, but under the fierce virtual invasion, his communicator exploded into pieces with a snap. You are looking for death. Isaacs was furious. He roared, and countless black death lines shot out from his body, and the death lines rushed towards Bai Fu like a torrent. Do you think you can stop me with the help of the Lord of the Oath? Even if I die today, I will drag you to be buried with me. Boom, boom, boom. Dead lines continuously hit Bai Fu's body. However, the expected scene of Bai Fu's body becoming shriveled due to the deprivation of vitality did not appear at all. Bai Fu just stood there quietly until all the dead lines were exhausted. She was still safe and sound, and her body did not even shake. Isaacs? ? No, Bai Fu's strength is far beyond his imagination. Isaacs turned around and ran. Bai Fu laughed. Child, this is the tankiness of the universe's treasure Titan Shield plus Psychic Protection plus Dark Energy Shield. Unfortunately, this Titan Shield was borrowed from Titan Industries, and will be returned after this operation. Bai Fu shook her head secretly. Now it's my turn. Her eyes focused, and she directly activated Virtual Realm Dimension Advent and Virtual Realm Force Field. With the two combined, Isaacs felt like he had crashed into a swamp and couldn't move. What is this? He turned around in panic, and saw Bai Fu throwing out a handful of prayer cards from her hand. Spiritual rage, on. Painter's whisper, on. Soul stripping, on. Soul stripping is a colorful prayer card that comes out after completing Above the Stars, I. Its effect is to forcibly separate the target's soul from the body. The success rate and degree of stripping depend on the difference in strength between the two sides. Three-pronged approach. Isaacs didn't even have time to scream before he was knocked unconscious by the huge amount of spiritual energy that came directly from the virtual dimension. But he was a transcendent too, after all, and he came back to his senses in an instant. But it was useless. The first thing he saw when he woke up was Bai Fu suddenly appearing in front of him, holding a scepter with a dark energy ball floating on the top. Don't kill me, I. Boom! The energy ball flew out from the scepter and hit Isaac's chest directly. At such a close distance, Isaacs was hit by the scepter that had been charged for a long time. No matter whether Isaacs was a dead god or a living god, his health bar was like someone had pierced a hole with a needle, and it dropped by more than 80% at an incredibly fast speed. Nothing more than that. Bai Fu continued to push the sacrifice staff forward, and the annihilation torrent gushed out at close range, and with the tearing force of the virtual realm force field, Isaac's tattered body was instantly blasted into debris. Then, she took out a glass ball out of thin air and locked Isaac's soul inside. The operation was smooth. From taking out the prayer card to ending the battle, it only took a few seconds. At this time, the Lord of the Oath was still shouting Bai Fu, I help you, while trying to intercept Isaacs in a detour, and the people from the Apostle Holy City had not even finished gathering. Here, go back and take care of him slowly. Bai Fu threw the glass ball to the Lord of the Oath. The Lord of the Oath caught it subconsciously, and she looked at Bai Fu stupidly, as if in a dream. It's over. She hasn't even started yet. In the distance, Dimitri and others, who were sneaking towards the side and back of the superpowers of the Apostle Holy City were also stunned. When the initial agreement and the Apostle Holy City fought, they had been peeking at the side, so they knew very well that Isaacs was actually very strong. However, the very strong Isaacs was almost killed by Bai Fu in seconds, so how powerful must Bai Fu be? This makes sense. When they attacked the temporary Star Gate yesterday, Bai Fu didn't seem to be so powerful, right? God of the Void, my god, Fu is the god of the void. At this moment, the surprised shout from Digger G made everyone come back to their senses. What, god of the void? Do you know what you were talking about? Before Dimitri could ask carefully, he found that the other undead standing next to Digger G also screamed. Oh my god, it's really the god of the void. I remember it was you the last time I saw it. She must have awakened recently. Didn't you notice Fufu's blood at #$ and? Awesome, this is the god of the void realm. You are really awesome. You just met the god of the void realm while strolling around the street. And you can tell at a glance that she is not an ordinary person. Fuck, how awesome is Fufu now? Her at ##. Dimitri and others' heartbeats accelerated involuntarily. An undead saying that Bai Fu is the god of the void realm may be nonsense. If all the undead think so, is it really the case? If Bai Fu is the god of the void realm, this is a sure thing. If morale can be described as a gear change, then the morale of Dimitri and others at this time is equivalent to directly rising 2 levels. Correspondingly, the morale of the people in the Apostle Holy City directly dropped a level. What happened? Bai Fu actually killed at Isaacs in 1 second. The master of the True Spirit Hall was shocked and felt a chill in his heart. Bai Fu was on the verge of losing control. The only good news was that Bai Fu only brought one person here. Although they had just experienced a big battle and everyone was in a bad state, they were still able to defeat Bai Fu. Kill her. No more hesitation. Kill her until she can't be resurrected. We have many people. Don't be afraid of her, follow me. The master of the True Spirit Hall led the charge, and dozens of people surrounded Bai Fu from all directions. Bai Fu was not in a hurry. Yesterday, she was level 230. And today, she has completed another raise sublimation, level 245. Her strength is no longer the same. Want to kill me? Dream on! With the financial support of the 3 major cosmic civilizations, Bai Fu didn't need to save money this time. She directly increased the number of psychic core to the maximum, and then summoned Kabe, the Prayer Angel, and the Shadow Lord. It's just a charge. I can do it too. Bai Fu did not retreat but advanced, leading hundreds of millions of summons to the master of the True Spirit Hall. In the vast starry sky, the two sides collided with a bang, stirring up a psychic frenzy. As soon as they fought, the master of the True Spirit Hall felt a huge pressure. The last time he fought with Bai Fu, although Bai Fu was particularly durable, His real strength was actually not as good as his. The situation is completely different now. Bai Fu is still very durable, and her strength has made a qualitative leap. She beat him back with just a few moves. What on earth has this monster experienced? Why has her strength increased so quickly? The master of the True Spirit Hall was shocked and angry. He was very glad that Bai Fu only brought one helper with him, otherwise he would be in great danger today. Don't fight her head on, let's wear her down slowly. The master of the True Spirit Hall planned to use the same old trick again, and use the tactic of outlasting Bai Fu to kill her. Tactics are not afraid of being old, as long as they are useful. However, Bai Fu is not alone this time. When their attention was all on Bai Fu, Dimitri, and others had already reached the vicinity of the temporary Star Gate. Palace Master, something bad is happening. An emergency signal for help came. What? The face of the Palace Master of the True Spirit Palace changed horribly. Damn it, I got fooled. It turns out that Bai Fu was here as bait. Return to help, send some people to help, and the rest of the people stop Bai Fu here. Under the leadership of the third candidate for the god, most of the people who besieged Bai Fu turned back to stop Dimitri and others from blasting the channel. Bai Fu looked around. There were still 12 super absolutes left here to stop her. Even if her strength increased greatly, it would be difficult to fight 12 alone, because these 12 super absolutes were not ordinary super absolutes who had just been promoted. They had completed at least one transformation, and the master of the True Spirit Hall was about to complete the fourth transformation. But Bai Fu slowly stretched out her right hand and uttered two words. Suppress. The power evolution tree shook, and the suppress skill copied from the Lightless One was activated. This was the first time Bai Fu used this ability after obtaining the supernatural power evolution tree. She didn't use it before when she stepped forward to help Dimitri and others escape and delay time. The main reason was that even if she used it, it would not change the overall situation, so she kept it hidden. Buzz. In an instant, the master of the True Spirit Hall and others were shocked to find that they could not call on spiritual energy and dark energy. What did you do to me? Bai Fu smiled and said, Don't be nervous. This is a special supernatural power. After using it, the activity of all energy within the coverage range of the supernatural power will be greatly reduced. You can't call on spiritual energy and dark energy, and I can't call on it like you. It turns out that no one can call upon psychic energy and dark energy, then. Lord of the Oath, it's time for you to show off your skills. Fuck, after hearing Bai Fu's words, the hearts of the Lord of the True Spirit Hall and others suddenly stopped beating. How could they forget that there was an extraordinary martial artist beside Bai Fu, and compared with him, Bai Fu, who is also a psychic prayer master, is also very strong. Oh no, run, want to escape, it's too late, go to hell. Bai Fu and the Lord of the Oath rushed into the crowd, like a tiger descending from the mountain. Sir, something big has happened. Not long after, a piece of bad news accompanied by a signal for help reached the ears of the Supreme God. Chapter 333. When the news was received, the Supreme God was inspecting the damaged communication equipment in Cathedral Number 4, trying to find some clues to locate the attacker's movements and identity. What happened? He looked worried, looking at the assistant, who hurried over. Attack! The three cosmic civilizations attacked the temporary Stargate again. The assistant hurriedly repeated what had just happened. The situation is now extremely urgent. After discovering that Dimitri and others had sneaked to the vicinity of the temporary Stargate, the master of the True Spirit Hall immediately organized people to go back for help. At that time, they were full of confidence. Although they had just experienced a great war and were not in good condition, their average individual strength was much stronger than the three major cosmic civilizations, so the advantage was still in their hands. As long as they finished dealing with Dimitri and others, although the remaining Bai Fu's strength had increased a lot for some reason, she was still not their opponent. The development of the matter was basically as the master of the True Spirit Hall had thought. Facing their attack, Dimitri and others did have a very difficult time, and they were unable to put the device that could destroy the hyperspace channel into the temporary Stargate. However, just when they thought they could get through this crisis smoothly, an accident happened. Before they could beat back Dimitri and the others, Bai Fu had already beaten the people they left behind to hold them back. No! To be precise, it was not a retreat, it was clearly a fight to the point of being scared to death, whose retreat means that 3 of the 12 people were killed in a short period of time, and the remaining 9 were all injured. Only 4 people escaped, and the other 5 were stopped, and they could only rely on some special props on their bodies to barely support the enemy's attack? What? The Supreme God was stunned. No man, Do you really know what you are talking about? Bai Fu is not dead, which did not surprise him. What he could not accept was the record the assistant said. Damn it, they are just telling Miss. It's not like he has never fought Bai Fu before, even if Bai Fu's strength has become stronger in the past period of time. But can she be so strong as what he said? The assistant felt wrong when he was glared at. He really didn't lie, and he thought it was outrageous when he first heard the news, but the master of the True Spirit Hall swore on his life that he didn't lie, so what else could he do but believe it? Anyway, send reinforcements quickly. Otherwise, when Bai Fu finishes dealing with the 5 super absolutes, and then cooperates with the 3 cosmic civilizations to attack from both sides, the situation will deteriorate to an unimaginable degree. The chest of the Supreme God disciple kept rising and falling. He was silent for nearly a minute before speaking again. I will go there myself. I want to see what is going on. At this point, he didn't care whether his departure would leave the Apostle Holy City empty, allowing the Apostle, who wanted to deal with Apostle number 4, to take advantage of the opportunity. Unfortunately, although the Supreme God's reaction was fast, it was still not as fast as Bai Fu's. Fortunately, I carried the virtual relay communication equipment with me during this operation, so I was not afraid of the communication blockade of the 3 cosmic civilizations. The master of the True Spirit Hall, who had finished talking with the Supreme God's assistant, breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly informed his companions who were fighting the coalition forces formed by the 3 cosmic civilizations. I have contacted the Holy City. Don't worry, we can wait for the first wave of reinforcements in at most 20 minutes, and the Supreme God said that he would rush here in person. 20 minutes? And the Supreme God will come in person. After hearing this news, the morale of the Apostle Holy City, which had been somewhat sluggish, instantly rose again. It's stable. As long as the Supreme God launches an attack, no matter whether you are Bai Fu, Hei Fu, or Hong Fu, the final result is that you will become a dead Fu. Just when everyone was in high spirits, an extremely discordant voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Oh no, Bai Fu is coming. As if someone suddenly pressed the mute button, everyone on the Apostle Holy City side shut up at the same time. Dead silence. Dead silence. Beads of sweat rolled down the forehead of the master of the True Spirit Hall. The dark energy furnace embedded in his chest made a heavy sound, like a forging machine falling. The emotion called panic tightly entangled his soul. Don't panic, Bai Fu is powerful, but we just need to persist. Persist. The master of the True Spirit Hall had only said half of his words, when the 4 servants, who had escaped from Bai Fu not long ago, ran away first. You can persist if you want, but we don't want to continue fighting Bai Fu anyway. They were scared. As soon as they closed their eyes, they would automatically see Bai Fu, and the Lord of the Oath smashing several other servants into meat patties, like making handmade beef balls. Too brutal. They usually kill people like this. Who would have thought that it would be their turn to be on the chopping block now? As soon as these 4 servants ran away, a chain reaction immediately occurred. They ran away. Why should we continue to stay here and fight? It doesn't make sense. Whoever wants to defend this broken channel can do so. Anyway, we are not going to defend it. The people of Cathedral number 5 fled first. Then followed Cathedral number 1, which suffered heavy losses. They all fled in the direction of the new channel. In less than a minute, only the True Spirit Hall, Cathedral number 2 and Cathedral number 3 were left guarding the temporary Star Gate. With only 20 or so of us left, it is impossible to defend it. The 3rd candidate for the god looked around and said. The master of the True Spirit Hall opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end, thousands of words turned into a sigh. Yes, it is indeed impossible to defend it, unless everyone is willing to risk their lives. But who would be willing to fight in this situation? Each cathedral in the Holy City of Apostles is actually in a competitive relationship. The reason why they could cooperate before was because the Holy City of Apostles was always winning, and winning brought a lot of benefits, and they could temporarily put aside internal conflicts. But now the Holy City of Apostles has lost, and it has never lost so badly in hundreds of years. The candidate for the 4th cathedral became a traitor, and the star field directly controlled by it was attacked one after another. The 5 super absolutes of the 1st cathedral died, and only 2 were left. Seeing how miserable they were, the servants of other cathedrals had other thoughts in their minds uncontrollably. If they continued to stay here, would they be as miserable as Cathedral number 1? When their strength weakened, would they be completely swallowed up by other cathedrals or supreme gods? They were not worrying about nothing. Because at this time, the 3rd candidate god really wanted to swallow up other cathedrals to strengthen himself, and finally fight with the supreme god, drive the supreme god out, and become the new supreme god. The number 3 cathedral was originally the most powerful of the 7 cathedrals. Now the other cathedrals that came here suffered some losses, but the number 3 cathedral did not even have a master dead, so it was hard for the third candidate to not have ambitions. Let's go! After a moment of hesitation, the master of the True Spirit Hall reluctantly issued an order to retreat. Before leaving, he turned around and looked at Bai Fu deeply. The Apostle Holy City lost so badly, half because of that mysterious organization, and the other half because of Bai Fu. As for the coalition of the 3 cosmic civilizations, the master of the True Spirit Hall really didn't take the coalition seriously. Without Bai Fu's help, this broken coalition would have been destroyed by him long ago. Just wait, I will come back, and next time I will come back in a more terrifying posture. The master of the True Spirit Hall imitated Isaac's and said something cruel. Fortunately, he was not intercepted like Isaac's when he was running away. After all, the time and space freezing power copied by the supernatural garden had not yet cooled down. Stop them, don't let them run away. Seeing the people of the Apostle Holy City collectively retreating to the temporary Stargate, Dmitri realized that they wanted to run away and shouted. But the people of the Apostle Holy City were too close to the temporary Stargate. So even if he found it quickly, he still couldn't stop it. Looking at the starry sky that suddenly became empty, Dmitri curled his lips helplessly. Forget it, now is neither the time to regret nor the time to sigh. Let's quickly put the destruction device into the temporary Stargate first. With the joint efforts of everyone, a black pentagonal prism several tens of meters long was carried by a special aircraft and sent into the temporary Stargate. Boom, accompanied by a silent explosion, the hyperspace channel stabilized by a large number of mechanical facilities in the huge hyperspace shook violently. Kaka. The mechanical facilities were torn apart in the shaking, and the violent space storm raged disorderly. When everything returned to calm, the temporary stargates at both ends of the channel slowly closed like eyelids. Did it work? Dmitri looked at the temporary stargate fragments floating in front of him with some uncertainty. Bai Fu nodded. It's done. Just now she received a notification that the main task of destroying the new channel had been completed, and she got 50 billion experience points, another dark energy engine blueprint, and a color quality per card upgrade card as she wished. Bai Fu did not hesitate at all and immediately used this upgrade card to upgrade the Extreme Spar Shadow Summoning card to color quality. The true spirit summoned by the color quality Extreme Spar Shadow is the master level. But this is not what Bai Fu cares about most. The most important thing is that after this prayer card is upgraded, the Shadow Fu who grows up based on this prayer card can also be strengthened. This way, Ing Fu can steadily enter the superb level. Bai Fu was in a good mood. On the contrary, the Supreme God's mentality was about to explode. He looked at the temporary stargate on the side of the Apostle Holy City that was blown into pieces, and then looked at the embarrassed True Spirit Hall Master and others, and couldn't say a complete sentence. If possible, he really wanted to kill all the useless people in front of him, who were more likely to cause trouble than to do good. But it's not possible now. The Supreme God suppressed his anger, and asked the Master of the True Spirit Hall to return to the Holy Land with him. There were too many accidents this time. If we hadn't clashed with that mysterious organization because of misunderstandings, if Bai Fu's strength hadn't improved so much, do you really think all this is an accident? The Supreme God interrupted the Master of the True Spirit Hall with a sneer. Then, I don't think this is an accident. The so-called accident is probably a cover-up. I'm more inclined to believe that Bai Fu has colluded with that mysterious organization. The pupils of the Master of the True Spirit Hall shrank sharply. If this is true, then the situation is not good now. Can the Holy City of Apostles really defeat the combination of the 3 cosmic civilizations plus Bai Fu plus the mysterious organization? It is possible. But it is unlikely. The Master of the True Spirit Hall means that at least under the current situation of the Holy City of Apostles, it is unlikely to win. It needs to change. And the way to change is to completely change the organizational structure of the Holy City of Apostles from the root, and return the power of each cathedral to the Holy Land. Only in this way can the Holy City of Apostles release its true power. The Master of the True Spirit Hall took a deep breath and told the Supreme God his thoughts. In fact, he had wanted to say this a long time ago. The reason why he resolutely led the True Spirit Hall to join the Supreme God was because he was very optimistic about this Supreme God and believed that he had the ability to change the entire Apostle Holy City and transform the Apostle Holy City from a bloated force into a civilization that could stand at the top of the universe. Go ahead, Your Excellency the Supreme God, the Apostle Holy City is invincible when it bursts out with all its strength. If you succeed, you will be the master of the universe. The Supreme God turned his head and looked at the distant starry sky, and made up his mind. Zoril, you are a special person in the holy city of apostles. I will seriously consider your proposal. This should be what he heard. Zoril, the master of the True Spirit Hall, was not very sure, but secretly looked forward to what the Supreme God would do next. The spaceship fell into silence. A few hours later, in a secret room deep in the Holy Land, the Supreme God came to the strange sapling again. There was no one around, so he didn't need to hide his emotions. Bai Fu. The killing intent in the eyes of the Supreme God was like a raging river. His plan was completely ruined. He couldn't figure out why Bai Fu's strength had improved so quickly. Even the apostles couldn't do this. Could it be the credit of that mysterious organization? Kill, kill. Kill, kill. No matter if it's necessary. Only by killing can the eternal tree in front of him truly grow. When the eternal tree grows up, no matter how Bai Fu can be resurrected, it will be useless. He will be from existence angle directly deleted Bai Fu from this world. After coming out of the secret room, the Supreme God issued 2 new orders. One is to let Sui Shi return from the Leia's civilization, and then he will personally guide Sui Shi's practice. As for the apostle followers active in the Leia's civilization, they will be handed over to Zoril to deal with. The second is to issue the final attack order of the Apostle Holy City on the 3 cosmic civilizations. Since playing dirty repeatedly fails, I will not play dirty from now on. I will attack directly. In this vast world of stars, let's see who will have the last laugh. After receiving the transfer order, Sui Shi quickly found Ying Fu to explain the situation. Frontline attack? Bai Fu nodded. In this way, she should not have to worry about the Apostle Holy City making trouble in the next few months. She passed the news to Dmitri and others. Thinking that there are still a few months of development time, Dmitri and others also breathed a sigh of relief. But now is not the time to worry about this. What we should do now is to celebrate. They reported the news of the destruction of the new channel back to China as quickly as possible, and then instructed major media to report it. Character biography. Lonely Watcher Bai Fu. From Saint to Unyielding Star see Great Wall. The reports made headlines in major news media, detonating the entire explored universe, and also the player community. Of course, the player community is more concerned about the on-site reports brought by Digging G. Bai Fu is the god of the Void Realm. In just 1 month, Fu Fu's health increased from more than 3 million to nearly 6 million, which is too exaggerated. Fu Fu drove all the way like the only real protagonist, which is awesome. The player community launched a very heated discussion around Bai Fu's race, and the huge improvement in strength. Just as Digging G was urgently writing an analysis article, a piece of news exploded in the player community. Version 3.0 will be released in advance, and the downtime update of version 2.3 will be officially launched at 2400 hours tonight this time, not to mention the players. Even Bai Fu was confused. So sudden? Although the official has been warming up for version 3.0 before, it has not said when version 3.0 will be released. Is it because I have greatly changed the direction of the game plot, so that the official has to replan the version? Bai Fu thought it was possible. This was definitely not a bad thing for her. Although the player would disappear for a while, she would be able to get new enhancements soon. And updating at this point would just give her a wave of popularity. What can players who can't enter the game do? Either do something else, or discuss the game content. And now the biggest hot spot in the game is Bai Fu is the god of the void. Not bad, not bad. I wonder what kind of enhancements the official will give me this time. Amid the praises of the 3 cosmic civilizations, Bai Fu waited for the official 24 o'clock. Chapter 334. Swish. As soon as the update time came, the Digging G and others, who were still chattering nearby, disappeared quickly. At the same time, Bai Fu heard the long-lost pleasant reminder sound in her ears. Confirming the plot participation, 0%, 10%. Correcting the role positioning, 0%, 2%. Correcting the role positioning from senior partner of Reborn Empire to legendary watcher of the explored universe. Correcting the role setting, 0%, 2%. When version 2.3 was first launched, Bai Fu's plot exploration of Above the Stars was less than 1%. But when version 2.3 ended early, this value had risen to 3.8%. All this was due to her recent experience. After an adventure, she successively revealed some secrets of the Apostle Holy City and the original agreement, and these secrets brought her a very high plot exploration bonus. This enhancement should be very gratifying, right? Bai Fu clicked on a lot of prompts that popped up later with full of expectations. The correction items in the front were the same as the 8th enhancement, all of which were corrections to her, and the identity positioning of the NPCs in the Silent Court camp. For example, Bai Fu's character strength positioning has been revised from World-Class Boss, Explored Universe, to N-level boss. This revision is equivalent to directly raising Baifu's strength positioning to the same level as the Supreme God. This is the official recognition of Baifu, which can greatly elevate Baifu's status in the eyes of players. In addition to the strength positioning, Baifu's plot positioning has also changed from one of the main protagonists of version 2.3 to the creator of destiny above the stars. To be honest, Baifu was confused when she first saw this adjective. According to the routine, if her plot positioning continues to rise, shouldn't she become the main protagonist of version XX, or one of the protagonists above the stars? What the hell is the creator of destiny? Does it mean that I jumped out of the chessboard and became the writer Baifu? Baifu didn't think it was possible. After completing the second transformation and the new raise sublimation, her strength did improve a lot, but there was still a certain gap between her and the Supreme God and the original leader of the agreement. Forget it. Since I don't understand, I won't bother with it for now. Baifu continued to flip forward. The next tip said that she changed from Ultimate Mentor Psychic to Ultimate Mentor Psychic plus Ultimate Mentor Dark Energy. This correction is a very common correction. The following tips, such as the silent chord becoming the main force on the stars, are also very common and not worth mentioning. It was not until she turned to the ninth tip that Baifu finally discovered the amazing part. As the creator of destiny, you have glimpsed a new psychic light from the fog. Now, you can choose one of the following attributes as your new psychic attribute. 1. Blazing. 2. Illusion. 3. Gray fog. Fuck, awesome. Baifu was thinking about how to get a new psychic attribute, but she didn't expect the planner to give her one directly. Then what's there to hesitate about? Just choose the right positive bonus psychic prayer with a blazing attribute with a bonus effect. With this, when Baifu casts the blessing of the virtual gods on herself and the bonus aura on Yingfu and others, the effect can be increased by nearly 1/4, which is quite considerable. Next prompt, your race has evolved to a new critical point, and your psychic and dark energy affinity has also reached a new standard. Now you are like a living apostle, and you have unlocked the exclusive talent Apostle number 12. Apostle number 12, unactivated. Activation requires the use of true spirit essence. Note, the void realm is the remnant of the past, the abyss of today. For those who sink into the abyss, spiritual energy and dark energy interweave, carving poems from the past on you. Each mark is a resonance, and when the 12th resonance finally strikes, you will become the most special apostle, so that's it. Baifu suddenly realized. She remembered her third divine transformation mission. The last requirement of that mission was to find a way to get a true spirit essence. It turned out that this was the use of the true spirit essence. I don't know what new abilities I can get after becoming an apostle. And I don't know if the Supreme God disciple has also come into contact with the true spirit essence, and whether it is possible to become the 12th apostle. In any case, this correction prompt came at a very timely time. With this new talent, Baifu is not afraid of the lies she told before being exposed. Who said that the 12th apostle is not an apostle? You said the talent has not been activated yet. If it is not activated, it can't be called an apostle. In short, it's better. Baifu excitedly turned off the reminder for this enhancement. Then, she urgently contacted the Master of Curses and other Master Level and Super Level Psychic Prayer Masters, who had deep cooperation with the 3 major cosmic civilizations, and asked them if they knew where the true spirit essence was. True spirit essence? What is this? I have heard of this name. It seems to be the core of the apostle, but I really don't know where it is. Even the knowledgeable Master of Curses said that he didn't know where the true spirit essence was. At this time, the benefits of Baifu's previous open source were revealed. All those who received the message said they would try their best to help find it. Later, some of them gave Baifu what they had learned recently, which caused Baifu's number of dark energy prayer card drawings to increase dramatically. We have to keep opening this source. Baifu nodded secretly. There is actually another benefit to her sharing the dark energy knowledge, which is that it will greatly increase the difficulty of the Apostle Holy City to win over the psychic prayer masters, who have explored the universe. Everyone. Baifu turned to look at Dimitri and the others. I won't follow you back to the Reborn Empire. I have something to deal with on Ziyuan Star. Is that so? That can't be helped. Dimitri expressed deep regret. In order to celebrate their destruction of the new waterway of the Apostle Holy City, Emperor Odoacer held a grand welcoming ceremony in the capital. How can people not feel regretful that the protagonist Baifu can't be there? Baifu, the Apostle Holy City shouldn't make any big moves recently, but the initial agreement still needs to be very careful. Dimitri, I understand. After saying goodbye to Dimitri and the others, Baifu and the Lord of the Oath flew to Ziyuan Star in the Power Garden. Baifu does have a lot to do now. For example, receiving Lit, who came from afar, copying the power of the god of death Isaacs, welcoming Anya and Yulia who returned from the Apostle Holy City, and taking the time to improve the strength of Faye, Cixia and others. The way to improve strength is very simple. Inject Bai Fu's genes, now is different from the past. Now her genes are enough to become the primer to guide others on the road of life evolution. But Bai Fu will not abuse her genes. She only plans to give her genes to Anya, Yulia, Faye, Cixia and other people who have a 100% favorability towards her. You mean Olsen, Heinz, Nikita and others are looking for the true spirit essence recently. Find out why they are looking for this. Yes, Lord Rufus. Somewhere in the dark area. Rufus, who had disappeared for a long time, looked at the virtual figure in front of him expressionlessly. Compared with many days ago, his appearance has undergone some subtle changes. For example, his pupils turned silver. For example, there were some strange lines on his arms. After the shadow in front of him disappeared, Rufus hesitated for a moment and contacted his old friend Corona. Rufus, you still have the nerve to look for me? I heard that you just had a fight with Bai Fu and survived by chance, but you were seriously injured. Are you here to mock me? No. I'm here to comfort you and make a deal with you. What deal? Corona became interested when he talked about the deal. Help me find out why they are looking for the true spirit essence. The reward is a half-destroyed mechanical overlord. Rufus sent the information just reported by his subordinates. Corona's pupil shrank. Okay, deal. It can only be said that Corona's efficiency is very high. After only 2 hours, he got the real reason through monitoring. Is it because of Bai Fu? Rufus narrowed his eyes slightly. A cloud-like black mist appeared on his hand. This is the true spirit essence. It seems necessary to talk to her. Chapter 335. When Rufus was plotting to contact Bai Fu was teaching the imprisoned death god Isaacs with the Lord of the Oath. Do you know why we want to arrest you? Isaacs, with a knife on his neck, looked confused. Isn't it because he pretended to be cool that he walked a step slower and was caught as a typical example? Isaacs was speechless when he thought of this. He had good luck all his life. Why did he fail at this most critical moment? What a sin! At this moment, the Lord of the Oath suddenly sneered. Isaacs, you really don't remember me. Remember you? Isaacs was stunned. As a person who had explored the universe, he certainly knew the Lord of the Oath, one of the 3 supreme beings in the marginal world. But judging from the Lord of the Oath's expression and tone, the real meaning of her words should be that they had met before and had a conflict because of it. But Isaacs thought hard, but he couldn't figure out where he had seen the Lord of the Oath. The Lord of the Oath was not a small name, and his memory was not bad. If he had really had a conflict with the Lord of the Oath, he would not have forgotten it. So, he accidentally did something to provoke the Lord of the Oath? That's right. At that time, your attention was completely on the person who blocked your business. How could you remember a nobody like me? The Lord of the Oath stared at Isaacs hatefully and talked about the past. She would never forget how desperate she was when she saw her hometown being smashed into powder by Isaacs, who was fighting the enemy on the news. She will never forget the anger she felt when she went to Isaacs to argue, but was thrown out before she even got close. She has a very good talent. But she has grown so fast along the way, and it is inevitable that hatred has driven her. I see. Isaac suddenly realized, it's a pity that although you explained it very clearly, I still can't remember it. His soul made a gesture of spreading his hands, and his tone sounded quite relaxed. This is also very normal. I have destroyed too many planets, and there are countless people who scold me every day. If I remember all of them, it would be too difficult for me. This indifferent attitude made the already angry Lord of the Oath even more angry. It doesn't matter if you don't remember, I just remember, Isaacs, I will use your soul to commemorate my innocent compatriots who died. The Lord of the Oath no longer planned to settle accounts with Isaacs. She just wanted to send Isaacs off quickly. She wanted to see if Isaacs could still be as indifferent as he is now when death really comes. However, just as the Lord of the Oath was about to take action, Isaac suddenly laughed. Are you sure you want to kill me? Yes. Even if I'm going to make a deal with you, and tell you the inside information of the original agreement, you're going to kill me? The Lord of the Oath's body suddenly stiffened. Now she really couldn't say yes right away. As far as she was concerned, she really didn't care about the original agreement or not. After all, she didn't join any of the 3 cosmic civilizations, and no matter how big the conflict between the original agreement and the 3 cosmic civilizations was, it was none of her business. But Bai Fu needs it. Although she also helped Bai Fu a lot, it is clear that what she did was far less than what Bai Fu did for her. Without Bai Fu, she would not be able to catch Isaacs even if she practiced until death. On the one hand, Isaacs is stronger than her. On the other hand, Isaacs is a member of the original agreement, and she can't think of a way to kill Isaacs by bypassing the original agreement. So, in order to repay her benefactor Bai Fu's kindness, the Lord of the Oath gritted his teeth. You mean as long as I let you go, you are willing to tell us the internal situation of the original agreement? Isaac smiled. Yes. This is the reason why he is so calm. Although informing Bai Fu and the Lord of the Oath about the information of the initial agreement will cause the initial agreement to issue a hunting order against him, and he is definitely not the opponent of the initial agreement, but now he has no time to think about the future, and he should get rid of the current crisis first. Bai Fu said to the Lord of the Oath, no need to be polite to him, just kill him directly. There are many ways to find out the situation inside the initial agreement. There is no need to entangle with him here. The Lord of the Oath shook his head. There are indeed many ways, but the sooner you can figure out the initial agreement, the safer you will be when you fight them. It doesn't matter, you don't have to worry about me. Letting him go today doesn't mean I won't take revenge. At worst, I can catch him again in the future. As she said that, she glared at Isaacs fiercely. Just tell me, as long as you tell me, I will let you go immediately after verifying the truth. Isaacs was unmoved. I don't believe you, unless Bai Fu promises to let me go. Who in the explored universe doesn't know that Bai Fu is the venerable saint of saints? What she says is reliable. No you. Bai Fu wanted to persuade the Lord of the Oath, but the Lord of the Oath was very determined. Just one word deal. Bai Fu, if you don't agree, I will release Isaacs now. Alas you. Bai Fu had no choice but to agree. You say it. Haha, it's done. Isaacs was overjoyed. This time he finally survived. It seems that his luck is a little bad, but not too bad, otherwise how could he control the Lord of the Oath like he is now? You want to catch me again? After you leave this time, I will immediately use the trump card I haven't played yet to send you on your way. In anger, Isaacs introduced the internal situation of the initial agreement. The initial agreement is divided into two layers, the internal and external structures. People like us are considered external members. As for the internal members, as far as I know, there are only 21 people in total, including the lightless one you eliminated, and the painter who just passed the Blazing Tiger test and joined. I seldom come into contact with the core members of the initial agreement, so my understanding of them is very limited. I will send you the details later. Although I don't have much contact with them, there are two people who must be cautious. One is the leader of the initial agreement, and the other is the Son of Prophecy. The Son of Prophecy is easy to deal with. It is said that he has the ability to predict the future. It is never too careful to meet such a person. As for the leader has never revealed his true identity in front of others, but based on a few key words occasionally uttered by internal members when discussing him, I have a few guesses. 1. He is a seeker. 2. He was probably from one of the 3 cosmic civilizations before he became a seeker. 3. Before Isaacs finished speaking, the Lord of the Oath had already shouted. Do you know what you are talking about? If the leader of the original agreement came from one of the 3 cosmic civilizations, why would he target the 3 cosmic civilizations? Isaacs, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, I'm just telling you the information I know. Lord of the Oath, In addition to the 2 points I just mentioned, there is another point that the leader may have come into contact with a civilization that is more advanced than the 3 cosmic civilizations. Huh? Even Bai Fu was surprised. A civilization that is more advanced than the 3 cosmic civilizations, the Holy City of Apostles? No, it's impossible. If that's the case, how could the original agreement fight with the Holy City of Apostles? Could it be a villain that will appear in a later version? Bai Fu couldn't figure it out for the time being. In the process of asking and answering questions with Isaacs, she gained some new information. For example, which forces secretly cooperated with the initial agreement. For example, which sub-bases the initial agreement had. For example, what abilities some members of the initial agreement had. The moment Bai Fu received the information, she forwarded these things to Dimitri and asked Dimitri to deal with them urgently to avoid any accidents. Is there anything else to say? Bai Fu asked. Isaacs nodded, of course. He even looked at the Lord of the Oath provocatively, and the Lord of the Oath was so angry that his teeth itched, but he could do nothing. You just show off. I will kill you sooner or later. Isaac said, Mr. Bai Fu, I have said everything I should say, so can you abide by the rules of the deal and send me away from here now? Bai Fu said. There is nothing else to say, so you can go on your way with peace of mind. Go on your way? Isn't this word a bit wrong? Isaacs vaguely sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. A small boat appeared out of thin air in Bai Fu's palm. The next second, under the influence of the boat, Isaac felt his soul melting. If he continues like this, he will die. Isaac screamed in horror. What are you doing? Stop it. Bai Fu, you said you would let me go. Everything I said is true. I never lied to you. Bai Fu said, stop barking like a dog. Whether it's true or not, you're dead. Isaac panicked even more. Aren't you a saint? How can a saint break your promise? Let me go. Hurry up. If you continue like this, I'm going to die. The Lord of the Oath next to him was dumbfounded. What was going on? Bai Fu didn't even blink. Saint? Who said I was a saint? Humph, go to hell. Isaac was no longer as steady and calm as before. He first tried to use the name of the saint to pressure Bai Fu, asking her not to do anything that would ruin her reputation, and then he said he would use the wealth he had accumulated over the years in exchange for his life. Then he kept shouting that he was willing to work like a cow and a horse for Bai Fu, the Lord of the Oath, just to be able to survive. However, Bai Fu didn't buy his tricks at all. Isaac was broken. Who said Bai Fu was a saint? Who said Bai Fu's words were absolutely trustworthy? Fuck you. Isaac started to curse. You treacherous villain, hypocrite, don't be too proud too soon. If what happened today gets out, your reputation will be completely ruined. TSK. Bai Fu curled her lips. I don't know if it will be ruined. I only know that if I kill you, what happened here will never be spread out. You? Isaac wanted to say something, but Bai Fu suddenly increased her strength and crushed his soul. You killed. You completed. At the moment when Isaac died, Bai Fu received a game prompt. She got the 10 billion experience points, the one-time skill card Mark of Death, and the Death Seed *1 that she wanted. When she turned around, the Lord of the Oath was looking at her in shock. Bai Fu spread her hands. If we let him go today, it will be extremely difficult to catch him in the future. I promise to help you get revenge. I will definitely not break my promise. In short, there is no need to talk about morality when dealing with such evil people. Just kill them after deceiving them. The Lord of the Oath nodded subconsciously. Although the contrast between Bai Fu's sudden change from a saintly woman who kept her word to a liar who would do anything to get what she wanted was a bit big. But she likes it. Isn't this good? Not only did he get the information, but he also helped her get revenge. Thank you. The Lord of the Oath was so excited that he took a few steps forward, tiptoed, and hugged Bai Fu tightly. Bai Fu waved her hand. With our relationship, there is no need to say thank you. That night, the supernatural garden arrived at the origin of the star. Bai Fu called Cecilia over and implanted the death seed obtained in the mission into Cecilia's body. The next day, Yulia and Anya returned to the origin of the star. After the welcoming ceremony, Bai Fu called Yulia aside, drew a few tubes of blood, and asked her to help make the gene optimization solution. When Yulia heard that Bai Fu's genes were to be injected into her body, she immediately became interested. Without saying anything, she pulled Bai Fu into the laboratory, and then she had a great time doing the experiment. Bai Fu, I have to go back to pay tribute to those dead compatriots. If you have nothing to do, I want to. At the door of the laboratory, the Lord of the Oath, who came to say goodbye to Bai Fu, suddenly shut up. The laboratory has a shielding device, but it is impossible for this level of shielding device to block her detection. So, I'm leaving first. After a whoosh, the Lord of the Oath had already appeared in his own ship. In the cockpit, Inju's virtual image looked at the Lord of the Oath with a strange face, who said he was going to say goodbye but returned in a hurry. It's just a goodbye. Why are you blushing, and why are your legs weak? When Bai Fu was still doing experiments with Yulia, the three cosmic civilizations had already launched an active attack on the initial protocol according to the information she sent. The leader of the initial protocol received a large number of distress signals in succession, but he ignored them all, and just asked the attack people not to fight and withdraw immediately. The most important task at the moment is to get rid of Bai Fu. As for other things, it doesn't matter. We have been preparing for so long, and we must not fail this time. Let's go! Chapter 336. The fusion went very smoothly. When Cixia completely digests this potion, her ability rating should be able to be upgraded to SS level. With the help of gene optimization, her rank should also be able to be successfully promoted to the master level. Feiya's promotion was also very smooth. Her various physical attributes have actually reached the standard a long time ago. The reason why she has not been able to be promoted to the master level is that her control over the void power is too poor, but it is not her fault. The main reason is that there are two souls in her body now. However, after fusing your genes, this problem is no longer a problem. Anya. There is no problem with Anya. With the help of Cypress and the Needle of Punishment, It is not difficult for her to advance to the Overlord even without your genes. What surprised me was the two little followers you brought back from Indigo Star, Itchy and Teresa. Their talents and perseverance are quite amazing. Now they have surpassed Vic, and have reached the peak of the calamity. The only problem is that if the potential of their race is not further improved, then their road to advancement will almost come to an end. In the laboratory, Yulia, wearing a white coat, pushed her red-framed glasses and introduced to Baifu the recent changes in all the people who received her experimental help. As she spoke, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Congratulations, your continuous investment in the Silent Garden over the years has come to fruition. In a month at most, the Silent Garden will welcome 4 or 5 overlords at once. In this way, even in the vast explored universe, the Silent Garden can be regarded as a truly top force. Baifu nodded happily. She knew that this was just the beginning. 4 or 5 masters? As time goes by, the number of masters in the Silent Court will become 14 or 15, or even 40 or 50. This is not only because she can rely on the Apostle's spiritual vision to guide the followers under her to practice, but more importantly, most of the followers she recruited are the protagonists of one side, with luck or strong luck buffs. Add these two factors together, why worry about the Silent Court not prospering? Oh no, if she had sent it before, the Silent Court would not have prospered. Although even if she was gone, the Silent Court would be considered a very powerful force now, but who made her enemies stronger? If she had sent it, her enemies would definitely tear the Silent Court to pieces. We still have to work harder to cultivate 1 or 2 more transcendents for the Silent Court. Baifu's eyes fell on Yulia. Although Yulia was not very impressive, her strength was actually the strongest among Anya, Cixia, Faye, Cyprus and others. She had already been promoted to the Overlord during the time when she was causing trouble in the Apostle Holy City. After integrating her genes, her racial potential score soared to 80.3 in one fell swoop. The reason why she was promoted so quickly was that she had fused 2 pieces of True Spirit relics. If she could get the True Spirit relics fragment in the hands of the Apostle Holy City, driven by the power of the Apostle, Yulia should be able to advance to the transcendent level. By then, Yulia, who was at the dominant level, could already mobilize a huge amount of spiritual energy. When she completely inherited the legacy of the Apostle number 3, she would probably be able to use spiritual energy infinitely. Yulia had unlimited blue, which was equivalent to her having unlimited blue. How terrifying is a mage who is more tanky than a tank and has infinite mana? Invincibility is the end. Baifu couldn't wait to inject some more of her genes into Yulia. But she held back. Now is not the time to be impulsive. Things are different now. Her genes are quite terrifying now. Even a powerful being like Yulia will inevitably be damaged if she absorbs her genes many times in a short period of time. The result of being damaged is that the genes will collapse, dissipate on the spot, or become an unconscious monster. Baifu collected her thoughts. The task of transferring all the important facilities on Ziyuan Star to the supernatural garden is now yours. I will go meet with Lit from the Apostle Holy City. Yulia smiled and responded, "Don't worry, I'm here." It's really good to have a reliable butler. Baifu shared the highest authority of the supernatural garden with Yulia, and then went straight to the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance headquarters. 1 day later, she met with Lit, Ruth, Nessus and others at the headquarters. The atmosphere of this meeting was a little subtle. Mainly because Ruth and the others never dreamed that Baifu would introduce a candidate for the Apostle Holy City to them. Is he really trustworthy? 100% trustworthy. The reason Baifu was so sure was because she found that Li Ti's favorability towards her had increased, from 74 a while ago to 83. I think it was because Li Ti heard that she joined hands with the original agreement to beat up the Apostle Holy City and destroyed the new channel of the Apostle Holy City. Since Baifu had come forward to guarantee it, Ruth and the others accepted the setting that their former enemy, Lit, had now turned from evil to good. Even the candidate disciples of the Apostle Holy City were dormant under Baifu's charm. Baifu was simply a superman. Baifu said, although the Apostle Holy City suffered a disastrous defeat in the explored universe, they still have strength and are still a huge threat to the explored universe. So we must continue to find ways to weaken the Apostle Holy City until the final decisive battle comes. Li Ti said, Sir Apostle, what do you want to do? Poach. Baifu expressed her thoughts. It would be too difficult for Li Ti and others to fight against the Apostle Holy City directly. So her plan was to let Li Ti and others continue to win over the people of the Apostle Holy City. Even a being of Li Ti's level could betray, which means that there must be a big potential problem inside the Apostle Holy City. It would be a good thing to poach more people, and even if it couldn't, it would at least cause some trouble for the Apostle Holy City. Li Te nodded and expressed his own opinion. What if the Supreme God's followers take advantage of our tricks and send people to pretend to surrender? Then wouldn't we be in danger? Bai Fu smiled confidently. Don't underestimate my eyes. I can tell whether they are sincere or not at a glance. Even if the inner ghost's favorability towards her is not negative, it must be very low. You said that some people have a high favorability, but they will still do things that hurt me under various pressures? Impossible. At least such people will not appear in the Apostle Holy City. Bai Fu actually didn't care whether the people recruited by Li Te were sincere or traitors. If they were sincere, it would weaken the Holy City of Apostles. If they were traitors, she would kill them, which would still weaken the Holy City of Apostles. In short, as long as Li Te could recruit people, she would definitely not lose. After the short meeting, Bai Fu didn't rush to leave. She stayed in the alliance for a while, because she was afraid that Li Te would fight with the alliance because of the previous conflicts. Fortunately, Li Te and the alliance people were very concerned about the overall situation. They knew that their biggest enemy was the Holy City of Apostles. Before they defeated the Holy City of Apostles, any other conflicts could be temporarily ignored. A day and a half later, Bai Fu received a call from the Reborn Empire. Dimitri said that the Empire, the Supernova Corps, and Titan Industries jointly formulated the Virtual Realm Development Plan version 2.0. It was called the Virtual Realm Development Plan, but in fact, this plan was more like a fishing plan. Dimitri pointed to the map, and a yellow dot lit up on the map. This dot was the location of a sub-base of the initial agreement that Isaacs had explained. We plan to use the exploration of the virtual world as bait to lure the initial agreement to stop us. If the initial agreement really falls into the trap and attacks our bait troops, then we will take advantage of the situation to launch a large-scale offensive against this sub-base, and strive to completely destroy this base in one fell swoop. If the initial agreement does not fall for it, then we will really explore the virtual world. Well, this plan is good. Bai Fu showed an approving look. So you came to me this time. Dimitri said, we hope you can be the bait. Of course, you don't have to really enter the virtual world. Just cooperate with us to play a play and attract the attention of the original agreement. Ding! You have triggered the main task Virtual Realm Development Plan 2.0. Task Introduction. Task Objective. Play a play with the Virtual World Development Plan of the 3 major cosmic civilizations. Reward, 1.5 billion experience points. Note, after completing this task, there is a certain probability of triggering a higher level main task. Are there any tasks? What's there to hesitate about? Bai Fu immediately drove the mobile palace to the capital of the empire. After torturing Isaacs and asking him where the painter was, she completed the main task of the painter subvert the world and received a psychic construction blueprint evolution card. She used this card on the mobile palace. The upgraded mobile palace is now faster than the speed specialized ship of the Lord of the Oath. Therefore, it took her only 1 day to reach the empire. In 7 hours, the mobile palace will enter the capital of the Reborn Empire. The next stop is $ at ## of Seska. In the cabin, the AI was making routine hourly reports. However, as the AI was reporting, its words suddenly turned into a series of harsh noises. Enemy attack? Bai Fu's eyes narrowed. She was about to make a move, but she heard a familiar voice coming from the void. Don't be so nervous. I'm not here to cause you trouble, but to save you. Rufus. Bai Fu certainly couldn't forget this voice. She turned her head to look at the porthole on the left. Outside the porthole, Rufus was floating with a smile. She subconsciously sent an apostle's vision over, and the data fed back surprised her. After disappearing for a while, Rufus's level actually rose directly to level 262. As for his race, you became a Void Lord? Oh, Rufus was surprised when Bai Fu directly called out his identity. He deliberately concealed the changes in his body shape and suppressed the energy fluctuations to the minimum. Unexpectedly, Bai Fu still saw through his details at a glance. This woman is really scary. Luckily, he really didn't come to trouble Bai Fu today. That kind of thing is not important. Bai Fu, don't think I'm exaggerating. I heard that you are going to join the Virtual Realm Exploration Plan led by the Rebirth Empire. If you enter the Virtual Realm at this time, then there is only one way to die waiting for you. Are you threatening me? It's not me who threatens you, but the initial agreement. The initial agreement has made sufficient preparations to kill you. You can't be their opponent, but if I'm here, the situation will be different. How about it, Bai Fu? Do you want to cooperate with me? If you cooperate with me, I can give you something you urgently need now. What is it? The essence of the true spirit. Bai Fu, the queen of the film industry, could not help but move her expression. She asked, What do you want me to do for you? Rufus said, help me kill the leader of the original agreement. Bai Fu said, why do you want to kill him? There should be no conflict between you and him, right? Rufus said, because his identity is very special. Identity is very special? Bai Fu immediately thought of the mission above the stars, too, the second branch of which was to let her investigate the true identity of the leader of the original agreement. Who is he? Rufus smiled. He is the legendary god of the void. Bai Fu was confused. The leader of the original agreement is the god of the void. That's not right. The mission is still incomplete, so the leader of the original agreement can never be the god of the void. And, didn't I release the news that I am the god of the void? Why does Rufus still think, oh, by the way, the only people who know the news are Dimitri and the players. Dimitri blocked the news. Although the players are big mouths and will talk nonsense everywhere, because the version update came early, they were forced to go offline before they had time to talk nonsense. Bai Fu's eyes turned slightly. She didn't care where Rufus got the wrong information from. She only knew that if it was done properly, she could get the true spirit essence she longed for. So, this cooperation okay. Chapter 337. Although she was ready to cooperate with Rufus, Bai Fu did not agree immediately. She still had two concerns. First, with her and Rufus' strength, plus the cooperation of the three cosmic civilizations, could they really kill the leader of the original agreement? Second, if they could really kill the leader of the original agreement, would Rufus abide by the agreement and hand over the true spirit essence to her after the matter was accomplished? I always felt that both goals were difficult to achieve. Neither the leader of the original agreement nor Rufus are easy to deal with. They are not only cunning, but their hard power is obviously stronger than mine now. To get rid of the leader of the original agreement and make Rufus hand over the true spirit essence, I must further improve my strength. The problem is, if I can't get the true spirit essence, I can't complete the third transformation and upgrade further. If I can't upgrade further, I will most likely not get the true spirit essence. Damn it! Bai Fu was speechless. This situation is not good. Should I just refuse to cooperate with Rufus? No. If I miss this opportunity, who knows if I can find the true spirit essence in the future. Even if I can find it, if I delay for a long time, by the time she develops, the situation may have already deteriorated. It seems that I can only improve my strength from other aspects. For example, further improve my race's potential, such as collecting all the cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy, and collecting more colorful prayer card drawings. Oh, there is another way. Bai Fu suddenly remembered that she had a task that had been delayed for a long time. Bridge of communication with the old. Task objective. Complete the drawings of the Void Converter. Reward. 2 billion experience points. The original Seeker title fragment *1. Rare prayer card drawings Old Master. Color. This is the task she accepted after digging up Rufus's hometown. Among the three rewards, experience and prayer card drawings are not important now. What is important is the title fragments. Now she already has 2 original Seeker title fragments. As long as she gets one more, she can synthesize this super rare special title. Top Hunter can give her 6% basic inspiration. This original Seeker, which she spent a lot of energy to obtain, can't bring less bonus than Top Hunter, right? Bai Fu couldn't help laughing. With Rufus, the Void Lord, it is not difficult for her to complete the Void Converter blueprint. I won't ask you what benefits you can get by killing the leader of the original agreement. I don't think you will tell me honestly. I only have one question now. Why do you want to cooperate with me instead of looking for others? The conflict between us seems to be not small. Rufus, the conflict between you and me is not a principled conflict. I have no intention of destroying what you are guarding, and everything you guard will not have an adverse impact on my core interests. Therefore, we have a basis for cooperation. As for why I want to find you, it is naturally because you are an apostle. If the leader of the original agreement was just an ordinary apostle, I could kill him alone. But he is the god of the void realm, so I must use the power of other apostles. I see, it's not impossible to cooperate with you, but I have a condition. Bai Fu crossed her arms. Rufus shrugged. You don't want me to give you the true spirit essence in advance? Don't say you are Bai Fu, even if you are an idiot, that won't work. Bai Fu shook her head. Of course, I won't make such an embarrassing request. I just want you to help me complete a blueprint. What blueprint? You know, I also have the void gene, so I have always been interested in the power of the void. This time, I want you to help me improve the void converter blueprint. While speaking, Bai Fu sent a blueprint to Rufus. This blueprint was specially modified. It was different from the one she stole from Rufus. Some parts were more perfect, and some other parts were deliberately changed to have loopholes. The purpose was to prevent Rufus from recognizing that this blueprint came from him. Void Converter Blueprint? Rufus was stunned. When Bai Fu was on guard against him, he was also on guard against Bai Fu. When walking on the road to surpassing the peak, one must be cautious at all times. But this time, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of any harm that helping Bai Fu to perfect the Void Converter Blueprint would bring to himself. It was just a broken converter that could capture void energy. Even if Bai Fu passed this technology to the 3 major cosmic civilizations, it would not pose any threat to him as the Lord of the Void. In that case, let's perfect it. Rufus only spent more than 10 minutes to send the complete blueprint back to Bai Fu. He was also tricked by Bai Fu. This time, it's not his fault that he was not smart. No matter how smart he was, he would never have thought that Bai Fu could enhance her strength through the title. It's done. The moment she received the blueprint, Bai Fu received a game prompt. You completed the hidden task bridge of communication with the old days, and received 2 billion experience points, the first seeker title fragment *1, and the rare prayer card blueprint the Lord of the Old Days. Color. She opened the title interface as quickly as possible and chose to synthesize the 3 title fragments. Ding! The introduction of the new title slowly unfolded before my eyes. Everything was just as Bai Fu expected. The title that she finally got after 3 difficult tasks was very exaggerated. It has 3 effects in total. The first effect is plus 10% for all basic attributes, which is very simple and crude. The second effect is a significant increase in void suitability. All void-related skill effects will be greatly enhanced. Even the ability to create a portal that comes with the Beyond Black Hole title can get a bonus. The third effect is to unlock a new skill break limits, instantly transcend dimensions. Using this skill consumes a lot of energy, and the effect is that it can be immune to all spatial and dimensional damage during the duration of the skill. It is a very targeted skill. However, compared with these 3 effects, Bai Fu is more concerned about the content of the explanatory essay attached to the title The First Seeker. The essay mentioned that the first group of seekers in this world found the void in order to find the end of the evolutionary path. In the void, they experienced many disasters, and finally discovered a huge secret. Secret? As soon as the doubtful thought came to her mind, Bai Fu received a new game prompt. You have triggered the main quest secrets of the old days. Quest Introduction. Quest Objective. Investigate what secrets the first seekers found in the void. Reward. 50 billion experience points, 1 ultimate divine card. This reward. Bai Fu's eyelids twitched slightly. It must be said that the reward is very tempting, but she has no idea where to start to complete this task. For now, let's focus on the bait plan of the 3 cosmic civilizations, and the cooperation with Rufus. Bai Fu turned off the communicator. In fact, I went to the Reborn Empire this time not to explore the virtual world. Oh! I can't tell you the real purpose. Anyway, you don't need to worry about me getting into trouble. Rufus stared at Bai Fu. He didn't look like he was lying when he looked at Bai Fu. This is the best. Bai Fu asked, when do you plan to take action against the leader of the original agreement? Rufus, wait. Bai Fu, tell me when you want to do it. I'm going to meet up with Dimitri first. Rufus didn't stop him. Looking at the moving palace going away, a smile appeared on his face. Bai Fu couldn't resist the temptation of the true spirit essence after all. Maybe she thought that when she got the true spirit essence, she could control the whole situation. However, she couldn't figure out how much benefit he could get from this action. The day when the God of the Void dies is the day when a new God of the Void is born. This world will eventually belong to me. 7 hours later, the Shining Star Space City cluster in the reborn capital of the Empire. Dimitri and others held a welcoming ceremony for Bai Fu. The ceremony was broadcast live across the Star region through the Empire TV station, and even people in the No Man's Land could watch it without any obstacles. The scale of the ceremony was extremely grand. At the ceremony, Boilo, a senior official of the Senate, announced that the Apostle Holy City had been temporarily repelled. In order to better deal with the upcoming return of the Apostle Holy City, the Empire will join forces with the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries to implement 2 exciting new plans. 1. Virtual Realm Development Plan version 2.0. 2. Large-scale promotion of void energy and dark energy. Boilo described in detail the changes that the implementation of these 2 plans would bring to the explored universe. There is no doubt that there are countless opportunities behind every change. Therefore, everyone watching the live broadcast became excited. This includes those consortiums that have deep cooperation with Bai Fu, such as the Origin Consortium, such as Multidimensional Capital, and also the people of the initial agreement. Leader, the Reborn Empire held a very special welcome ceremony. At the ceremony, they I already know. The leader interrupted the Fate Weaver, who pushed the door to enter his rest cabin, staring at the virtual screen floating in front of him. The Fate Weaver asked, "What about us now?" The leader stroked the ring on his wrist, changed the route to the virtual realm, and turned the celebration of the reborn empire into a funeral. Yes. The Fate Weaver immediately took action. The leader raised his mouth. This time, he was going to kill Bai Fu completely. But along the way, he was always worried that he would run away and couldn't find Bai Fu's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, less than a day after setting off, Bai Fu exposed her whereabouts by herself. God really helped him. Just as the fleet of the initial agreement turned around and sailed into the virtual world, Bai Fu also found Dimitri privately. "What? You want to enter the virtual world yourself?" No, it's too dangerous." Dimitri shook his head like a rattle. Heinz, who was standing not far away, also hurried over to dissuade him after hearing this. Bai Fu said, "Have you forgotten that I survived the attack of the Apostle Holy City twice in a row? In fact, I have mastered a special stand ability. Don't worry, the original agreement can't kill me. I entered the virtual world this time mainly to try to find out the true identity of the leader of the original agreement. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. And if I go, it can also reduce the risk of other people entering the virtual world as bait." She was very stubborn. Dimitri and others persuaded her for a long time, but it was useless, so they could only bite the bullet and agree. "If you encounter any accidents, you must return immediately." Okay, I know. Why are you more verbose than Yulia?" Bai Fu waved at Dimitri. Dimitri smiled helplessly. "Auntie, you have become the spiritual pillar of the entire explored universe. If you fall, it will inevitably trigger an extremely terrifying interstellar storm." Bai Fu was so persistent in entering the virtual realm, mainly because she wanted to complete the task of finding out the identity of the leader of the original agreement as soon as possible and get the reward of the blood of the gods. The blood of the gods can further enhance her racial potential, allowing her to deal with Rufus more calmly. What if the leader of the original agreement didn't come? If he didn't come, then he didn't come. Anyway, she didn't lose anything. "Let's go!" When the time announced at the welcoming ceremony came, Bai Fu led the baits prepared by the three major cosmic civilizations into the virtual world. After entering the virtual world, they immediately split up. Bai Fu was responsible for continuing to be the bait, while the baits began to explore in the virtual world. Next, it depends on whether the people of the original agreement will be fooled. Bai Fu strolled leisurely in the virtual world. She waited for nearly a day. When she wandered near a stagnant black hole, the surrounding virtual world suddenly rippled with strange fluctuations. "Is it coming?" Bai Fu quickly entered the movie queen mode. She turned around with a look of confusion and stared at a piece of nothingness. "Who?" The next second, 6 huge spaceships emerged from the nothingness one after another. When the spaceship stopped, figures flew out of the spaceship one after another. Among these figures, there are people, beasts, mechanical life, and summoned creatures. The leader is the leader of the initial protocol. His appearance today is exactly the same as the one Bai Fu saw in the supernatural garden. "Bai Fu, we finally meet." A cold voice came. Bai Fu's face suddenly changed. "You are the leader of the initial protocol, you." The leader sneered. "You didn't expect us to come so quickly, and you didn't expect us to find you so easily, right? Bai Fu, I tried to persuade you, but you rejected my good intention. From that moment on, you completely became my enemy. Today I am here to send you off." Bai Fu looked around. "You actually brought so many people here. It seems that you are really determined to kill me, but it is not an easy task to kill me. Really, it seems that you are very confident in your ability to save your life." "That's right. After all, the supreme god of the Apostle Holy City couldn't kill you personally. However, I am different from him. Although I am not a psychic prayer master, I understand the apostles better than him." The leader's eyes flashed. "Enjoy this great gift I prepared for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 spaceships behind him suddenly began to deform. They broke into countless tiny particles, which entangled together like a turbulent torrent. The torrent surged through the vast universe, and finally turned into an object that looked like a giant ecliptic theodolite, enveloping Bai Fu and the people who had made the original agreement. "Bai Fu, did you hear the sound of your fate string breaking?" Chapter 338. String of Destiny? What the hell? Faced with the confident leader, Bai Fu couldn't help but roll her eyes. She raised her head and threw an apostle vision at the giant ecliptic theodolite that was constantly rotating around her. Destined Celestial Sphere. A long string of introduction text appeared in front of her. Bai Fu read it at a very fast speed. As she expected, this is a cosmic treasure. But unlike what she imagined, this is a one-time cosmic treasure with the effect of lock. Lock the space, lock the dimension, lock the fate, lock everything within the scope. From the introduction, the cost of the Destiny Sphere is not inferior to other cosmic treasures, but it can only be used once. Luxury, too luxurious. Bai Fu realized that the group of people in the initial agreement were going to take real action this time. They were determined. Even if a group of people suddenly rushed over to stop them, they would definitely face the challenge. At this time, the leader of the initial agreement interrupted Bai Fu's thinking. Bai Fu, you can survive the attacks of the Apostle Holy City many times. There are probably two possibilities. The first possibility is that you, who have the blood of the void, have mastered a special space escape ability. This ability is extremely advanced, so advanced that the supreme god of the Apostle Holy City could not see the flaws at close range and thought that you were beaten to ashes by him. The second possibility is that I remember you have a very special clone, which is different from any of your other true spirit summons. I think, perhaps, it is not your clone at all, but a part of you. In order to kill you completely, you must kill both of you. The reason why the Apostle Holy City failed to kill you is because they only killed one of you. Of these two possibilities, I personally prefer the second one. I have carefully studied your past experiences. Your clone is obviously as powerful as your original body. If she acts with you, it will definitely greatly increase your combat effectiveness. However, you and your clone rarely act together. There must be a reason for this. As for the reason, the leader laughed. Forget it. It doesn't matter which one is the truth. The fate sphere I prepared for you today can completely block your escape route with the power of the void, and can also bind this body of yours to the other body, so that your two bodies share the same fate. So, Bai Fu, your story should come to an end. The leader made a lot of noises, but his hands were not idle at all. The people who followed him were all preparing for the final general attack. They set up countless spiritual props outside the celestial sphere. They spread out in all directions, and each of them guarded a special point on the celestial sphere. This battle was thousands of times bigger than the siege of Huagua Mountain by the heavenly court. Bai Fu, this is the second gift I prepared for you. Although you have never revealed your apostle number to the public, based on the existing intelligence, I have roughly locked your identity. Are you apostle number 3, or apostle number 4? Never mind, this matter is not that important. I have prepared methods to deal with apostle number 3 and apostle number 4 at the same time. Your body, your soul, your true spirit essence, and the true spirit remains left after your death. Everything will be burned to ashes in this celestial sphere. A ball of blue flame suddenly appeared at the fingertips of the leader. The tiny particles that flew out of the flames fluttered and spread all over the celestial sphere. In the blink of an eye, the entire celestial sphere was covered by blue flames. Then, an unbreakable barrier appeared. HP 2 billion. Fuck 9 zeros? Bai Fu was dumbfounded. 2 billion HP, how long would it take her to break this barrier? Obviously, she couldn't run away. Fortunately, everything was still within her expectations. Although the sudden creation of a destined sphere in the initial agreement was beyond her expectations, this accident did not affect the overall situation at all. Young, too young. Do you think you can kill me by killing my two bodies at the same time? If it were that simple, I would have died in the hands of the Supreme God. After all, when he killed me for the first time, I hadn't awakened the spiral talent. Hee. Bai Fu was very glad that she had obtained the Heaven's Arc early, and did not reveal the effect of the Heaven's Arc to the outside world. She took a deep breath, and quickly entered the acting state. If you are not lying, it will be difficult for me to walk out of here alive today. It's not difficult, but impossible. The leader corrected Bai Fu's words. Bai Fu did not comment. I am confused. Why are you so persistent in killing me? All I have done is to help the explored universe resist the invasion of the Apostle Holy City. Does this mean that your interests have been affected? No comment. Then let me change the question you. Bai Fu stared at the leader's blurry face that seemed to be covered with a layer of fog. Who are you? Why don't you want to show your real face? Is it because your face is so special that once it is revealed, people will recognize it immediately? I still have no comment. Even in this situation you can't say it? Leader, since I started on this path, it doesn't matter who I am. The past is just a shackle to me. Only by abandoning the past can I better pursue the future. Damn riddle man. Okay, if you don't tell me, I will find a way to see it myself. Go ahead. Even if you have the absolute upper hand, I will never admit defeat. This is my life creed. Bai Fu swung her fist vigorously, and in an instant, a staff appeared in her hand. This staff was not the cosmic treasure, the divine scepter, but her spiritual energy constructed Zenith authority. Come out! With a loud shout, one after another powerful true spirit summons emerged from behind Bai Fu, and along with these true spirit summons appeared a group of extremely powerful true spirit armies. Since it was a play, of course, it had to be more realistic. Therefore, this time, Bai Fu directly took out all the prayer cards she had saved. Just smash them, come on, look at me. My fate is in my own hands. How much power can a psychic prayer master, with the strength equivalent to the peak of the third transformation, burst out with all his strength? Even the locked space was shaking violently. Go ahead, let her see the results of our preparations for many days. At the call of the leader, all the people in the initial agreement simultaneously controlled the psychic props released before to attack Bai Fu. A great war broke out. The people on the side that agreed to the original agreement were numerous and well prepared, so they had the upper hand as soon as the war started. But they only had the upper hand, and did not kill Bai Fu right away with their powerful output. The True Spirit Legion led by the Masters, the superclass True Spirit Summon Life, showed extremely strong resilience at this moment. Billions of them gathered and turned into spears. Thousands of spears combined into a cosmic giant shield that could attack or defend. Bai Fu rushed towards the leader with this giant shield. Useless struggle. The leader sneered, raised his hand, and swung out a torrent of spiritual energy. The turbulent torrent set off waves, and the momentum was so great that it seemed like a galaxy exploding. Boom, boom, boom. The torrent hit the giant shield in front of Bai Fu, and one by one, the true spirit summon lives that made up the giant shield were shattered. But soon more true spirit summon lives filled the gaps that had just been created on the giant shield. How did her energy intensity increase so much all of a sudden? Fortunately, the leader had foresight, and decided to eliminate her early on. Otherwise, if she had been allowed to grow for a while, it would have taken a lot of casualties to kill her. Looking at Bai Fu, who was like a small boat in the waves, swaying but never capsizing, the members of the initial agreement were amazed. But it was just amazement. As for fear, there was none at all. Death charge can indeed have unexpected effects at certain times, but it obviously won't have any effect today. Use the method used to deal with Apostle number 3. Accompanied by the leader's loud shout, the others changed their moves one after another. Inside the celestial sphere, the dazzling red light was like thick blood, drowning everything. You were attacked by the true spirit suppression. Since you don't have the true spirit essence, you are immune to this attack. You were attacked by targeted psychic/dark energy erosion. Since you are not Apostle number 3, the erosion effect you received is reduced by 95%. You? Prompt sounded one after another. Bai Fu couldn't help curling her lips. That's it, charge, keep charging. Bai Fu's speed of advancement barely slowed down. The leader frowned slightly. Fortunately, he had long suspected that the news that the fourth apostle was in the holy city of apostles might be a false news to confuse people, so he had kept it in reserve. Otherwise, Bai Fu might have escaped death today. Change to the method of dealing with the fourth apostle. Under the order of the leader, the people who had originally agreed changed their moves again. The red sea of blood retreated, replaced by an endless sea of dark fog. Bai Fu, it's time to say goodbye. The leader's eyes were as cold as ice. You. Another series of prompts sounded. This time, Bai Fu's erosion was still very small, and her forward speed slowed down a little, but it was still insignificant. The leader was always observing the situation on the battlefield. When he found that Bai Fu was almost unaffected, his face changed completely, and he felt a little uneasy for no reason. The reactions of the other people in the original agreement were even greater than his. They all widened their eyes. How is this possible? The methods used to deal with Apostle number 3 didn't work, and the methods used to deal with Apostle number 4 didn't work either. So what apostle no is Bai Fu? Or is she not an apostle at all? It's possible. It's really possible. Because even if Bai Fu is not apostle number 3 or number 4, as long as she is an apostle, the impact she will receive will not be just this little. No, it's impossible. If Bai Fu is not an apostle, how can her psychic talent be so high, and how can she grow so fast? So, the leader's breathing became heavy. He thought of a situation that could explain the current situation. Bai Fu is an apostle, but she is basically unaffected by the attacks against the apostles. This is because you are the number 1 apostle, the most powerful, mysterious, and special of all the apostles, and you are known as the God of the Void. The leader screamed. What? The other people in the original agreement looked at each other, each of them extremely shocked. The God of the Void? Are they hunting the God of the Void? Ha ha, ha ha. At this time, the leader suddenly laughed. This is beyond my expectation. but it's not a bad thing. Killing Apostle number 1 here will make it easier to deal with the remaining apostles. The projection of the past should be buried forever in the past. There is no ship to carry you in this era. The leader was completely ignited. He burst out with all his strength, risking that he might be seriously injured by Bai Fu, and no longer trapped at a certain node of the celestial sphere, but took the initiative to kill Bai Fu. Boom boom boom. Under his attack, the giant shield held up by Bai Fu was constantly broken. After thousands of reciprocating collisions, due to insufficient prayer cards, a huge crack finally appeared on the giant shield. Now, everyone join forces and attack with me. Swish swish swish. At this moment, outside the celestial sphere, key nodes all lit up. That was the roar of various energies. They twisted and stretched wildly, and finally gathered behind the leader. Behind the leader, a supernova explosion of extraordinary proportions seemed to have taken place. A huge amount of energy passed through the fixed space and entered his body. Driven by his will, it turned into a terrifying shattering spear that was enough to tear apart the dimension. Come down. The spear pierced through the crack of the giant shield, and completely engulfed Bai Fu in almost the blink of an eye. If this attack was made outside the celestial sphere, the leader was sure that an entire galaxy cluster would be destroyed because of this attack. The space and dimension collapse caused by it, if not repaired, would eventually spread to an entire star region, turning this star region into a Jedi. This power is so terrifying, however. No, something is wrong. The confident smile on the leader's face suddenly froze. He noticed that Bai Fu's breath had not disappeared. She is coming. She rushed out from the light. Her speed increased instead of decreasing. In just a moment of burst, she came in front of him. But she did not attack, but stretched out her right hand. Let me see who you are. The nails penetrated the mist, and finally landed on the leader's face. Paw. The fog dissipated. A mask made of unknown material was revealed. Bai Fu was stunned. She had originally wanted to get some cells from the leader's face, and then record the genetic information inside, and then go back and slowly compare them. Who would have thought that the leader, who had already covered his face with magic, would still put on another mask under the magic? You are so cruel. The next second, the delay time of the delayed explosion was over, and Bai Fu's body exploded into pieces with a bang. Under the effect of the celestial sphere, her Heifu body was also blown to pieces. But soon, she was resurrected by the Ark of Heaven, but she looked extremely weak after resurrection. The leader looked at the empty virtual space in front of him expressionlessly. Bai Fu, is she dead? He was so confident just now, but he didn't dare to jump to conclusions this time. He just stood there blankly. Leader, one of our bases was attacked by 3 cosmic civilizations. Suddenly, a magnetic voice woke the leader up. Where? Twilight Galaxy. They can't hold on any longer. Reinforcements. Are there any reinforcements? It's too late. Even if the leader sends reinforcements, it's too late. The noisy voices came into my ears. The pretty face of the protagonist of the Shadow Legion, Alice, who was walking through the gunfire, has now completely turned into a bitter face. It's over. I don't want to die yet. I'm only 25 years old. I haven't even been in love. If I die like this, it would be too tragic. I want to live. However, the less you want something, the quicker it comes. When passing through a metal gate, a mental shock suddenly fell from the sky and hit Alice's head squarely. Buzz. Alice was struck by lightning, and her whole body twitched and fell to the ground. Am I going to die? Her vision began to blur, and her body began to lose consciousness. Just as she was about to sink completely into the abyss, a very dazzling light suddenly lit up in the depths of her mind. Under the illumination of that light, some memory fragments appeared out of thin air in her mind. I am not Alice, I am the god of the void? Chapter 339. Alice sat alone in the ruins formed by the explosion. She let the artillery fire fly over her head. At this moment, she was completely immersed in those intertwined memory fragments. What she saw was actually very vague, and she needed to use her brain very hard to roughly sort out the context. But the content of these fragments all explained one fact, that is, she was the legendary god of the Void Realm, and the reason why she changed from the god of the Void Realm to what she is now is to find a way to break the deadlock. But what is this situation? Elegy covered her head. When she tried to think about this question, her head would feel uncontrollable pain. This was not a symptom caused by amnesia. She knew very well that there was a lock deep in her consciousness, and that lock locked many key things. Did I lock myself or did someone else lock me? Elegy didn't know. She just felt unreal now. In more than 20 years of life, she never felt that she was any different from others, even though those strange undead people always liked to surround her, saying that she was very special, and would definitely achieve great things in the future. Special? Except for her special personality, she really didn't think she was unusual. But those undead people were right. Alice was shocked. She wanted to question the memory fragments in her mind. But as the memories emerged, a large amount of almost perfectly integrated spiritual energy and dark energy also emerged in her body. As far as she knew, even the super superior spiritual energy praying masters couldn't do this, and she easily mastered this power. She is really the god of the void realm, right? Alice shook her head vigorously. There is a problem, a big problem. How did those undead see that she was unusual? What is the nature of the undead? Is their arrival good or bad for the world? Bang! Just when Alice felt that her head was about to burn, a hand suddenly slapped her back heavily. Elegy, what are you doing sitting here? Don't you want to live? Come and run away with me. Ah! Alice raised her head suddenly, and found that the person who slapped her was a deputy commander of the Shadow Army. It was this deputy commander who led her to join the Revolutionary Army of Shadow Army. Alice was about to explain a few words, but the deputy commander pulled up her sleeve and ran to the last intact airport in the distance. Forget it, now is not the time to chat. Let's leave here quickly. If we delay for a while, the risk of death will increase by 10%. The deputy commander walked as fast as the wind, cursing as he walked. Fuck, how did they find our hiding place? Is there a traitor among us? After he cursed a few times, a huge fireball 100 meters wide suddenly fell from the sky above his head, which was dyed red by the surging energy. Oh no! The Deputy Legion leader's face changed drastically. This is the classic move of the Meteor Lord of the Supernova Regiment Meteoric Lava. A meteoric lava can easily tear a star apart, which is definitely not something he and allies, who are at the disaster level, can resist. Run! The deputy commander shouted, and tried to throw Alice out. He couldn't survive, but he could find a way to save Alice's life. Alice was so popular among the undead for some reason. If he saved her, with the efforts of her and the undead, the Shadow Army would have a chance to be reborn. However, the development of the matter was completely different from his expectations. He threw Alice hard, but Alice didn't move at all. What are you doing? Alice took a few steps forward in the shocked eyes of the deputy commander. She stretched out her right hand diagonally upward. Her 5 fingers were spread out. Through her fingers, she saw boiling lava falling from the sky, as if someone had shot down the sun, and the smell of doomsday almost filled her nostrils. Run, run! The deputy leader roared in anger. Why are you trying to be a hero here? This is a domination attack. How can you, a natural disaster level like me, resist it? Legia was unmoved. In the reflection of the lava, her hair was like flowing liquid gold, and her fingertips moved, leaving behind stardust like blue fragments of light wherever she passed. The next second, the whole sky suddenly made a crisp sound like glass breaking. Dimensional rift. Boom! As if someone had cut a long knife on silk, a huge blue crack appeared right below the lava. The red waterfall of fire hit the crack, but it didn't make any terrifying sound, and it was completely swallowed up by the crack without even a whimper. Not only the waterfall of fire, but also the lava itself that followed had the same ending. Swallowed. Devour everything. Until all the flames disappeared, the blue crack slowly closed until they disappeared completely. Clang. The saber in the Deputy Legion commander's hand slipped to the ground. What's going on? Legia stared at her hands. Is this the power she possesses? Just by recalling some memory fragments, her strength was directly promoted from the natural disaster level to the master, and she easily banished the attack of another master to another dimension. When she completely burns, what a dazzling light it will be! There is still a living master? At this moment, in the sky, the attackers of the 3 cosmic civilizations looked at Legia standing on the ground in astonishment. After a while, a master stood up. I will deal with her. After saying that, he rushed down directly. But before he could get to Legia, an accident happened. The space was shaking. The energy level detector was vibrating. His body and soul couldn't help but tremble. This force is approaching at a very fast speed. Not good, not good, not good. Even the energy fluctuation of His Excellency the Devouring Fist is not so terrible. He is the top superpower of the initial protocol. Retreat, retreat quickly. Amidst the panic shouts, the attack fleets of the 3 cosmic civilizations could not care about anything else. They began to evacuate at the fastest speed. In the end, only one spaceship with a slower reaction failed to escape. Looking for death. The core figure of the initial protocol erosion heart suddenly appeared. The right eye showed a pale light. In the blink of an eye, a large number of thorns emerged from all around the spaceship. These thorns easily pierced the hull of the spaceship and swallowed all the people in the spaceship. Lord Heart Erosion. Seeing that the person coming was an acquaintance, the Deputy Legion Commander breathed a sigh of relief, and he rushed forward quickly, forcing a smile on his face that was uglier than a ghost's cry. How could he not be sad? Although the attackers were driven away, half of the Shadow Legion was also destroyed. Heart Erosion looked around, and looking at the subbase that was almost turned into ruins, he couldn't help but frown. Although sacrifice is inevitable, this time the sacrifice is really a bit too big. Let's count the casualties first. The leader will come in person soon. Yes. Everyone started to clean up the ruins after the war, and AI Legia was among them. This cleaning lasted for half an hour. Half an hour later, the Deputy Legion Commander found AI Legia. Legia, have you been promoted to the Master? Legia hesitated for a moment, and did not reveal her true identity. I guess so. Deputy Legion Commander, you look very excited. Did something good happen? The Deputy Legion Commander said mysteriously. You will never guess Bai Fu's true identity. Huh? Legia was confused. How did the topic suddenly jump to Bai Fu? The Deputy Legion Commander said. I just heard this from Lord Sher Xian. He described in detail the process of the leader leading people to surround and kill Bai Fu, including the fact that the leader and others unanimously determined that Bai Fu was the god of the Void Realm. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle, fortunately Bai Fu finally died. Haha, without Bai Fu's guidance, the potential of the 3 cosmic civilizations will plummet. As he spoke, the Deputy Legion Commander began to praise the leader's wisdom and bravery. He didn't notice that AI Legia was completely confused at this time. What? Bai Fu is the god of the Void Realm, then who am I? You know, half an hour ago, AI Legia had completely believed that she was the god of the Void Realm, but now, she began to doubt her memory again. Although she is very special now, compared with Bai Fu, she seems ordinary again. Let's put it this way, now find a passerby and ask him who is the god of the Void Realm between her and Bai Fu. She believes that 100 passersby will think that Bai Fu is the one, and in fact, she herself thinks so too. But if Bai Fu is the god of the Void Realm, then what about her memory? Right. Legia suddenly thought of a question. When she awakened those memory fragments, it seemed that Bai Fu was killed, right? Is it possible that the reason she awakened the memory fragments was not because she was hit on the head by the mental shock, but because Bai Fu died? It's possible. The more AI Legia thought about it, the more possible it seemed. So, my memories actually come from Bai Fu. Very good. Now the question becomes why Bai Fu's memory appeared in my mind after her death. Is there some special relationship between Bai Fu and me? For example, am I actually created by Bai Fu? Boom. A thunderous sound sounded in her mind. Legia froze in place. It is well known that the undead have a close relationship with Bai Fu. Now a group of undead are very close to her. Could it be because she was created by Bai Fu? They are close to me, which is essentially getting close to Bai Fu. I remember clearly that they often compared me with Bai Fu. Who would compare me with Bai Fu for no reason? We are not in the same league. How can I compare with Bai Fu? Obviously not. So, the lock in my mind was probably set by Bai Fu. The memories she locked were probably the process of her creating me. I never thought I was a man-made person. A little bitterness appeared at the corner of AI Legia's mouth. She was not hit hard. She was just confused. What did Bai Fu want to do by creating her and passing her memories to her before she died? No, she had to figure this out. AI Legia had always been a very proactive person with full motivation. After making up her mind, the first thing she was going to do was to go to the virtual world, to the place where Bai Fu died in the virtual world. Maybe she could gain something. While AI Legia was exploring the virtual world, Bai Fu was eating all kinds of supplies to eliminate the debuffs on her body, while checking the harvest of the mission. After cooperating with the 3 cosmic civilizations, she successfully earned 1.5 billion experience points, and received a new mission. The new mission is called Fusion Road, and the mission requirement is to find a way to completely fuse spiritual energy and dark energy. The mission reward is 50 billion experience points, and 1 analysis card. The analysis card is a very special prop. It can select a target for analysis. The target includes, but is not limited to various props, equipment, and knowledge. The effect after analysis is that the user can master the analyzed things. According to this explanation, can I even steal the method of making the universe's greatest treasure? What a good thing. Bai Fu was very excited. She immediately felt that the loss of this operation was acceptable. Hee, after recuperating for a while, when the body is almost recovered, we can join hands with Rufus to give the initial protocol a big surprise. Bai Fu closed the task interface, and then told the top leaders of the 3 cosmic civilizations that she was alive and well, so that they don't need to be nervous, and don't need to make it public for the time being, and wait and see how the initial protocol will respond before responding. Don't worry, after the 2 incidents in the Holy City of Apostles, we now have sufficient experience in dealing with the situation. That night, Bai Fu, who was free, opened the game community and suddenly found that the official had released a new announcement, which was a preview of version 3.0. Version 3.0 is a version where light and darkness are intertwined. Light Elegy. Dark Bai Fu. Well, Elegy, isn't this the protagonist of the main line of the Revolutionary Army? She has been emerging since version 2.1, and is now the most popular protagonist after me, and is known as my rival. That's too much. Why is she light and I am dark? Am I not white? Am I not white? Bai Fu was speechless, and clicked on the detailed description of the version. Chapter 340. Clicking on the official version description, the first thing that appeared in front of Bai Fu was a small tree. This tree is very special. Not only is its shape special, like 2 thick vines intertwined, but its color is also unusual. It is half white and half black. From the top, the black and white are entangled together, which has a bit of the meaning of yin and yang fish. A question mark appeared above Bai Fu's head. Although the official released this picture, it did not make any explanation for this picture. So what does this tree represent? Is it just to match the title of the version description article, the interweaving of light and darkness? I'm afraid not. As far as Bai Fu knows, the official has always been very frugal when making version trailers and promotional videos, and never gives extra words and pictures. Therefore, this tree should have an important role in the subsequent plot. Write it down first, and ask when the time comes to see if anyone knows this tree. Bai Fu continued to read on. Next, the official introduced the theme of version 3.0. Light and darkness interweave in the sea of stars. Light and darkness refer to the 3 cosmic civilizations standing in the light, and the Apostle Holy City originally hidden in the dark, the initial agreement, the growing era, and the exiled old days, and also to Alice and Bai Fu, those who fight for tomorrow, and those who swallow hope with desire, etc. Obviously, in the eyes of the official, light and darkness is an extremely grand theme. However, in order to make this theme clearer, the official deliberately pulled Alice and Bai Fu out as typical examples for explanation. The light one, Elegy, the rising star of the Revolutionary Army, the one who fights for the New Order, has appeared for the first time in version 2.1 for 3 versions now. Many players think they already know her very well, but is it true? The dark one, Bai Fu, the leader of the Court of Silence, the senior partner of the 3 cosmic civilizations, the saint of the Sea of Stars, the watcher of civilization, the apostle? She has appeared in front of players for much longer than Elegy, but do players really know her? When civilization rolls eastward like a wave, under the pressure of the general trend, many contradictions that have been accumulated for a long time will completely erupt on this big stage between version 3.0 and version 4.0, after rendering the atmosphere of the version theme. The second half of the article is to announce what content will be updated in the new version. For example, the level cap of the new version will be raised to level 95, and players in the new version will be able to establish their own camps, and the camps can also be attached to larger camps. These contents have nothing to do with Bai Fu, but combined with the previous content, they have completely ignited the enthusiasm of players. Is this going to start a real interstellar total war? What is this tree for? It should be a hint that Fu and Elegy will stick together like this tree. Get lost, you guys only have sticking in your mind, right? But the official actually put the natural disaster level Elegy and Bai Fu, who can already fight the Apostle Holy City, together. Doesn't this mean that Elegy's identity is very special and far from what it seems on the surface? 666, I said my Jiabao is awesome. No worse than Bai Fu, you still don't believe it. Fuck, why is Elegy light and Fu dark? Is this reasonable? If the saint can only be considered dark, how much better is the light? For a while, a large number of players at Digging G, asking Digging G to come out and analyze what is going on. Damn it, how can I know what is going on? Digging G was really confused. She thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to analyze it. As a last resort, she could only chat with the customer service privately, hoping that the customer service could give her some tips based on her current popularity, but the customer service ignored her as usual. She pondered for 2 hours before she finally got an inspiration. At that time, she saw a light shining out from the darkness. Many people say that the official preview is about Fufu and Allergy fighting in version 3.0. But let's just say, is it possible that light and darkness are not actually opposites? Light can dispel darkness, but light can also breed shadows that represent darkness. From another perspective, darkness can swallow light, but light can also be born from darkness. Let me talk about my opinion now. I think that although Fufu and Allergy are in opposite camps now, in version 3.0, they will definitely have an intersection because of a certain incident, and after this incident, Allergy will be influenced by Fufu and become a practitioner of Fufu's spirit. This post by Digging G was agreed by many players. Some players have slightly modified her guess. Is it possible that the plot is actually like this? Fu died in version 3.0, and then Allergy inherited Fu's will and continued to move forward, which is the interweaving of light and darkness. It's impossible. How could Fufu die? Good luck in the new version. Don't say such unlucky words. Digging G certainly doesn't agree with this plot. But there are still many players who think that this may be the correct answer. Then let's see what happens. Digging G didn't respond directly. Fu, just have some fun and that's it. Fu didn't believe Digging G's guess or other players' guess. Stop it. Although Allergy is one of the official protagonists, she is too lazy to contact Allergy because of her current growth rate and the contradiction between her and the Apostle Holy City in the initial agreement. She might as well think about how to get the true spirit essence from Rufus. Fu closed the game community. She contacted Dimitri, the Curse Master, the Lord of the Oath, and other people who were close to her, asking them if they had seen a black and white tree. Unfortunately, no one had any impression. The Lord of the Oath did find a craftwork with a similar shape in the store, but it was obviously not what Fu was looking for. Could it be that this tree is not in the explored universe, but in the Apostle Holy City? Thinking of this, Fu asked the members of the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance, including Lit, but Lit and his friends had not seen this tree either. Never mind. Then send a message to Suishi and ask her to pay more attention. It was just a message. Fu didn't expect to gain anything. But after contacting Suishi through the common prayer card, she asked Fu to leave for Suishi. She accidentally learned that the Supreme God urgently recalled Suishi from the Leia civilization to the Holy Land after the destruction of the new route. The person who is in charge of all affairs of the Leia civilization now is Zoriel, the master of the True Spirit Hall. I don't have anything important to do recently. The Supreme God didn't restrict me from moving around, but he didn't allow me to leave the Holy Land. He would personally instruct me in my practice every few days, and the rest of the time he was making final preparations for the expedition to the explored universe. This time he should be serious. Fu nodded. Just as the official announcement said, in version 3.0, the war is coming. This time it is no longer just a competition between the Overlord and the Super, but a clash of hundreds of millions of warships. What did the Supreme God teach you? Fu was very curious about this, mainly because she was curious about why the Supreme God valued Suishi so much. You know, Suishi is just an outsider, and was brought over by the Saint and others. Suishi, nothing special. He taught me all the cutting-edge knowledge of psychic energy and dark energy. So, then it's nothing special. Hey, wait, you just said all the advanced knowledge of dark energy, right? Fu immediately thought of her third transformation mission. One of the mission requirements is to let her master all the knowledge of dark energy, but she has only mastered 5. One more. Originally, she wanted to ask Lite for it, but she was afraid that Lite would see through her lie. Aren't you an apostle? What do you mean by asking me for the advanced knowledge of dark energy? Based on this concern, she has not taken any action. Now a new opportunity has come. Go. All the cutting-edge knowledge of psychic energy and dark energy. Send this knowledge to me, and I will help you check if the Supreme God has set traps in it. Suishi was shocked. She never expected Fu to say this. She was touched now. Apostle Fu really cares about her. For Apostle Fu, she will work harder to improve her status in the Apostle Holy City, so as to get the fragment of the True Spirit Relic in the Apostle Holy City as soon as possible. Suishi played the knowledge that the Supreme God had given her, and Fu memorized it all after just one glance. Yeah, no problem, all genuine knowledge. It seems that the Supreme God did not harm you in this regard. Fu nodded. Suishi, take care of yourself when I'm not around, and don't force yourself into danger for 1 or 2 opportunities. It's not worth it. Yeah, I understand. Suishi was still smiling foolishly until the prayer card was destroyed. My heart feels warm. Fu's heart also feels warm. Didn't she get the last piece of cutting-edge dark energy knowledge? Although it is shameful to deceive Suishi, but Well, she has a good conscience, and a little condemnation is not a big deal. No matter what, start learning. Not long after, Bai Fu received a game prompt that she had learned the knowledge. You have learned a new skill, entanglement of light and darkness. This is an output skill, which forcibly combines pure psychic energy with pure dark energy, and then throws it out. The energy that bursts out instantly can easily tear up space, distort dimensions, and annihilate galaxies. There is no clear upper limit to the power of this skill. The upper limit depends on the amount of energy invested when using this skill, and the balance that the user can maintain. With Bai Fu's current strength, the instantaneous burst caused by her full use of entanglement of light and darkness is significantly higher than that of dark energy devouring and dark burning. In addition, the attack range of entanglement of light and darkness is also very large, significantly larger than the Void Spirit Rage, because it can be launched remotely through the psychic energy center. What a magical skill! Bai Fu hummed with excitement. This time, her ultimate combat power was directly raised by a large margin. When I get the true spirit essence and complete the third transformation, I will also upgrade my level. By then, even the Supreme God's followers will be able to fight against me, right? Go ahead, quickly eliminate the debuffs on my body after resurrection. In the following days, Bai Fu did not go out, but she still remotely controlled the entire Silent Garden through Yulia and others. She purchased a large number of warships regardless of the cost, and built several state-of-the-art weapons factories in the Supernatural Garden, which were managed by Xia Shi. Everything she did was to prepare for the upcoming all-out war. This war was crucial. It was not only about the future of the explored universe, but also about her future. She wanted to take this opportunity to fatten up the players she had just drained a while ago, and then squeeze them again. She had a big appetite now. The 10 billion or 20 billion experience points given by completing tasks were not enough for her to level up. Only tens of millions of players working together could feed her. People only thought she was leveling up quickly, but in fact, she also put in a lot of effort and sweat in places that people could not see. A dozen days passed in a flash. Imperial Calendar, January 7th, 30002. At the beginning of the new year, the official website of Above the Stars released the final trailer of the new version, and launched the new version on time after the pre-announced time. Swish, swish, swish. From the explored universe to the Holy City of Apostles, from the Court of Silence to the initial agreement, all the players who disappeared before appeared one by one. Are they back again? Alice noticed the players return immediately. She went to the virtual world a while ago, but unfortunately, she didn't find any useful information. Therefore, she has been looking forward to the players returning as soon as possible, so that she can ask the players why they value her so much, whether it is because she is a man-made person created by Bai Fu. In the square. Just after taking a few steps, Alice heard several players talking. Do you think the relationship between Bai Fu and Alice is as Digger G said, or as Kikizi said? I agree with Kikizi's guess. Judging from the previous plot development, Alice is more like Bai Fu's successor. I think so too. Bai Fu died, and Alice inherited everything from her and continued to advance on the road of the saint, but Digger G's speculation has almost never been wrong, so I dare not make a conclusion now. Okay, there is no point in discussing this now. Let's see later. The talking players gradually walked away, but Alice was still frozen in place. What did she hear? Bai Fu died, and she became Bai Fu's successor? This is exactly what she had guessed these days. No need to ask anymore. She is indeed a man-made person created by Bai Fu. Bai Fu probably knew that she would die one day, so she created her. Alice covered her chest, and was speechless for a moment. She didn't know how to describe her current mood. Confused? Excited? She should be excited. After all, she has always wanted to be a hero, and now that she has inherited Bai Fu's power, she has the capital to be a hero. But, as she inherited Bai Fu's power, should she continue to stay in this organization that killed Bai Fu? Shouldn't she? Alice scratched her head vigorously. She decided that she would go to Ziyuan Star first to see the real Bai Fu, and then think about her future. Let's go! Chapter 341. I finally got rid of the debuff. In a room deep in the Supernatural Garden, Bai Fu stretched excitedly. This was her second time using the resurrection ability of the Heavenly Arkansas. Compared with the previous time, she found many problems. The most important thing for her to be vigilant about is that as her strength grows, the debuffs she carries when she resurrects and the materials needed for resurrection will increase, and even the debuffs will become more serious. If it were a peaceful time, this problem would not have any impact on her. But now is a time of war, and a more intense war will break out soon, so she has to take it seriously. Don't die randomly. If she dies at the wrong time, so that various supplies cannot be supplied, she will have to bear serious debuffs for a long time to deal with the upcoming crisis. Even if the supplies are supplied, the recovery period may make her miss important tasks or important plots, which will lead to extremely bad consequences. Also, if she accidentally encounters an enemy who has some knowledge of the Ark of Heaven, or an enemy who has a deep understanding of spirit and soul when she dies, and her secret is exposed, then she will be in real danger. For safety reasons, once you complete the task Fusion Road and get the analysis card, immediately analyze the production method of the destined celestial sphere that the initial protocol used to kill me. Mastering this method can not only cut off one arm of the initial protocol, but also use it to trick those enemies who are good at running away at a critical moment. Bai Fu sat cross-legged and began to think about how to complete the Fusion Road mission. This mission required her to find a way to completely merge psychic energy and dark energy. She herself had no idea at the moment, so she made all the cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy available to the public, hoping that a genius would emerge from the explored universe to help her solve this problem. But it's very difficult. She had obtained the incomplete Void Converter blueprint from Rufus a long time ago, and gave the blueprint to the professionals of the Empire for research, but in the end, she still relied on Rufus to truly complete the blueprint. Finding a way to fuse psychic energy and dark energy is obviously much more difficult than completing the Void Converter blueprint. Therefore, Bai Fu did not intend to wait, but planned to take the initiative. There are two ways to go. The first way is to focus on the direction of the Apostle Holy City. If you are lucky, you may get a way to fuse or an item that can promote fusion from the mission reward. The second way is to find an apostle and torture him severely. If it is an apostle, he should know a lot about this, right? The question is, where can I find an apostle to torture? So far, the apostles that Bai Fu has really come into contact with are Apostle number 3 and Apostle number 4. Among them, Apostle number 3 is dead, and Apostle number 4 showed up once, when the Supreme God killed her. He is considered her mortal enemy, and is very difficult to contact. It seems that in the short term, we can only work hard towards the Apostle Holy City. Bai Fu immediately sent a message to Yulia, Anya, Xiaoshi, Yingfu and others, asking them to take advantage of the players' just return and do their best to arm the players and prepare for the next interstellar war. The next stop is Zuyuan Star next. A loud reminder sound came from above. Elegy stood up from her seat, walked to the window, and looked out the window at Zuyuan Star, which was getting closer and closer. Since the initial agreement had always regarded Bai Fu as the number one enemy, she actually knew Zuyuan Star very well. She could even clearly tell the name of a certain street in Bai Fu City, and what attractions there were on a certain street. But after all, it was her first time to actually come to Zuyuan Star, so she was still full of curiosity. What kind of land is Zuyuan Star, which gave birth to Bai Fu? What is the current situation of Zuyuan Star in the post-Bai Fu era? A few minutes later, the spaceship docked steadily at the airport in the suburbs of Bai Fu City, the largest city on Zuyuan Star. Elegy followed the crowd and walked down from the spaceship. She did not run around, but hired an elderly local to take her to visit Bai Fu City. Are you talking about the history of Bai Fu City? Hee, back then Bai Fu City was just a small place called Shelter Number 11. Yes, it was not even a village, but a shelter located in the desert. At that time, everyone's eyes were filled with confusion, and they didn't know whether they could see the sun tomorrow. Then, in such confusion, Saint Bai Fu and her loyal follower Anya came. That day, the sun was shining, just like today. That day, there was more noise in Shelter Number 11. Many people thought that this noise was the beginning of a disaster, but it was a spring breeze from the east. The spring breeze dispersed the yellow sand that had covered the Goli Desert for 100 years, and ushered in a new era for the Goli Desert and even the entire Zuyuan Star. Listening to the guide's narration, walking along the historical corridor of Bai Fu City, and looking at the smiling faces, Ai Ligia felt her heart beating faster and faster. She had actually heard all these stories before. But now she heard them again, and her feelings were completely different. She felt hot all over, as if her heart was burning. Was it because she was standing on the land where the story happened? Or was it because the protagonist of the story was her creator, and she unconsciously put herself into the protagonist of the story? Elias didn't know. She only knew that when she stopped in front of the big statue of Bai Fu, she suddenly felt a strong sense of belonging to this land. I'm sorry, you created me, but it's not until today that I can look at you from a more fair perspective. The people of the original agreement always say that you are the source of disaster, but I really can't see where you reveal evil. What I see, what I hear, everything, all show that you are the source of light, and the original agreement is simply slandering you. You are so dazzling that I can't help but want to crawl at your feet. What a pity. If I had remembered my life experience earlier, I would have been able to listen to your teachings at your knees. I was still confused at first, but after coming here, I have completely figured out what I should do. Why did I join the initial agreement? Isn't it just to bring smiles to the world like you? So, Elegy clenched her fists. The initial agreement, right? Don't be complacent. Although you kill Baifu number 1, I, Elegy, will transform into Baifu number 2 and continue to fight you until the light that Baifu sprinkled on Zuyuan Star spreads to the entire universe. The spirit of the saint is like this, it will never fall. If one Baifu falls, there will be thousands of Baifu standing up immediately. Just as Elegy's heart was surging, a scream sounded beside her. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Quickly notify the patrol guard captains Black King and White King. This enemy is very terrifying, and the rank is at least a high-level natural disaster. What? Enemy attack? Alice's eyes suddenly became sharp. They actually took advantage of Baifu's death to attack Zuyuan Star. How despicable and shameless. Luckily, Alice is here, and the enemy can't escape death. Huh? Alice looked at the dwarves Black King and White King who surrounded her from the front and back with a confused face. What do you want to do? What do you think? Black King's fingertips were emitting black psychic flames. Alice, you mean I'm an invader? Black King, nonsense, you are not an intruder, so I am an intruder. Humph, stop quibbling, the eyes of the immortals will not be wrong. They say you are an enemy, and that is definitely right. Be honest, don't try to struggle, I might be able to save your life. No, this must be a misunderstanding, although I was subject to the original agreement before. But now I have turned from darkness to light. We are not enemies, but family. Family, is it really okay for you to attack me? Elegy tried to explain and struggle. But after she found that the movement here attracted a lot of attention, she immediately surrendered. No. We can't make a big fuss now. If the people who agreed to the original agreement knew that she had secretly come to Zuyuan Star, then the problem would be big. I'd be patient for a while, and wait until there are no outsiders. Elegy raised her hands. Okay, I won't move. Okay, but I want to see Yulia. I have something important to say to her. As we all know, when Baifu is not around, Yulia is the boss of the Silent Court. Of course, the more important reason why Alice wants to find Yulia is that Yulia and Baifu are in a relationship. As Baifu's successor, she naturally feels close to Yulia. Even if you don't tell me, I will take you to see Commander Yulia and capture her. At the invitation of the Black King and the White King, Alice was captured and taken to the supernatural garden. Elegy of the Shadow Legion, I didn't expect to see you here. In the laboratory, Yulia put down the instrument in her hand and walked in front of Elegy with her legs wrapped in over-the-knee leather boots. Elegy sniffed. At this moment, her heart was surging. Along the way, she saw a lot of people talking about Baifu, including ordinary people, superpowers and immortals. From the content of their discussions, and their expressions and tones, they obviously didn't know that Baifu was dead. Alas! Looking at this beautiful scene, Elegy couldn't bear to tell Yulia the news that Baifu was dead. But everything has to be faced eventually. Yulia is not a fool. Even if the initial agreement did not say it clearly, as Baifu did not show up for a long time, Yulia would realize that Baifu was in trouble. So, it still needs to be said, but it requires some skills. If it is said too bluntly, Yulia will fall into grief all of a sudden, and Yulia may not listen to what she said later. Oh, the initial agreement killed Baifu, you are the one of the initial agreement, okay, then I will chop you, bah. Things can't develop into this. Elegy's plan is to let Yulia recognize her true identity first. Don't you have anything to say to me? Yulia stared at Elegy with frosty eyes. Elegy tidied her clothes, her expression serious, and then she suddenly hugged Yulia's thigh. Mom. Yulia was stunned on the spot. Wait, what did Elegy call her just now? Mom, come on, stop joking. When did she have a daughter this old? Don't slander her innocence out of thin air. Yulia's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and she was about to throw Elegy out. Elegy explained, well, I am the daughter of Saint Baifu, and you are the object of Saint Baifu, so from a certain perspective, you are my mother, and I am your daughter. Yulia was even more stunned. Wait, Baifu's daughter? When did Baifu have a daughter this old? Elegy hurriedly said, Mom, I came here from a long distance from the original agreement this time. In fact, I have very important information to tell you. No, don't call me Mom, I'm not your mom. Yulia shook her head vigorously, forget it. Tell me what the information is first. It's like this. Elegy talked about what happened in the past few days with a sad face. From Bai Fu being killed by the initial agreement, to her suddenly receiving the memory fragments and power passed to her by Bai Fu during the attack, figuring out her true identity, to her feeling very confused and deciding to come to Zuyuan Star to take a look, to her finally finding her own way on Zuyuan Star. Mom, I will inherit Bai Fu's mom. No, Dad. That's not right either. Forget it, the name is not important. I will inherit her will and continue to protect the Silent Garden with the power she gave me. The more Elegy said, the weirder Yulia's face became. What the hell is going on? Is Bai Fu dead? Dead as a hammer. Is Elegy really Bai Fu's daughter? She doesn't know. Okay, she can't figure out the clues of this matter at all, so let Bai Fu handle it herself. Mom, aren't you sad? As she spoke, Elegy looked up and looked at Yulia in confusion. Yulia, just tell Bai Fu directly. Just tell her directly? Elegy was wondering when a virtual image of Bai Fu suddenly popped up in front of her. In just a few seconds, Bai Fu had read the message sent by Yulia and had a general understanding of the matter. Your daughter came to see you. What the hell? Where did my daughter come from? How would I know? Just tell her yourself. Tell me who it is first. Alice of the Shadow Army is the one you said has an abstract personality. It turns out that Alice is really abstract. It's really far from the truth. Even after watching the official version trailer and promotional video, Bai Fu thought that she would probably never meet Alice. However, she couldn't imagine that her first meeting with Alice would be like this. Okay. Now light and darkness are really entangled. This time, light is really dark, as Digger G said. Life. It came out. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. She was sure that AI Legia was not created by her. AI Legia was most likely the real god of the Void Realm. As for the fact that AI Legia awakened her memory fragments and power not long after her death, it could only be said to be a coincidence. However, Bai Fu realized that this was a good opportunity. AI Legia didn't look very smart, maybe she could eat him. Chapter 342. While Alice was in a trance due to her sudden appearance, Bai Fu threw an apostle vision to Alice. Name, Alice Jia, Awakener. Template, Old Awakener, Awakening Progress 12.5%. Main Occupation, Tuner LV 19 plus 150, Star Chaser LV 37 plus 110. Secondary Occupation, None, Favorability, as close as Mother and Daughter, 93, Danger Level, Green. A long attribute panel appeared in front of Bai Fu. This panel does not directly point out that Alice is the god of the void, but the description of the template, some skills and some talents all imply that she is the god of the void. Awakened in the old days, Alice is a life born in the old days. Full form, Alice has mastered all 9 psychic attributes. Tuning, Alice has understood the true meaning of psychic energy, and can change the attributes of external psychic energy through tuning. Superstring, Alice has understood the true meaning of dark energy, and can invade all life including mechanical life through superstring. Virtual realm particles, based on her understanding of psychic energy and dark energy, Alice merged 9 units of psychic energy with 1 unit of dark energy, and accidentally created virtual realm particles, which are gradually changing her body and soul. Look! Just talking about Alice's understanding of psychic energy and dark energy, is this something that ordinary people can achieve? No. Let alone ordinary people, ordinary apostles are not at her level. Take the 4th apostle as an example. If it has a talent similar to Alice, why does it need to cooperate with the Apostle Holy City? Wouldn't it be better to directly occupy the Apostle Holy City, and turn the entire Apostle Holy City into its servants? The Holy City of Apostles will definitely not be defeated. 1 tuning is enough to destroy most of the combat power of the Holy City of Apostles, a cosmic civilization with a very simple power system. The virtual particles should be the method for the complete fusion of spiritual energy and dark energy required by the Fusion Road mission, right? Bai Fu's eyes sparkled, and she wanted to rush out and throw AI Legia to the ground. But don't get excited at this time. If you get too excited and scare AI Legia awake, and she realizes that you are not her mother, then this mountain of gold will fly away. Bai Fu didn't think she had the ability to forcefully read the memory of the god of the void. The treasure of the universe also has its limits. Obviously, the limit of the Ark of Heaven is not as good as that of Elias. So, how can she trick Elias into passing on all the amazing knowledge she has mastered to herself without causing Elias's disgust? Bai Fu thought quickly. She didn't have much time left, because Elias had recovered from her shock and began to ask why she was still alive. Light and darkness. Light is born from darkness. AI Legia said that she would protect the Silent Garden and keep it great. Hey, I got it. Bai Fu suddenly thought of a good way to fool AI Legia. She immediately turned on the movie queen mode. Her originally slightly tense body gradually relaxed, and her eyes looking at AI Legia gradually became gentle. AI Legia, do you remember? Those memories that tell about our past. AI Legia nodded vigorously. Although they are scattered, I do remember a lot. Bai Fu raised her head, her sight drifting to who knows where, perhaps drifting to the past. That day, she talked about how she was ambushed by the initial protocol, but omitted the part that it was a deliberate trap she had set. AI Legia was shocked to hear this. When my life was about to burn out, I urgently activated the mark I left in your body. That mark is called Awakening of the Old Ones. At the moment of activation, I fell into endless darkness because of the attack of the leader of the initial protocol. Because it happened so suddenly, I thought I was dead, and I was also worried about whether the mark in your body was really activated. Fortunately, things did not develop in the worst direction. Although my body was completely destroyed, my soul survived in a special way called projection. Although I don't know when I can return to normal, I am still alive after all, and there is hope when I am alive. And you, AI Legia, my child, you have also awakened successfully. Although you are still a long way from the super level, under my guidance, I believe that you will soon be able to fully master the power in your body and become one of the strongest people under the starry sky. Being stared at by Bai Fu's burning eyes, AI Legia's heart surged. So that's it. Mother is not dead, that's great. When the big wave hit, she wanted to protect the silent garden with her own strength. She was originally worried whether she could do it, but now she is not worried at all. With Mother's guidance, she inherited Mother's strength, so why worry about not becoming stronger quickly? Haha. Damn the initial agreement, just wait for your surprise. Very good, AI Legia, I like your eyes. Bai Fu praised. Legia asked, Mother, please allow me to call you Mother, I want to know, what can I do for you now? Bai Fu shook her head, you can't help me now, what you need to do is to improve your strength. But, facing AI Legia's eager eyes, Bai Fu frowned slightly. It's not that you can't help me at all, AI Legia. Don't you want to protect the silent garden? Let's put it this way, AI Legia, I have a plan. Bai Fu's plan is to take this opportunity to hide in the dark. Since the initial agreement thinks she is dead, why don't she pretend to be dead first? During the time when she pretends to be dead, push AI Legia to the front and make AI Legia the new flag of the silent courtyard camp to handle various matters on her behalf. This can not only tie AI Legia to her side, making it easier to fool people, but also use AI Legia's reputation to attract more players to join the silent courtyard. As we all know, there are two protagonists in version 3.0. Bai Fu, the protagonist representing darkness, is the founder of the silent courtyard. Now, Legia, the protagonist representing light, has also come to the silent courtyard and has become the new banner of the silent courtyard. So, do we need to say which camp has a better future? Just join the silent courtyard. As expected of me, I came up with a plan that completely fits the theme of light and darkness in version 3.0. Bai Fu began to tell Legia about her plan. Of course, the plan she told to Alice was edited and beautified. She didn't say anything about using Alice's name to attract players to join, or taking the opportunity to deceive Alice. Alice was shocked. Let me become the new flag of the silent courtyard? No, Mother, this is too flattering for me. I'm a newcomer, how can I be in such a high position? Let Mother Yulia, the Black King, the White King, Sister Fu come. Bai Fu shook her head. You don't have to refuse, they have other things to do. Under Bai Fu's persuasion, AI Legia finally took on this heavy responsibility. But she was always worried. Although Bai Fu and Yulia accepted her, Black King, White King, Shadow Fu and others would also accept her because of Bai Fu. But what about others? The geniuses of the Silent Garden, the undead people of the Silent Garden, will they accept him? Yes, AI Legia, you have to believe in your charm. I'm not comforting you, I'm just stating a fact. I created you, how could I not know how charming you are? Bai Fu's nonsense made AI Legia dizzy. Very good, you go and rest first, Yulia will take you out in a while, and announce your new identity to the public. Yes, Mother. Led by a little Bai Fu, AI Legia went to the guest room. After she left, Yulia, who had been smiling just now, quickly flashed to Bai Fu's side. She smiled even more happily. Can you tell me what's going on? How come you suddenly have such a big child? There is no child. She misunderstood the relationship between me and her. Bai Fu curled her lips and told Yulia the truth. Wow, you are really bad. Aren't you afraid that she will chase you and beat you up after she fully recovers her memory? It's okay. Just run away before she recovers her memory. And I don't know if she can beat me by then. Yulia, Okay, since you insist on doing this, I will cooperate with you in this play. Should we tell Anya, Faye, and the others the truth? Tell us, what if we reveal our flaws? An hour later. Anya, Faye, Cixia, and other core members of the Silent Courtyard knew the inside story. Another hour later. Other members of the Silent Courtyard camp and players all received a message that Chief Affairs Officer Yulia would give a speech in the central square of the Supernatural Garden. It was reported that this speech was very important. Could it be that the war is about to start? It shouldn't be so soon. Maybe it's some big project. The players gathered together and talked about the topic of the speech. They had already used their imagination to the best of their ability, but when Yulia called out Allergy, they were still shocked and almost speechless. Love Allergy? Isn't this Allergy? Alice has been famous for 3 versions, and in version 3.0, she appeared on the official website homepage. Now most players in the game know her. Among all the NPCs, her popularity is second only to Baifu. Therefore, the players of the Silent Garden recognized her immediately. Is this reasonable? How did the protagonist of the Revolutionary Army, representing light, come to the Baifu family, representing the 3 major cosmic civilizations of darkness? Did she get caught? Oh my god, this is what the official meant by the interweaving of light and darkness. Soon, all the players present realized that they had thought too simply. Caught, tisk. Alize came here on her own. And, from now on, she will replace Yulia and become the new Chief Affairs Officer of the Court of Silence. Boom! It was like a nuclear bomb was thrown into the sea. In an instant, a huge wave of sound was raised in the huge square. What? Even the excavator who preached light is born from darkness during the version update was so shocked that she rubbed her eyes desperately. It must be an illusion. The players in the Revolutionary Army camp felt numb after seeing this news through the live broadcast. Nobody! Who can tell me what's going on? Where is my Jiabao? How did a big Jiabao like me run to Baifu? Okay, it turns out that this is the interweaving of light and darkness. I'm so upset. I just joined the Shadow Army. Now you tell me that AI Legia went to Baifu? Fuck, my wife was kidnapped by Baifu. A large group of players in the Revolutionary Army camp wailed in the live broadcast room and community. There is another group of players who didn't wail, but their mentality was even more furious than those who wailed. The reason they joined the Revolutionary Army camp was not because they were optimistic about the Revolutionary Army camp, but purely because they didn't like Baifu, so they deliberately joined the Revolutionary Army camp, which was hostile to Baifu and had the protagonist. The result? The protagonist defected to the enemy. What a sin! What is the charm of this enchantress Baifu? What should I do now? No one knows. These players who hate Baifu still can't get over the hurdle in their hearts, but the minds of other players have become active. AI Legia defected to Baifu, and was highly valued by Baifu. Does this mean that there is no future for the Revolutionary Army in version 3.0, and Baifu's side is the way to success? Definitely. In that case, change camps. This way, I can harvest a lot of experience again. This is a high-quality leak that I have never exploited before. Looking at the public opinion in the community, Baifu was in a good mood. A few minutes later, she suddenly received a call from AI Legia. A shadow appeared in front of AI Legia. AI Legia, what do you want to talk to me about? Alice's chest rose and fell slightly. This was excitement. Before accepting Yulia's invitation to go on the podium, she was very nervous, worried that she would be booed. But the development of things was completely beyond her expectations. Many people accepted her, not only did not boo her, but cheered and applauded her. Of course, there were also some people who didn't understand this resolution. Alice could understand them, but she wanted to do something so that these people could accept her as soon as possible. Only in this way could she better unite the Court of Silence and make it burst out with more powerful power. However, she didn't know what to do, so she came to Baifu. Mother, I shouldn't have disturbed you, but what's the point of disturbing you? You can ask me any questions you have, and you can tell me anything you have in your heart. I'm free anyway. Elegy was very touched. Mother, you are so kind to me. Baifu smiled. Isn't it normal for a mother to spoil her daughter? Okay, let's talk about business. If you want to win their trust, then the best way is to let them see your ability, which includes management ability and personal strength. Management ability is not easy to show in a short time, but personal strength is different. Alice, so mother, you want me to fight with them? Baifu rolled her eyes. Fighting? They will be even more upset with you after the fight. I mean, you should teach them how to practice. These things should be done by me. If you can replace me and do a good job, won't they accept you? Alice's eyes lit up. Really? So what to teach? Of course, teach them how to merge spiritual energy and dark energy. Ahem, this progress is too fast. It will be bad if Alice suspects. Let's start by teaching them how to master different spiritual energy attributes. Alice nodded. I try. Go ahead. Bai Fu smiled and waved at Alice. He finally found a way to learn Alice's abilities openly. Just as Bai Fu was learning secretly, there was finally new movement in the Apostle Holy City. Chapter 343. Sir Supreme God, the new waterway connecting various places has been opened as required, and the expeditionary force is also fully prepared. Now we are waiting for your order. The assistant respectfully reported to the Supreme God. The Supreme God stared at the huge star map in front of him, with a flame of conquest flashing in his eyes. After a long time, he slowly stretched out his right hand and pointed to a blue planet in front of him. Notify everyone that I will give a speech on the ancestral star of the Apostle Holy City. Yes. The assistant bowed and left in a hurry. A day and a half later, all the senior officials of the Holy City of Apostles gathered at the ancestral star. In front of everyone, the Supreme God delivered a speech entitled If You Don't Make Progress, You Will Perish, calling on everyone to participate in the all-out war against the explored universe. In the speech, he mentioned Bai Fu and the original agreement many times. Bai Fu is the biggest enemy of the Holy City of Apostles, not because of how strong she is or how resistant she is to killing, but as long as she is given enough time, she will be able to use her guidance ability, which is more powerful than the secret crystal, to create powerful enemies for the Holy City of Apostles, who can be called giants. So, Bai Fu must die. The initial agreement is also the enemy of the Apostle Holy City. This is not only because the Apostle Holy City has shown a stronger strength than the three major cosmic civilizations, but also because in the defense of the new channel, the initial agreement killed a large number of the Apostle Holy City's masters and transcendents. This blood feud must be avenged. The speech of the Supreme God aroused the anger of all the people present. But what really pushed the scene to a climax was another thing he announced, that the Holy Land directly ruled by the Supreme God, and the true Spirit Hall that is now subordinate to him, the Inquisition will also do its best to participate in the war. Except for the necessary guards, there was no reservation. This time, the Supreme God really gambled everything. Just as he said, if you don't make progress, you will perish. Is this stimulated by the previous incident? The people in the audience whispered. However, they did not object. They wished that the Supreme God would go all-in directly. If the all-in was successful, everyone would get a lot of benefits. If the all-in failed, the Supreme God would step down early, which was also an acceptable result for them. Except for the Supreme God, no one really thought that the failure of the Soha would lead to the destruction of the Apostle Holy City. The meeting is over. Everyone go back and prepare. Not long after the mobilization meeting, the Supreme God returned to the unknown secret room deep underground in the Holy Land. He stood in front of a small tree. If Bai Fu was here, she would recognize at a glance that this tree was the tree that appeared in the 3.0 version trailer. Compared with the last time I came, this tree has not changed at all. The Supreme God knelt on one knee in front of the tree. He stretched out his right hand and stroked the leaves carefully like he was stroking a baby. I have waited for nearly 200 years. I will definitely let you bloom the most gorgeous flowers, even if it costs the entire Holy City of Apostles. The next day. 10 o'clock in the morning. This is the time for the expedition agreed by the Supreme God. When the temporary virtual dimension anchor point of the last star ring fortress was calibrated, the Eternal Boundless God-class mothership, which was the ship of the Supreme God, suddenly burst out with a mighty dark energy ripple. Under the rendering of dark energy ripples, the thousands of pilgrimage roads dragged by the equatorial cantilever of the Holy Land were all dyed into an exciting purple-black color. Let's go! The loud voice of the Supreme God rang out on the central tower channel. In an instant, the dark energy engines of hundreds of millions of warships roared at the same time. With the Eternal Boundless as the center, 9 sacred formations unfolded in a wing formation, and the core of each formation was a god-level mothership. The tail of the mothership dragged a dark energy trail with a diameter of 1 million kilometers. These black energy vortices entangled with each other, and finally formed a huge net covering dozens of light years in the starry sea, covering all the ships and weapons and equipment of the expedition. Offer the star map to the Supreme God. Amid the roar, countless temporary virtual dimension gates bloomed in front of the fleet, and the shadow of the ancient star map appeared above each dimension gate. That was the projection of the 273 super galaxy clusters conquered by the Apostle Holy City over tens of thousands of years. That was the glory of the Apostle Holy City in the past. That was also the confidence of the Apostle Holy City to be rampant until now. At the moment, when the star map array extended, the huge dark energy net began to surge, and the Cathedral Statue Class Mothership number 1 in the front row was the first to break into the Dimension Gate. Sizzle. The dark crystal armor covering the surface of the ship burst into black lightning when it came into contact with the Dimensional Gate. Then, hundreds of millions of ships broke through the thunderclouds and poured into the gate one after another. The black lightning exploded more and more, like a void thunder dragon, roaring vigorously, and the entire galaxy where the Holy Land was located seemed to be trembling at this moment. Let's go too. In the command dome of the Eternal Boundless, the Supreme God inserted the scepter into the dark energy core. The boiling energy rushed along countless void conduits, turning the entire fleet into shadow spears, piercing deep into the void. Behind the spear was the black corona that devoured the stars. Before the spear, under the broken dimension, thousands of galaxies waiting to be conquered were faintly visible, trembling. It's bad, it's bad. The routine Senate meeting of the Reborn Empire was suddenly interrupted. The General Counselor in charge of border affairs kicked open the door and rushed in a panic. As he ran, he shouted incoherently. What happened? Boilo stood up and signaled the elder, who was speaking, to stop for a while. The chief officer panted. The forward bases we built on the front line were attacked by the Apostle Holy City at the same time. All the bases were destroyed, and no one in the base survived. As he spoke, he played the video of the call for help sent back from the front line. A hammer-headed man from the Great Wall Guard put his big head in front of the camera and described the current situation of the base in a nearly screaming tone. We are in urgent need of support, in urgent need of the light of destruction, in urgent need of... Boom! Before he finished speaking, the roof behind the hammerhead man suddenly exploded, and a tall figure fell from the sky. With a light pinch of 5 fingers, he crushed the hammerhead man into a ball of meat paste. Okay, let me explain the situation next. Is this the master of the true spirit hall of the Apostle Holy City? Dimitri stood up quickly. The uninvited guest smiled and nodded at the camera. I, Zoriel, the master of the true spirit hall of the Apostle Holy City, hereby issue an ultimatum to your reborn empire on behalf of the Apostle Holy City. If you take the initiative to submit a letter of surrender and declare unconditional surrender before the arrival of February 4th of the imperial calendar, we will magnanimously hand over the vast continent to your Emperor Odoacer to manage. Otherwise, the Apostle Holy City will sweep across the entire reborn empire in the most cruel manner and send all those who disobey to the hell of hell. What a boast! Dimitri was furious when he heard Zoriel's words. He kicked the table in front of him and turned it into ashes. Contact the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries immediately. At the same time, notify the Forged Arrow Corps, the Rust Corps, and the Matrix Corps to enter a state of readiness and be ready to go to the front line for support at any time. No one opposed Dimitri's order. No matter what they thought in their hearts, at least at this moment, when they were still in the Senate, they could not show it. They had to be consistent with Dimitri and respond to the arrogant surrender of the Holy City of the Apostles with an angry iron fist. The Black Tide is coming. The Apostle Holy City, which has been defeated repeatedly, is furious and is determined to fight the Empire with all its strength. The Apostle Holy City, the border's mobile Great Wall, Saint Baifu, was defeated in seconds. As soon as the meeting of the Senate ended, the relevant news spread throughout the entire explored universe. For a time, some people were excited, some were panicked, some were eager to join the army, and some ran away. Among all the panicked people, the one with the highest status was none other than the Emperor of the Reborn Empire, Odoacer. Although we destroyed the new channel of the Apostle Holy City and took down several bases of the initial agreement, can we really survive under the attack of the Apostle Holy City and the initial agreement? The Emperor's chief guard looked at Odoac solemnly. Your Majesty, please believe in the pillars of the Empire. Please believe in Saint Baifu. Please believe in everyone who fights for the glory of the Empire. Odoac said nothing, just nodded blindly. No one knew whether he listened to the words of the chief guard. The headquarters of the initial agreement. The leader looked at the 2 reports in front of him with great interest. The first report said that the Holy City of Apostles launched a frontal attack on the 3 cosmic civilizations. The second report said that in the Shadow Legion under the initial agreement, a superpowered person named Elegy, who was very popular among the undead, suddenly ran to Baifu's Silent Garden for some reason, and replaced Yulia as the new chief affairs officer of the Silent Garden. Can you see the thread of her destiny? The leader turned his head and looked at the Child of Prophecy. The Child of Prophecy shook his head. Unfortunately, I can only vaguely see her past, As for the future, can't see it? It seems that it's not just that I can't see it, but that she has no future at all. Oh, what's going on? There are usually two possibilities. The first possibility is that she is dead, and the second possibility is that her fate has been stolen by someone. Which possibility do you prefer? The first possibility. The leader didn't comment. He actually cared more about the players than Elias. Because the report said, the undead seemed to know Elias's true identity, but every time they wanted to say that word, their words would automatically become irrelevant or simply meaningless sounds. The leader was very interested in this mechanism. At first he thought that the undead were interfered with by Fu, but now Fu is dead, why are these undead still interfered with? He wanted to find out who the person was who was interfering with the undead. Son of Prophecy, this task is up to you. The corner of the Son of Prophecy's mouth twitched. Well, he was given a new task. Don't worry, I give you a long vacation when you figure out the principle. The Son of Prophecy obviously didn't believe the leader's words. A long vacation. Now the Apostle Holy City and the three cosmic civilizations are fighting. The situation is so urgent, will you give me a vacation? The leader spread his hands. I don't plan to leave for the time being. Fu is dead, and the threat of the three cosmic civilizations will no longer be a threat in the short term. I need to observe carefully to see what the real trump card of the Apostle Holy City is, and then decide whether to cooperate with the Apostle Holy City to deal with the three cosmic civilizations together, or cooperate with the three cosmic civilizations to deal with the Apostle Holy City first. Okay, whatever you want. Then shall I inform others of your decision? Go ahead. The Son of Prophecy bowed and said goodbye. At the same time, the supernatural garden. It still doesn't work. Looking at the slowly healing space crack in front of her, Fu shook her head helplessly. She tried to synthesize virtual particles in a 9:1 ratio according to the talent description of AI Legia, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not find the real balance point. It seems that to solve this problem, we can only hope for a flash of genius or AI Legia's teaching. But although she failed to synthesize virtual particles, she still got a lot of good things from AI Legia during this period. To date, she has mastered 5 psychic attributes, namely darkness, apocalypse, fiery, colorful, and gray mist. If the war hadn't started suddenly, she should have been able to steal all 9 attributes from Alice very quickly. Unfortunately. Wait a little longer. Alice is a treasure. If you just stretch your fingers over and dig, you can dig out a lot of good things. But the all-out war between the three cosmic civilizations and the Apostle Holy City is not bad either. Although Fu herself does not plan to show up for the time being, as a psychic prayer master, she has no shortage of means to complete tasks. On the day she received the news from Demetrius, she asked Shadow Fu, Eye of Sorrow, Black King, White King and others to rush to the Leia civilization with a large number of prayer cards and psychic centers she made. That's right, Fu is planning to use the home exchange strategy with the Holy City of Apostles again. Tactics are not afraid of repetition, as long as they are useful. With Sui she as an insider, Fu felt that the probability of her plan succeeding was very high. But this time she overlooked a problem. That is the determination of the Supreme God. If you don't make progress, you will perish. This is not a joke. From the moment he shouted let's go, the Supreme God had already thought that the first battle is the decisive battle. Sir Supreme God, the Leia star field has been attacked again, and the attackers are the crazy apostle followers again. This time their goal seems to be the Holy Land. Should we send a troop back to support them? The Supreme God said calmly, don't worry about them now. As long as the Holy Land is not lost, our focus now is the 3 major cosmic civilizations. This war will not last too long. His words attracted everyone's attention. Good, this is a real bet. Not bad, then they should be more excited. What? The home exchange strategy doesn't work. Fu was stunned when she received the news. If home exchange doesn't work, then they can only compete with the Apostle Holy City in an upright manner. However, with their current strength, can they really defeat the Apostle Holy City head-on? Chapter 344. The full-scale invasion of the Holy City of Apostles has made everyone who has explored the universe feel pressured. Even the lawless players are no exception. But compared to the pressure, the players are more excited. The width of the battlefield of a huge interstellar total war is at least tens of billions of light years. In such a vast front, it is absolutely impossible to fill the line with the Overlord and the Super Absolute alone. Therefore, both sides of the war will send a large number of ships, and this is the time for them to show their skills. Their military accomplishments are indeed not as good as those experienced warriors in the ace legions of both sides, but the characteristics of players allow them to easily accomplish many things that even the Ace Legions cannot do. For example, go deep into the war zone and set up detection stations as close to the enemy as possible or behind enemy lines. This task is not only for players, but letting others do it is very risky. Once the detection station is discovered by the Apostle Holy City, the end is bound to be destruction. In fact, it is better to just die. In war, there are always casualties. But if the people in the detection station are captured to read their memories, or if the people in the detection station simply surrender to the Apostle Holy City under heavy pressure, resulting in the leakage of important information, that would be a real trouble. Letting players perform related tasks will not have these hidden worries. The three major cosmic civilizations have done a lot of experiments, and are very sure that the player's memory is absolutely impossible to read. As for the player surrendering to the Apostle Holy City under heavy pressure, with Baifu, the super succubus, this possibility is so low that it can be almost ignored. I have sent a spaceship to transport the undead to the front line. They are expected to arrive at Camp B33 in 4 days. The rest is up to you. In the virtual conference room, after taking a look at the message sent by Alice, Baifu looked up and said to Boilo and Dimitri, who were sitting opposite, "Boilo, don't worry, I will be in charge of this operation myself." Baifu nodded. "That's good. The current situation of the war is still unclear, and the side of the original agreement is eyeing it covetously, so she does not plan to rush to the front line to assist the three cosmic civilizations in resisting the attack of the Apostle Holy City. Her plan was to continue to remotely control Ing Fu and others to cause trouble in the Apostle Holy City. She just didn't believe it. In such a large Apostle Holy City, is there really no place for the Supreme God and others to send troops back for support, if there really isn't any place? Okay, you are awesome, but I, Baifu, am not an ordinary person. If you don't come back, I will treat the Apostle Holy City as my home. I am in a good mood today, so I will go to your database to download some of your latest research on psychic energy and dark energy. If I feel bad tomorrow, I will smash the statue of the Supreme God and throw manure on the broken statue. Even if this cannot have a substantial impact on your army, it will disgust you at least. In short, with Sui Shi as the insider, Baifu believes that she will never return empty-handed. If she is lucky enough to get something that can improve her strength, it will be the best. Just as Baifu was planning the attack by referring to the map secretly sent by Sui Shi, the first batch of players who arrived at the front line had already started to act under the command of Boilo. At present, the Apostle Holy City is advancing very fast. The three cosmic civilizations urgently need a partial victory to stop the Apostle Holy City's advance, and buy more preparation time for themselves. To this end, they have formulated two plans. The first plan is to let the players go deep behind the enemy, set up detection stations, find the weak points of the Apostle Holy City's army formation, and then wait for an opportunity to launch an assault from that weak point. If this plan does not work, then only the more risky second plan can be adopted, which is to lure the enemy deep into the enemy. In version 2.3, the official has been hinting that our influence on the main storyline of the game will become greater and greater. At that time, I thought the official was just bragging and making empty promises. I didn't expect that we would actually shoulder the heavy responsibility of determining the future of several cosmic civilizations. Brothers, it's time for our Iron Rain Guild to show off. We must strive to build the first detection station before everyone else. Great, now we have no shortage of video materials. If we can shoot wonderful Star Wars scenes, I wonder if we can sell them to film and television companies to make a small profit. The players who received the task were all very excited. Since joining the Silent Court, they have actually participated in many interstellar wars. But this is the first time they have participated in an interstellar war of this scale. The number of ships is calculated in trillions, and the size of the warships is measured by planets. On the battlefield that is more than 1 billion light-years wide, countless faint lights rise at the same time, and finally merge into a glorious avenue called Hero Road. For the Silent Court, for the explored universe, to carve their names on the eternal star monument that will be sung for countless years. Go! Amid shouts, the players drove their spaceships into the depths of the starry sky, as excited as pirates running to the sea to chase the One Piece. I hope everything goes well. Watching the players rush out of the temporary airport, Boilo and others said solemnly, "We will also start to act here." Not long after the players left, the three cosmic civilizations launched assaults in multiple areas that were directly at war with the Apostle Holy City. The ship pierced the inky starry sky like a sharp arrow, outlining deep energy marks in the area of several light-years, and the stars fell wherever it passed. This huge movement immediately attracted a lot of attention from the Apostle Holy City. The NPC has helped us pull out the space. Now it's our turn to start the jump mode. The players who received the message started the jump engine one after another. This is a tens of millions of people's assault. As long as one person succeeds, it will change the direction of the whole world. Oh! A group of rats suddenly sneaked up behind us. At the front of the bridge of the Eternal Boundless, the Supreme God, who had been leaning on the scepter expressionlessly suddenly laughed. Are you trying to sneak attack from behind, or are you thinking of something else? You know that you are no match for us in a head-on battle, so you keep thinking of various tricks. The idea is good, but unfortunately, I deliberately brought the core power of the Apostle with me on this expedition. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes turned into dazzling gold, and an illusory curtain unfolded before his eyes. There were countless lines fluctuating on the curtain. Most of the lines fluctuated at similar frequencies, and the few uncoordinated lines were deliberately picked out. Go send them on their way. Click, click. Lines fell on a map not far away, and finally turned into map coordinates. Yes! The intelligence officer on the spaceship left excitedly after receiving the order. Not long after, a small fleet flew out from each of the 9 sacred formations of the Apostle Holy City. These small fleets traveled very fast, and it took only more than 10 minutes to reach the coordinates distributed to them by the Supreme God through fixed-point jump. That's... Oops, it's the fleet of the Apostle Holy City. Why is there a fleet of the Apostle Holy City here? The players of the Iron Rain Guild and the ship discovered the abnormality at the first time, and they were completely confused. The Apostle Holy City did not give them time to think at all, and they opened fire as soon as they appeared. The Kree-class battleships are the existence that even the natural disaster-level superpowered people have to be careful to deal with, and each small fleet sent by the Apostle Holy City has thousands of Kree-class battleships. How can the lightly equipped players be their opponents? Boom, boom, boom. After a short exchange of fire, all the spaceships of the players of the Iron Rain Guild were blown to ashes, and they themselves were not spared. Damn, my luck is really bad. I just happened to run into the fleet of the Apostle Holy City. Brother Jian, how is the situation over there? The dog-headed man of the Iron Rain Guild was almost fainted by anger, and couldn't help but complain in the guild channel. Fuck, don't mention it. My luck is as bad as yours. I just happened to run into the fleet of the Apostle Holy City. What the hell? The dog-headed man was confused. Could it be that their Iron Rain Guild was cursed? Otherwise, how could their luck be so bad? I asked others. Soon the dog-headed man found that the Iron Rain Guild was not cursed, but the situation was worse than that of the Iron Rain Guild being cursed. More than 10 million players, who sneaked into the back of the Apostle Holy City, were all caught without exception. How did they do this? The players who learned the news were shocked. Is there an insider? No. Impossible. Most of these more than 10 million players have no connection with each other. No matter how powerful the insider is, it is impossible to accurately grasp the movements of every player and report to the Apostle Holy City. So, the Apostle Holy City has mastered some special method to detect their movements? This is bad. The frontline commanders of the 3 cosmic civilizations looked solemn. If the Apostle Holy City can not only detect the movements of the undead, but also their movements, then their already low winning rate will become even lower. Your cheat is too big to open the whole map in the war. In a hurry, they can only quickly ask for help from the rear. As a psychic prayer master, Baifu also received the distress signal sent by Dimitri. I don't know. Baifu scratched her head. She didn't have the ability to tell fortunes, so how could she know how the Holy City of Apostles located the exact location of the players? Do you know? Baifu asked Li Tai, who had just come out of the Holy City of Apostles. Li Tai shook his head. I have been in the Holy City of Apostles for more than 200 years, and I have never heard of anyone with such ability. Baifu frowned slightly. Li Tai had only been away from the Holy City of Apostles for a few months. Could it be that the Holy City of Apostles had a technological breakthrough in these few months, or did the Supreme God hide something? Her eyes fell on AI Ligia, who was in a daze beside her. AI Ligia, what do you think? Me? AI Ligia suddenly woke up, and found that everyone was looking at her. What can she think? Before she got her mother memory, she was not even a psychic prayer master. Now she was suddenly asked this, which was really a bit strange. Huh? AI Ligia was suddenly stunned. It seems that she is not completely without opinion. The memory that just flashed through her mind, recall carefully. Mother said that Apostle number 4 is in the Apostle Holy City, and Apostle number 4 has a special talent called Absolute Inspiration. With this talent, Apostle number 4 is extremely sensitive to all energy, especially spiritual energy. Could it be that the Apostle Holy City relied on this talent of Apostle number 4 to catch those undead, who suddenly broke in, Ailiji glanced at Bai Fu. Even she, who inherited her mother memory, could think of this, so it is impossible for her mother not to think of it, but her mother did not say it directly, but asked her. I understand. Mother is giving her a chance to show off. Her previous performance has successfully won her the trust of many members of the Silent Court, but these recognitions are not enough for her to secure the position of Chief Affairs Officer of the Silent Court. After all, the Silent Court is not a small organization, but a behemoth that can make the three major cosmic civilizations lower their status and seek cooperation. If she wants to secure the position of Chief Affairs Officer, she must not only gain the recognition of the internal members of the Silent Court, but also the recognition of external forces. If she solves the problem that troubles the three major cosmic civilizations in public today, won't she get the recognition of external forces? Mother is really thoughtful. Alice, who showed her amazing wisdom, instantly figured out everything, and she was full of admiration for Bai Fu. She coughed lightly and stood up. I thought of a possibility. She expressed her thoughts in public. Everyone was surprised. There was such a trick. Then how to solve it? Alice said proudly. There are two solutions. The first way is to let those undead people practice the spiritual energy absorption method of the Apostle Holy City and disguise themselves as members of the Apostle Holy City. The second way is to completely hide the energy fluctuations on them and make the absolute inspiration of the fourth apostle ineffective. Because our ultimate goal is to sneak into the enemy's rear secretly, the first method will not work. As she said that, Alice turned and looked at Bai Fu. Mother, leave it to me. I will leave for the front line now and send blessings to all the undead who are carrying out the mission. I guarantee that the fourth apostle will not be able to detect their location. Bai Fu nodded at Alice with a look of relief. Very good, the situation is urgent, so let's end the meeting here. I will contact Boilo immediately and ask him to prepare the relevant reception work. Alice left the virtual conference room with her head held high. Lit and the others who hadn't left yet looked at Bai Fu with amazement. Bai Fu's daughter was so awesome, so Bai Fu herself. Awesome. Lit now admired Bai Fu more and more, and felt more and more that he had made the right decision by betraying the Apostle Holy City and joining Bai Fu. Bai Fu smiled calmly. It was just a small matter. Why did everyone make such a fuss? Yulia, Ahem. Yulia felt that she had to think of a way for Bai Fu to escape as soon as possible, otherwise it would be too late to escape after Ailiji completely recovered her memory. What? Bai Fu really came up with a solution. After receiving the news, the frontline leaders of the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries all widened their eyes and felt incredible. But when they thought that it was Bai Fu, they felt that there was nothing to be surprised about. It would be surprising if Bai Fu couldn't come up with a work one day. Boilo said, I have arranged people to welcome Ailiji. Before Ailiji arrives, we must hold the defense line and never let the Apostle Holy City break through the defense line. Don't worry, although the Apostle Holy City is powerful, it is absolutely impossible to break through the defense line we have set up for several months in just a few days. A few days later, Ailiji arrived at the front line smoothly. As soon as she got off the spaceship, she hurriedly gathered a group of completely trustworthy players. Namely Digging G, Patrick, Conversion to me and others. Because it was uncertain whether the Apostle Holy City really relied on the ability of the fourth apostle to pull out the players, Alice planned to test it with a small number of players first, and then send a large number of players to infiltrate after the test passed. This operation is very special. During the execution of the mission, you cannot reveal any information to the outside world. Do you understand? Understood. Digging G shouted excitedly. Very good, come here, we will give you a blessing. After everything was ready, Alice added a layer of buff to the spaceship that Digging G and others were riding, and then personally sent them to the sky. The next thing to do is to wait. This wait lasted nearly 3 days. During these 3 days, the frontline command did not receive any news, nor did they see Digging G and others being sent back to the resurrection point. They were both expectant and nervous, worried that Digging G and others were locked up and could not even commit suicide. Fortunately, the long wait did not turn into disappointment. We found it. We found a star dome station. We observed nearby for a day and found that a large number of spaceships from the Apostle Holy City entered and exited this star dome station. We are likely a transit station for the Apostle Holy City to transport supplies. A transit station for transporting supplies? Boilo's eyes lit up. If Digger G was not mistaken, then as long as they took down this star dome station, they could follow the clues and find the weak points of the Apostle Holy City. He immediately ordered other players to attack in large numbers and pretend to sneak behind the Apostle Holy City again to attract the attention of the Apostle Holy City. On the other side, Dmitri and others immediately formed an assault fleet and flew towards the coordinates set by Digger G. Quick, 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 they must be quick. They must take down the Starry Sky Station before the people of the Apostle Holy City react. Millions of giant warships tore through the starry sky and rushed into the vicinity of the Starry Sky Station from hyperspace. When the warships appeared, the surrounding void of hundreds of millions of light years was trembling. It's a fleet that has explored the universe. In the Starry Sky Station, a young commander's finger was hanging on the edge of the star map, looking at the millions of light points that suddenly spread on the star map like gem fragments. His pupils trembled uncontrollably. Quickly notify the Supreme God. It's too late. A cold voice sounded in the post station. The next second, Dmitri stepped out of the fluctuating space. Countless gray mists spread from his body to the surroundings, and the annihilation ripples raised by the gray mists broke everything in front into dust invisible to the naked eye. Why are you so violent? Then the Metal Lord Zero came out and looked around, and finally locked onto a square device. I need the assistance of a psychic prayer master. Let me do it. Hein stepped forward. The two worked together and completely cracked the data equipment in the Starry Sky Station in just a few seconds. Let's go! Whether we can buy more preparation time for the rear depends on this time. Dmitri took the lead and led the fleet into hyperspace again. The light of the jump engine intertwined, redrawing the map of the cosmic microwave background radiation. This time, Dmitri and his team were faster. When they appeared again, the command group of the Apostle Holy City No. 8 formation was still talking to the Supreme God, reporting the situation of capturing the player. Upon hearing the news, the new president of the Inquisition, who was in charge of commanding the No. 8 formation, walked to the viewing porthole on the side of the cockpit. His feet were stepping on the scattered starlight. He looked up. In his field of vision, more than 1,000 hyperspace channels were opened at the same time, and countless warships burning with blue tail flames pierced the dimensional curtain, spreading out rapidly like the psychic energy that devoured the stars. It's an enemy attack. The explosive roar sounded in the command channel. Even the Supreme God, who had been full of confidence in this war all the way, could not help but fall into a state of speechlessness. How did the enemy bypass his detection? Sir Supreme God, we must send reinforcements immediately. The Supreme God shook his head. It's too late. Since the other party dared to show up, they must have made sufficient preparations. So, use that super large secret technique I taught you a while ago, so that the eternally dark universe can witness the miracles belonging to mortals. Yes. The super large secret technique that the Supreme God mentioned has a very simple and easy to understand name, which is called Artificial God. Chapter 345. After learning that the Supreme God was ready to activate the Artificial God secret technique, the newly appointed president of the Inquisition immediately ordered everyone in the formation to shrink the battle line, using the Idol-class mothership as the heart, the advanced warships as the aorta, and the Kree-class warships as the branch vessels to build an extremely magnificent interstellar defense fortress. This strange move caused doubt among Dmitri and others. But at this point, they can no longer retreat, and can only concentrate all their strength together, like a retracted fist, heavily towards the turtle shell built by the Apostle Holy City. Smash it. Break it. In the fleet, the shouts of countless commanders merged into a terrifying force that could shake the galaxy. Under the dark red starry sky, the surging energy collided with the joint shield generated by tens of millions of motherships, causing the dark energy corridors built with lower-level warships as nodes to shake continuously, like a piece of paper fluttering in the wind, which could break at any time. However, it didn't break after all. Next, this time, apply for the super limit strike of the light of annihilation. Dmitri did not believe in evil, and immediately called for support from the frontline command. The light of annihilation is the most powerful weapon built by the Reborn Empire so far. When the energy is condensed to the limit point, the instantaneous explosive force is unbearable even for the 3 transformation super absolute. Of course, there are many limitations to the use of such a powerful weapon. For example, the light of annihilation needs to cool down every time it strikes beyond the limit. This shortcoming can be avoided by building more light of annihilation. However, the problem now is that the Reborn Empire does not have so much time to build more light of annihilation. They also need to devote a lot of energy to develop new void weapons, and psychic/dark energy weapons based on the knowledge obtained by Baifu. We have 2 chances. If the 2 attacks still fail to break through the defense of the Apostle Holy City, then this surprise attack may turn into a tug-of-war. Dmitri's face looked a little ugly. In fact, Even if it turns into a tug-of-war, they still have the advantage. However, this conclusion is drawn without considering that the reinforcements from the Apostle Holy City are more likely to arrive. 1 minute later, the world-destroying light superstrike that Dmitri called for finally arrived. Across a long distance of 17 million light-years, a strong light-like star annihilation burst out from the twisted wormhole cracks, tearing large areas of space wrinkles into pieces, and the strong light gathered into a silver-gray light spear, fiercely piercing the defense layer built by the Apostle Holy City. Those dark energy corridors that had resisted the impact of tens of millions of warships were injected with energy far exceeding the upper limit at this moment. After 3 seconds, with the appearance of the first crack, the entire turtle shell began to peel off inch by inch. A loophole appeared. Good opportunity. Dmitri and others were overjoyed. They immediately called for a full-scale assault, but before the spaceships could form an array, something strange happened. A dense black light centered on the godlike mothership of the number 8 formation quickly spread to the surroundings, like a shock wave from a nuclear explosion. Buzz buzz buzz. Everyone from the 3 cosmic civilizations was shocked to find that the shield of the spaceship they were on was shaking, and the ion sparks jumping on the energy circuit even caused the electronic equipment inside the spaceship to malfunction. What's going on? Someone quickly looked out the porthole. They were surprised to find that the metal debris floating in space had frozen at some point, and vaguely, they seemed to sense that a certain existence beyond the critical point of physical laws was coming. Synchronization rate 91.6%. Synchronization rate 93.8%. Synchronization rate. Tens of millions of light years away, a deep voice flowed from the mouth of the Supreme God. There was no fluctuation in this voice. But the dark energy core pressed down by the scepter held by the Supreme God had already emitted a suppressed hum. It was getting louder and louder. At the moment when the synchronization rate broke through 98%, the vibration of the scepter hitting the dark energy core finally penetrated the dimensional membrane. At this moment, all the members of the Apostle Holy City, who performed super-large secret arts, felt that they had fallen into a world of nothingness. There, they saw the phantom of God. It's coming. It's coming. Boom. In the center of the battlefield, a silver cloud was boiling in the cracks drilled by the light of annihilation. Countless crystal tentacles formed by the convergence of spiritual energy and dark energy protruded from the cloud, and began to increase rapidly, as if it would never stop. Finally, the tentacles entangled into a giant 10-sided body, with sharp edges on the body, each of which seemed to rewrite the basic rules of psychic energy and dark energy. Rules. This is the most fundamental violence in the universe. Dmitri's body was completely frozen. His pupils reflected the artificial god born from the clouds, and his ears were filled with screams and shouts from other spacecraft. He actually didn't know the artificial god summoned by the Apostle Holy City at all, but he could clearly feel the gap between himself and this artificial god. The difference is so big, it's like comparing the bright moon in the sky with the fluorescence of rotten grass. The Apostle Holy City actually has such a trick up its sleeve. Damn it, damn it. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, and the blood vessels under his pale skin flowed with colorful oil lines. What should I do? Dmitri faced a choice. The people who asked him included his subordinates, the Metal Lord of Titan Industries, the Supernova Corps' Lauren Marshall Saint, and of course himself. In fact, it was not difficult for him to answer this question. At this point, does he still have a choice? In front of this transcendent object, it is equally dangerous to flee or fight. In this case, the only choice is to fight. Launch the second limit strike of the light of annihilation. I will use the power of annihilation to crush the thorns that stand in front of the Empire into powder. There is no hysterical roar, no passionate speech. Dmitri leads by example to express his determination. However, before the official attack, he first informed the frontline command of what happened here. Annihilation, stop! Boilo shouted in the military channel. But this shout could not dissuade Dmitri. Dmitri led the team to kill. Although the road ahead was dangerous, it was not a dead end after all. So what if it was a man-made god? Who said that humans could not kill gods? Billions of warships turned into a meteor shower flying in reverse. This was an impact that was 100 times more violent than the previous one. The engine output power of all warships was fully pulled. The blue light cones spewed by the warships dragged irregular space-time ripples behind them, as if the universe itself was burned with billions of bleeding scars. Facing such an impact, the artificial god was not afraid. It slowly raised the spiral gun condensed by dark energy, and the black virtual particle concentrate rolled down from the tip of the gun. The warships touched by the concentrate dissolved in the tremor, and were continuously reduced in dimension. However, This did not scare the people behind. The subsequent ships relied on the two-dimensional wreckage of their companions and flew towards the 10 edges of the artificial god like moths to fire. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued one after another. The dust rays submerged everything. The red dust rolled, and from a distance, the sea of stars seemed to be burning. The spiral galaxy arms further away also trembled because of the explosion, and at this moment, they seemed to have turned into strings of some stringed instrument. It's over. In a state of anxiety, AI Legia, who was staring at the virtual screen in front of her, spoke first. Like Dimitri, she did not recognize the man-made god. However, she recognized the virtual particles at a glance. It was a true existence that was beyond psychic energy and dark energy, and was close to God. Although Dimitri and others were very powerful, they faced the virtual particles head-on without knowing anything about them. It was a dangerous situation. Alice did not dare to neglect it, and she immediately conveyed her concerns to Baifu. What? The Apostle Holy City also mastered the synthesis method of virtual particles? Baifu was shocked. This is bad. If Dimitri and his men died, the combat power of the 3 cosmic civilizations, which was already somewhat limited, would plummet, and it would be even more difficult to stop the advancement of the Apostle Holy City. But the key to the problem now is not here. The question is, does everyone in the Apostle Holy City master this ability, or only a few people master this ability, or only the 4th Apostle master this ability? We must find a way to figure it out. If everyone has mastered this ability, then maybe I can take this opportunity to learn the principle, and complete the Road to Fusion mission. Baifu's eyes lit up. After mastering the method of fusing spiritual energy and dark energy, her strength will definitely increase dramatically. At that time, she can join forces with Rufus to deal with the leader of the original agreement, and then obtain the true spirit essence and complete the 3rd transformation. Baifu immediately tried to contact Sui Shi and Ying Fu, asking them to help investigate. Ying Fu received the news very quickly, but Sui Shi didn't respond. What's going on? Could Sui Shi have been exposed? Baifu's face changed slightly. She waited for 5 minutes before finally receiving Sui Shi's reply. Apostle Baifu, I'm very sorry. I was stopped by Apostle number 4 hiding in the Apostle Holy City just now, and couldn't get away for a while stopped by an apostle? What happened? Baifu asked. Sui Shi explained. The story started a few minutes ago. At that time, Sui Shi was studying the spiritual knowledge left to her by the Supreme God in her residence. Suddenly, she felt the sky tremble violently. She hurriedly asked the guards in the Holy Land what happened, but the guards looked at her with doubtful eyes. Did something happen? Isn't everything normal? Sui Shi was very sure that she was not hallucinating, but she asked several guards in succession, and the guards gave her the answer that nothing happened. In desperation, she could only go out to investigate on her own. Then, she saw a black mark shooting out from the depths of the Holy Land, deeply embedded in the cracks in the sky directly above the Holy Land. The magical thing is that only she can see this scene. Sui Shi walked along the direction of the black mark, passed through one corridor after another in the Holy Land, and finally came to a very small statue. The black mark shot out from the statue. She had actually been to this place more than once, but she had never found anything unusual before. It's really good at hiding. What could it be that was hidden so deeply? Could it be the 3rd fragment of the true spirit relic that Apostle Baifu needed? Sui Shi had an idea. Now that the Supreme God and others were not here, this was a good opportunity for her to explore. If she really found the fragment of the true spirit relic, then she wouldn't have to stay in the Apostle Holy City to lurk. However, Sui Shi was stopped just as she was about to take action. The one who stopped her was Apostle number 4, who had long been rumored to be in the Apostle Holy City, but had never shown up before. What are you doing here? A terrifying pressure came from the tin prism made of countless crystals directly opposite. Sui Shi had no doubt that she would be crushed into powder if she said a wrong word. It can only be said that the situation at that time was extremely bad. Fortunately, she reacted very quickly, and came up with an excuse the moment she opened her mouth. I was just studying the knowledge that the teacher taught me, but I encountered some problems, so I wanted to go to the database to check the information. It's closer to the database by taking this road, so... Apostle number 4 stared at Sui Shi for a long time, and finally let Sui Shi go without saying anything. Sui Shi hurriedly went into the database, took a breath in the database for a long time, and finally calmed down to tell Baifu what happened here. You triggered the hidden task, the secret of Apostle number 4 and the Supreme God. Task Introduction. Task Objective. Find out the truth about the cooperation between Apostle number 4 and the Supreme God. Reward. 50 billion experience points, blank skill card *5. After reading the message sent by Sui Shi, Bai Fu received a new task. The fourth apostle? She chewed on the name. After a brief comparison, she found that the time when the Holy Land of the Apostle Holy City appeared abnormal coincided with the time when Dimitri and his friends encountered an accident. Obviously, there is a connection between the two. If we act now, there may still be a chance to save Dimitri and his friends. Most importantly, I have the opportunity to find out the details of the fourth apostle and the Supreme God, and see what level of boss they are. If the fourth apostle is not as strong as imagined, then I can still kill her and get the true spirit essence, and there is no need to cooperate with Rufus. With so many benefits, Bai Fu could not sit still. She immediately asked Ying Fu, who was active near the Holy Land Star, to rush to the Holy Land Star. Ying Fu did not delay and rushed to the Holy Land Star as fast as possible, and then used a summoning card outside the Holy Land Star. The next second, Bai Fu activated the Apostle Body talent and descended on the true spirit summoned by the summoning card used by Ying Fu. Going deep into the enemy's base camp, the next opponent we will face is the number 4 apostle, who ranks first among the 11 apostles. Ying Fu, are you afraid? Ying Fu shook her head. Wherever my elder sister goes, I will go there. As long as my elder sister is still here, I will never be afraid. Very good. Bai Fu smiled. The number 4 apostle sounds scary. But she is not bad. She is now the officially certified number 12 apostle reserve. She only needs one true spirit essence to become a real apostle. Number 4 apostle, let me test the results you have hidden in the Apostle Holy City for so many years. The black and white beams of light fell towards the Holy Land Star of the Apostle Holy City like a meteorite, setting off a huge wave.